Jiang Yuan, afflicted by a terminal illness, finds his days numbered. His girlfriend of 5 years, Qin Shuyu, astonishingly chooses to break up with him before her demise, seeking solace in the embrace of her idealized love. With a heart full of regrets, Jiang Yuan unexpectedly finds himself transmigrated to the realm of immortals. However, due to an unforeseen incident, after achieving the pinnacle of Qi refinement in the Immortal Realm, he astonishingly returns to the final scene of his past life. This time, the so-called girlfriend merely influences the speed at which he draws his sword. Jiang Yuan experiences a complete transformation, shedding all lingering attachments and adopting a dramatically altered demeanor. The sacrifices of 5 years go unacknowledged, and a single breakup leads to profound regret. Qin Shuyu realizes her grave error, having overlooked the most precious of treasures. Upon genuinely understanding Jiang Yuan, she feels like a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon, and with further comprehension, she perceives herself as an ant striving to grasp the vast sky. Jiang Yuan also discovers that, despite being vulnerable in the immortal realm, upon returning to the modern world, he feels an exhilarating power. He perceives himself as terrifyingly strong, contemplating the notion of not returning to that immortal realm. Chapter 1. If you perish, I shall ensure your brothers take good care of my affairs. Jiang Yuan, you're on the brink of death. You will willingly let go, won't you? Jiang Yuan, clad in a hospital gown, finds himself momentarily dazed by the voice that reaches his ears. What is happening? Was I not in the Qingxian continent, serving as a lowly disciple, observing the fierce competition for celestial treasures, only to be struck down by a blinding light? Where am I now? Jiang Yuan weakly opens his eyes, confronted by a scene that is both familiar and foreign. Has he returned to Blue Star? Before him stands Qin Shuyu. Indeed, it is her voice. He has reverted to his corporeal form before his demise. Is this a rebirth or a transmigration? Jiang Yuan, feeling frail, weakly calls out, Qin Shuyu. Noticing Jiang Yuan's state, Qin Shuyu's lips curl into a faint smirk. Jiang Yuan, I understand you struggle to accept reality, but the doctor has said you have at most 3 days left to live. I still have a wealth of youth ahead of me. I cannot be tethered to the corpse of a dead man. Zihai has returned. We must part ways. At her words, Jiang Yuan's eyes, still somewhat weak, close again, and his breathing quickens. He has truly returned. He tentatively categorizes this experience as a rebirth. In his previous life, at this very moment, Qin Shuyu uttered the same words, and he did not survive even 3 days, dying that very day. It was not death by illness, but rather a death wrought by sheer indignation. For Qin Shuyu, that so-called Zihai is her idealized love, currently eavesdropping from the bathroom of the hospital room. According to the original plot's progression, following her unilateral notification of the breakup, Qin Shuyu is unexpectedly pulled into the bathroom by Lin Zihai. A few paces away from the riverbank, a scene unfolds of water splashing against the shore, though he cannot see it. Yet, the resounding cries of sorrow pierce through the air, each note resonating in his ears. He is merely ill, not deaf. In his previous life, Jiang Yuan was gravely ill, unable to muster the strength to form a fist. Apart from his complexion becoming unnaturally flushed and his breath quickening like a bellows, he was rendered powerless. In the end, the two even adjusted their clothing in his presence, departing with an air of nonchalance. It was not long after that Jiang Yuan succumbed to death. Little did he anticipate that his soul would once again traverse to the Qingxian continent, inhabiting the same body of Jiang Yuan. Having spent merely over a decade there, by a twist of fate, he has returned. Jiang Yuan, acutely aware of his frail physique, felt a sharp pain in his mind, discovering that the spiritual energy surrounding him was thin to the point of being nearly non-existent. Although Jiang Yuan sighed inwardly, he was also filled with exhilaration, for he is a formidable master of Qi refinement, a being of superhuman prowess in the modern world. At this moment, Jiang Yuan's demeanor appeared to Qin Shuyu as an entirely different tableau. It was evident that Jiang Yuan was evading reality, as his rapid breathing betrayed his inner turmoil. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Qin Shuyu's lips. Jiang Yuan, focus on your recovery. I will have Zihao assist you with the payment of 2,000 yuan. Who knows, perhaps fortune will favor you, and you may yet recover. We can part ways amicably, can't we? If you choose not to respond, I shall assume your acquiescence. Perhaps contemplating the bright future that lay ahead. Lin Zihao is a wealthy heir worth tens of millions, and she could soon become a lady of luxury. A smile involuntarily graced Qin Shuyu's face. There was not a trace of compassion in her demeanor towards her former boyfriend, with whom she had spent 5 years and was about to enter into the sacred bonds of matrimony. She was actually smiling. Jiang Yuan, who had been reduced to a state where only his eyes could move, could not respond, and thus this silence was taken as his tacit acceptance. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuan struggled to speak. Qin Shuyu, are you certain you have thought this through? After 5 years of our relationship, you cannot wait even 3 days. Qin Shuyu momentarily appeared taken aback, then smirked. This fellow truly was like a cockroach, his life both foul and resilient. Yet she did not care. How many more days could he possibly live? Jiang Yuan, I remember all the kindness you have shown me over these 5 years, but I feel no love from you. All that remains is a bland existence of mundane necessities. You cannot provide the life I desire. It is not that I am in a hurry. Isn't Zaheo also your brother? Before you pass on, entrust your beloved to your good brother. He will surely take good care of me, and you can depart in peace. Upon hearing Qin Shuyu's words, distant memories resurfaced in Jiang Yuan's mind. Indeed, she was the woman he once loved. Over the course of 5 years, Jiang Yuan had been meticulous in his affections for Qin Shuyu. He had willingly purchased her expensive handbags, supported her parents without a word of complaint, and even chauffeured her to and from work daily since she could not drive. The former Jiang Yuan did not wish for Qin Shuyu to live a life inferior to others, especially since she was the campus belle. He wanted to spare her from a life of hardship. After all, there is a famous saying, one must cherish their own woman. Reflecting on those past moments, Jiang Yuan could not help but find them amusing, despite having reached an understanding during his last death. Yet, experiencing it again, he could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Very well, I shall facilitate your happiness. I wish you both well. Having endured the deceptions and bloodshed of the immortal cultivation world, to be frank, in his previous life, he might have regarded a woman like Qin Shuyu as a treasure. In this life, however, she is merely SOSO. Clearly, Jiang Yuan's response left the ever-confident Qin Shuyu in a state of shock, her face reflecting disbelief. Aren't you going to say anything to me? Or perhaps try to persuade me to stay? What is there to say? You two have found each other. Aside from wishing you both well, I might as well set off some firecrackers in your honor. Jiang Yuan replied, still weak, relying solely on his feeble willpower to sustain himself through this exchange. Jiang Yuan was not merely speaking in anger. What he urgently desired was a means to restore a modicum of spiritual power. He first needed to stabilize his body. Qin Shuyu was not entirely mistaken in her assertions. If it were not for his possession of a cultivator's memories upon his return, he would surely perish within 3 days. He simply lacked the time to engage in any further entanglements with those treacherous individuals. What took him by surprise, however, was that Qin Shuyu found it hard to accept the situation. Jiang Yuan, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Even on the brink of death, you feigned such a noble demeanor, intending to make me feel guilty for a lifetime. Or do you deliberately say such things to coax me back to your side? Jiang Yuan, let me be clear, no, absolutely not. I cannot believe you are still so childish, even when facing death. As she became increasingly animated, an idea struck Qin Shuyu, prompting her to retrieve her phone without hesitation. Do you see this? This is the grand house that Zihua has prepared for us. A magnificent estate, something you could never hope to possess by my side. Upon returning to Blue Star, Jiang Yuan found himself at a loss for words. He had never realized that Qin Shuyu was such a multifaceted individual, excelling in both charm and ambition. Although she expressed blessings, it was she who felt most aggrieved by them. Moreover, given his understanding of Lin Zihua, Jiang Yuan was confident that Qin Shuyu would ultimately be deprived of the house. In order to conserve the scant energy remaining in his body, Jiang Yuan even preferred to refrain from uttering another word to her, choosing instead to close his eyes. After her outburst, Qin Shuyu's chest heaved with emotion. Jiang Yuan's reaction frustrated her. Wasn't he supposed to be begging her not to leave? What was this? To her astonishment, at that moment, the sound of the bathroom interrupted. Shuyu, since Jiang Yuan truly offers his blessings, come over and let us fulfill his wishes. The sudden voice could belong to no one other than Lin Zihua. Recalling the events of his previous life, Jiang Yuan quickly grasped Lin Zihua's intentions. Was he preparing to stir up another storm? His expression inevitably turned cold. If today truly saw the two of you united, then all the efforts towards achieving the pinnacle of Qi refinement would have been in vain. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, a sinister smile curled at the corners of Jiang Yuan's lips, while his eyes remained as frigid as a frozen lake. Chapter 2. This is the hospital, exactly what we need. Jiang Yuan had already sensed the impending events, while Qin Shuyu momentarily displayed a flicker of panic. Originally, the plan was to leave the hospital together after her breakup, but Lin Zihao's sudden remarks left her somewhat bewildered. However, having chosen her own white moonlight, Jiang Yuan's current demeanor extinguished the last remnants of guilt in her heart. This was a predicament of his own making. With a light scoff, Qin Shuyu, unable to decipher Lin Zihao's intentions, approached him nonetheless. Zihao, how can we fulfill his wishes? Ah, my dear, you truly misunderstand the good intentions of brother Jiang Yuan. I wholeheartedly believe in his sincere blessings. After all, we've been classmates throughout high school and college for several years. He is about to leave this world, and I am concerned for you. We must ensure he departs with his eyes closed. At that moment, in the restroom, a man sporting sunglasses and a buzz cut of dyed blonde hair, though somewhat decent in appearance, gazed at the approaching Qin Shuyu with a lecherous grin, his hands beginning to wander indiscreetly. Qin Shuyu, who had been in a relationship with Jiang Yuan for 5 years, was no naive girl. She quickly grasped the situation. She had not anticipated that Lin Zihao's so-called fulfillment of Jiang Yuan's wishes would manifest in such a manner, even though she was accustomed to such occurrences. A blush crept onto her cheeks as her heart raced with excitement. Such thrilling experiences had never transpired with Jiang Yuan. Indeed, this was the essence of love, an exhilarating sensation that quickened her heartbeat. Yet, Qin Shuyu, ever modest, whispered, Zihao, this is a hospital. Perhaps we should refrain from such activities here and discuss it later. The timing is inappropriate. Lin Zihao, who had long harbored feelings for Qin Shuyu, could not let this opportunity slip away. After years of indulgence abroad, he had anticipated that Qin Shuyu would remain loyal to him, only to find her claimed by Jiang Yuan. Now, he sought to inflict upon Jiang Yuan a depth of despair before his demise, hoping to spark enlightenment. No, my dear. Now is precisely the moment. This is the hospital. I have already spoken to the doctors outside. I must bid farewell to my best friend, and no one is allowed to interrupt. Having meticulously planned his actions, Lin Zihao was not one to make such blunders. Ignoring Qin Shuyu's hesitations, he swiftly positioned himself, preparing to take action against her. However, as he readied himself, an unexpected jolt coursed through his entire body, akin to an electric shock, leaving him momentarily stunned. Though there was no pain, Lin Zihao perceptively sensed something was amiss. He could not feel any instinctive reactions. This should not be happening. He was, after all, quite excited. At merely 24 years of age, he had not yet reached a state of utter depletion. The embarrassment of faltering at a crucial moment was palpable, especially as Qin Shuyu perceptively noted his condition, her expression rife with confusion and disbelief. Lin Zihao keenly observed the slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Damn it! How dare she question me? What man could endure such a gaze? Shuyu, this is an accident. Absolutely an accident. This is not a reflection of my capabilities. Please, give me 2 minutes. Lin Zihao, unsure of where to place his hands, felt a growing sense of anxiety and urgency. Yet, as the adage goes, haste makes waste. The more he panicked, the more inept he became. He had even earned the nickname Steel Plate Man, known for his prowess. 3 minutes passed, but the situation remained unchanged. Qin Shuyu, initially hesitant, now ceased her struggles, her heart filled with disdain, and she could not help but shake her head. The disparity between Jiang Yuan and Lin Zihao was stark. However, recognizing that this was not a typical scenario, and being her white moonlight, Qin Shuyu resolved to assist Lin Zihao, patiently waiting a while longer. Her annoyance at Jiang Yuan's earlier attitude fueled her desire to witness his frantic expression. I, Qin Shuyu, can break up with you, but you must not let me go without a fight. You must beseech me not to leave. Yet, 5 minutes passed in complete silence, as if the room had fallen into a deep slumber, while Lin Zihao's face reddened like that of a boiled liver, feeling as though he had endured the greatest humiliation of his life. Despite her efforts to mask her emotions, Qin Shuyu remained acutely aware of Lin Zihao's peculiar state. Internally, he was screaming in desperation, what on earth is happening? Get it together. However, contrary to his wishes, matters did not bend to his will. 5 minutes elapsed. Lin Zihao felt as if he had spent 20 days alone with a widow, growing increasingly frustrated. Qin Shuyu, glancing sideways, finally spoke, Zihao, it seems today is truly not the right time. Let us discuss this another day. What could Lin Zihao do, other than clench his fists in helplessness? Should he ask Qin Shuyu to wait another 20 minutes? Surely she would catch a chill. With resignation, he replied, all right, Shuyu. It appears that I am still adjusting to the air back home, which is not as sweet as abroad. This is truly not my fault. My body has yet to acclimate. In a few days, I will show you what strength truly is. He even flexed his biceps, attempting to project an image of masculinity. The two, having composed themselves, returned to Jiang Yuan's side, resembling two lunatics who had just exposed themselves. Jiang Yuan lay unconscious on the hospital bed, and Lin Zihao glared at him with clenched teeth, brimming with indignation. In his view, all of this was Jiang Yuan's doing, which had utterly humiliated him. He began plotting his next move, determined to launch a full-scale assault. He genuinely believed that his inability to perform was merely a temporary setback. Had he known Lin Zihao's thoughts, Jiang Yuan would have scoffed at the notion of a future. He might not even have a future at all. It remained uncertain how Lin Zihao would react upon learning the truth. Oblivious to the reality, Lin Zihao's mind raced with frantic calculations, soon devising a new plan to implement the following day at the hospital. Jiang Yuan, my brother, I shall return tomorrow to put on a grand performance for you. Take care of yourself. As he spoke, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Qin Shuyu with a meaningful glance. Shuyu, I heard that my good brother has made a will, transferring all his assets to you. I must say, he is quite the romantic. We should promptly manage those assets. We cannot let him down. Chapter 3. Unexpected joy, treasures residing in my consciousness. Perhaps finding Jiang Yuan's impending demise somewhat ominous, Qin Shuyu and Lin Zihao did not linger. Swiftly departing the hospital, Jiang Yuan took quite some time to regain his composure, as he was exceedingly weak, especially after using the scant mental energy he had left. His body felt even more fatigued. Yet, he did not fall into unconsciousness and had overheard their conversation before their departure. However, he could not recall when he had ever made a will. Although he held a deep affection for Qin Shuyu, even willing to purchase her various extravagant gifts, it would be sheer folly to bequeath his assets to her. His parents had abandoned him while he was still an infant, and it was his grandfather, with whom he shared no blood relation, who had raised him with unwavering dedication. Throughout his childhood and adolescence, he had consistently excelled academically, earning numerous scholarships along the way. His commendable achievements in prestigious institutions had alleviated much of his grandfather's burdens. During his university years, Jiang Yuan began contemplating ways to become financially independent. And with the assistance of the school's poverty alleviation policies, he opened a fruit shop. After graduating, he managed to expand this venture modestly, culminating in the establishment of 5 chain stores, which provided him the means to purchase an array of gifts for Qin Shuyu. Yet, due to his humble beginnings, his financial situation remained precarious. Aside from a mortgage on a house, he had little savings to show for his efforts. Even in death, no matter how deep his affection for Qin Shuyu, he could not leave everything to her. There must be things of which he was unaware. Perhaps they had forged his signature or used his thumbprint while he was unconscious. Such matters felt distant and unverifiable to him. Nevertheless, they were of little importance at present. His foremost concern was to regain his health. His affliction was characterized by the sudden and unexplained failure of all his organs. And within days of his admission to the hospital, he was declared beyond medical help. Throughout this ordeal, he had refrained from notifying his grandfather, now in his 70s, as he did not wish to cause him distress. This explained why he found himself alone in the hospital, with no other patients in the room to keep him company. Fortunately, the ward was devoid of other occupants. As the night deepened and the nurse conducted her rounds, Jiang Yuan slowly rose and sat cross-legged. Although the surrounding spiritual energy was thin, it was not entirely imperceptible. After a considerable period, Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. The good news was that, despite the failure of his internal organs, modern medicine could not provide a solution, yet he sensed he was not on the brink of death. If he followed the cultivation techniques outlined in the Qin Foundation building manual, he could stabilize his condition by reaching the first level of Qi refinement. Achieving the second level of Qi refinement would likely restore him to full health. Spiritual energy was of a vastly higher caliber. True cultivators were seldom felled by illness, save for those who met their demise through violence or misadventure. The bad news was that the spiritual energy was exceedingly sparse, particularly within the hospital, where it was muddied and chaotic, barely allowing him to move freely. Jiang Yuan grasped the gravity of his situation and resolved to discharge himself from the hospital without delay. He could not afford to waste time. The hospital's inability to cure him meant he had to take matters into his own hands. He wondered if he might discover a hidden sanctuary on Blue Star that would facilitate his swift recovery. A flicker of excitement surged within him as he noted that his spiritual consciousness, which should have only just begun to manifest and was initially quite weak, had expanded significantly, perhaps due to the return of his soul, now resembling that of a foundational cultivator. Just as he prepared to withdraw from his cultivation and leave the hospital, he suddenly noticed something unusual within his sea of consciousness. What was this? Within his consciousness, a small tower resembling jade and stone floated, radiating a soft, luminous glow. Intricate symbols and runes swirled around the tower, imbuing it with an air of profound mystery. At that moment, Jiang Yuan felt an exhilaration surpassing even his realization of having been reborn. This tower was clearly no ordinary object. He had heard tales of a treasure known as the Linglong Tower, which powerful figures seemed to covet fiercely, battling ruthlessly for possession. If he was correct, the artifact within his consciousness could very well be the legendary Linglong Tower. What he had initially perceived as a fatal blow might have been the Linglong Tower that had inadvertently caused his death, leading to his return to Blue Star. The truth was astonishing. Such a fantastical event occurring in his life sent waves of excitement through him. This was a treasure of celestial origin. For someone at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, it was an unimaginable gift that had seemingly fallen into his lap. After taking several deep breaths to calm his racing heart, Jiang Yuan steadied himself. This was indeed a celestial treasure. Even at the height of his previous capabilities, controlling it would not be a simple feat. Yet the very fact that it resided in his consciousness was an opportunity he could not ignore. The Linglong Tower appeared to welcome him, and when he attempted to open it with his consciousness, he was unexpectedly successful. This nearly caused his heart to leap with joy. Could it be that the Linglong Tower had acknowledged him as its master, granting him the ability to command it at will? However, once inside, he was met with disappointment. The interior was a vast expanse of white mist, devoid of any discernible features. He could sense that the space held extraordinary potential. Yet he found himself unable to penetrate further. Thankfully, the force repelling him was gentle and caused no harm. It seemed the tower simply deemed his current strength insufficient for entry. Given that his abilities were akin to those of an ordinary person, it was reasonable that such a divine artifact would not be easily manipulated by the uninitiated. Jiang Yuan was not one to be oblivious to reality. He quickly accepted the situation before him. Regaining his strength became a matter of utmost urgency. However, after years of navigating the complexities of the other world, he had developed keen insight and the ability to unearth opportunities from adversity, which had ultimately led him to attain the pinnacle of Qi refinement. He realized that not all was lost. The ground beneath him seemed to be solid earth, and just a short distance ahead lay dense fog. This Linglong Tower evidently possessed spatial storage capabilities. Could the soil within be anything but ordinary? Looking down at the earth beneath his feet, Jiang Yuan felt a surge of confidence. Though he could not consume the soil directly, he could certainly utilize it, perhaps to cultivate vegetables and fruits. In modern society, such produce would be nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 4. Was his home burgled? Please bring your smiles to the security bureau. Jiang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination shining within. With the existence of the Linglong Tower, his faith in healing his body surged. Armed with this celestial soil, he would soon recover fully, regaining his pinnacle of Qi refinement. In modern society, reaching this level would render him almost invincible. Many of the regrets from his previous life could now be rectified. As the night deepened and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth grew purer, Jiang Yuan did not rush to leave the hospital. Instead, he devoted the night to cultivation. When dawn's light broke, he slowly opened his eyes. After a night of practice, although his dantian held little spiritual energy, he felt an infusion of strength returning to his frail body. Were it not for his deliberate display, he would appear no different from an ordinary person. Though only Jiang Yuan knew that his afflictions remained unresolved. Amid the astonished gazes of the nurse and the attending physician, Jiang Yuan resolutely opted for discharge. The medical staff, well acquainted with his condition, did not attempt to dissuade him. They understood he had but a few days left to live. Though Jiang Yuan appeared to move freely, they regarded it merely as a fleeting resurgence, further affirming their grim prognosis. With only 2 days remaining, there was little the hospital could do to prevent a patient from leaving against medical advice. Stepping onto the somewhat unfamiliar street, Jiang Yuan felt a fleeting disorientation, yet quickly acclimated, for his absence had not been protracted. His current plan was straightforward: return home to change out of the single outfit he had worn for an extended period. Subsequently, he intended to sell his house and, with the proceeds, rent a modest dwelling in a rural area with a more abundant spiritual aura. There, he would practice his cultivation while utilizing the fertile soil to grow produce from Blue Star, hastening his recovery. Other matters could be postponed, although he dearly missed his grandfather. It was best not to cause the elderly man undue worry until he was fully restored. After a little over 20 minutes, Jiang Yuan arrived at his residential complex, a relatively decent place where he had invested over 3 million, a considerable sum for an ordinary family. However, in Qin Shuyu's eyes, it paled in comparison to the grand mansions. Drawing upon his memories, he swiftly located his home, yet was perplexed to find the door wide open and numerous individuals bustling in and out, seemingly preparing for something. Had he misremembered? But after a few reassurances, he confirmed that this was indeed his home. Upon entering, he discovered a flurry of activity. Various festive decorations adorned the walls, and balloons filled the space. all indications of a celebratory atmosphere, likely for a wedding. He mused that these items should be discarded, the wardrobe should contain no clutter, and everything unnecessary ought to be thrown away, as they would no longer serve a purpose. A haughty voice from within the room interrupted his thoughts, causing Jiang Yuan's brow to furrow. He observed workers carrying bags of his belongings outside, seemingly ready to dispose of them. Realization struck him like a bolt. The items destined for the trash were none other than his clothing and personal effects. The individual directing the others to discard his possessions was none other than Qin Shuyu's younger brother, Qin Jinxiang. He recalled Qin Shuyu mentioning that Jiang Yuan should transfer the property to her brother with the intention of returning it to him after his wedding. Such an arrangement was unconscionable to Jiang Yuan. He had only ever been accountable to Qin Shuyu, but that did not render him foolish. It was quite likely that this situation was a case of being taken advantage of, and he had certainly not consented to it. To his astonishment, during his hospitalization, his property had been unilaterally managed by Qin Shuyu without his consent, allowing her brother to utilize his home for a wedding. Contemplating the conversation he had overheard between Qin Shuyu and Lin Zihao, Jiang Yuan could piece together the unfolding drama. However, one fact remained clear. Even if there were a will, it would hold no validity if he was not deceased. The house still belonged to him. What are you doing? Who permitted you to enter my home? Jiang Yuan's voice cut through the air with an icy disdain. Though his tone was not loud, it froze the workers in their tracks, leaving them unnerved in the sweltering heat. Who are you? This is Jinxiang's home. One of them retorted, their bravado faltering. It seemed the commotion had drawn attention, and soon a young man with a somewhat dark complexion and a few blemishes emerged. Upon seeing Jiang Yuan, he momentarily froze. A flicker of confusion crossing his features before a smirk broke through. Nonchalantly puffing on a cigarette, he raised his chin slightly. Oh, if it isn't my dear brother-in-law. Didn't my sister say you were on the brink of death? What brings you to my new home? Given your frail condition, it would be best if you stayed away. We don't want any bad luck here. Evidently, Qin Jinxiang held no respect for Jiang Yuan, treating him as though he were already deceased. I will grant you 3 minutes to vacate my premises, or you will be charged with breaking and entering, Jiang Yuan declared coldly. Had he been in the realm of Qingxian, these feeble individuals would have been long dead. Aware of the disparities between the two worlds, he refrained from escalating the situation, opting instead to uphold his rights through legal channels. Jiang Yuan's forthrightness left Qin Jinxiang incredulous. The once subservient Jiang Yuan, who had always treated his sister with utmost respect, was now audaciously challenging him. With a derisive snort, Qin Jinxiang scoffed, Huh, Jiang Yuan, have you grown a backbone now that you're terminally ill? Are you prepared to go down in flames? Kneel and apologize, or I assure you, you want to even see my sister one last time. Do you believe me? At that moment, several individuals, presumably friends of Qin Jinxiang, chimed in, Haha, Jinxiang. You should treat him with a bit more courtesy. After all, this house was a gift from that benevolent soul. Be gentle. Their laughter filled the room, a mockery of Jiang Yuan's predicament. Surprisingly, Jiang Yuan displayed no anger. Instead, he calmly touched his nose. He leisurely retrieved his phone, activated the recording feature, and smiled gently. Come now, everyone, let us capture a cheerful moment. Later, please bring those smiles to the security bureau. I wonder how long you'll be sentenced for trespassing and robbery. If I recall correctly, the ownership of this property still resides with me, as I have never executed a transfer. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the expressions of those in the room morphed into panic, casting anxious glances at Qin Jinxiang, seemingly questioning, what on earth is happening? Didn't you say the house belonged to you? Panic flickered across Qin Jinxiang's face as he barked, Jiang Yuan, cease this at once. He could not afford to remain composed. Robbery was a grave offense, and if proven, it would ruin his life. Moreover, Jiang Yuan's assertion left him feeling unsteady. For thus far, the property's title had indeed not been transferred, and on paper, it still belonged to Jiang Yuan. However, Qin Shuyu had informed him that she had secured the necessary documentation for the transfer. Feigning calm, Qin Jinxiang retorted, Jiang Yuan, have you lost your mind? Do you wish to jeopardize your future with my sister? Is this how you treat your brother-in-law? Not at all. You have 2 minutes remaining, Jiang Yuan replied, maintaining his focus on recording. His response bewildered Qin Jinxiang further. Had his sister not been able to manipulate Jiang Yuan completely? She had claimed that Jiang Yuan would marry her, obeying her every whim. What was Jiang Yuan's current stance? With a wedding venue secured, the nuptials were progressing smoothly. Invitations already dispatched. If anything were to derail the plans now, it would be a blow to the Qin family's reputation, and Qin Jinxiang's own dignity would be in jeopardy. Jiang Yuan, put down your phone. We can discuss this amicably. If you don't believe me, call my sister. She consented to let me use this house as my wedding venue. If you proceed with this, my sister will undoubtedly ignore you henceforth, and I shall never consent to your marriage with her. It is evident that Qin Jinxiang has failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, mistaking Jiang Yuan's demeanor for a mere tantrum, harboring resentment within. What is wrong with Qin Shuyu? How could she not handle such a trivial matter, allowing it to disrupt her own wedding? I must confront her shortly. Moreover, I intend to leverage Qin Shuyu's influence to compel Jiang Yuan to offer me an apology. Jiang Yuan, observing Qin Jinxiang's continued struggle, could not suppress a derisive laugh. You all have 1 minute left. I have recorded this video for quite some time. It should suffice as evidence. The choice to leave or stay lies in your hands. Witnessing Jiang Yuan's unwavering stance, Qin Jinxiang was engulfed by a profound sense of panic. As a ne'er-do-well with no steady occupation, the thought of facing the security bureau was likely to render him weak-kneed. He hastily retrieved his phone, intending to contact Qin Shuyu and demand that she chastise Jiang Yuan for his inability to distinguish between a king and a commoner. However, as fate would have it, Qin Shuyu's phone was unreachable at that moment. Gazing at the gradually fading smile on Jiang Yuan's face, Qin Jinxiang felt an unsettling sensation. It seemed as if Jiang Yuan was genuinely serious, causing his heart to race. This maniac appeared ready to resort to madness. No, he could not afford to engage in a dispute with a lunatic. Granting himself a mental escape, Qin Jinxiang retorted, Fine, Jiang Yuan. My sister's feelings have been trampled. I shall inform her immediately. Let us see how you explain yourself to her. If need be, I shall simply wait a few more days, even if you perish. This house will remain mine. With that, he gestured to those around him, swiftly gathering his belongings and departing the premises. In less than half a minute, the previously cacophonous room fell into an eerie silence once more. Jiang Yuan surveyed his home, relieved that his belongings were still intact. Had he returned any later, they might have been disposed of by these individuals. This house, once shared with Qin Shuyu, held no sentimental value for him now that she had chosen her white moonlight. His return was merely to tidy up and sell the property for a new beginning. Due to Qin Jinxiang's preparations for his wedding, the place was already clean and tidy, requiring no further effort on his part before listing it for sale. Jiang Yuan quickly organized his personal items and headed out to find an agent to list the house. Originally valued at approximately $3.5 million, he felt no attachment to it and aimed for a swift sale at $3 million. Meanwhile, having left Jiang Yuan's residence, Qin Jinxiang initially planned to confront Qin Shuyu in person to lodge a complaint. However, the more he walked, the angrier he became, leading him to directly call her instead. After leaving the hospital the previous day, Qin Shuyu, having allotted Jiang Yuan's house as a wedding venue for her brother, was filled with anticipation, hoping that Lin Zihao would invite her to stay in his grand villa, allowing her to reside there permanently. To her disappointment, Lin Zihao did not extend such an invitation. Instead, he frowned deeply, claiming he was feeling unwell after returning to the country and needed a couple of days to recuperate, promptly arranging for her to stay at a budget hotel. This made Qin Shuyu feel utterly uncomfortable. During her time with Jiang Yuan, they had always stayed in 5-star hotels that started at 1,500 yuan. However, since Lin Zihao insisted he had urgent matters to attend to at home and could not find a 5-star hotel, she reluctantly settled for the makeshift accommodation, expecting he would find her a better place the next day. Consequently, throughout the night, Qin Shuyu felt as if ants were crawling over her skin, making her restless until she finally managed to fall into a fitful sleep. In the midst of her slumber, Qin Shuyu was roused by the vibrations of her phone. Furrowing her brow as she sleepily murmured, Jiang Yuan, let me sleep a little longer, I'll skip breakfast. Previously, in similar situations, Jiang Yuan would kiss her forehead gently, saying, then sleep a bit longer, I'll head to work first, allowing her to drift back into peaceful slumber. The reason she set an alarm, despite not having a job, was purely for the enjoyment of that delightful drowsiness, relishing the sensation of waking and dozing under Jiang Yuan's indulgence. However, this time, the persistent vibrations of her phone began to irritate her, prompting her to dismiss the call with a flick of her hand. After 3 consecutive attempts, Qin Shuyu finally opened her eyes in irritation. As she took in her surroundings, she remembered that there was no Jiang Yuan or alarm clock. She was clearly in a budget hotel. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression shifted. Why was her brother calling her at this hour? Hello, Jinxiang, what is the matter? She answered, but before she could finish her greeting, Qin Jinxiang's loud voice boomed through the receiver. Sister, what's going on with Jiang Yuan? Has he lost his mind? You said he was dying, but this morning he returned home and kicked me out, claiming he would report me for breaking and entering. What is happening? If this affects the wedding, just wait and see how Dad deals with you. After his outburst, he abruptly hung up, leaving Qin Shuyu bewildered and finally alert. What puzzled her most was how Jiang Yuan, who had been on the brink of death yesterday, could suddenly appear at home in such a frenzy. Unable to fathom it, Qin Shuyu immediately sent a WeChat message. Jiang Yuan, where have you been? Who told you to run around? Get over here right now. Chapter 6. Is this your idea of a thoughtful breakfast? However, her attention was drawn to the red exclamation mark at the top of the chat, indicating that she had been blocked. How could Jiang Yuan dare to block her? Experiencing this for the first time, Qin Shuyu felt her temper flare. Jiang Yuan's tactics were utterly juvenile, undoubtedly stemming from the previous night's incident, as he sought to provoke her attention and draw her back to him. How childish. Did he truly believe he could compare to her white moonlight? He merely wished to drive Qin Jinxiang away, hoping to compel her to seek him out, perhaps using this as leverage to rekindle their relationship. How naive. She would rather weep in a grand villa than laugh in a tiny room. Did he truly think that ousting Qin Jinxiang would win her heart back? It was an absurd notion. A smirk crossed Qin Shuyu's lips as she dialed Jiang Yuan's number again. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. After several attempts, she received the same message, and in that moment, her anger dissipated. How amusing, Jiang Yuan, you truly are entertaining. Instead of peacefully passing away, you choose to play this game. I shall not forgive you until you come to plead for my forgiveness. Although Jiang Yuan did not answer her calls, Qin Shuyu felt untroubled. He was well aware of her commands and would not take long to apologize. When that time came, she would ensure she vented her frustrations on him. Yet, this man's resilience was astonishing. He had not only survived, but had returned home to cause chaos. Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Shuyu, and her smile brightened even further as she contemplated a possibility. It struck her that Jiang Yuan might not have the means to afford hospitalization and could very well have been sent home by the hospital, left with no choice but to return home. She surmised that his condition was dire, and he likely had little time left to live. However, her smile quickly faded. This dying man, Jiang Yuan, must not perish within her abode, for that would bring an ill omen. The house would inevitably become a haunted dwelling, depreciating in value and rendering it uncomfortable to reside in. Resolute, she decided that when Jiang Yuan came to apologize later, she would promptly expel him and would need to enlist a few others beforehand to avoid any scene of him pleading for his life. Soon, thoughts of Jiang Yuan were cast aside as the image of her white moonlight, Lin Zihao, resurfaced. Although nothing had transpired between them the previous night, the mere thought of Lin Zihao made Qin Shuyu instinctively squeeze her thighs together. Yet, as she waited, Lin Zihao failed to send her a message. Unable to contain herself, she took the initiative to reach out. Bauer, have you woken up? Would you like me to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for us to enjoy together? This was not a mere casual invitation. It was a strategic maneuver, subtly indicating to Lin Zihao that she had been thinking of him first since she had yet to eat. Surely, he would feel a pang of concern for her and would not allow her to lift a finger in the kitchen. It was only natural that he would invite her out for an extravagant breakfast instead. She had long admired the drama The Overbearing President Falls in Love with Me during menopause and had watched it numerous times. However, Lin Zihao's response left her utterly astonished. All right, Shuyu, I'm in room 3201 at the Hilton Hotel. I'm actually a bit hungry, so please hurry and bring more. He expressed confidence in her culinary skills, claiming they must surpass that of the Grand Hotel. Qin Shuyu was enveloped in confusion. Had Lin Zihao not mentioned he was going home last night? Why was he now at the Hilton? She was quite familiar with that establishment, having frequented it with Jiang Yuan previously, where the rates were exorbitant. What bewildered her even more was that Lin Zihao had not invited her to share breakfast, but was instead requesting her to prepare a heartfelt meal. She had never cooked before, having only consumed ready-made meals in the past. Furthermore, asking her to prepare more than one dish was quite the challenge. In the end, however, Qin Shuyu displayed her remarkable resilience. Continuously rationalizing, she thought to herself that Lin Zihao, having grown up in a wealthy family, might overlook such details. She resolved to be more understanding of him. Perhaps he genuinely desired her heartfelt breakfast to enhance their romantic atmosphere. Yes, that must be it. Having convinced herself, Qin Shuyu soon fell into a state of melancholy. I can't possibly manage that. Nevertheless, such a predicament would not deter her. She swiftly texted Jiang Yuan, hurry and prepare 2 breakfasts for me to deliver to the Ace Red Hotel on Shunwei Road. I'm starving, and it must be ready within half an hour. If you perform well, I might forgive your earlier rudeness and accept your apology. At that moment, Jiang Yuan, who was already in the vicinity of the park seeking the essence of nature, received her message, causing the corner of his mouth to twitch. Fool! How dare she use another number to harass me? Qin Shuyu's absurdity and naivety nauseated him. Was she not a tad too typical of her kind? Who had granted her such audacity? Liang Jingru. He realized he had inadvertently overlooked her, having blocked her on WeChat, but forgetting to do the same for text messages. Jiang Yuan quickly rectified the situation and cast aside thoughts of Qin Shuyu, for he discovered that the verdant surroundings significantly enhanced the spiritual energy, proving beneficial for stabilizing his injuries. Meanwhile, Qin Shuyu began her makeup routine, determined to present herself beautifully for her white moonlight. She had a cunning plan. When Jiang Yuan arrived, she intended to elicit a reaction of regret and lustful yearning, as she now viewed herself as someone beyond his reach. Yet, Jiang Yuan was still alive. She would have to leave him with some semblance of hope. As she completed her meticulous preparations, she noticed that Jiang Yuan had yet to respond or arrive, igniting a sense of frustration within her. Could he really have died at home? Jiang Yuan had always been attentive to her needs, fearing she would go hungry. In the past, whenever she sent such messages, even during torrential downpours, he would rush back to cook for her. Just then, Lin Ziheo's message finally arrived. Shuyu, have you come yet? I look forward to your heartfelt breakfast. Love you. Upon reading Lin Ziheo's message, Qin Shuyu's spirits lifted once again. Indeed, the white moonlight possessed a certain romantic allure. She had initially intended to chastise Jiang Yuan further, but then remembered that if he were truly on the verge of death, contacting him might bring her misfortune. Therefore, she resolved to buy some breakfast. She decided on the ubiquitous fried dough sticks and pancakes, considering it a gesture of goodwill, especially since Jiang Yuan had never tasted her purchased breakfast. Feeling pleased, Qin Shuyu descended to buy breakfast and then took a taxi to the Hilton Hotel. However, upon entering Lin Ziheo's room, she was met with an icy demeanor. Shuyu, is this your version of a heartfelt breakfast? Chapter 7. Selling the House, a Midnight Plunge. When Lin Ziheo beheld the fried dough sticks and pancakes in Qin Shuyu's hands, a wave of disappointment washed over him, extinguishing his good mood for the day. He had expected something more refined. Why would she bring such commonplace fare when he could easily dine at the hotel? Meanwhile, Qin Shuyu felt deeply aggrieved, tears welling in her eyes. This was one of the few times she had taken the initiative to buy breakfast for a boy, having always relied on Jiang Yuan to prepare her meals. Lin Ziheo's disdain was unmistakable, and for a moment, Qin Shuyu appeared pitiable, provoking a sense of sympathy. Lin Ziheo soon realized his abruptness. Understanding that his invitation to Qin Shuyu had not been without purpose, he felt that the timing and setting from the previous day had been off, and having just returned to the country without adequate rest, he had summoned her to experiment a little. He was determined to confront Jiang Yuan and settle the score, especially at the thought of doing so in front of him, which excited him immensely. Lin Ziheo placed his hands on Qin Shuyu's shoulders, speaking softly to reassure her. Shuyu, I'm sorry. My earlier demeanor may have led to a misunderstanding. I've been abroad for the past few years, and I've only been accustomed to Western breakfasts. I can't quite adapt to the local fried dough sticks and pancakes. Surely, you can understand. This explanation was quite apt and aligned with the truth. Easing Qin Shuyu's expression considerably, Lin Ziheo then applied a little more persuasion. Shuyu, come inside and rest for a while. Afterward, we can treat you to a lavish meal. And I will buy you a handbag of your choice. Lin Ziheo's grand promises were undoubtedly enticing, and Qin Shuyu quickly transformed her frown into a smile, reaffirming her belief. It was indeed her misunderstanding. How could she have doubted Lin Ziheo's affection? She had not been considerate enough, given that he was accustomed to Western cuisine. It was entirely reasonable for him to be unable to appreciate traditional Chinese breakfast. Really? Thank you in advance, Lin Ziheo. But why do we need to rest now, when you've just woken up? She inquired. Her question, however, prompted Lin Ziheo to sweep her into his arms with surprising force. Tossing her onto the bed, his eyes gleaming with an intense fervor. Hey, little darling, didn't I mention yesterday that I wasn't feeling well? I didn't recuperate properly. But after a night of rest, I feel invigorated. As he spoke, Lin Ziheo lunged forward like a ferocious tiger, displaying no hint of gentleness, swiftly rendering Qin Shuyu into a state of coolness. Immediately afterward, he began to tidy himself up. However, it soon dawned on him that something terrifying had occurred. His face was flushed, and the blood within him surged like boiling water. He could even hear the rapid thumping of his heart. This state was one of utmost excitement, and everything seemed perfectly poised. Yet, he suddenly realized that it had all collapsed. Indeed, it had crumbled, like a frayed wire. The connection that once facilitated their communication had snapped unexpectedly. He found himself devoid of any signs of arousal. At that moment, Lin Ziheo was truly panicked. He hardly recognized himself. Was this the prowess of the steel plate hero? Who would believe such a claim? The bizarre and awkward scene from the previous night replayed in their minds as they exchanged glances. Qin Shuyu, whose arm and body had been violently hurt by Lin Ziheo earlier, now appeared curious, devoid of any pain. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until a sudden sneeze from Qin Shuyu shattered the silence of the air, a remnant of last night's chill. Which woman could endure such cold for so long? The image of Jiang Yuan flickered in her mind, marking the first trace of regret since the appearance of her white moonlight. However, she quickly dismissed this erroneous sentiment from her thoughts. Jiang Yuan, of course, remained oblivious to all of this. Even if he were aware, he would merely respond with a charming smile. To provoke someone of his cultivation, an adept at the peak of Qi refinement, was a light lesson indeed, had such an incident transpired in the Azure Xian continent. Lin Zihao would have experienced a fate worse than death. Jiang Yuan, meanwhile, was still in the park, leaning against an ancient tree as if in a deep meditative slumber, absorbing the meager spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nurture his depleted body. It was not until his phone rang that he returned to consciousness from his cultivation. It was a call from the real estate agent, informing him that a client was eager to view a property, with strong intentions to purchase, necessitating his prompt presence to finalize the deal. Jiang Yuan was not surprised, as the price was significantly below market value, making it a hot commodity. The process of handling the paperwork proceeded smoothly, possibly due to the buyer's urgency or fear of being outbid. Both the agent and the buyer were exceedingly cooperative. In merely an afternoon, the transaction was completed, with most of the paperwork finalized, leaving a staggering sum of 3 million in cash resting in Jiang Yuan's account. This was indeed splendid news. 3 million could afford him a vast expanse of housing and farmland in the suburbs or rural areas, sufficient to sustain him for a lifetime. However, he had yet to move his belongings, informing the buyer that he would vacate the premises the following day, as he had not yet found a new residence. Jiang Yuan also wished to continue his cultivation for one more night to solidify his body before departing. As night fell, he returned to the same park where he had been earlier, choosing a secluded spot near the lake for uninterrupted practice. The bustling sounds of the city gradually faded away, leaving behind a serene silence. The once boisterous Sioux city now lay quiet, and the shy spiritual energy of the heavens and earth became more vibrant in this tranquil hour. Richer than during the day, Jiang Yuan felt a surge of joy. Even a small quantity could create miracles. With perseverance and gradual accumulation, there was a chance for him to restore his cultivation to the later stages of Qi refinement, where ordinary firearms would struggle to inflict harm. Time passed as spiritual energy coursed through his meridians. Finally, a trace of spiritual essence accumulated within his dantian, endowing him with the strength for self-preservation. Even in modern society, Jiang Yuan retained the vigilance of the Azure Xian continent, placing his trust solely in his own abilities. Everything else was unreliable. The night deepened, and the only sounds remaining were the gentle lapping of the lake against the shore and the chorus of frogs, devoid of any other noise. Suddenly, an utterly discordant splash shattered the stillness of the night, akin to a heavy stone being cast into the water, jolting Jiang Yuan from his reverie. Instantly, he assumed a defensive posture. However, he quickly realized he was in Blue Star, where no other cultivators should be present. Following the sound, he discerned a pair of arms flailing in the center of the rippling lake. Although her features were obscured, the hair floating on the surface like duckweed revealed that it was a woman in distress. Chapter 8. To offer my life? I am not joking. On this quiet night, even the young couples playing hide-and-seek in the woods had returned home. The unexpected sight of someone drowning was certainly far from normal. Jiang Yuan decisively abandoned his cultivation and concealed himself, wary of potential foul play. Yet, moments later, he sensed something amiss. It appeared that the only presence in the vicinity was that of the drowning woman, with no one else around. Could it be that someone had accidentally drowned? Observing the long hair sinking deeper into the water, Jiang Yuan noted that the individual exhibited little resistance, their movements merely instinctive. Was this an act of suicidal despair? Jiang Yuan quickly grasped the situation. To encounter such an event while practicing in the park's most secluded corner was unexpected. Initially reluctant to intervene, he felt a stirring within him as he recognized the signs of someone contemplating suicide. How precious life is! To what extent must one feel despair to consider such an act? Sighing, he thought, consider yourself fortunate. I shall intervene this once. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuan plunged into the water, relieved to find the drowning person was not far from the shore, merely a few meters away. Rescuing someone was not a daunting task for Jiang Yuan. Within a minute, he had retrieved the woman and brought her ashore. Exhaling deeply, he refrained from utilizing the precious spiritual energy within him, relying solely on his physical strength to save her. Once on land, he gasped for breath, acutely aware of his own physical frailty. As the woman beside him began to cough up water, Jiang Yuan finally had the opportunity to observe the person he had saved. At that moment, his heavy breathing momentarily ceased. The young woman lying on the ground had cascading black hair like a waterfall, her skin as delicate as jade, appearing almost ethereal under the moonlight. Her exquisite features, a dainty nose, cherry lips, and graceful curves, rendered her an embodiment of perfection, as if sculpted by the hands of the divine. Clad in a light blue dress, the damp fabric clung to her form, enhancing her beauty akin to a water lily emerging from the depths, exuding a tragic yet enchanting allure. Even having encountered numerous ethereal beauties in the arts, Jiang Yuan found himself captivated, stealing glances. Coughing violently, the woman, Lin Wanqi, finally expelled the lake water from her throat. Just before her consciousness faded, her final thought was that she was finally free from disturbance. So, this is what death feels like. When she regained consciousness once more, she discovered to her astonishment that she had arrived at the riverbank. From her thoroughly soaked attire, it was evident that she had been rescued. She was acutely aware of the remoteness of her chosen location. It was a spot that even couples seeking adventure would not dare to select, yet here she was, saved. Listening to the heavy breaths beside her, Lin Wanqi turned to see a strikingly handsome young man, seemingly of similar age to her. Was he the one who saved me? Lin Wanqi pondered silently, unable to resist asking, "Excuse me, did you save me?" "Otherwise," he replied, "I must say, beautiful lady, what were you thinking to risk your life? Do you not realize how precious life is to those on the brink of death? What could possibly weigh heavier than your own existence?" Jiang Yuan had risen, and since he had already saved her, he had no desire to linger. Today's endeavor had been thwarted. It was best to return home and change clothes. However, he did not notice that while he spoke without intent, Lin Wanqi took his words to heart, softly murmuring, "Indeed, what could be more important than one's own life?" When she finally regained her senses, she was startled to find Jiang Yuan several meters away. With a sudden surge of energy, her expression transformed completely from one of despair to determination. She called out, "Hey, wait. I have yet to repay you for saving my life. Sir, please wait a moment. Wanqi wishes to thank you." "Oh, in this day and age, it is rare for someone to voluntarily offer to repay a good deed," he remarked, intrigued, considering this was Blue Star. "Pray tell, how do you intend to repay me?" Lin Wanqi had merely spoken without much thought. It was an instinctive response. With her vast wealth amounting to billions, she could confidently assert that Jiang Yuan could have anything he desired. Yet, when he posed the question, she began to contemplate. "Do you have any wishes? I can fulfill them." "Oh, it seems I have stumbled upon a genie in a bottle. How amusing," Jiang Yuan mused, stroking his chin. Observing Lin Wanqi's attire, her aura, and her flawless beauty, he surmised she was no ordinary person and might indeed be akin to a magical lamp. "I desire a potion for immortality. Do you possess such a thing?" Lin Wanqi's expression stiffened at his words, and she shook her head earnestly. "I do not have that. If it existed in this world, I could simply purchase it. I am nearing death. Can you help extend my life?" Lin Wanqi frowned again. "Are you unwell? I can summon the finest doctors from around the world to attend to you and guarantee the utmost effort in your treatment." To her surprise, Jiang Yuan shook his head once more, continuing, "Then I wish to traverse time and space. Can you assist me in achieving that?" This time, Lin Wanqi's face turned crimson, and she inwardly chided herself, feeling utterly embarrassed. Surely, this gentleman must think poorly of her previous boastful claim, leading him to jest in such a manner. Having rushed her words earlier, she hesitantly shook her head. "I'm sorry, but I cannot accomplish that." Or before she could finish, Jiang Yuan flashed a charming smile. "Look at you. Nothing seems to be within your capabilities. I have no other requests, so why not offer yourself in gratitude?" He joked. He could sense that this young lady harbored some emotional turmoil. Otherwise, she would not have sought to end her life. He believed in seeing things through to the end, hoping to shift her mindset with a bit of banter. After all, if she were to attempt drowning again, he would not come to her rescue. A few light-hearted jests could be afforded. Remarkably, Lin Wanqi neither nodded nor shook her head this time. Instead, a distinctly visible flush crept across her cheeks, resembling a blooming rose under the moonlight. Glancing at Jiang Yuan from a distance, she clenched her delicate fists, her lips unconsciously biting down, as if engaged in an internal battle. "Very well, I agree." This unexpected response left Jiang Yuan momentarily speechless, his mouth agape and eyes wide. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Haha, I was merely joking. You seem to have recovered sufficiently. Hurry back now, or I won't save you if you jump into the lake again." Jiang Yuan said with a hint of disappointment, for he was not a truly benevolent person, but he could not bring himself to exploit her kindness. Having achieved his aim, he noticed Lin Wanqi had regained her composure and turned, waving his hand as he departed, leaving behind a steadfast Lin Wanqi, her gaze resolute. "You jest. But I am not joking." Chapter 9. Waiting patiently, preparing to confront. Upon returning home, Jiang Yuan dismissed the earlier events from his mind, taking a shower and changing clothes before retiring for the night. With his current physical condition, he was not capable of foregoing sleep. The following morning, he awoke refreshed. After 2 days and nights of relentless training, he no longer appeared as a patient, looking much like any other normal person. Today, he was preparing to move out. Finding a farm or something similar would be quite nice. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead, realizing that having spent too long in another world had dulled his memory. Forgetting that he actually owned a car, He had also followed trends and purchased the latest U9 electric vehicle from Dami. It was not that he desperately needed a new car, but rather that Qin Shuyu had insisted he buy it, as it would reflect well on him, showcasing speed and excitement. Now, it was perfect for moving. It had been a while since he last drove. He could reacquaint himself with the exhilaration of flying down the road. Jiang Yuan could hardly remember where he had parked his car last in his previous life, but it was likely in the underground garage. He opened the app on his phone, and soon his brow furrowed in confusion. He discovered that his car was not in the garage at all. In fact, it was speeding down the street at a staggering 150 kilometers per hour. Was this a speed permissible within the city? He quickly deduced the source of the situation. Besides Qin Shuyu and her brother Qin Jinxiang, he could think of no other reason for his vehicle to be out and about. Clearly, they had taken his car. How presumptuous they were, as if they had already concluded his demise. Had he not returned unexpectedly, all his possessions would have been theirs. Curious to see what tricks the siblings might have up their sleeves, Jiang Yuan remained unhurriedly at home, awaiting their arrival. Meanwhile, in Jiang Yuan's U9, Qin Jinxiang was driving while Qin Shuyu squinted in discomfort. She had not anticipated that she would spend the entire day and night assisting Lin Zihao with experiments, only for them to end in failure. Not only had she caught a cold, but Lin Zihao, in a fit of frustration, had resorted to using props. Today, she felt utterly wretched, and the regretful emotions resurfaced in her mind. The old Jiang Yuan had treated her with such care, as if she were something precious, respecting all her decisions and never forcing anything upon her. The thought of Lin Zihao's skilled techniques filled her with unease. Lin Zihao had claimed that during the years he was absent, he had remained pure, never even holding a girl's hand, let alone pursuing a romantic relationship. Yet yesterday, he seemed to know her better than she knew herself, as if he were a seasoned instructor. How could she not recognize this? No, I am not at fault. In the realm of affluent households, who among the ladies does not endure such trials? Zihao has merely engaged in actions that are customary for wealthy men. If she cannot withstand this minor grievance, how shall she ever assume the mantle of a matriarch? Zihao has assured her that once he has established a foundation at home, he will introduce her to his parents, striving to solidify their union this year. Qin Shuyu endeavored to persuade herself once more, her thoughts becoming clearer, and thus her physical discomfort began to wane. At that moment, Qin Jinxiang observed his sister awakening from her brief slumber and began to seethe with rage. Sister, you must confront that scoundrel today and demand an apology. Yesterday, he dared to humiliate me before so many witnesses. If I do not address this, I shall remain restless. Upon hearing Qin Jinxiang mention Jiang Yuan, a confident expression resurfaced on Qin Shuyu's face. Jiang Yuan was far too easy to manipulate. A mere hint of displeasure would send him into a frenzy. Recalling how Jiang Yuan had audaciously blocked her and ignored her calls the previous day, her teeth clenched in frustration. Indeed, Jiang Yuan was insufferable. 3 days without a reprimand, and he would become utterly unruly. Very well, sister. I am eager to teach him a lesson, Qin Jinxiang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. To keep Jiang Yuan in check, he relied heavily on his sister. Now, Jinxiang, we must exercise caution. Jiang Yuan is on the brink of collapse. If you were to harm him severely, the repercussions would be dire. It would be difficult to explain away. Qin Shuyu pondered deeply, understanding that to manage a man like Jiang Yuan, who possessed a strong sense of responsibility and deep affections, one could not always resort to force. There must be a balance, especially after the events of yesterday. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shuyu spoke. You shall observe my approach. Jiang Yuan was emotionally volatile yesterday. We must first stabilize him, then offer him a taste of sweetness before administering a lesson. The results will be more fruitful. But sister, I can hardly contain myself. I want to confront him immediately. Qin Jinxiang pounded the steering wheel as he drove, oblivious to the fact that the very vehicle he was operating belonged to Jiang Yuan. Qin Shuyu furrowed her brow. Do you still wish to marry? Do you still desire this car? Can you not exercise a modicum of patience? Qin Jinxiang's lips twitched, yet he ultimately restrained himself and turned to inquire, Sister, when do you plan to move into the grand villa? I too wish to reside in a villa. You must expedite that process. Do not lag behind. On this topic, Qin Shuyu felt a twinge of unease. Rest assured, everything is in order. Zihao has promised to take me to meet his parents in a few days. He still has some matters to attend to and has yet to return home. Have you brought the necessary items? If Jiang Yuan proves resistant, we may have no choice but to adopt a more forceful approach. My friends are already waiting outside, Qin Jinxiang declared fiercely. Let us begin with diplomacy. I hope Jiang Yuan displays some discernment and awareness. I do not wish to engage in conflict with a man who is nearly at death's door. Hearing this, Qin Shuyu glanced at the 2 agreements nestled within her bag, a smile gracing her lips. Fear not, everything is in order. I have taken double precautions. There shall be no complications. Everything Jiang Yuan possesses is under our control, and he cannot contest that. Recalling how Jiang Yuan had audaciously refused her request to transfer his assets to her just days prior, she felt a surge of indignation. Thankfully, she had secured the agreements while Jiang Yuan was in a state of confusion over the past few days. His signature and fingerprints adorned the documents. He could not deny it. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jiang Yuan's residential complex, they encountered 5 unruly youths loitering at the gate, smoking and whistling, their demeanor distinctly menacing. "Hey, Xiao Chong, looking sharp lately with that U9. Just remember, you better not skimp on the payment later," one of the youths, named Akuan, remarked, casting a leering glance at Qin Shuyu that made her instinctively step behind her brother. "Akuan, if you wish to collect, keep your eyes respectful. This is my sister," Qin Jinxiang retorted. Akuan momentarily subdued his brazen gaze. All right, Xiao Chong, who are we dealing with? I've recently mastered a new fighting technique and am eager to test it." As the group assembled, Qin Shuyu's access card enabled their entry into the complex. Otherwise, they might have faced insurmountable obstacles. Under her leadership, they approached Jiang Yuan's door with an air of aggression. Qin Shuyu instinctively reached for the fingerprint scanner, only to be met with a glaring red light indicating a mismatch. She attempted to enter the password, but the response was the same: password incorrect. After several failed attempts, her expression darkened. How dare Jiang Yuan change both the fingerprint and the password? "Sister, this won't do. Step aside and watch me." Qin Jinxiang forcefully pulled Qin Shuyu aside. Rolling up his pant leg, he took a few steps back and, with a fierce acceleration, launched a kick aimed at the door. Just as Qin Shuyu was about to intervene, realizing that they were essentially assaulting their own property, the door swung open unexpectedly. With no barrier remaining, Qin Jinxiang's powerful kick carried him forward into the apartment. Ouch! A pained cry escaped him as Qin Shuyu and Akuan rushed inside, only to find Qin Jinxiang in a rather undignified split on the floor, his expression contorted in agony. When had he ever possessed such flexibility? It was clear he had been forcibly positioned in this manner. "Hey, Xiao Chong, that's quite a stance you've got there. When can we have a turn?" Akuan remarked with amusement as he helped Qin Jinxiang to his feet. "Take it easy, you might break something." Qin Jinxiang was sweating profusely, the pain in his groin nearly unbearable. He suspected he had strained a muscle or perhaps even damaged a ligament. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise, suddenly realizing he had been outsmarted by Jiang Yuan. Hearing Jiang Yuan's calm voice, he felt a twinge of dread. "It appears you have chosen to trespass. Are you attempting to commit burglary once more?" The bravado of Akuan and his companions faltered at Jiang Yuan's nonchalant demeanor. Their hearts raced at the implication of the accusation. They were merely seeking to assist their friend. The last thing they wanted was to be implicated in a crime. Without hesitation, Akuan and the others began to retreat, almost backing out the door, clearly indicating their disassociation from any illicit intent. Qin Jinxiang, exasperated by his unreliable friends, yelled, "Are you all so eager to abandon me?" His injuries hindered his ability to move swiftly. In stark contrast to the chaos around him, Qin Shuyu remained focused on her objective, her voice tinged with concern. "Jiang Yuan, you are gravely ill. Why are you roaming about instead of resting in the hospital? Do you have any idea how worried I am? You are a grown man. You should be more considerate. Come back with me for treatment. I will overlook your unreasonable behavior from yesterday, but your health is paramount." As she spoke, Qin Shuyu wore a frown, her face a mask of concern for Jiang Yuan's health, resembling a devoted girlfriend scolding her boyfriend. It was as if the events of the previous day had never transpired. Jiang Yuan found amusement in her audacity. This woman was truly shameless, acting as if nothing had happened while continuing her performance. However, he had no intention of entertaining her. "Excuse me, may I ask where you are from? I do not recognize you. Please leave, or I shall have to call the authorities." With a smile that belied his irritation, he adopted an expression of helplessness akin to that of a forlorn man, urging them to depart. The audacity of Jiang Yuan's expression nearly shattered Qin Shuyu's composure. But after a brief contemplation of gains and losses, she adopted a look of disappointment, as if lamenting wasted potential. "Jiang Yuan, you can't still be angry about yesterday, can you?" she inquired. I thought you were unaware. This isn't anger. It's clearly annoyance and disdain. Is that not evident?" Despite her attempts at provocation, Jiang Yuan remained inscrutable, curious to discern Qin Shuyu's ulterior motives. She continued, "Jiang Yuan, please do not blame me for my actions yesterday. I had my own struggles. I am well aware of your feelings for me and your condition. The doctor indicated that without a miracle, your chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Thus, I acted as I did, believing that desperate measures were warranted. Whether it was Lin Ziheo's visit or the provocative remarks aimed at you, they were all born of my sincere intentions. Without such stimulation, how could you have possibly recovered to your current state? Truly, It seems the heavens have shown mercy, and your health appears to have experienced a miraculous turnaround. Even if it means bearing the weight of eternal condemnation, it is certainly worthwhile. Jiang Yuan, if you must assign blame, let it rest with me. My intentions were pure, and the heavens bear witness to my sincerity. To Jiang Yuan's astonishment, within moments, Qin Shuyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression a portrait of sorrow that left those around her momentarily speechless, reminiscent of a leading lady from a melodrama manifesting in reality. If Jiang Yuan had heard such sentiments in his previous life, he would have been immediately moved, perceiving Qin Shuyu as genuinely devoted, ready to soften his heart. It must be said, her performance was quite masterful, demonstrating a level of professionalism that was commendable. Yet, Jiang Yuan saw through it all. Had he not intervened the night prior, Qin Shuyu would undoubtedly have staged a dramatic scene in the neighboring restroom with Lin Zihao. Reminiscent of past events, the more he recognized her true nature, the more repulsed he felt, yet he maintained an impassive facade, appearing as an onlooker enjoying her act. Qin Shuyu sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Despite her exhaustive efforts, Jiang Yuan's reaction to her heartfelt declarations was not the tearful apology she anticipated. Instead, he remained unmoved, leading her to ponder whether his illness had impaired his cognitive faculties. If that were the case, it would indeed present a dilemma. No. Even if his mind were faltering, she must intensify her efforts. Qin Shuyu would not relent until she achieved her aims. Wiping her artificially conjured tears, she said, Jiang Yuan, do you not believe my words? You've misunderstood me. It is indeed my fault. All the blame rests upon my shoulders. I shall take my leave. Perhaps it will bring you some joy. I will wait for you, for a lifetime if necessary. With this desperate gambit, she combined retreat with a poignant expression, evoking sympathy. However, in a surprising turn, Jiang Yuan smirked disdainfully as she began to withdraw, accompanied by Qin Jinxiang and others. Her meticulous orchestration was flawless. Any naive fool with a hint of infatuation would have found themselves deeply remorseful under her manipulation. Yet, he was Jiang Yuan, a master of his craft, fortified by memories of his past life, and he remained unfazed by her theatrics, observing her performance with keen interest, silent. At that moment, as Qin Shuyu turned away, her demeanor darkened, and she muttered to herself, he hasn't come to apologize yet. Just wait and see how I handle this. She even noticed the puzzled glance Qin Jinxiang cast her way, as if to question her reliability. Previously, she had been brimming with confidence, believing that a touch of sweetness would have Jiang Yuan forgiving her, showering her with affection. However, the events of the past few days had instilled a sense of unease within her. Jiang Yuan seemed to have changed, becoming somewhat unfamiliar. Could it be that facing death had altered his temperament? Moreover, though she had heard of the phenomenon of the dying experiencing a moment of clarity, Jiang Yuan's current state of apparent wellness defied her expectations. As she turned, countless images flashed through her mind, her thoughts racing. Wait, why hasn't Jiang Yuan called me back? Having already taken a few steps away, the absence of his voice caused her fists to clench. So, Jiang Yuan, you wish to humiliate me before all these people, do you? After I've granted you so much leeway, and you still fail to appreciate it. She slowed her pace, allowing ample opportunity for Jiang Yuan to call her back, still waiting for that moment. Yet, as she ambled toward the door like a dawdling duck, his silence was deafening. Qin Shuyu's fury simmered, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, her facial muscles twitching involuntarily. Yet, her professional composure remained intact. Turning once more, her face streaked with tears, she implored, Jiang Yuan, do you truly not intend to stop me? A few paces away, Jiang Yuan crossed his arms, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Oh, did you not say you wished to leave on your own? I respect your choice. Surely you do not expect me to beg you to stay, to shower you with affection and coax out your dreams? The laughter that erupted from those Qin Jinxiang had brought along shattered her composure like a pinprick to a balloon. Qin Shuyu exploded, her voice rising in anger. Jiang Yuan, I've told you, what you witnessed yesterday was not the truth. Must you persist in this unreasonable behavior? Do you truly wish to drive us to a point of no return before you find satisfaction? Observing the ferocity in her expression, Jiang Yuan's amusement only deepened. Indeed, I am quite pleased. I feel as though my ailment is on the mend. If I survive, you will undoubtedly be the one to thank. Then hurry up and leave. Your incessant whining is as tiresome as a nagging woman. At Jiang Yuan's jibe, Qin Shuyu could no longer maintain her facade. She turned back, regarding him with disdain. Jiang Yuan, I reiterate, if you believe this childish behavior will capture my attention, you have succeeded. You, who have mere days left, resorting to such immature tactics to win me back? I assure you, I am now genuinely upset. Even if you were to kneel before me, I would not forgive you. Upon hearing Qin Shuyu's brazen words, Jiang Yuan felt as if the very essence of his being was paralyzed. Have the women of Blue Star become so audaciously confident? Was his demeanor not sufficiently explicit, as if he intended to deliberately draw her attention and salvage her interest? Yet, Qin Shuyu continued her haughty tirade, declaring, Jiang Yuan, I have already stated that my words yesterday were merely spoken in anger. Since you have chosen to disregard my dignity, forsaking even the last vestige of decency, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Today, it is you who must leave. As she spoke, Qin Shuyu disdainfully began to extract documents from her pocket, indicating her readiness to display them before Jiang Yuan. Behold, some matters are not for you to dictate. The law will undoubtedly safeguard my rightful possessions. This was Jiang Yuan's first encounter with such documents, and the smile that had graced his face quickly faded into an expression of grave concern. In Qin Shuyu's eyes, it was evident that Jiang Yuan had been cowed by what he beheld. In truth, he was unaware that this marked his inaugural use of mental fortitude since returning to Blue Star. Weakened as he was, he could scarcely maintain his composure. Drenched in cold sweat, Jiang Yuan's mental energy swiftly enveloped the surface of the documents, and upon viewing them, a twitch of dismay crossed his lips. For the terms were exceedingly harsh. One document was a will, stating that upon his demise, all of Jiang Yuan's assets, including, but not limited to, real estate, vehicles, companies, and savings, were to be bequeathed to Ms. Qin Shuyu. Moreover, all relatives and friends associated with Jiang Yuan were prohibited from claiming any rights to these assets. His fingerprint and signature adorned the document, and even Jiang Yuan found it difficult to discern their authenticity. They were most likely genuine, unmistakably his own handwriting. He suspected that during a moment of confusion, Qin Shuyu had duped him into signing under the pretense of authorizing some hospital documents. The fingerprint was an even simpler affair. She could have easily pressed his hand onto the paper. If the will was merely Qin Shuyu's first line of insurance, the transfer agreement she held could only be described as an act of brazen appropriation. It was evidently a contract for the transfer of property and vehicles. No sale was required, as the contract already facilitated the transfer of ownership to Qin Shuyu, merely awaiting the completion of formalities and the payment of minor fees for her to claim them as her own. Furthermore, this document too bore signatures and seals. Jiang Yuan felt a pang of fear. Had he awoken any later, it was entirely possible that Qin Shuyu would have finalized the necessary paperwork, rendering the house no longer his. While he was not overly concerned about the monetary value at that moment, he could scarcely contain his rage at the thought of such a person acquiring his possessions. However, since Jiang Yuan had discovered her schemes beforehand, Qin Shuyu had lost her opportunity. Moreover, he had already sold the house. He was curious to see the spectacle of Qin Shuyu's reaction. With this in mind, Jiang Yuan directed his scant mental energy not towards the will, but rather towards the property transfer agreement, recognizing that neglecting this matter would lead to complications. Chapter 12. Hello. Is this 110? There's a robbery in progress here. By the time Jiang Yuan had completed his tasks, he was drenched in sweat. A mask of agony etched upon his face. It was a formidable challenge for a mortal body to wield mental power in such a manner. Observing Jiang Yuan's pained expression, Qin Shuyu smirked. This is of no fault but your own, Jiang Yuan. You brought this upon yourself. You should have guessed the nature of these documents in my possession. Since you refuse to heed warnings, I shall show you. Jinxiang, stand beside me, and ensure he does not snatch these documents away. Understood, sister. As Qin Shuyu unveiled her trump card, Jinxiang was determined not to falter, rallying a group of individuals to encircle Qin Shuyu, preventing Jiang Yuan from interfering with the documents. Once her entourage was in place, Qin Shuyu calmly opened the will, exuding an air of tranquility as she stated, Jiang Yuan, pay close attention. This is your will. You promised that all your inheritance would be bestowed upon me upon your death. Surely, you would not dare to dispute this. Indeed, it was the very will Jiang Yuan had enveloped with his mental energy, and as Qin Shuyu perused it, she provocatively activated her phone to play a recording. The screen displayed a gravely ill Jiang Yuan, seemingly on the brink of death, lying upon a hospital bed, while Qin Shuyu began to recite, Jiang Yuan, do you truly wish to bequeath all your assets to me? Jiang Yuan beheld his own image, his consciousness barely coherent, as he feebly acquiesced to her query. Qin Shuyu proceeded to read the will aloud, accompanied by a notary public she had summoned. The arrangement was thoroughly orchestrated. Noticing Jiang Yuan's dazed expression, Qin Shuyu lifted her chin defiantly. Well, Jiang Yuan, what is there left to say? Once you pass, all that you possess will be mine, and I have the notary to corroborate this. Jiang Yuan could not suppress a chuckle. This was precisely why he had refrained from addressing the will earlier. He was in no imminent danger of dying. It was quite likely that Qin Shuyu would be the one facing death, rendering the will null and void. Yet, Jiang Yuan's expression remained grim, for he was utterly exhausted. Breathlessly remarking, This appears to be of little consequence. Thanks to you, I should survive after all. Huh, a stubborn duck. I perceive that you are merely experiencing a fleeting revival. I doubt you will endure this day. And look at this. Qin Shuyu raised the transfer agreement once more. See? Even if you do not perish, what of it? You have consented to the contract. Thus the house and the car are likewise mine. The one who must leave is you. Jiang Yuan glanced over, relieved to find that his power of attorney and the signatures on the transaction contract had all been erased, leaving only Qin Shuyu's unilateral signatures. What are you attempting to show me? He asked, bewildered. If I could simply create a contract and have it validated with a solitary signature, I would be the richest person in the world by now. Jiang Yuan, can you not comprehend the written word? Examine it closely. The property is no longer yours. Qin Shuyu was rapidly losing her patience. Jiang Yuan, too, was beginning to lose his temper. If you do not leave at once, I will truly call the police. I do not have time to indulge your games. Do you think property transactions are child's play? At that moment, Jinxiang sensed something was amiss and approached the contract for a closer inspection, quickly realizing the irregularity. Sister, did you perhaps grab the wrong contract? This document contains only your signature and seal. There is no signature from Jiang Yuan. Perhaps you should check again? Upon hearing this, the triumphant expression on Qin Shuyu's face shifted dramatically as she hastily flipped through the document, her eyes widening in disbelief. What? There truly is no signature from Jiang Yuan? This cannot be. Panic visibly set in as she rummaged through her bag. No matter how diligently she searched, the second document was nowhere to be found, leaving her flustered. Murmuring, "This is truly bizarre. I distinctly saw the documents within before my departure and ensured they were there." After a minute of frantic searching, Qin Shuyu finally acknowledged the truth. The document was indeed missing. She had prepared multiple copies, fearing that an unconscious Jiang Yuan might fail to sign. There are certain matters that elude comprehension. Despite all confirmations, such circumstances still arise. Xiao Chong, swiftly check inside the car. Perhaps the documents have inadvertently fallen within. Please retrieve them. Understood. Qin Jinxiang was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The vehicle and the residence were entrusted to him, and thus, not a single misstep could occur. He promptly dashed towards the car. Jiang Yuan observed the unfolding events, his body finally regaining its composure as he wiped the perspiration from his brow. He had not anticipated that the logic would close itself so seamlessly. Given that the car had already arrived beneath his building, how could the Qin siblings possibly drive it away? Let this delightful misunderstanding endure. Perhaps they would regret it for a lifetime due to his fleeting oversight of leaving the documents in the car. Jiang Yuan chose to disregard Qin Shuyu. The car's primary control was in his hands, as the account was linked to his mobile device. He promptly executed a remote locking of the vehicle. Before long, Qin Shuyu's phone rang. "Sister, Jiang Yuan has locked the car. Speak to him and have him unlock it so I can retrieve something." Qin Shuyu instinctively responded, "Jiang Yuan, quickly unlock the car. Jinxiang needs to get something." This time, Jiang Yuan was no longer courteous. "Have you lost your senses, or is your mind befuddled? You expect me to unlock the car so you can seize my belongings? Get lost at once." At that moment, Qin Shuyu's phone emitted another sound. "Jiang Yuan, if you do not open the car door, do you believe I will smash your vehicle? I will retrieve the documents inside. The car remains mine. Yet you shall suffer the consequences. I am giving you 3 seconds. 3. If you do not smash it, you are a fool." Jiang Yuan responded to Qin Jinxiang with nothing but derision. His earlier weakness had dissipated, and he was no longer afraid of the multitude arrayed against him. He taunted him. He knew Qin Jinxiang's character well. He was spoiled by his family, and Jiang Yuan had previously been quite accommodating towards him. Unable to endure Jiang Yuan's tone, Qin Jinxiang bellowed, "You fool, you are pushing me. Watch as I retrieve the documents and deal with you." With that, he inexplicably picked up a brick and commenced smashing. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Yuan dialed the police. "Hello, 110? There is a robbery in progress." Chapter 13. Jiang Yuan, are you not going to apologize? Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words, Qin Shuyu's expression shifted dramatically, her demeanor turning frenzied. "Jiang Yuan, what are you doing? You dare to call the police?" At that same moment, the group of unruly individuals surrounding her fled as if they had seen a ghost. Qin Jinxiang, the simpleton, had only intended to exert some intimidation, each contributing a mere 200 yuan, yet this had escalated into a robbery case. Was he not out of his mind? For 200 yuan, they dared not even demand it. Witnessing the yellow-haired ruffians retreat, Qin Shuyu felt genuine panic and hurriedly implored Jiang Yuan. "Jiang Yuan, hang up quickly. Jinxiang was only joking. This is no jest." "Huh, he is joking. I am not." Jiang Yuan remained unmoved. Crash. The sound of the car alarm blared from downstairs, accompanied by the shattering of glass. It was evident that Qin Jinxiang had indeed broken a window. "Jiang Yuan, you will regret this." Your actions have sealed my unforgiveness, and I shall never return to your side. Do you believe that calling the police will help? Once we retrieve that document and explain to the police that it was merely our own car that was damaged, what will you have accomplished aside from venting your frustration? I want you to live with regret until your dying day. I shall make you wear a green hat on your last day. Huh. You flaunt your superiority as if taking the bus is something to be proud of. Do you see anyone who rides the bus lingering over it? Jiang Yuan, weary of further conversation, began to pack his belongings, for the house was to be handed over to another today. It no longer belonged to him. Jiang Yuan had long since ceased to care about Qin Shuyu. Were it not for those few documents that would indeed bring him a modicum of trouble, he would have scarcely acknowledged the pair of siblings. Yet Qin Shuyu, in her vexation, blurted, "Fine, Jiang Yuan, you wait. There will come a time when you will need my assistance." With that, Qin Shuyu made no delay and hurried downstairs, eager to present the documents before Jiang Yuan, compelling him to regret his actions and beg her for forgiveness. She was well aware that Jiang Yuan had an elderly grandfather. All the assets now lay in her hands, and to extract even a modicum for his grandfather, he would need to bow and admit his faults. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan paid no mind to the foolish siblings. Let them smash the car. He had little desire for that vehicle. It would be best if they damaged it severely enough to render it a total loss, thus compensating him. As Jiang Yuan continued to gather his belongings, Qin Shuyu had already reached the ground level, having parked the car directly on the surface. When she arrived at the scene, the vehicle was in complete disarray. All the windows had been shattered. Qin Jinxiang, indeed grasping a stone, was preparing to strike at another part of the car. "Jiang, stop smashing. We need to focus on finding the documents." Qin Shuyu understood that Jiang Yuan had genuinely called the police. The documents were now critical, not only concerning ownership, but also directly influencing the security team's narrative upon arrival. Having vented his frustrations, Qin Jinxiang gradually regained his composure, realizing the urgency of the matter. He dared not dawdle, yanked open the car door, and began searching. However, having initially assumed that success was assured, Qin Jinxiang soon scoured the seats thoroughly, only to find no trace of the documents. Panic crept in, and his voice grew hoarse. "Sister, come quickly. It seems there are no documents in the car. Did you truly bring them?" "What? No documents? This is impossible." Qin Shuyu's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. She was quite certain she had the documents, and if they were not on her person, they must be in the vehicle. This was virtually a given. Due to Jiang Yuan's police call, Qin Shuyu too began to feel the heat of anxiety and quickly joined in the search. The outcome was predictable. How could such sizable documents remain unseen? "What do we do, sister? Did you really bring them? I feel utterly betrayed," Qin Jinxiang lamented. Previously fueled by youthful exuberance and a long-standing sense of superiority before Jiang Yuan, he now found himself devoid of fear. Yet, having regained his composure, particularly upon realizing that Jiang Yuan had indeed called the police, he felt genuine panic. With the evidence they had expected now nowhere to be found, Qin Jinxiang truly panicked. Turning to Qin Shuyu in complaint, Qin Shuyu's complexion paled. "Jiang, search again. They must be here. Check if they are hidden elsewhere. I have searched everywhere and found nothing." Upon hearing Qin Shuyu's uncertain words, Qin Jinxiang's frustration boiled over. "Hidden? Where could such a large item possibly be hidden? You might as well check yourself. Think of something quickly." At that moment, the sound of sirens could be faintly heard in the distance. Qin Jinxiang shouted at Qin Shuyu, feeling as though he would be ruined by this foolish sister. Had it not been for Qin Shuyu's unwavering confidence that the documents were indeed in the car, he would never have acted in such a manner. Now, with the security bureau on the way, he knew he would have no explanation to give and would inevitably have to report to the authorities. At that moment, Jiang Yuan descended with 2 suitcases in tow. He had already booked a hotel, eager to leave for it early and avoid the nauseating presence of the Qin siblings. He preferred to remain oblivious to their antics for the time being. After all, knowing his whereabouts would only invite further annoyance. Upon seeing Jiang Yuan emerge with his luggage, Qin Shuyu's eyes sparkled with sudden interest. "Jiang Yuan, it's not too late for you to reconsider. If you demonstrate genuine improvement, I might contemplate forgiving you." To her, Jiang Yuan's relocation was merely the first step, and she anticipated further actions from him. In her view, Jiang Yuan's decision to move out stemmed from his realization of her anger and his desire to win her back by relinquishing the house to Qin Jinxiang. At that moment, Qin Shuyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had feared she might lose her grip on him, but thankfully, Jiang Yuan's actions reassured her. How easy it is to manipulate a man like Jiang Yuan, steadfast and burdened by his sense of duty. "He shall never escape my grasp," she mused. As Jiang Yuan approached her, Qin Shuyu's mind raced with schemes for obtaining an apology from him, particularly since he was on the brink of death, and all his assets belonged to her. What value did he still possess? Perhaps she could persuade him to borrow money from relatives or even take out loans online, ensuring that once he was gone, she would reap the benefits. She couldn't help but admire her own cunning for devising such a practical plan in such a short time. However, she soon realized that, despite his approach, Jiang Yuan's gaze was entirely averted from her as he walked past her without acknowledgement. What does this mean, Jiang Yuan? You give me the house and yet play the stoic? No apology forthcoming? Chapter 14. Truly, a dog eats shit. No exaggeration. Jiang Yuan couldn't suppress an eye roll at Qin Shuyu's self-absorbed remarks. Curiosity piqued. How had he spoiled her to such an extent that she still believed he wished to apologize and reconcile? Wasn't his intent clear? He had even contacted the authorities. What more did she want? The constant harassment from such a self-righteous woman was becoming unbearable. Qin Shuyu, let me reiterate. Can you cease this delusion? If you adore your white moonlight, then pursue them. What is your incessant presence before me meant to achieve? I moved because I sold the house. If I didn't, why would I leave? Can you just disappear from my sight already? I've told you to leave. Do you lack comprehension? Unbeknownst to him, Qin Shuyu's focus had shifted entirely upon hearing that he had sold the house, instilling her with sudden anxiety. Jiang Yuan, why did you sell my house? Where will Jinxiang get married in a few days? What do you expect him to do? The invitations have already been sent. As she spoke, Qin Shuyu quickly composed herself, a smile creeping onto her face. No matter if the house is sold, Jiang Yuan. All you need to do is provide the money for my brother to buy a new one. I shall forgive you. What do you say? Jiang Yuan could scarcely contain the frustration etched across his face. It seemed that Qin Shuyu had convinced herself that all his actions were merely to provoke her and that he desired to win her back. He could no longer be bothered to explain himself. With his contact blocked, he would soon be rid of this place and her. Unexpectedly, Qin Jinxiang emerged, shouting, Jiang Yuan. Did you hear? My sister has finally relented. As long as you provide the funds, she will forgive you. She is still your girlfriend. You'll have no regrets in death. Look at how weak you appear. If it weren't for my sister, you would perish in the streets. Don't take it for granted. The only response Jiang Yuan could muster was a derisive, fool. With that, Qin Jinxiang's demeanor shifted to one of menace. You worthless wretch, say that again. Do you dare to provoke me? I'll make you regret it. Jiang Yuan wore a smirk reminiscent of the time they had coerced him into smashing his own car. Damn it, sister, I could just kill him. Jinxiang was already rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront Jiang Yuan. Jiang, have you forgotten what I said when I arrived? Now is not the time for impulsiveness. With Qin Shuyu's intervention, Jinxiang was momentarily deterred, but Jiang Yuan's grin only widened. His lips formed the unmistakable words, fool. Enraged, Jinxiang surged forward, his fury igniting like a flame. Without hesitation, he lunged at Jiang Yuan. Stop, you'll kill him. Remember how he looked just now? Don't be fooled. Qin Shuyu intervened, blocking Jinxiang. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jinxiang wrestled with his rage. Yet, Jiang Yuan's smile only grew wider, taunting, coward. Only the timid back down. Ah, Jiang Yuan. Even if the king of heaven himself came, he could not save you. I will smash your face. Get lost. Jinxiang shoved Qin Shuyu aside, sending her sprawling to the ground. With all his might, he swung a powerful slap at Jiang Yuan. The force of the blow was enough that, should it strike a man on the brink of death, it could very well send him to the afterlife. However, Jiang Yuan had anticipated Jinxiang's aggression and was prepared. A subtle smile graced his lips. Jinxiang was full of openings. Even without using any supernatural abilities, Jiang Yuan felt no pressure in dealing with him. Jinxiang's movements were almost in slow motion. Jiang Yuan simply sidestepped, effortlessly evading the attack. As Jinxiang continued forward due to his momentum, Jiang Yuan swiftly maneuvered to his side and delivered a seemingly feeble punch to his waist. With a thud, Jinxiang was sent crashing into the grass beside him. The moment he hit the ground, realization struck him. He had been ambushed by Jiang Yuan. Enraged at the audacity of a man on the brink of death daring to retaliate, he plotted his revenge for when he would rise again. But suddenly, a horrifying spectacle unfolded before him. As Jinxiang fell, an unidentifiable mass loomed larger in his vision. What is this? Oh, for heaven's sake! Who would defecate in the bushes? At that moment, Jinxiang's body was engulfed in a cold sweat, his mind screaming in protest. No, this cannot be. Yet, he was no cultivator, and time did not afford him the luxury of reaction. In an instant, he fell face first into a pile of excrement. By all that is holy, Jiang Yuan had been blissfully unaware of the unfortunate coincidence until it was too late to intervene. They say a dog eats shit when it falls. Who would have guessed that Jinxiang's luck would lead him to find such a treasure in the bushes? What a perfect match. Yet, had Jiang Yuan known beforehand, his approach would have been far more ruthless, accompanied by a triumphant, a splendid fall. At that moment, Qin Jinxiang, the party involved, found himself utterly bewildered. his thoughts severed as if by an unseen force, struggling to comprehend the bizarre events unfolding before him. Upon rising, the pain that had once consumed him dissipated entirely. Yet the profound emotional blow left him in despair. One side of his face was unmistakably marred, resembling a brown mass flattened into a grotesque shape. Instinctively, Qin Jinxiang reached out to touch it, hoping to remove the unsightly substance, only to discover it was freshly applied, and, rather than alleviating his predicament, his futile attempts only served to make it appear more uniform across his visage. Qin Shuyu, witnessing this absurdity, was equally stunned. Just moments ago, her brother had seemed perfectly fine, yet now he appeared transformed, emitting a foul stench that sent her recoiling in horror. Oh! As the reality dawned upon Qin Jinxiang, the last vestiges of his composure shattered, and he realized with utter revulsion that his face was smeared with excrement. Jiang Yuan, I swear I will kill you. Chapter 15. The misfortunate Jiang Yuan. Qin Jinxiang had completely lost his sanity. All he could see was Jiang Yuan. There was no doubt that if he had a knife in hand, no one could prevent him from attacking Jiang Yuan. Just then, the alarm sounded, signaling the arrival of security personnel. Jiang Yuan had achieved his objective and had no desire to engage further with this disgraceful figure. He began to evade, knowing that the security team had arrived and he could leave the matter to them. After all, he was the victim. An irrational young man, blinded by excrement, posed no challenge for Jiang Yuan, who easily maneuvered around his car, leaving him in the dust. As the security team approached, Qin Jinxiang grew increasingly frantic, akin to a raging bull. By chance, he spotted a rock on the ground that had recently struck a vehicle. In a fit of rage, he seized it and hurled it toward Jiang Yuan. With a sharp crack, the stone struck its target, shattering glass in its wake. Even Jiang Yuan could scarcely believe his luck. Had Qin Jinxiang truly obliterated an entire galaxy in a past life to incur such misfortune? The rock fortuitously smashed into an oncoming police car. Upon impact, the police vehicle screeched to a halt, doors flung open, and 4 security officers emerged, swiftly entering a combat stance, drawing their firearms, and shouting at the grotesque figure obscured by filth. Step back, cover your head, and crouch down. You are suspected of assaulting a police officer, and we have the right to use lethal force. Blinded by excrement, Qin Jinxiang finally grasped the situation before him. His confusion palpable. Why were the security officers aiming their weapons at him? Yet, upon seeing Jiang Yuan, still grinning and watching from a distance, his hatred intensified. He yearned to rush forward and dismember Jiang Yuan. Step back, cover your head, and crouch down. We will count to 3. The officer's warnings jolted Qin Jinxiang into clarity, prompting him to retreat a few steps, shouting, I'm innocent. I didn't mean to. You must understand. At this moment, Qin Shuyu, realizing the gravity of the situation, interjected, Officers, this is my brother. You've misunderstood him. He would never assault a police officer. However, her pleas fell on deaf ears as the lead officer responded, He is your brother? You also crouch down and cover your head. But officer, I've done nothing wrong. I'm utterly harmless. There is no need for this. She protested. But the lead officer remained steadfast, knowing that the most delicate of women could be the most deceptive. He had seen too many lives lost due to naivety, and thus commanded her to comply without hesitation. Faced with the officer's fierce commands, Qin Shuyu, overwhelmed by the situation, hurriedly crouched down, covering her head. While still attempting to point out, Officer, he is the cause of all this trouble. Please apprehend him first. Before the officers could respond, Jiang Yuan took the initiative. Officers, here is the situation. I was the one who called for help. This pair of siblings unlawfully entered my home, vandalized my car, and even attempted to take my belongings. They threatened my life just moments ago. The surveillance footage will corroborate my account. As Jiang Yuan recounted the events, the officers scrutinized their surroundings, finding that everything aligned with his narrative, leading them to believe him. They soon realized there was no heinous criminal here, and thus would not treat Jiang Yuan like a perpetrator. All right, you will accompany us for further questioning. With the officer's directive, Jiang Yuan was unfazed. After all, he was the victim, and providing a statement was merely a standard procedure he would readily comply with. Spotting 2 police vehicles ahead, he felt relieved that he wouldn't have to share a ride with the siblings. What on earth is that on your face? It reeks. One officer in the same vehicle queried as Qin Jinxiang entered. What could he do? Faced with an inquiry, he had no choice but to comply, suppressing his discomfort long enough to respond. Officer, it's dog excrement. Could you please help me deal with it? I can't bear it any longer. Qin Jinxiang's voice wavered with a hint of tears. He had never endured such humiliation in his life, feeling as though he were being subjected to inhuman torment. Deal with it. How can I? Is there even any water here? We'll discuss it at the station. Following the officers, Jiang Yuan soon arrived at the security office, where the 3 were separated for statements. Jiang Yuan answered every question clearly and concisely, having taken note of the surveillance camera positions, which had captured the incident in detail. 2 hours later, within the security office, an officer, displaying a look of perplexity, reported to a composed man with a square face, "Captain Zhang, this case is rather unusual, and I felt it necessary to inform you." The man paused his work and inquired, "What makes it unusual?" "The case itself is straightforward. Jiang Yuan and Qin Shuyu appear to be in a romantic relationship," the officer reported succinctly, including details about contracts and transfer agreements. Upon hearing the report, Captain Zhang furrowed his brow. No wonder the officer had deemed it special. He had never encountered a young woman so devoid of morals, willing to go to such extremes. Moreover, Qin Jinxiang had indeed vandalized Jiang Yuan's vehicle. While robbery charges might not stick, the crime of willful destruction of property was inescapable. "Captain, there's one more thing. We just contacted the hospital. Jiang Yuan's organs are failing, and he has only a few days left to live. He was discharged yesterday and likely has given up hope, estimating he has only a couple of days." "What?" Captain Zhang sprang to his feet, having seldom encountered someone in such a dire condition. It seemed that misfortune sought out the most unfortunate, and this young man had encountered an extraordinary string of calamities. "Bring him to me. I wish to personally extend my sympathies. He truly has endured much." Captain Zhang instructed the officer, but quickly reconsidered. "Never mind. Just take me to him. I want to meet him myself." With that, Captain Zhang strode out, contemplating the depths of despair one must feel when faced with such dire circumstances, all while grappling with the weight of fate. He could do little, only wishing to offer Jiang Yuan some encouragement and assistance within his means. Chapter 16. Do you think I can? At this moment, Jiang Yuan did not squander his time. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes for a brief respite, endeavoring to restore his physical state. It would not be long before he could leave. As Zhang Hui entered the office, he observed Jiang Yuan's fatigued visage with closed eyes and instinctively assumed that Jiang Yuan's body was on the verge of collapse. He softened his footsteps, wary of disturbing Jiang Yuan, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Alas, the unfortunate soul. However, Zhang Hui's entrance could not elude Jiang Yuan's notice. He gradually opened his eyes to see the man with the square face before him. "Sir, may I leave now?" "Ah, you're awake. Would you like to rest a bit longer?" "Rest assured, you bear no charges. You can leave at any time. Moreover, the evidence against Qin Jinxiang for damaging the vehicle is irrefutable. He is obliged to compensate fully, and once we execute that, the funds will be transferred to your account." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan sprang to his feet, ready to depart. "Then I shall take my leave. Thank you, sir." Yet Zhang Hui called after him, stepping beside Jiang Yuan and patting him on the shoulder. "Young man, take this business card of mine. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I shall assist you as best as I can. You have had it tough." Gazing at Jiang Yuan's youthful countenance, one so young yet afflicted with a terminal illness, and facing such familial difficulties, Zhang Hui felt a pang of sympathy. Jiang Yuan, somewhat bewildered, wondered about the sudden offering of a business card. Did he perceive his true identity as a practitioner? But that seemed implausible. Jiang Yuan felt no kinship from him. Confused yet grateful, Jiang Yuan accepted the card, replying, "Thank you, Captain Zhang. At present, I seek only a tranquil place away from the city to live quietly. I do not require your assistance." To Zhang Hui's ears, this only reinforced his suspicions. The young man appeared thoroughly disillusioned with society, intent on retreating into solitude to spend his remaining days. "Ah, young man, keep your spirits up." Some sentiments Zhang Hui could not voice openly, and he could only express his concern with a sigh. Jiang Yuan began to grasp Zhang Hui's implications, but chose not to elaborate. Such sentiments would only drive him further away from the security bureau, making it even less likely for him to seek Zhang Hui's help. Jiang Yuan refrained from inquiring about how Qin Shuyu, particularly Qin Jinxiang, would be dealt with. All of that was inconsequential to him, and he might never see them again. With his belongings in hand, he prepared to hail a cab to the hotel. However, to his surprise, as he exited, Qin Shuyu appeared at nearly the same moment, indicating she bore no charges. Jiang Yuan opted to ignore her and summoned a cab. Yet Qin Shuyu was evidently unwilling to overlook Jiang Yuan. Glaring at him fiercely as she commanded, "Jiang Yuan, hurry inside and write a letter of understanding for my brother. He will be out soon. Come with me." Jiang Yuan ignored her, instead focusing on his phone to call for a ride. Unexpectedly, Qin Shuyu positioned herself directly in his path, her voice tinged with desperation. "Jiang Yuan, let us just say I was wrong. All you need to do is write that letter. Then, provide the down payment for Jinxiang's wedding home. And I promise I will still be your girlfriend. We can even go get our marriage certificate right now. Are you satisfied?" Qin Shuyu seemed to believe Jiang Yuan had taken advantage of her distress, expressing her grievances. To her, wasn't this everything Jiang Yuan desired? Her acquiescence was merely a tactic to secure Jinxiang's release. Qin Shuyu, do you not possess a mirror at home? Jiang Yuan finally spoke, leaving Qin Shuyu utterly perplexed. What do you mean? She instinctively inquired. If there is no mirror, perhaps you should take a look at yourself. Is your face unusually large or something? You do not believe that Jiang Yuan must revolve around you. Unable to find another woman, do you? Qin Shuyu, I assure you. Even if you stood before me completely unclothed, I would feel nothing but disgust, devoid of any physiological response. Jiang Yuan's words undoubtedly struck a nerve with Qin Shuyu. She had always believed Jiang Yuan's actions were merely to provoke her, to regain her attention, and even to reclaim his possessions as a means of coercion to make her his girlfriend once more, accompanying him to the end of his journey. But how could Qin Shuyu not harbor her own ulterior motives? Once could be excused, twice could be overlooked. But now they had reached the security bureau. Could it be that Jiang Yuan truly intended to sever ties with her? Women like her are inherently contradictory beings. Having chosen to embrace the arms of a new love, while simultaneously unable to relinquish the kindness Jiang Yuan had shown her. She wished to keep him tethered to her side, always treating her well, summoning him at will. Yet, once Jiang Yuan distanced himself entirely, her heart would feel desolate, as though she had lost something most precious. Naturally, Qin Shuyu wished to avoid such an outcome. Jiang Yuan, stop with the self-importance. I'll tell you. It's only because I, Qin Shuyu, find you somewhat appealing. Have you taken a moment to assess your own appearance? What good is a handsome man if he cannot provide? If you cannot earn, you are worth nothing. But I, on the other hand, am the belle of Sioux City University. Do you know what that means? It is indeed a valuable asset. Do you have any idea how many suitors I have? At least enough to circle this security bureau several times. You should take pride that I find you worthy. You, a dying man. Who else would look at you with favor? Should you find even a remotely suitable woman, I, Qin Shuyu, shall never seek a man in my life. As Qin Shuyu recounted these familiar phrases, her confidence seemed to return, reminiscent of how she had expertly manipulated Jiang Yuan in the past. Before Jiang Yuan could respond, he suddenly noticed a silver-gray, understatedly luxurious Bentley come to a halt before him, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Initially, he thought it merely coincidental, stepping back slightly to allow it passage. To his surprise, the Bentley remained stationary, and its door swung open slowly. The first sight that greeted him was a pair of long, slender legs descending from the doorframe, compelling onlookers to glance over. Following that, the door fully opened to reveal a tall woman, at least 170 centimeters, clad in a beige long dress, standing before them. Her slightly curled long hair cascaded casually down her back, exuding an air as if she had stepped out from a painting, an exquisite and flawless figure, whose presence would overshadow even a Miss World. She emanated a powerful aura, so captivating that even under the sun's glare, she outshone it. Upon disembarking, she did not venture elsewhere but directed her gaze at Qin Shuyu, smiling faintly as she inquired, "Do you think I can?" Chapter 17. Are you joking? You want to marry him? What? Qin Shuyu, having never encountered such an imposing presence, involuntarily questioned under Lin Wanqi's calm words. My meaning is, did you not just say that as long as Jiang Yuan could find a woman of decent appearance, you would never find a man in your lifetime? Do you think I am qualified? Lin Wanqi approached Jiang Yuan and naturally linked her arm with his, addressing Qin Shuyu. At that moment, Qin Shuyu was somewhat dazed. How could such a beautiful woman exist? What did it mean for her to stand beside Jiang Yuan? Was she intending to be Jiang Yuan's girlfriend? Not only was Qin Shuyu taken aback, but even Jiang Yuan's breath hitched. This was indeed the woman he had saved from drowning the previous night, whom he had jokingly referred to as Aladdin's lamp. In stark contrast to the dim light of last night, the daylight revealed Lin Wanqi's beauty in its full splendor. Even Jiang Yuan, who had encountered many fairies on the Qingxin continent, could not help but sigh. This girl's beauty could surely rival that of the celestial beings in the realm of cultivation. Even the most stunning senior sisters and junior sisters he had ever met could hardly compare to Lin Wanqi, and that was without the enhancement of spiritual energy. Once she began to cultivate and was infused with ethereal essence, her beauty would undoubtedly be transcendent. However, Jiang Yuan was not the type to be completely mesmerized. Having been tempered by fairies, he remained somewhat perplexed and asked, "Why have you come here?" "Ah, I specifically came to find you. Let us get married." Lin Wanqi responded gently, her demeanor exuding an air of cold elegance. Naturally, Qin Shuyu overheard her words, and a jolt of disbelief surged through her mind. What did she just say? She wanted to marry Jiang Yuan? What a ludicrous notion. Such a noble woman, arriving in a Bentley, would want to marry Jiang Yuan? This was nothing short of a fantasy. A man she could easily dismiss could never attract a goddess like her. This had to be Jiang Yuan's trickery. At that moment, Jiang Yuan was genuinely astonished. He had not expected that their playful banter from the previous night would be taken so seriously by this woman, who was now standing before him. Yet, before he could respond, Qin Shuyu jumped in first. Jiang Yuan, you truly are something. No wonder you came out with me. It seems you had this grand spectacle waiting for me outside. To provoke me, you really went all out. Finding such a beautiful woman and arriving in a luxury car, it's certainly quite the sight. I admit, I did experience an emotional upheaval. But now I see through your ruse. What is the use of spending so much money? Now I understand why you were so eager to sell your house. You'd rather squander your money on such frivolities than give it to me, right? You are truly pathetic, all for the sake of your pitiful pride. How could Qin Shuyu believe that anyone would genuinely fancy Jiang Yuan, especially someone who was on the brink of death? He must have sold his house solely to indulge himself before his demise, hence finding such a woman to play along with him. After all, it was her money he was spending. How selfish could one be, to waste money while facing imminent death? Hearing Qin Shuyu's remarks, Lin Wanqi frowned slightly. To think she was perceived as a hired accomplice by Jiang Yuan. Were all modern women so prone to imagination? Observing Lin Wanqi's contemplative expression, Qin Shuyu seized the moment to strike again. Listen, beautiful, this deal isn't as easy as you think. There is something you might not know. This man is on the verge of death. He has only days to live. He is merely putting on a brave front, experiencing a fleeting moment of vitality before complete exhaustion. Perhaps by the time you finish the paperwork, he may very well pass away, leaving you without even a chance to divorce. And should you engage in this charade, you might unwittingly inherit his misfortunes. You ought to think this through. Qin Shuyu scoffed, revealing Jiang Yuan's secret. Yet she suddenly found it odd. Despite Jiang Yuan appearing drenched in sweat and on the verge of collapse that morning, he now seemed quite normal. How could this fellow's moment of vitality last so long? Why hadn't he succumbed yet? Jiang Yuan, what is going on? How is your health? Lin Wanqi turned, her face filled with concern. Although she had investigated Jiang Yuan's identity overnight and discovered his residence, she was unaware of his dire condition. Upon hearing Qin Shuyu's words, anxiety washed over her. She began to understand why Jiang Yuan had posed such questions the previous night. They were not baseless, but rather reflected his true circumstances. Reflecting on her own actions from last night, she felt a twinge of shame. Jiang Yuan, afflicted with a terminal illness, bravely faced his fate without contemplating suicide, while she had nearly taken her own life over trivial family matters. In comparison, her actions seemed utterly feeble. As Lin Wanqi regarded Jiang Yuan, whose eyes sparkled like stars and whose skin appeared delicate, he could not help but marvel. She was indeed a masterpiece of creation. Feeling the gentle pressure of Lin Wanqi's hand on his arm, Jiang Yuan calmly admitted, "She is correct. I am indeed terminally ill. My words yesterday were merely jest. You need not take them to heart. It would be best if you return now." As for Qin Shuyu's attempt to provoke her, he thought little of it. She had yet to earn that privilege. Jiang Yuan was merely stating the truth. However, to his astonishment, Lin Wanqi, having met him merely twice, seemed to feel as though they had known each other far longer. "No, I will not leave. I want to marry you. I am not joking. Furthermore, I will find you the best doctor. Just because the hospital claims you are terminally ill does not mean there are no other doctors who can help. Come, let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain our marriage certificate. I know two esteemed traditional Chinese doctors who will be waiting for us when we return home." "Jiang Yuan, I will not give up on you," Lin Wanqi declared earnestly. Now it was Jiang Yuan's turn to raise an eyebrow. Seeing Lin Wanqi's serious expression, he was taken aback by her sincerity. She was willing to marry him, even knowing he had only a few days left to live. If Jiang Yuan were to pass away in 2 or 3 days, Lin Wanqi would find herself widowed before their marriage even began. While remarriage was common in modern society, what young woman would willingly bear the label of a second marriage? Jiang Yuan felt a stirring in his heart, especially after enduring hardships in another realm. Where else could he find a woman as pure-hearted as Lin Wanqi? Fearing she had not fully grasped his condition, he reiterated, "I am terminally ill. I may have just days left. Why do you feel the need to do this?" "Jiang Yuan, let us hurry. I heard you clearly." "We are going to the Civil Affairs Bureau," Lin Wanqi insisted, showing no signs of hesitation as she pulled Jiang Yuan toward the car. Qin Shuyu, witnessing Lin Wanqi's determination to take Jiang Yuan away, could only roll her eyes, not forgetting her own goal. "Hey, beauty. There's no need to put on such a show. I've already seen through your ruse. It's no longer amusing." "Jiang Yuan, did you hear what I said? Quickly draft a letter of understanding and buy Jinxiang a new house. I might consider continuing as your girlfriend, but only if this woman disappears at once." Upon hearing Qin Shuyu's words, Lin Wanqi suddenly halted, turning to glare at her coldly, her smile toward Jiang Yuan vanishing. Slap. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving Qin Shuyu in disbelief as she gazed at the woman before her, astonished that she had the audacity to strike her. Instinctively, she was ready to retaliate. But the icy, piercing gaze of Lin Wanqi compelled her to reconsider, a voice within urging her to refrain from responding. At that moment, Lin Wanqi's voice rang out. What do you think you are, to speak to my husband with such insolence? Consider this a lesson. If you dare to speak out of turn again, it won't merely be a slap. Having delivered her admonition, Lin Wanqi turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Qin Shuyu feeling as though she were nothing more than a wisp of air, entirely disregarded. When faced with Jiang Yuan, the earlier intensity of Lin Wanqi's demeanor dissipated, replaced by a gentler tone. Let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I have prepared the necessary documents. As the two entered the vehicle, Qin Shuyu remained behind, one hand pressed against her face, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Watching Jiang Yuan enter the car, her astonishment swiftly morphed into animosity, and she seethed. Jiang Yuan, if you play the fool, don't blame me for being the devil. You may think you're clever, but I can be even cleverer. Jiang Yuan, at a loss for words, simply shook his head and climbed into Lin Wanqi's car. Once the vehicle started, an air of silence enveloped them. Lin Wanqi, now devoid of her earlier bravado, sat upright, her gaze fixed intently ahead, as if wholly absorbed in the act of driving. Yet, the fingers gripping the steering wheel twisted incessantly, betraying her inner turmoil. She was evidently far from calm, having never even had a boyfriend. She now found herself preparing to obtain a marriage certificate with someone else, a formidable challenge indeed. Thank you for your earlier assistance. I never expected you would come to my aid. I suppose we are even now. Please take me to the Four Seasons Hotel. I have booked a room there. Jiang Yuan remarked. He was self-aware enough to know that he might stand apart from others in the future, yet at present, his only distinguishing feature was his good looks, comparable to that of a reader. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan speak, Lin Wanqi felt a wave of relief wash over her. There's no need for a hotel stay. After we obtain the certificate, let us head straight to my home. What kind of couple lives apart? As she spoke, a faint blush crept onto her delicate features, and she dared not meet Jiang Yuan's gaze. Wait, are you serious about this? Is marriage truly on the table? I'm utterly bewildered. Jiang Yuan sought confirmation. Yes, I promised to commit myself, and I cannot go back on my word. Do you think I'm not attractive enough? Lin Wanqi slightly turned her head, arching her graceful neck as though checking the rearview mirror, as if she wanted Jiang Yuan to appreciate her full beauty. It must be said, Lin Wanqi's exquisite visage bore no flaws, and her alluring figure commanded attention. If she did not qualify as beautiful, then there might be few others in the world who could, but I feel as though I am on the brink of death. I genuinely cannot comprehend this. Jiang Yuan admitted, perplexed. Who would marry a dying person? Lin Wanqi fell silent for a moment before responding, her tone tinged with melancholy. Ever since you saved me yesterday, I have made my decision. In this lifetime, I will not marry anyone but you. What does it matter how much time you have left? I will not remarry. And please don't give up. I know a skilled traditional Chinese doctor who may help you. You might not be as terminal as you think. After a brief pause, Lin Wanqi sighed again. Of course, I must admit I have my own motives. My family incessantly tries to set me up with suitors, and I am utterly exasperated. None of those men interest me, so marrying you would alleviate that burden. Rest assured, even after marriage, if you recover and we share no feelings, you may pursue your own happiness. I will not stand in your way. Jiang Yuan was taken aback to discover that this stunning woman was averse to marriage. Such beauty should not be wasted, he mused. The goddess-like figure before him spoke such words, stirring something within him. Perhaps this union was not so unthinkable after all. He realized he did not place as much significance on the marriage certificate as he initially thought. After all, in another realm, such formalities held little weight. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could hasten his recovery by utilizing the advantageous resources Lin Wanqi presented. Clearly, she possessed connections that could procure medicinal herbs to aid his healing, and finding a spiritually rich environment would further expedite his recuperation. Jiang Yuan understood that even in a supposedly egalitarian society, class distinctions still prevailed. Sometimes, wealth alone could not secure immediate access to desired resources. Restoring his health was paramount. He needed to achieve complete mastery of his qi to ensure his safety and gain access to the Linglong Tower. With clarity on his priorities, Jiang Yuan resolved not to hesitate. Very well, as long as you have no regrets. Divorce might be complicated, but marriage was a simple matter, requiring only identification and a household registration book, an affair that could be completed in mere minutes. When they emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, each holding a red marriage certificate, they had, at least in the Summer Kingdom of Blue Star, become a legally recognized couple. Jiang Yuan felt a surreal sense of disbelief. He recalled how, in his previous life, he had devoted himself entirely to Qin Shuyu, pursuing a relationship with the intent to marry. Over the course of their 5 years as a couple, he had fulfilled all the responsibilities expected of a boyfriend and had repeatedly proposed the idea of marriage, only to be met with a myriad of excuses from Qin Shuyu. The last straw had been her insistence that he first assist Qin Jinxiang in marrying and resolving issues related to his brother's bride price and housing. This had kept them in a state of stagnation. He had been willing to treat Qin Shuyu well, but he refused to be a pushover. Unable to support her endless demands unconditionally. Until his demise, they had been on the verge of marriage, yet now he found himself wed to this astonishingly beautiful woman. The little book he had once yearned for had come to him with such ease. It was as if fate had played a cruel joke. Truly, the ancients did not deceive. Genuine affection is often fleeting, while cunning schemes capture the heart. The trope of the hero saving the damsel in distress, though cliched, proved to be the most effective means. At that moment, Lin Wanqi shed her previous icy demeanor, gently linking her arm with Jiang Yuan's. Let us head home. The doctor will arrive soon. A terminal illness may not be as dire as it seems. Jiang Yuan smiled, choosing silence over rejection. If the physician was indeed as skilled as she claimed, they would likely be disheartened upon examining his pulse. Chapter 19, The Dead Pulse. The car glided smoothly onward, swiftly leaving the bustling urban landscape behind as it entered a neighborhood known as Tangdao. This area, characterized by sprawling grounds and sparse population, resembled a low-density villa district, with lush greenery that felt like stepping into a miniature paradise. The gentle sound of a nearby stream mingled with soft melodies and the occasional chirping of birds, creating an atmosphere that invited immediate relaxation. The air felt significantly fresher. As Jiang Yuan observed his surroundings, he straightened in his seat, not in shock at the understated luxury of the garden villas, but rather at the astonishing concentration of spiritual energy in this locale. If the spiritual energy in other areas was rated at 1, then here it reached at least 5. This was undoubtedly the most spiritually enriched place in Sioux City. Jiang Yuan's eyes involuntarily sparkled with excitement. This time, he had indeed come to the right place. After tirelessly searching without success, he had stumbled upon this haven effortlessly. Had he relied solely on his own efforts, it would have taken him quite some time to discover this location, and even if he had, infiltrating it would have proven to be a formidable challenge. Lin Wanqi, ever observant, noticed Jiang Yuan's movements and couldn't help but smile faintly. She feared that he might be dissatisfied. Jiang Yuan's aura was distinctly different from others she had encountered. Her instincts whispered to her that worldly riches and material possessions would scarcely sway him. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the innermost part of the complex, where a solitary villa stood, nestled beside the renowned Jinling Lake, the most illustrious body of water in Sioux City. At that moment, Jiang Yuan's realization dawned upon him, his heart racing with exhilaration. The closer they drew to the lake, the more potent the spiritual energy became. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Jinling Lake? Having lived in Sioux City for many years, he had overlooked the significance of the lake's name, but now, with a newfound sensitivity to spiritual forces, it evoked a peculiar sensation within him. Could it be that the name of this lake was not merely a coincidence? Jiang Yuan, let us proceed. Our home is just ahead, Lin Wanqi said. Its proximity to the lake is ideal for your recovery, as it offers a tranquil environment. Doctors Hu and Qi are already waiting for us at home. They should have a solution. With that, she exited the vehicle. Jiang Yuan observed that Lin Wanqi's residence resembled more of an estate than a mere villa. The entrance boasted an expansive lawn and 2 grand swimming pools, with no neighboring houses in sight. It appeared to be one of the priciest properties in the entire Tang Island community, exuding an air of considerable wealth. Although he had mentally prepared himself for Lin Wanqi's affluence, he was nonetheless taken aback. She was not just an ordinary wealthy woman. As they entered the courtyard, Lin Wanqi, as the hostess, introduced Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, do not be deceived by the size of this place. Aside from a few caretakers, I usually reside here alone, which can be quite lonely. However, now that you are here, it feels much better. How did you come to purchase such a vast property? Jiang Yuan inquired, puzzled. To be honest, I was reluctant to acquire such a large house. It originally belonged to a former partner who, unable to pay the contractual fees, ultimately had to settle the debt with the property. I had no choice but to accept it. Fortunately, over the past 2 years, the property's value has appreciated. So I haven't incurred any losses, Lin Wanqi replied casually. Jiang Yuan found himself momentarily speechless. This was a quintessential example of how the wealthy only grew wealthier, evidently. What had initially seemed a losing investment had turned profitable due to the rise in real estate prices. He pondered Lin Wanqi's profession, curious about how someone so young could amass such fortune. Was it a family business? Just then, Lin Wanqi continued, my company primarily operates in real estate, founded by my father. After he passed away, he transferred all his shares to me. My current success is built upon the foundation he laid. Now, Jiang Yuan understood. It was a case of inheritance, albeit on a grand scale. He chose not to press further, as he had his own plans and was not particularly interested in these details. Before long, they entered the living room, where an elderly gentleman awaited them. He sported a goatee, wore round spectacles, and donned a long blue robe, exuding an air of wisdom. Jiang Yuan scrutinized him closely, sensing no trace of cultivation. He was an ordinary man. "Doctor Hu, this is my husband, Jiang Yuan. I kindly ask for your diagnosis and guidance on his treatment," Lin Wanqi stated without preamble. Doctor Hu rose, momentarily taken aback as he scrutinized Jiang Yuan, seemingly astonished that this man was Lin Wanqi's husband. When did Lin Wanqi suddenly acquire a husband? He mused silently. However, Doctor Hu refrained from voicing his thoughts, redirecting his focus to Jiang Yuan, examining the flow of energy and overall condition about him. Soon, a look of shock crossed Doctor Hu's face as he stepped closer to Jiang Yuan, grasping his wrist with urgency. Lin Wanqi tensed, holding her breath in anticipation. In contrast, Jiang Yuan remained composed. He was intimately familiar with his own body and surmised that these doctors from Blue Star would be powerless to save him. Who could possibly rescue a man on the brink of death? Doctor Hu first checked Jiang Yuan's left pulse, his brow furrowing deeply, almost forming a knot. Yet he remained silent. Observing this, Lin Wanqi's heart raced with anxiety. "Doctor Hu, how is my husband? Is there any hope?" she implored. But Doctor Hu indicated with a gesture for her to remain quiet as he proceeded to examine Jiang Yuan's right pulse. As he did so, he slowly shook his head. Half a minute passed, and Doctor Hu finally released Jiang Yuan's arm, sighing heavily. "Wanqi, it seems you are already aware of this gentleman's condition. His organs are failing, and the balance of yin and yang is disrupted. This is a death pulse." With that, he shook his head once more, as if resigning to the inevitability of fate. Lin Wanqi's complexion paled as panic seeped into her expression. "Doctor Hu, he appears to be fine. Is there no way to save him? I beg you, whatever the cost. I will pay," she pleaded, desperation lacing her voice. "It is a grave predicament. Had this been a few centuries ago, perhaps someone could have treated him. Or if my master were available, there might be a chance. But as it stands, I am at a loss," Doctor Hu replied gravely. "Miss Lin, you might want to explore other avenues. Yet, for Jiang Yuan's condition, it may require a miracle akin to the return of Huata." Chapter 20. This is indeed the right place. Upon hearing Doctor Hu's response, Lin Wanqi felt a chill grip her heart. His words were tantamount to a death sentence for Jiang Yuan. It seemed utterly hopeless. Yet, she refused to surrender. "Doctor Hu, could you please summon your master? Name your terms." "Miss Lin, it is not that I am unwilling to call my master for assistance. Rather, I have not seen him in over a decade. And I am powerless in this situation," Doctor Hu lamented. At this, Lin Wanqi felt her strength drain away, collapsing onto the sofa. Modern medicine had declared Jiang Yuan dead. And even this esteemed practitioner of ancient healing had echoed the same grim prognosis. Was there truly no hope for Jiang Yuan? Unable to accept such a fate, she steeled her resolve and inquired again. "Doctor Hu, are there no other options?" Doctor Hu shook his head helplessly. "Miss Lin, while you may wish to explore alternatives, do not harbor excessive hope. Unless a miracle occurs, it is unlikely that either modern or ancient medicine can provide a solution. I will prescribe some remedies to ensure he passes his remaining days peacefully, sparing him further suffering." As he spoke, Doctor Hu glanced at the unflappable Jiang Yuan, confusion flickering in his eyes. He noted, although Jiang Yuan's pulse suggests an absence of vitality, there remains a faint glimmer of life, a sign I have never encountered in my years of practice. I cannot fathom its origin. Perhaps Mr. Jiang is indeed favored by the heavens, capable of transforming peril into safety. However, Hu Rinqi's growing apprehension lingered. For the disparity between Jiang Yuan's demeanor and his physical condition was stark. He appeared exceedingly composed, exhibiting an unsettling normalcy. To an outsider, he seemed entirely unaffected. Yet who could fathom that his entire being was already devoid of vitality? Similarly, Jiang Yuan found himself somewhat astonished, realizing the elder possessed a modicum of skill. Throughout their conversation, he had not uttered a single erroneous word. The vitality Hu Rinqi mentioned was merely the spiritual energy within Jiang Yuan safeguarding his internal organs. Alas, this energy was still too feeble, merely sustaining him without the ability to reverse his condition, thus resulting in such a pulse manifestation. The elder sensed that flicker of energy but failed to recognize it, hence his confusion. Jiang Yuan chuckled softly, addressing Lin Wanqi with calm assurance. "Wanqi, I am well aware of my condition. Rather than causing a commotion, it would be wiser for me to rest. Who knows, a miracle might yet occur. Besides, I have always believed myself to be quite fortunate, so there is no need for unnecessary effort." After speaking, he offered a slight bow to Hu Rinqi. Upon hearing this, Hu Rinqi raised an eyebrow, stroking his goatee. "Young friend, your equanimity in the face of death is remarkable. I admire your composure. Perhaps you are indeed favored by fate." Jiang Yuan merely smiled faintly in response. This was not a matter of fearing death. Rather, He was only untroubled because he was confident he would not perish. If his demise were imminent, he would surely be in a state of great alarm. As Hu Rinqi could not provide a treatment plan, he took his leave from the courtyard without further delay. Once Hu Rinqi departed, Lin Wanqi's sorrowful emotions were finally released. Her bright eyes were now swollen with tears, and her grip on Jiang Yuan's hand trembled slightly. I am so sorry, Jiang Yuan. I never anticipated that Doctor Who would be unable to save you. I apologize. I apologize. With her head bowed, tears streamed down her cheeks. Just moments ago, she had confidently assured Jiang Yuan that she had a solution, that she could find the world's finest doctors. Yet now, having instilled hope in others, she had also plunged them into despair, an act of profound emotional injury. Especially considering this person was her husband, the one who had given her a new lease on life. Jiang Yuan, too, was taken aback by the gravity with which his wife regarded the situation, and the sight of her tears compelled him to comfort her. Wanqi, do not fret. I will not die. Yes, you will not die. I know others, renowned doctors from America. I will summon them. Lin Wanqi's spirits reignited. How could she accept reality based on just Doctor Who's words? Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Yuan's thoughts diverged entirely from her own. After some contemplation, he decided that rather than allowing Lin Wanqi to search for various famous doctors, it would be more prudent to share some information with her, providing her with a targeted approach. Wanqi, there is no need for such trouble. I possess considerable medical knowledge myself. When I say I will not die, it is because I have my own treatment plan. In truth, what Doctor Who said was correct. I must await a miracle. If you wish to assist me, perhaps you could gather some aged natural herbs, such as ginseng or He Wu. Consider it a loan from me. If you cannot find them, it is of no consequence. At this moment, Jiang Yuan's sole desire was to refine some spiritual energy and peace, free from interruptions. Upon hearing his words, Lin Wanqi's expression brightened once more. Gazing at the composed Jiang Yuan, she felt a flicker of hope. Could it be that Jiang Yuan truly possessed a solution? Otherwise, how could he remain so unruffled? Moreover, Doctor Who had noted that Jiang Yuan seemed to harbor a spark of vitality. Could it be that he was indeed healing himself? A smile graced her face. Very well, you rest. I shall make arrangements immediately. Without further ado, Lin Wanqi exited the courtyard. Jiang Yuan, however, did not ascend to the room Lin Wanqi had prepared for him. Instead, he stepped through the sliding door by the side of the Golden Spirit Lake. Breathing in the bountiful spiritual energy, a smile spread across his face. This visit had proven fortuitous. Ahead loomed a grand tree, approximately 20 years old, its trunk standing beside a lush lawn. He greeted the steward, requesting not to be disturbed. With no interruptions, Jiang Yuan leaned against the tree, his eyes narrowing as he entered a meditative state. Though sitting cross-legged would yield better results, the presence of others made such a position seem peculiar. The technique within his body began to circulate, drawing the thin strands of spiritual energy from the air toward him, energy that was otherwise disregarded in this realm. In this moment, Jiang Yuan felt an insatiable hunger for it. Compared to other parts of Sioux City, this place was nothing short of a paradise. Jiang Yuan appeared to be asleep, outwardly unchanged, yet internally, his vitality began to gradually restore. Meanwhile, the fruit vendor Qin Dashan, as usual, delivered supplies to the fruit shop owned by Jiang Yuan. This arrangement was quite lucrative for him, as he was the primary supplier due to his relationship with the owner's niece. Under Qin Shuyu's direction, his prices were exorbitantly high. However, upon arriving at the store, the employee's words struck him like a thunderbolt. Mr. Qin, I'm afraid we will no longer be accepting your deliveries. Our boss has instructed that we will not procure your goods. Chapter 21. Qin Dashan's deceit. Hearing this response, Qin Dashan reacted as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke imaginable, hurling a watermelon he was carrying to the ground, shattering it, and staining the floor crimson. Are you new here? Do you even know who I am to dare say such a thing? Do you believe I could have you dismissed with a mere word? This was utterly outrageous. It was his own business, and yet they dared to speak to him in such a manner. He would definitely seek out Jiang Yuan to ensure this person was fired. How blind could they be? Just then, the store manager Wang Hui approached, apologizing. Mr. Qin, please do not be angry with the young lady. After all, with your stature, who lacks business? This is the boss's directive, and since you are acquainted with him, perhaps you should inquire directly. At this moment, Qin Dashan realized that something had indeed changed. He was well acquainted with Wang Hui and recognized that her words were not without foundation. However, accustomed to wielding power within the shop, he commanded, I will make contact. In the meantime, arrange for the fruit to be unloaded and settle the accounts. You know your boss's wife is my niece. This matter is certain. Wang Hui reiterated her apologies. I'm sorry, but our boss has specifically stated that we cannot accept any of your fruit. We will not be making any payments. At this declaration, Qin Dashan erupted with fury. What nonsense. If you won't accept them, who will? If I can't sell this fruit to you, Who will buy it from me? You think you can afford to take the loss? Upon hearing Qin Dashan's insults, Wang Hui's expression soured. Previously, he had been arrogant, taking advantage of his connection to Jiang Yuan, ordering around the staff without a trace of respect. Now, with the boss's edict in place, it appeared they intended to oust Qin Dashan, a notion that Wang Hui wholeheartedly supported. At this moment, with an equally unkind tone, Wang Hui retorted, "Boss Qin, I'm afraid your fruits can go wherever they please. Our store will not be your safety net." All right, Wang Hui, just you wait. I'm calling Jiang Yuan right now, and soon you'll be packing your things and leaving. Qin Dashan, furious, threatened while pointing at Wang Hui. Jiang Yuan, the boss, was his only leverage. As long as he informed Jiang Yuan, Wang Hui would have no choice but to vacate immediately. Unexpectedly, Wang Hui remained unfazed, leaning casually against the door, a smirk of disdain playing on her lips as she defiantly gazed at Qin Dashan. The boss had explicitly instructed her to cease accepting fruits from Qin Dashan, increasing the supply from alternative sources. Without Jiang Yuan's nod of approval, she would not dare to speak so boldly to Qin Dashan. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan, still meditating under the tree, concentrated on the strands of spiritual energy coalescing within him. Feeling the spiritual force circulating throughout his body, he exhaled a breath of turbid air, a faint smile gracing his lips, for he had finally re-entered the realm of cultivation, achieving the first level of Qi refinement. Now, he possessed a genuine foundation for self-preservation. His physical prowess had begun to transform, reaching twice that of an ordinary person. More importantly, when harnessing spiritual power, he could unleash a force several times greater than his inherent strength. Jiang Yuan's joy was further amplified as, with a mere thought, a handful of spiritual soil shimmering with a yellow-white glow appeared in his palm. He had just retrieved it from the Linglong Tower's space. His urgency to achieve the first level of Qi refinement stemmed from the necessity of becoming a cultivator to meet the fundamental conditions for extracting spiritual soil. Now that he had successfully procured it, he could cultivate various fruits and vegetables. Even in the absence of any spiritual energy in the vicinity, his strength could recuperate swiftly. As he surveyed the expansive lawn and the garden covering at least an acre in the front yard, he contemplated how to broach the subject with Lin Wanqi about converting all the flowers, trees, and shrubs into farmland for planting fruits and vegetables. Just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon seeing the caller ID, Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow, initially considering hanging up. However, as the boss, he had business dealings with the caller, and failing to clarify matters would ultimately affect him due to Qin Dashan's mischief in the store. "Hello, Jiang Yuan. You better get over here right now and see the quality of your staff. I worked hard to deliver the goods, and they refused to accept them." The voice on the other end was far from cordial. Jiang Yuan let out a cold laugh. He had indeed given them too much face. Previously, due to Qin Shuyu, he had entrusted most of his fruit supply to Qin Dashan, believing it to be a guaranteed profit. His profits were stable, but the risks were his own. With thoughts of marrying Qin Shuyu, he had been too lazy to fuss over the details, thinking that profit was profit, whether for others or the Qin family. However, as Qin Dashan saw him not bargaining, the prices continued to rise. Now, having the audacity to act superior in front of him was truly preposterous. Moreover, what business acumen did Qin Dashan possess? Besides making a profit here, he had previously struggled to make ends meet. His so-called business talks were merely a ruse to visit the upstairs of a foot massage parlor. "Qin Dashan, my staff's words ring true. Henceforth, our store will no longer require your supplies. As for your fruits, feel free to transport them wherever you wish. It's none of my concern." Initially confident that he would prevail, Qin Dashan was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Yuan's response, then mockingly retorted, "Jiang Yuan, you've grown quite bold. This arrangement was set by my sister Shuyu. Are you certain you wish to oppose it? Remember, I'm doing you a favor. One call to Shuyu, and you won't find it pleasant. Do you still wish to marry into our family?" At these words, Jiang Yuan could only feel speechless. This family was indeed a collection of oddities. How had he ever endured their parasitic ways? Marriage? Huh, your family cannot afford to aspire to such heights. Didn't you often claim that countless people are lining up to join your family? The opportunity is here. Go seek your golden son-in-law. If you disturb me again, let's South meet in court with your tax evasion evidence. Hearing this, Qin Dashan's demeanor changed, becoming visibly flustered. Who is evading taxes? Jiang Yuan, don't slander me. However, he quickly realized that a conflict had arisen between Qin Shuyu and Jiang Yuan, leading to Jiang Yuan's drastic shift in attitude. There was no need to provoke Jiang Yuan further. He could leave that to Qin Shuyu. Thus, he retreated slightly, saying, "Jiang Yuan, regardless of other matters, business must adhere to integrity. I have always supplied you. How can you simply refuse? Do you possess no basic decency? Let us discuss this later. For now, just accept today as delivery." Chapter 22. Qin Shuyu's new objective Qin Dashan found himself in a predicament. Jiang Yuan operated 5 stores, most of which he supplied with premium fruits. This truckload of fruits was worth over 100,000, and selling to Jiang Yuan would net him around 13,000 more. If Jiang Yuan refused to accept the shipment, who else would he sell it to? Fruits couldn't be stored for long. If no one accepted this batch, he would incur significant losses. On the other end of the line, Jiang Yuan quickly replied, "Oh, integrity. What integrity? Business relies on contracts. Do we have a contract? You speak of integrity while your fruit prices fluctuate, consistently exceeding the market by 30? You talk of integrity when you're late delivering goods that were due 2 days ago. Who is responsible for the losses incurred in my business?" As Jiang Yuan continued, a cold smile spread across his face. From the very beginning, Qin Dashan had refused to sign a contract under the guise of personal relationships, insisting on prices that were 30 higher than competitors, adding unnecessary costs. Deliveries were consistently late. Had it not been for Jiang Yuan's own channels, this business would have collapsed long ago. Now, it was convenient to cut ties with him entirely, as he bore no responsibility. Faced with Jiang Yuan's pointed inquiries, Qin Dashan fell momentarily silent, for Jiang Yuan's accusations were entirely valid, leaving him without grounds for rebuttal. In desperation, he resorted to threats. Fine, Jiang Yuan. You want to be tough? I'll call Qin Shuyu to deal with you. I'll be the first to oppose your marriage with her. I'll be waiting for you to come begging me. Jiang Yuan, resolute, hung up and promptly blocked Qin Dashan. This fellow would remain obstinate until he faced the consequences. If only he had a flying sword, he would have swiftly dealt with him. Yet, being in modern society limited such possibilities, and dealing with this scoundrel required no risks. With civic duty in mind, Jiang Yuan swiftly made a report. Qin Dashan's tax evasion was not mere gossip. He lacked even the awareness of his tax obligations. In his view, the money he earned through his efforts was his alone, and he saw no reason to share it, even with the state. Furthermore, Jiang Yuan had ample evidence of their transactions, ensuring a successful report. He had kept meticulous records, requiring no extra effort to compile evidence for his report. To prevent his staff from being intimidated by Qin Dashan, he sent a message. If Qin Dashan caused any disturbances in the store, there was no need for dialogue. Simply call the police. Unbeknownst to Qin Dashan, a concerned citizen had already dialed the hotline, and after concluding his call with Jiang Yuan, he was seething with anger. Seizing a nearby watermelon, he smashed it down onto the ground once more, bellowing at Wang Hui. "Wang Hui, I have already spoken with your boss. Remove this batch of fruit immediately, or you'll face the consequences." To his surprise, Wang Hui merely scoffed. "Huh? You are just a naked man pushing a millstone. Pretending not to care? If you're not going to buy the fruit, then be on your way. Oh, and don't forget to pay for the watermelon you just smashed. Let us say it's 100 yuan. With a fierce glare, Qin Dashan pointed menacingly at Wang Hui, his eyes resembling those of a predator. "What do you intend to do? If you're acting like a thug, I'll have to call the police. After all, there are cameras everywhere." Wang Hui quickly retreated inside, and other employees gathered around. Although Qin Dashan appeared robust and intimidating, he was a simple man from the countryside who had received little education and had been spoiled in the past. Upon hearing Wang Hui mention calling the police, he immediately wilted, tossing down 100 yuan and angrily dialing Qin Shuyu. "Hello, Shuyu, what is the matter with Jiang Yuan? Can't you control him? He refuses to take my fruit. You need to figure something out, otherwise there will be no dividends for you in the future." Unaware of the issues between Jiang Yuan and Qin Shuyu, he began to question her directly. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyu felt a surge of anxiety, suddenly recalling that she still had this business to manage. She had not merely set her uncle up in this venture to be altruistic. She had her own interests at stake, as they would split the profits at the end of the month. Qin Shuyu would take 60%, while Qin Dashan would receive 40%, amounting to a significant profit each month. Without that income, she would suffer a considerable loss. "Uncle, don't be anxious. Jiang Yuan saw me with Lin Zihao yesterday, and he is throwing a tantrum right now. Just wait a bit. I'll have him apologize to you later. Hurry up. The fruit can't wait that long. By the way, didn't you say Lin Zihao's family is wealthy? Why not ask them if they sell fruit? This could seamlessly integrate with our business, allowing us to expand and strengthen our operations. What do you think?" Qin Dashan's eyes brightened at the prospect. In business, associating with the right people is crucial, and if Qin Shuyu's acquaintance could help him sell his fruit, then Jiang Yuan could go to hell. "All right, uncle. Wait for my news. Lin Zihao's family might indeed have the means. Even if they don't, I'll have him help brainstorm solutions. After all, he possesses assets worth tens of millions, and his family is quite formidable. This should be manageable. However, I want 70%. The more Qin Shuyu contemplated this, the more convinced she became. Lin Zihao had once mentioned, in passing while discussing Jiang Yuan, that his family owned a large supermarket. rendering Jiang Yuan's fruit stores insignificant by comparison. The reminder from Qin Shuyu struck a chord. Although Lin Zihao was her past infatuation, she had long since regained her composure after the initial fervor faded. Relationships are fleeting, but interests remain eternal. Lin Zihao had only gifted her a set of skincare products from abroad recently, a gesture that had long since lost its charm for her. Merely a ploy to impress a young girl. Qin Shuyu wasn't easily swayed. She required something tangible. With this thought, excitement surged within her again. She decided to call Lin Zihao in the morning, wanting to ask for his assistance in dealing with Qin Shuyu's situation and to inquire about the outcome now. At the Hilton Hotel, in a certain room, Lin Zihao sat despondently at the edge of his bed, several alluring women energetically performing their tasks before him. Generally, at such a time, he would be fully engaged, mingling with them. Yet now, his expression was marred by worry. What frightened him was that despite having summoned numerous beautiful women to experiment with, he felt nothing. He could not find any breakthrough. And he sensed the women's subtle disdain reflected in their eyes. After all, who could be pleased when their efforts yielded no response? It was akin to being a eunuch. How could anyone find joy in that? Had it not been for the monetary incentive, they would have quit long ago. Even muttering a classic line, "What use is this iron rod?" Lin Zihao, observing the women crouched before him, noticed that although they maintained a professional demeanor, he could only perceive mockery in their eyes. Furious, he shouted, "Get out. All of you leave. You're nothing but a bunch of useless fools." The women, having reached their limit, quickly gathered their belongings and left. Huh, you can't eat, but blame the bowl. Clearly, it's you who is lacking. Yet you complain about the road being uneven. It's ridiculous. You can't relieve yourself and blame the toilet. What a joke, they exclaimed, and with that, they departed. Fuming, Lin Zihao grabbed a pillow and hurled it at them. Damn it. Chapter 23. A visit to the Hilton. Qin Shuyu was frightened. With that exclamation, the women hastened their steps toward the exit, and one brave soul even turned back to taunt. Why don't you come over? Can you even manage it? Originally intended as a mere insult, Lin Zihao, still reeling from his circumstances, quickly processed her words, his face flushing crimson. Once he was out of bed, he charged toward them, causing the women to pale in fear and flee. Though Lin Zihao might not have been particularly skilled, his strength was undeniable. Damn it. Even you all come to humiliate me. His fists clenched, his gums nearly bleeding from the pressure, and he felt a surge of madness welling up inside him. What the hell was happening? Before returning home, everything was fine. Now, at merely 20-something, he felt as though his youth was slipping away. How was he to live with this? Back on his bed, Lin Zihao ruminated on where things had gone awry. Had he been cursed? Perhaps it was time to seek out someone wise to help him. Just then, his phone rang. Qin Shuyu? Seeing her name flash on the screen, Lin Zihao recalled that she had sought his help earlier in the day regarding her brother, who had been taken by the security bureau. Qin Shuyu had been the object of his affections for years, her figure and beauty undeniably captivating. For various reasons, he had yet to act on his feelings. But he was unwilling to give up, especially not when it came to settling scores with Jiang Yuan. Taking a moment to steady his breath, Lin Zihao answered in as calm a tone as possible. Shuyu, what a surprise to hear from you. I've been busy all day, but I'll inquire about Xianxia's situation shortly, so don't worry. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shuyu felt a flicker of sweetness in her heart, albeit a fleeting one. Lin Zihao's immediate mention of Qin Xianxiang indicated that he had been thinking of her. Even amidst his busyness, he hadn't forgotten, proving his affection for her still lingered. Since Lin Zihao had taken the initiative to mention Qin Xianxiang, Qin Shuyu felt hesitant to press further and instead shifted to another topic. Zihao, here's the thing, she briefly recounted the situation with Qin Shuyu, expressing her desire for him to supply produce to Lin Zihao's family. Lin Zihao furrowed his brow, taken aback by her proposal. He could hardly fathom that Qin Shuyu would suggest such a thing. It was his own fault for mentioning that his family owned a supermarket. Although this is indeed a fact, it merely pertains to the domain of his elder sister, and he cannot so easily intervene, particularly since she has never treated him with kindness thus far. Their relationship has grown so distant that it feels akin to that of strangers, complicating matters significantly. However, at this juncture, Lin Zihao suddenly experienced a flash of insight. It appeared that his predicament originated from Qin Shuyu. Could it be that the one who tied the knot must also be the one to untie it? Qin Shuyu had become the source of his emotional turmoil, and perhaps all of this was due to his failure to secure her affection. Feeling as though he had uncovered a crucial point, Lin Zihao's tone turned somewhat fervent. Shuyu, these matters are easily addressed. It simply requires my word. However, given the magnitude of this business, it would be prudent for us to discuss it face to face. Fortunately, I have just concluded my tasks and returned to the hotel. Let us strategize together. As Lin Zihao's words fell from his lips, a sudden pallor washed over Qin Shuyu at the other end of the line. Unpleasant memories resurfaced. For Lin Zihao was not one to be considered normal. While others engaged in thrilling races, he preferred to indulge in protracted, whimsical pursuits. Recalling her previous harrowing experience, Qin Shuyu's tone became somewhat strained. Zihao, I'm feeling rather fatigued today. Jinxiang has encountered some trouble. Perhaps we could postpone our meeting? She said with a touch of playful reluctance, her words not entirely devoid of truth, for the day's events had indeed left her utterly drained of both spirit and enthusiasm. Yes, Shuyu, if you are weary, then rest well. I too am feeling somewhat fatigued and do not wish to dwell on other matters today. Let us reconvene tomorrow. I am ready to rest now, Lin Zihao replied with a casual indifference. How utterly vexing. You dare speak of camaraderie while expecting me to assist you without offering anything in return? You wish for my help in rescuing your brother and for your family to become fruit suppliers, yet you expect such generosity without reciprocation? Such tactics will not work on me. The astute Qin Shuyu's heart sank at his words. She understood perfectly well what Lin Zihao was implying. If she chose not to meet him today, then the discussions surrounding her brother and the fruit business would be rendered moot, as he too was weary. At that moment, her complexion drained of color. She realized she must confront this situation. Almost unconsciously, she murmured, "All right, I will finish my shopping and head over shortly." After hanging up the phone, Qin Shuyu's resolve crumbled, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She had never encountered such a circumstance before. Jiang Yuan would never have compelled her to take action, tending to everything with meticulous care. Lin Zihao's demeanor, however, made her feel as though their relationship resembled more of a transaction, one requiring equivalent stakes. Seeing her suddenly crouched and weeping, her close friend Xianxiaaudiobooks was at a loss. She quickly attempted to console her. What happened? Did you have a fight with your beloved? I told you from the beginning that he is not a good person. Did you not believe me? It hasn't been long since you started seeing him, and already you are quarreling. Perhaps you should just stay with Jiang Yuan, she advised, wishing to steer her friend away from heartache. Xianxiaaudiobooks was well aware of Qin Shuyu's situation. She had even met Jiang Yuan, as they had been roommates throughout their university years and remained close friends thereafter. As the saying goes, the observer sees more than the participant. She had witnessed how Jiang Yuan treated Qin Shuyu and could not deny that she had elevated herself by being with him. Yet, Qin Shuyu remained oblivious. Striving for something more, and Lin Zihao's sudden emergence had prompted a significant shift in her perspective. Though Xianxiaaudiobooks had not intended to interfere in her friend's romantic affairs, seeing Qin Shuyu veering further down the wrong path compelled her to speak up. To her surprise, however, when Qin Shuyu rose, wiped her tears, and donned a smile, she declared, "It's nothing. It's not about Zihao. Our relationship is just fine. Since leaving Jiang Yuan, I feel an unprecedented sense of freedom. I was crying because of my brother's situation. He might be facing legal troubles, and I fear for his imprisonment. Come on, let us go shopping again. Zihao mentioned I could buy whatever I want today. He'll cover the bill." With that, Qin Shuyu pulled Xianxiaaudiobooks back into a luxury store, though a hint of bitterness lingered at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 24. Jiang Yuan, you are indeed ruthless. Xianxiaaudiobooks observed Qin Shuyu, who had seemingly composed herself in an instant, and sighed inwardly. Certain matters were clear to her, yet she refrained from speaking too freely to avoid appearing gossipy. If Qin Shuyu wished to distance herself, Xianxiaaudiobooks had no desire to play the role of an unwelcome interloper. Before long, the two friends entered a designer handbag store. "Xiao, what do you think of this bag? It's the latest model," Qin Shuyu exclaimed, donning sunglasses and striking a pose in front of the mirror. With one leg slightly bent and the other lifted, she admired her reflection, reveling in her own elegance and confidence. Feeling as though she had made a mistake by being Jiang Yuan's girlfriend, she was not wrong. What could a dying man possibly offer her? A life among the elite was her rightful destiny. "This bag beautifully complements your aura. It appears tailor-made for you," the sales associate complimented. And while Qin Shuyu was indeed quite lovely, who would not relish such flattery? Her smile widened radiantly. Xianxiaaudiobooks joined her, scrutinizing her closely, and exclaimed, "Shuyu, your assets are truly impressive. It's no wonder Jiang Yuan is utterly captivated by you. Indeed, when I make an effort, there is no one I cannot win over. However, Xiao, you are no less impressive, if it weren't for everyone knowing you are not fond of men. Surely those who pursued me in school would have turned their affections towards you." Qin Shuyu teased with a hint of envy. Naturally, a friend of a campus beauty would also be a beauty in her own right. Xianxiaaudiobooks held a higher rank in the social hierarchy. Yet she had always remained indifferent toward men, rarely engaging with them. Over time, it became apparent to those around her that she was not the type to bloom for any suitor, since there was no rivalry between them. Qin Shuyu felt free to shower her friend with compliments. Upon hearing Qin Shuyu's remarks, Xianxiaaudiobooks simply smiled in silence until Qin Shuyu suddenly suggested, "Xiao, you should choose a bag too. You've gifted me several in the past, and I've been wanting to reciprocate. Why not today? Encouraged by Qin Shuyu, who insisted on treating her, Shun Xiaoxiao reluctantly picked out a bag worth over 10,000, while Qin Shuyu chose one priced at over 30,000, bringing their total to nearly 50,000. Without a hint of remorse, Qin Shuyu, like a wealthy heiress, effortlessly produced her credit card and instructed the store associate. Please charge it. The associate, upon receiving the card, respectfully proceeded to finalize the transaction. However, the clerk soon noticed that the receipt had not been printed and kindly reminded her, "Miss, could it be that you've entered the wrong password? Would you like to try again?" Qin Shuyu paid little heed and swiftly re-entered the password, yet once again, her attempt was in vain. A frown creased her brow as she exclaimed, "Is there something wrong with your machine? That can't be. We had a customer just moments ago who successfully used their card." The clerk replied, perplexed. Taking the card reader back, the clerk scrutinized it carefully and, with uncertainty, suggested, "Miss, it appears there may be an issue with your credit card. Would you consider using an alternative payment method? We accept debit cards, WeChat Pay, and Alipay as well." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyu's face flushed momentarily. She had no substantial funds in her other accounts, although Jiang Yuan had generously provided her with money and she could also receive dividends from Qin Dashan. How could a fairy like her save? As a member of the Moonlight clan, she had to adorn herself beautifully. A woman must indulge herself a little. Nevertheless, she quickly retrieved her phone again, knowing that Jiang Yuan's Alipay was logged in on her device as a trusted device. To her dismay, she found she could not log in. After several attempts, Qin Shuyu finally realized that Jiang Yuan had taken drastic measures, not only freezing her credit card, but also changing the Alipay account password entirely. "Jiang Yuan, you truly are ruthless," she muttered in frustration, her chest heaving with anger. Her teeth clenched in fury. "How dare you, Jiang Yuan? Are you trying to make me forgive you? Is this your way of forcing me to plead with you?" She seethed. "Fine, I'll give you this chance. Just wait and see how I deal with you when you're gone." In a fit of anger, Qin Shuyu decided to call Jiang Yuan, only to quickly remember that he had blocked her number. She could not get through on the phone or via WeChat. Glancing around, an idea struck her. "Xiao, could I borrow your phone to contact Jiang Yuan?" Unbeknownst to her, the usually serene and composed Xiao was now lost in a daze, her eyes vacant as she stared ahead, seemingly soulless. Qin Shuyu, consumed by her own anger, tugged at Xiao's arm. "Xiao, may I borrow your phone?" Xiao's face had turned pale, her fingers unconsciously tightening around her phone as her voice trembled. "Shuyu, what did you just say? What do you mean Jiang Yuan is dying?" Qin Shuyu regarded Xiao's distraction with annoyance, answering dismissively as she snatched the phone. "Hey, let me tell you. Jiang Yuan is on the brink of death. He has a terminal illness, and the doctor said he has only a few days left. Otherwise, why would I need to find Lin Zihao?" Though Jiang Yuan was far from perfect, she felt he deserved at least a sliver of hope. However, he was dying. And how could she possibly engage in a romance with a corpse? What? At that moment, Xiao went rigid, as if time had paused. Her eyes fixed ahead in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that this was not some jest of Qin Shuyu's. She felt as though all the strength had been siphoned from her body, collapsing onto the nearby sofa. Meanwhile, Qin Shuyu had successfully gotten through to Jiang Yuan. "Jiang Yuan, can we reconcile? I only provoked you to reignite your will to live. Look at you now, you seem much better. I can't continue to endure this humiliation. I must reveal the truth. Let us pretend nothing has happened. I am still your girlfriend, and we love each other just as before." At that moment, Qin Shuyu employed her acting skills to the fullest, her voice imbued with a hint of hoarseness, a touch of grievance, a quaver of suppressed tears, and a dash of resilience. If one were to listen only to her voice from the other end of the line, it would seem as though she were a paragon of sacrifice for love. Chapter 25. Don't rush, just wait a moment. Despite the palpable distress in Qin Shuyu's words, she brimmed with confidence. Upon reflection, this was her first time apologizing to Jiang Yuan, and given his personality, he would surely fall for it. Perhaps she had previously underestimated the man's pride, but he was adamant that she apologized this time. If that was what he wanted, she would grant it to him for now. Moreover, her conscience was clear. Jiang Yuan was her one and only man, the sole one who had ever shared her body. Although she had come close to crossing boundaries with Lin Zihao, that was merely Lin Zihao's own inadequacy. As long as they hadn't crossed the line, she had not wronged Jiang Yuan. On the other end of the line, Jiang Yuan listened to Qin Shuyu's familiar plea, even hearing her apologize for the first time, and couldn't help but chuckle. "So, shall I unlock the credit card?" "Oh, sweetheart, you're the best. I knew you cared for me." "Thank you, darling. Do I need Alipay as well?" "Yes, if you could revert it to the old password, that would be splendid. Perhaps we might need to match it with a text verification." Qin Shuyu's heart soared with joy, her tears instantly replaced by a radiant smile. Jiang Yuan was indeed still the same. All he required was a little coaxing, and he would come rushing back to her. After all this commotion, wasn't it just a few words that would coax him to spend money on her? Jiang Yuan, very earnestly, responded, "All right, just wait a moment. I'll sort this out." "Okay, darling, I'll be waiting." Qin Shuyu's smile blossomed once more, radiating the innocence of a neighborly girl. Her countenance regained its confidence as she addressed the clerk. "Please pack my items. There was indeed an issue with the card earlier, but it will be resolved shortly. I'm in a bit of a hurry." "Of course," the clerk replied, accustomed to such occurrences. She had witnessed many absurdities, including a woman video calling her boyfriend while brandishing their latest handbag. "Darling, I'm just 8,000 short of affording this bag. Could you please lend me a little?" To her astonishment, the woman received 10,000, with her boyfriend even rounding it up. The absurdity continued as she called another person, saying, "Darling, I adore this bag, but I'm still 12,000 short. Would you mind helping me out?" Unsurprisingly, she received another 12,000. That day, she ended up calling 3 more individuals, amassing a total of 35,000. She bought a bag that cost 42,000, and not only did she manage to purchase it, but she also profited 15,000, truly a master of financial management. Yet, the clerk was left dumbfounded when, just as she thought the woman had made a 15,000 profit, the woman simply set the bag down and walked away, leaving without a trace. This was not merely a 15,000 profit. She had actually gained 57,000. Witnessing this made the clerk feel as if earning money was simpler than drinking water. Thus, from her perspective, Qin Shuyu's antics were merely at the novice level. As the clerk packed her items, Qin Shuyu finally noticed Xianxiao sitting on the sofa. She approached her, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Xiao, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. It must have been exhausting. Was that credit card Jiang Yuan's?" Xianxiao inquired, her focus drifting from Qin Shuyu's concerns. "Yes. Everything he has is mine, and what's mine remains mine. Isn't a man's money meant for a woman to spend?" Qin Shuyu replied with a hint of pride as she scrolled through her phone, believing wholeheartedly that it all rightfully belonged to her. "But didn't you just say Jiang Yuan is dying?" Exactly. So I must seize the opportunity to use it. Life and death are but fleeting moments. I need not repay the debts of the departed. Why not seize the opportunity to benefit from the situation? Moreover, I just spoke with Jiang Yuan, and he is willing to assist me. Xiao, you may not have experienced romance, so you might not grasp this dynamic. It's akin to Zhuge Liang and Zhou Yu. One willingly strikes while the other willingly endures. Xiao's face paled further. She had not anticipated that Qin Shuyu could possess such a disposition. Previously, she had merely perceived Shuyu's occasional capriciousness in Jiang Yuan's presence as a minor flaw. After all, being a campus belle, a touch of whimsy and temper was hardly surprising. Yet, at this moment, it felt utterly disillusioning. "Shuyu, perhaps I should forego the purchase of the handbag or cover the expense myself," Xiao suggested. Her enthusiasm waning as she glanced at the call log on her phone, her thoughts already drifting away, preparing to depart. At that moment, Qin Shuyu's expression shifted. It was evident that Xiao was disregarding her feelings, implying that she was using funds from the deceased to finance her purchases, a notion that left her feeling quite unfortunate. Nevertheless, she rose to offer her counsel. "Xiao, we made a pact. You cannot renege on it. Jiang Yuan is my boyfriend, and we have just reconciled. It is entirely reasonable for a boyfriend to spend on his girlfriend, so do not overthink it." With that, Qin Shuyu approached the cashier once more. "Please process the card. It should be ready by now." The cashier, unfazed by the drama, was simply eager for the commission and swiftly began her work. However, merely 10 seconds later, she announced, "Miss, it seems the card is still not functional." Qin Shuyu hurried over, skeptical, and re-entered the password. Upon another failure, feeling the scrutinizing gazes of the onlookers, she felt an overwhelming embarrassment, wishing she could dig a hole and hide. Subsequently, she attempted her own payment method, which also failed. Inciting her ire, "What on earth is Jiang Yuan playing at? He cannot even manage this trivial matter without making me look foolish in front of so many people. If it weren't for the need to use the card, I would certainly ignore him from this moment onward." With this thought, she promptly dialed Jiang Yuan. To her dismay, she discovered he was still on her blocked list, having forgotten to unblock him. Thus, Qin Shuyu had no choice but to borrow Xiao's phone again. Observing Shuyu's exasperated demeanor, Xiao felt an unexpected lift in her spirits. She refrained from intervening, pondering the irony of the situation. Indeed, Shuyu often spoke recklessly. How could one place trust in her words? Who could ascertain the truth among her fabrications? Soon, Jiang Yuan's line connected. Qin Shuyu suppressed her frustration, her voice forced to remain calm. "Jiang Yuan, what is going on? Has the credit card not been processed yet?" On the other end, Jiang Yuan's tone was devoid of emotion. I am in the process of resolving it. Please be patient. The bank is expediting the matter. It will be sorted shortly. Before she could respond, Jiang Yuan hung up, leaving Qin Shuyu with no opportunity to remind him to unblock her. Xianxiao sat silently on the couch, observing the unfolding drama, as if the phone call had already conveyed a multitude of unspoken truths. 3 minutes passed. Jiang Yuan, is everything resolved yet? If not, could you transfer 100,000 yuan to me? I urgently need it. The seasoned cashier could not help but exclaim, wow, a handbag worth over 50,000 and you're asking for 100,000. Quite the high roller, aren't we? Shuyu, do not fret. I have already paid the hospital. I will arrange for a loan immediately, Jiang Yuan reassured her. Qin Shuyu smiled, finally feeling relief. After all, he could indeed secure a loan, and his shop earned a substantial income monthly. Chapter 26, Xianxiao, you wretched creature. Your true colors are finally showing. However, as another 5 minutes elapsed, Qin Shuyu still had not received a call from Jiang Yuan and discovered her phone remained blocked. It became evident that something was amiss, particularly as other customers lingered, whispering among themselves. Qin Shuyu dialed again. Jiang Yuan, have you resolved the situation yet? I cannot wait any longer. The bank isn't mine to control. Such matters do not expedite themselves. If you are in a hurry, pay for it yourself. If you lack the funds, then simply wait. Hearing Jiang Yuan's mocking tone, Qin Shuyu finally grasped that he was clearly toying with her. Jiang Yuan, are you messing with me? Your reflexes are rather slow. It's merely a matter of waiting. How could I be deceiving you? And with that, Jiang Yuan hung up. Listening to the incessant beeping of the dial tone, Qin Shuyu felt her frustration boil over, leading her to a near hysterical outburst. Ah, Jiang Yuan, if you dare play me, I shall never forgive you. After venting her anger, she noticed the stares of those around her and muttered fiercely, Jiang Yuan, do not blame me. It's not as if there aren't others willing to spend on me. There is a queue. Without delay, Qin Shuyu called Lin Zihao, her voice softening once more. Darling, I've set my sights on a handbag. It's only 50,000 yuan. Could you lend me that for the moment? I'll pay you back soon. Qin Shuyu was still navigating her relationship with Lin Zihao and knew she had to maintain her image, so she chose her words carefully. Though she had no intention of repaying him, asking for a loan felt markedly different from outright asking for money. Lin Zihao was wealthy. 50,000 yuan should be a trivial matter. To her surprise, Lin Zihao stammered, hello? Shuyu, can you hear me? The signal is terrible. I'm driving through a tunnel. I'll call you back later. Qin Shuyu stared in disbelief as the call ended, her face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Zihao had hung up on her. Meanwhile, Lin Zihao on the other end was equally startled. What kind of family is this? Asking for 50,000 for a handbag. I'm rich, but I'm not foolish. I wouldn't buy such an expensive bag without even having a car. After venting his frustrations, Lin Zihao lay back on his bed to rest, preparing himself for the next opportunity to charm. On the other side, Qin Shuyu felt utterly humiliated, especially amidst the luxury store. At that moment, her pent-up frustration found an outlet when she noticed Xianxiao, who appeared lost in thought, yet bore a smile. This sight incited her irritation. Xiao, I'm in such distress, and you seem overly pleased. Are you here to witness my misfortune? No, Shuyu, you misunderstand. I was simply recalling something joyful, unrelated to you. Of course, that must be it. Xiao, you're mocking me for lacking funds, aren't you? With your wealth, why not buy it yourself? Xianxiao wiped the smile from her face, unwilling to indulge Shuyu's tantrum in front of so many people. This is unreasonable. I'm leaving. You should take a moment to collect yourself. After all, you chose Lin Zihao. You've already broken up with Jiang Yuan. It's best not to be indecisive. Qin Shuyu, who had managed to rein in her emotions, felt an immediate surge of anger upon hearing Jiang Yuan's name. It was as if a cat had its tail stepped on. Xiao, you've finally revealed your true intentions, haven't you? Do you harbor feelings for Jiang Yuan? Have you been waiting for this moment? Xiao frowned, choosing not to respond, and instead strode towards the exit of the store. Stop right there, Xiao. Tell me, have you always harbored inappropriate feelings for Jiang Yuan? What are you pretending to be so noble for? I mentioned that Jiang Yuan's recent demeanor seems off. Are you gossiping behind my back? Xiao, you truly are despicable. The more Qin Shuyu pondered, the more uneasy she felt. Jiang Yuan had not blocked Xiao, which was a clear indication of their secret affair. Surely they were betraying me. How dare you, Jiang Yuan, to cavort with women behind my back? It was I who held steadfast to my principles, yet I am the one who is hurt. Qin Shuyu, why did I never realize how adept you are at concocting scenarios? You only believe in your own imaginings. You could have made a fortune writing novels. Who knows? Perhaps you could earn enough to buy yourself a handbag. Xiao found the situation rather absurd. Qin Shuyu was simply spouting nonsense. To avoid suspicion, She hadn't even added Jiang Yuan on WeChat. What more could she do? Qin Shuyu was aware of this, yet began to fabricate stories out of thin air due to today's events. Xianxiao, you wretched woman. It turns out you have been using me as a decoy. I tell you, do not think you can have Jiang Yuan. He is mine, and I would never relinquish him to you. You should abandon all hope. Upon hearing this, Xianxiao was also incensed. Anyone would find such a grievous insult intolerable. Well, Qin Shuyu, since you say so, I truly wish to test that. You have already broken up with Jiang Yuan. I admit, I like him. So what? At least I am not like certain individuals who munch on what's in front of them while gazing longingly at what's in the pot, straddling two boats. Jiang Yuan must have had the worst luck meeting you. However, it seems he has finally recognized his mistake and has cast you aside. Xianxiao, reluctantly, acknowledged the most unwelcome truth in front of Qin Shuyu. Qin Shuyu, gritting her teeth, charged at Xianxiao, claws outstretched, hurling curses as she approached. You vile woman. I'll make you pay for your nonsense. Xianxiao's face paled slightly. She anticipated Qin Shuyu to be so enraged as to resort to violence. Instinctively retreating. At that moment, two female bodyguards clad in black suits appeared behind her. Miss, be careful. One remained by Xiaoxiao's side, while the other advanced directly, kicking Qin Shuyu to the ground. As the pain coursed through her back, Qin Shuyu regained her clarity, suddenly realizing a dire issue. She might lose Jiang Yuan, her long-term financial supporter, and it seemed she had thoroughly offended her super-rich friend. Although she had known Xianxiao was wealthy, she had not fathomed the extent of her affluence. A person accompanied by bodyguards could not possibly be an ordinary rich individual. It was alarming that she had not noticed this for so many years. Qin Shuyu quickly regained her composure, hastily rising to call out to shun Xiaoxiao's departing figure. Xiaoxiao? I was just momentarily blinded by rage. Please don't misunderstand. That was not my intention. Can I treat you to dinner to apologize? Chapter 27, Jiang Yuan. It's me, Xianxiao. Despite Qin Shuyu's desperate cries behind her, Xianxiao showed no signs of turning back. She understood that because of Jiang Yuan, she had lost her super-rich friend. Damn it. The hatred in Qin Shuyu's eyes deepened. It was all Jiang Yuan's fault. That scoundrel. Why doesn't he just disappear? However, an unsettling feeling crept back, and at that moment, she experienced a fleeting sense of regret. Shouldn't she have properly stayed with Jiang Yuan instead of rushing to end things? Yet, she felt cursed and decided to break up early. But as soon as that thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. She couldn't possibly be wrong. Jiang Yuan would be dead within 2 days at most. He would surely retreat to some dark corner to lick his wounds, waiting quietly for death. Since Jiang Yuan had treated her so lightly and had betrayed her first, she could wholeheartedly and justifiably be with Lin Zihao. Yet, thinking of Lin Zihao's behavior today cast a pall over Qin Shuyu's heart. She remembered that Lin Zihao had just approached her to discuss a plan to help his younger brother while also addressing the supply issues with Qin Dashan. Given her current predicament, she had no alternative but to rely on Lin Zihao. Resolutely, she made her way to the Hilton Hotel. Meanwhile, Xianxiao, having just had a quarrel with Qin Shuyu, found her thoughts far from the confrontation. Instead, she clutched her phone in the car, contemplating the call history between Qin Shuyu and Jiang Yuan, appearing somewhat hesitant. Should she call Jiang Yuan? It seemed he hadn't spoken to her much. Did he even remember her? At that moment, a simple phone call caused Xianxiao great inner turmoil. Just as she was hesitating, she suddenly recalled Qin Shuyu's words. Jiang Yuan might be dying. Once that thought emerged, Xianxiao understood that she had to make the call, otherwise, she wouldn't find peace. Qin Shuyu's words were inherently unreliable. She needed to inquire with Jiang Yuan directly. With a fluttering heart, Xianxiao finally resolved to dial Jiang Yuan's number. As the call connected, her heart raced, feeling utterly unprepared to converse with him. The number you have dialed is turned off. Please try again later. In this moment of heightened tension, Xianxiao was taken aback by the unexpected result, which almost made her smile. She patted her pert chest, taking several deep breaths to calm herself. Although the call had gone unanswered, Xianxiao felt somewhat relieved. For Jiang Yuan had clearly blocked her number, mistaking her for Qin Shuyu. This indicated that Jiang Yuan was entirely aware and profoundly disappointed in Qin Shuyu, freeing her from any lingering worries. It was no great issue that her number had been blocked. She quickly used the bodyguard's phone to text instead, fearing she might be blocked again before even establishing contact. If Jiang Yuan had simply changed his number, that would be counterproductive. She composed a message. Hello Jiang Yuan. This is Xianxiao. The number Qin Shuyu just called you from is mine. I am not with her now. Can you please take my call? I have something very important to discuss with you. Even though she had calmed down, the moment she sent the text, the oppressive tension returned. And Xianxiao stared intently at her phone, eagerly awaiting Jiang Yuan's reply. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan, having completed his training in Tangdao No. 1. Returned to the living room sofa to rest. Qin Shuyu's call was merely an insignificant interruption. It hadn't registered in his mind. Thus, when Qin Shuyu's new number rang again, he couldn't be bothered to answer and simply blocked it. He was also contemplating whether to change his phone number altogether. After all, he had few relatives and friends. He could easily notify them individually. If Qin Shuyu continued to harass him, it would become quite tiresome. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone vibrated again. Upon reading the text message, Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss. After all, although he remained Jiang Yuan, the reality was that his memories had faded over a decade. Recalling events that transpired merely days ago felt akin to reminiscing about occurrences from many years past. Xianxiaaudiobooks? The name seemed familiar, perhaps a close friend of Qin Shuyu. As his memories gradually sharpened, an image began to form. She was an exceptionally gentle and serene woman, possessing a beauty that surpassed even that of Qin Shuyu. Always adorned with a faint smile. Yet, beneath that smile lingered an air of distance, leading one to wonder why, despite her beauty, she had never been in a relationship. He had encountered her several times before, primarily due to her connection with Qin Shuyu. In his earlier days, Jiang Yuan was not the type to covet what he already had. With a girlfriend as enchanting as Qin Shuyu, he had naturally kept a distance from other women. Thus, while Xianxiao and Qin Shuyu shared a close bond, he had never even obtained her phone number or WeChat. Why would she seek him out? Was it to speak on behalf of Qin Shuyu? However, she had just emphasized that she and Qin Shuyu had parted ways, claiming she had her own matters to discuss with him. What could those matters possibly be? Though puzzled, he bore no ill will toward Xianxiao. A simple phone call was hardly an inconvenience. Today, Jiang Yuan felt particularly buoyant. His health had fully rebounded, and his cultivation was gradually recovering. More importantly, he had unlocked the Lingling Tower and retrieved the celestial soil within, allowing him to continue his practice even in a realm devoid of spiritual energy. Without further contemplation, he removed Xianxiao's number from his blacklist and placed a call. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly casual action caused Xianxiao, who had been anxiously waiting by the phone, to instinctively rise from her seat in the car, inadvertently bumping her head. Suppressing the minor pain, she swiftly answered the call. Hello, is this Jiang Yuan? I am Xianxiao. Yes, it is I. May I inquire what brings you to contact me, classmate? Classmate? The term felt so familiar. It had been ages since anyone had addressed her in such a manner, causing Xianxiao to momentarily lose her train of thought. Hello? Are you still there? Jiang Yuan's brow furrowed in concern, wondering if this was merely a prank orchestrated by Qin Shuyu. However, he soon realized his overthinking. Oh, yes, Jiang Yuan here. I just heard from Qin Shuyu that you are unwell. May I ask what ails you? I assure you, I mean no harm. I can assist you in finding the best doctors in the world. Xianxiao hurriedly spoke, fearful that Jiang Yuan might hang up. Chapter 28. I will certainly find you. Upon hearing her words, a brief silence enveloped the line. This phrase was all too familiar to Jiang Yuan. Not long ago, Lin Wanxi had uttered it to him. To his surprise, someone else was willing to offer assistance for his ailment. Why had he never experienced such kindness in his past life? Regardless of the potential for healing, his relationship with Xianxiao hardly warranted such concern. They had merely crossed paths during their university days and had subsequently maintained a respectful distance. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan recalled that he had actually met Xianxiao first. It was through her that he had come to know Qin Shuyu. Their acquaintance had been quite serendipitous. One day, as Xianxiao passed by him, she unexpectedly collapsed. By chance, Jiang Yuan happened to be there and, without hesitation, carried her to the campus clinic. After ensuring she was in the right hands, he did not linger. Approximately 10 days later, Xianxiao sought him out to express her gratitude over a meal, during which Qin Shuyu was also present. From that moment on, Qin Shuyu began to initiate outings, while Xianxiao refrained from making further contact until Jiang Yuan and Qin Shuyu confirmed their romantic relationship. This incident had occurred during their freshman year, and as the years rolled back, Jiang Yuan realized that, had Xianxiao not unexpectedly reappeared today, he might have completely forgotten this chapter of his life. Curiosity piqued. He inquired, Xianxiao, how did you learn of my illness? Caught off guard by the question, Xianxiao hesitated. It was a simple matter of Qin Shuyu mentioning it in passing. However, confessing this would seem as though she were speaking ill of Qin Shuyu. Sensing the silence on the other end, Jiang Yuan casually asked, was it Qin Shuyu who mentioned it? If so, how could she say I am unwell? She should have said I'm on the brink of death. Jiang Yuan, could you tell me what is happening? Why did she say you are on the verge of death? Let us think of solutions together. Can we discuss this in person? Xiaoxiao's voice was clear yet cautious. If anyone were to discover that the typically reserved Xiao had spoken so delicately in the presence of a man, many who knew her would surely be astonished. Was this still the same gentle, ethereal goddess they all admired? Jiang Yuan quickly sensed the sincerity behind Xiaoxiao's words, realizing her intentions were devoid of mockery or malice. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of his own circumstances and felt no need for treatment from others. Thus, he calmly replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Xianxiao. I indeed have a terminal illness, but I have already been discharged from the hospital and found a method for treatment. I must focus on my recovery for now. So I cannot meet. It's all right. Where are you? Just tell me. I will certainly find you. I promise I won't be a burden." Xiao insisted. Xiao, there is no need to trouble yourself. I simply wish to recuperate in peace. Until the call concluded, Jiang Yuan refrained from revealing his whereabouts. Unbeknownst to him, while Xiao did not exhibit unwavering determination during their conversation, once the call ended, her expression was resolute. "Jiang Yuan, if you do not reveal your location, I will undoubtedly find you." She had a general understanding of Jiang Yuan's situation. Although she had her own career and earned a decent income, she was not from a wealthy family, merely an ordinary background. Given the severity of his condition, it was likely that standard medical practitioners and hospitals would be of little assistance. However, the Shun family was different. As one of the 4 prominent families in Sioux City, they had access to medical resources that Jiang Yuan could not fathom. "Please assist me in checking if there is a patient named Jiang Yuan in the Sioux City hospital." Xiao promptly instructed the driver. Previously, due to Qin Shuyu, Xiao had not had the opportunity to interact much with Jiang Yuan. When Qin Shuyu first encountered Jiang Yuan, she excitedly told Xiao that she felt she had fallen in love at first sight and implored Xiao to help her. Aware of her family's circumstances, even though she harbored feelings for Jiang Yuan at that time, she knew it could lead nowhere. Thus, she refrained from competing with Qin Shuyu. However, the present was different. Although their statuses remained vastly disparate, it did not mean Xiao could not lend a helping hand. Moreover, the current circumstances allowed her the agency to make her own decisions. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan sat on the sofa, reflecting on his fortunes, realizing that in this life, Xiao was willing to assist him. Perhaps it was because of that incident in freshman year. In his previous life, Xiao had likely been completely unaware of his terminal illness, as Qin Shuyu had been overly protective, treating Jiang Yuan and Xiao as if they were adversaries. On one occasion, Qin Shuyu even inquired about Jiang Yuan's opinion of Xiaoxiao's looks. Jiang Yuan had merely remarked that Xiao was indeed quite lovely, albeit not as beautiful as Qin Shuyu, leading Qin Shuyu to sulk for an entire week. Jiang Yuan swiftly dismissed his lingering thoughts on the matter, shifting his focus to the cultivation plans for the front and backyards, contemplating whether it might be advantageous to stock the swimming pool with fish. The flavor of spirit fish is far superior to that of freshwater fish, and consuming them is said to extend one's lifespan and enhance physical vitality. As he pondered, a crisp sound echoed from the living room door, and he beheld Lin Wanxi entering with a cheerful demeanor, holding something in her hand. "Darling, look at what I bought." Upon seeing Jiang Yuan, Lin Wanxi's smile blossomed further, and she energetically seated herself beside him, eagerly unveiling a bag filled with several wooden boxes. "Darling?" Jiang Yuan was unexpectedly drawn in by her affectionate address. Those simple 2 syllables evoked an unfamiliar sensation within him. The two shared no profound emotional bond. Their marriage certificate had been acquired rather haphazardly, yet it remained accepted in contemporary society. Noticing Jiang Yuan's momentary daze, Lin Wanxi quickly clarified, "Don't mind the title. Dear, if I don't call you that, my family won't believe I'm truly married. With the plethora of online dramas these days, they might think I simply found someone to marry as part of a cliché plot." However, acknowledging the truth in her words, she quickly added, "Regardless, I won't be marrying again. Let them give up on that notion. I'll still call you darling." As she explained, she opened the boxes, tugging at Jiang Yuan's arm with excitement. "Come see if this meets your expectations." Jiang Yuan glanced in, discovering an array of aged ginseng, angelica, and even deer antler and tiger bone. To be candid, Jiang Yuan had never encountered such precious items from Blue Star before. He had merely heard tales of ginseng. Yet, upon seeing these medicinal materials, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Chapter 29. Who told you to monitor him? These herbs appeared exceedingly valuable, their sizes remarkable, likely capable of yielding significant benefits even for renowned physicians in the mundane world. However, he sensed no trace of spiritual energy within them. Lacking knowledge of pharmacology or pathology, he relied solely on spiritual power to adjust his body. Without such energy, they held no utility for him. Jiang Yuan speculated that living specimens might possess spiritual energy. Yet ordinary individuals on Blue Star lacked the specialized containers necessary to preserve such energy, which would quickly dissipate into nothingness. Lin Wanxi evidently perceived Jiang Yuan's despondency, and her mood fluctuated with his. His precarious condition was alarming. If these herbs proved ineffective, the consequences could be dire. Observing her expression shift from sunny to overcast, he sensed her misunderstanding that these were essential for him. Considering the effort Lin Wanqi had expended to procure these rare herbs in just a few hours, it was unlikely to have been an easy task. He promptly reassured her, "Wanqi, it's all right. These items are dispensable. I have other means." His words illuminated Lin Wanqi's countenance once more, her slightly reddened eyes fixed upon him. "Darling, what other methods do you have? I will spare no effort to save you. Please tell me." Previously exuding confidence akin to a domineering CEO, Lin Wanqi now appeared somewhat helpless. It was impossible for Jiang Yuan not to feel touched. Yet, having witnessed the treachery of another world and the drastic changes in Qin Shuyu, he understood one vital truth. The more beautiful a woman, the less one could trust her. Lin Wanqi merely sought to repay his life-saving grace. He would not overthink her intentions. Nevertheless, it was certain that her current assistance was genuine and fortuitously. Jiang Yuan had just been contemplating how to transform the yard into farmland. Now was the ideal opportunity. Transforming the yard into farmland was imperative, otherwise, he would prefer to relocate or return to the countryside. Jiang Yuan did not mince words but addressed her directly. "Wanqi, my condition has stabilized. Otherwise, I would not be as lively as I am now. I truly need your help with something that may cause some damage to the house." Lin Wanqi furrowed her brow slightly at his words. She failed to comprehend how damaging the house related to healing him. Yet without hesitation, she replied, "Darling, if it can cure your illness, don't mention merely causing damage. It could even be entirely demolished. Yes, it's like this. I may need to remove all the grass and plants from the front and backyards to plant some fruits and vegetables. The swimming pool will also be converted into a fish pond for breeding freshwater fish. With a special planting method, what I grow can heal my body." Lin Wanqi, upon hearing Jiang Yuan's description, grew even more perplexed. To her, this seemed exceedingly straightforward. It was merely grass and a swimming pool, elements she had no use for. Her concern lay in Jiang Yuan wasting precious time on a whim. Thus, she inquired, "Darling, this is your home. You don't need to consult me on how to proceed. You may do as you please here. However, is this truly feasible?" Upon hearing Lin Wanqi's response, Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up. Tang Island No. 1 was indeed a remarkable location, and he believed it would be challenging to find another place of such caliber. Lin Wanqi's agreement was fortuitous. Jiang Yuan intended to use celestial soil for cultivation. Naturally, explaining such a fantastical concept to Lin Wanqi was impractical. So he merely offered a faint smile. "Rest assured, I possess a unique secret technique. You are in for a treat." Lin Wanqi, gazing at the smile on Jiang Yuan's face, found herself uplifted, her own smile blooming. "Wanqi, you look truly beautiful when you smile." Jiang Yuan couldn't help but admire, feeling a wave of joy wash over him. While Jiang Yuan's understanding of Lin Wanqi was not particularly profound, her demeanor suggested she belonged to a category of strong women with a commanding presence. He had rarely witnessed her smile while interacting with others, often perceiving her as somewhat aloof. He had yet to see her genuinely relaxed and joyful. "Is it truly beautiful?" Lin Wanqi murmured, touching her flawless face, her smile growing even warmer. With Lin Wanqi's consent, matters became considerably more manageable. By the end of May in Sioux City, a plethora of fruits were ripe for the picking. The early spring red jade was nearly ready, cherries were in season, and the white jade loquat was exceptionally delectable. Additionally, the local summer black, yellow peaches, and the neighboring honey peaches were all exquisite. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuan instructed Lin Wanqi to relocate the living specimens, designating the front yard for fruit trees, cherries, loquats, yellow peaches, and honey peaches, all of which were essential. As for the backyard, it would be devoted to grapes and watermelons, with the remaining space allocated for fresh seasonal vegetables. Lin Wanqi demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Merely an hour after acquiescing to Jiang Yuan's request, various living specimens appeared in the yard. Without a flicker of hesitation, she directed a small excavator to uproot all the meticulously tended flowers and trees, executing Jiang Yuan's wishes without a second thought. Her eyes reflected neither reluctance nor sorrow. Rather, they sparkled with a hint of joy. She grew up in the city, and although her father faced considerable hardships during the early stages of his entrepreneurial journey, she never experienced life in the countryside. Overall, her life was quite comfortable. It is only now that she realizes how pleasing to the eye the fruits and vegetables planted in the yard are, far more aesthetically appealing than the previously emotionless lawn. She begins to understand why Jiang Yuan chose to cultivate these plants. While Lin Wanqi eagerly observes the construction in the courtyard, she remains unaware of her butler's deep concern, lamenting the destruction of such a beautiful garden, a sheer waste of resources. Especially after overhearing Lin Wanqi's conversation with Jiang Yuan, where she inquired whether he needed additional help to tend to the crops, only to be met with a shocking response. Jiang Yuan not only declined the idea of hiring more help, but also insisted that no one should approach the garden at all. This was tantamount to cutting off her livelihood. It is important to note that maintaining the 2 large courtyards previously required substantial monthly expenditures. And now Jiang Yuan's decision has effectively eliminated these costs. Observing Jiang Yuan from a distance, Hu Fang approached Lin Wanxi and whispered, Mr. Jiang has been acting quite strangely today, spending the entire afternoon sleeping under a tree by the lake. And now, he is causing quite a commotion. Miss. I feel before Hu could finish, she felt a chill run down her spine as she met Lin Wanxi's icy gaze. Who authorized you to monitor him? Chapter 30. Jiang Yuan's heart is unstable, unable to resist. Just a few words sent a shiver down Hu's back as she realized her grave misjudgment. Lin Wanxi's tone was devoid of warmth. Hu hurriedly began to explain, Miss. I only watched closely because I was concerned about you being alone with a stranger in the house. I had no other intentions, I swear. She lowered her head, hastily admitting her fault, having not anticipated Lin Wanxi's deep regard for Jiang Yuan, leaving her unable to say anything further. Just take your salary and go. Lin Wanxi did not continue her wrath, but spoke calmly, even too apathetic to clarify that Jiang Yuan was her husband. Hu Fang felt utterly defeated. Miss, I was only acting out of kindness. I promise it won't happen again. I've served you for 6 years. Can't you grant me another chance? I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. I will punish myself. Saying this, Hu Fang resolutely began to slap her own face, striking herself without reservation. However, Lin Wanxi remained unmoved. I do not wish to repeat myself. I can overlook what you have done over the years, but if you choose not to leave, then do not leave. Hu Fang was left in stunned silence, gazing at Lin Wanxi, who remained as composed as ever, seemingly unfazed. Yet, turmoil was brewing within her. She had assumed her actions were flawless, only to realize she was illuminated like a beacon in Lin Wanxi's presence, who had simply chosen not to hold her accountable until now. Regret washed over her. Had she not stirred trouble, she could have continued in her position indefinitely. Nonetheless, she understood Lin Wanxi's character. This was her final ultimatum. Should she persist in her folly, Lin Wanxi would not hesitate to act with cold detachment. Very well. Thank you, Mississippi. With no face left to remain, she could only leave in disgrace. It was unfortunate for her to have encountered such a predicament. Lin Wanxi had been pondering Jiang Yuan's words, since he preferred not to have anyone manage his crops and forbade anyone from approaching. Combined with his earlier mention of a unique planting technique, it was evident that he wished to keep his methods private, albeit hesitantly. She had sensed Jiang Yuan's extraordinary nature, especially since Hu Rinchi had privately mentioned that Jiang Yuan was an unusual person, possessing a mysterious vitality despite being marked by death. Therefore, she did not want Jiang Yuan to feel uncomfortable. Taking this opportunity, she decided to dismiss all the household staff, retaining only the essential cleaning and security, leaving just herself and Jiang Yuan in the residence. Unbeknownst to her, although Jiang Yuan was not far away, he had overheard their entire conversation. He was pleased with Lin Wanxi's approach, as it suited him perfectly. The workers completed their tasks swiftly, and after they had dinner and waited for over an hour, the entire villa had transformed into what resembled a charming farmhouse. The front yard was left with only a winding path leading outward, while the back was adorned with a myriad of vegetables, making it impossible to associate the place with opulence. If anyone were to discover that Jiang Yuan had converted his billion-dollar mansion into such a setting, one could only wonder if they would look upon him with disdain. This was an outrageous endeavor. Fortunately, Lin Wanxi's location was unique. The combined area of the courtyards was substantial enough to accommodate all of Jiang Yuan's requirements. Once the planting was completed, Jiang Yuan instructed Lin Wanxi to rest upstairs while he tended to the fields. Armed with a small hoe, he walked into the orchard, marveling at the concept of wealth, companionship, and the law of nature, seemingly applicable even in this world. Without Lin Wanxi's assistance, he could not have so swiftly and effortlessly cultivated the orchard and vegetable beds. Jiang Yuan began to turn the soil, appearing to be engaged in maintenance, while discreetly scattering the celestial soil he had in hand, covering it with ordinary dirt. Though the amount of celestial soil was minimal, it was akin to adding a few drops of red ink to clear water, quickly infusing the area with vitality. He dared not use too much, as ordinary crops could not withstand the potent nurturing of celestial soil, much like a body that cannot benefit from excessive nourishment, unless he nurtured them over generations. Gradually increasing the dosage, it was indeed possible to cultivate divine trees. However, that process was not swift and did not warrant immediate consideration. Once Jiang Yuan completed his tasks, he could see a layer of ethereal energy beginning to waft around, as the celestial soil began to manifest its effects. However, ordinary individuals would be unable to perceive it. They would merely feel a sense of comfort and tranquility, with the air becoming significantly fresher. When Jiang Yuan ascended the stairs, it was nearly 11 at night, and he was surprised to find Lin Wanqi still awake in her study. Initially indifferent, he soon felt parched and breathless as he caught sight of her long, dark hair cascading loosely behind her, clad in a purple silk camisole sleep dress. The fabric barely covered a third of her exquisite, fair legs, her smooth skin captivating his gaze. At that moment, Lin Wanqi appeared different from her usual icy demeanor. She seemed to have shed her facade, adorably pouting her lips slightly. Perhaps a bit fatigued, she leaned back in her chair, stretching her delicate hands in a languid manner. This seemingly innocuous action was irresistible to Jiang Yuan, who observed every detail with keen eyes. As a true connoisseur, he found her stretch to be nothing short of a global spectacle, particularly in that silk nightgown, which accentuated her curves in a breathtaking manner. What truly overwhelmed Jiang Yuan was the apparent absence of an undergarment beneath the sheer fabric, revealing the contours of her body with striking clarity, creating a rather unexpected display. Jiang Yuan sensed a tumultuous surge of blood energy within him, as if the delicate balance he had maintained through his meager spiritual power was beginning to falter, causing a lightheadedness to wash over him. It was truly an inadvertent misstep that he had stumbled upon such an intoxicating scene, unsettling his resolve. The last time he had been with a woman was with Qin Shuyu, a memory that now felt like an eternity ago, spanning over a decade. Although he had encountered numerous beauties in the other world, it was improbable that any alluring senior sister would ever take notice of a mere Qi refinement practitioner like himself. Thus, the impact of this scene was profoundly overwhelming for Jiang Yuan. It would be unfair to solely blame Jiang Cheng. Even a seasoned veteran would find it hard to withstand Lin Wanqi's captivating display, let alone a passionate youth like him. Feeling slightly dizzy, Jiang Yuan pressed his fingers to his temples and leaned against the doorframe, attempting to regain his composure. His subtle sounds soon caught Lin Wanqi's attention. Upon seeing his condition, she sprang from her seat and rushed to support him, exclaiming, "Darling, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Chapter 31. If I ascend to the upper floor, I would surely collapse. Jiang Yuan's demeanor was not exaggerated. He had indeed felt the disruption of his internal balance, succumbing to a wave of weakness. As he swayed, Lin Wanqi managed to catch him. However, her support inadvertently caused him to lean against her chest. The intoxicating fragrance of her feminine essence, mingled with the scent of her body wash, sent Jiang Yuan's senses into a frenzy, especially now that he found himself resting against the softness of her bosom. With merely a veil separating them, he felt increasingly feeble. This was not his fault. Any normal man would react similarly, and such sensations were beyond his meager spiritual control. Although he could distinctly feel both the beauty and softness surrounding him, Jiang Yuan was acutely aware that his well-being was at stake. Should he continue to recline in such a manner, the flames of desire would surely escalate, jeopardizing his very existence. He had never anticipated that his first crisis upon returning to Blue Star would not stem from any physical threat, but rather from the mental assault initiated by Lin Wanqi. In a feeble whisper, he requested, "Wanqi, I'm feeling parched. Could you please fetch me some ice water?" Thankfully, Lin Wanqi understood immediately and gently helped him settle onto the sofa before hastily departing to retrieve the water. Once she had left, Jiang Yuan felt a slight ease in his breathing. What a predicament! His body was so weak that it felt ghostly. Yet he was compelled to endure such torment, a sensation too embarrassing to share with others. As Lin Wanqi fetched the water, Jiang Yuan focused his mind, drawing upon the spiritual energy stored in his dantian to suppress his bodily injuries. After consuming the ice water, he finally felt a semblance of recovery. How humiliating it was to be in the presence of such a fragrant beauty, who seemed blissfully unaware of the defenses he had let down. This was indeed a test of his mental fortitude, which could recover more swiftly. "Darling, how are you feeling? Are you any better? Should we go to the hospital?" Although he knew that a hospital visit would be futile, Lin Wanqi, lacking understanding of the situation, was at a loss for alternatives. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath, focusing inward to block out any enticing distractions, and reassured her. "It's nothing serious, you know my body. It's normal to experience a few ailments. I'll be fine after a little rest. I can stabilize my condition." Surveying the surroundings, he noted that the third floor appeared to be Lin Wanqi's master bedroom, while the second floor housed a study and 2 additional bedrooms. He truly desired to rest. "Wanqi, I'm feeling a bit fatigued today. I think I'll retire for now. Perhaps you should also get some sleep." "All right, darling, let us head to bed," Lin Wanqi replied softly, her voice gentle as if fearing that even a louder tone might disturb Jiang Yuan's health. She carefully guided him toward the elevator. Although the building had only a basement and 3 floors, it was equipped with an internal elevator. Jiang Yuan sensed something amiss. His luggage was in the room on the 2nd floor. Was Lin Wanqi intending to take him upstairs? Panic set in. It wasn't that he was unwilling to share a bed with a goddess of her caliber, but after finally managing to suppress his internal turmoil, he feared that simply lying beside Lin Wanxi would be his undoing. Wanxi, I think it would be better if I stayed on the second floor. I can recover more quickly alone, he urged, though internally he resisted the notion. Lin Wanxi's beautiful eyes flickered upon hearing his suggestion, yet she did not object. Soon, she helped him to bed, saying, "Darling, I'll sleep in the adjacent room tonight. Rest well, and call for me if you need anything." With that, she quietly exited his room and closed the door behind her. Once outside, Lin Wanxi cast a lingering glance at the closed door, sighing inwardly. It seems our relationship will take time to nurture. She then glanced down at her sleepwear, a hint of melancholy crossing her features. Jiang Yuan, oblivious to her thoughts, had already entered a meditative state post-bath, feeling an urgent need for recovery. Meanwhile, in a hotel named Shiduan, another pair of young lovers found the atmosphere decidedly less harmonious. Qin Shuyu gazed at Lin Zihao, whose eyes appeared frenzied, her own brimming with tears. Regret washed over her. It seemed Lin Zihao had never truly loved her, viewing her merely as an obsession, now intent on using her for various experiments. The sight of the implements filled her with dread. Her previous relationship with Jiang Yuan had been entirely different. Those items had merely been for ambience, never intended to serve as the main event. Who could endure such a thing? As a campus beauty, Qin Shuyu had a long line of admirers. And her initial acquiescence to Lin Zihao stemmed from a combination of nostalgia for her past affection and his financial stature, which made him a seemingly suitable match. She had also considered using Lin Zihao to vent her frustrations towards Jiang Yuan. However, she soon realized her misjudgment. Lin Zihao was not only lacking in substance, but also miserly to an extreme. Compared to Jiang Yuan's generosity, he resembled a pauper. Thus far, she had only received a set of inconsequential beauty products worth a mere 3,000 yuan. Qin Shuyu was not so easily swayed. She resolved to no longer comply with Lin Zihao's unreasonable demands. At that moment, tears streamed down her face as she began to sob softly. "Lin Zihao, I am not your plaything. Do you even regard me as your girlfriend? Is this how you treat your girlfriend? I see through you now, Lin Zihao. It's over between us. You are worth less than a fraction of Jiang Yuan, and I misjudged you." With that, she flung her hands in frustration and stormed out, feeling as if she had been grievously wronged. Indeed, upon hearing Qin Shuyu's words, Lin Zihao's countenance immediately shifted, as he suddenly realized that it was seemingly impossible to bind Qin Shuyu with the ties of their past friendship. He was oblivious to the events that transpired between Qin Shuyu and Jiang Yuan. In his mind, if Qin Shuyu were to return to Jiang Yuan now, wouldn't that be tantamount to shattering his pride into a million pieces? How could he possibly concede to Jiang Yuan, whom he regarded as a weakling? More importantly, he discerned that he had uncovered the reason for his prolonged state of zen-like detachment. It appeared to be intrinsically linked to Qin Shuyu. If he had not yet been liberated by her, would he be doomed to remain in this state for eternity? This was intolerable for him, prompting him to don a fawning smile once more. "Baby, please don't go. I was wrong, all right? I was too hasty. Can I apologize to you?" Chapter 32. The rhythm of Qin Shuyu returned. In an instant, a cold snort escaped her lips. Men are all pathetic sycophants, never deserving of a kind word. Having returned to her comfort zone, Qin Shuyu felt intimately familiar with the current rhythm, a hint of triumph swelling within her, even as silent tears streamed down her face. "All right, tell me, what have I done for you up to this point? You expect me to play along with your charade. I, Qin Shuyu, carried the weight of infamy to accompany you in that hospital drama, which ultimately cost me Jiang Yuan. You asked me to assist you in various experiments. And despite catching a cold, I still stood by you. You promised to take me home to meet your family, yet now you're too busy. I waited for you without complaint until this very moment. But what about you? What have you done for me? I asked you to help bring my brother out. And what did you do? Is that already forgotten? I asked you to assist my uncle with the fruit supply issue. And you've dragged that trivial matter on until now. How can I trust you? Is it merely because of the set of miraculous water you gifted me? Lin Zihao, let us part ways. I shall return your things, and we need not meet again. I see no sincerity in you." Having spoken, Qin Shuyu prepared to leave once more. Yet Lin Zihao dashed forward to block her path. "Shuyu, I had no idea how despicable I truly am until you pointed it out. You are right. You have sacrificed so much for me, while I have only been a taker, oblivious to the act of giving. Please grant me another chance. I will call the security bureau right now to release them. It's not a significant issue. In a few days, no, tomorrow, I will take you home, all right? Moreover, I promise not to force you anymore. Shuyu, will you trust me?" Seeing Lin Zihao in such a state of contrition, Qin Shuyu couldn't help but inwardly scoff. She had strayed from her path by failing to uphold her principles. A man must never be allowed to have things too easily. Reflecting on her past decision to entrust Jiang Yuan, she now felt it had been a grave error, a folly of her youth and inexperience. Such a mistake must not be repeated. With Lin Zihao's character, he would pursue what he desired relentlessly until her own demands were met. She would never grant him an opportunity. Fortunately, she had not fallen completely under Lin Zihao's sway, and she had her own plans. Gazing at him with a hint of affection, she remarked, "Zihao, you have disappointed me greatly. I am quite fatigued and must return to rest. Whether I grant you anything hinges upon your future conduct." Having spoken, Qin Shuyu did not linger. This time, she truly departed, her lips curling into a faint smile as she turned away. 2 minutes later. "Damn it, Qin Shuyu, you wretched woman. Just wait until I tire of you. Then you shall see what I can do." Lin Zihao's curses echoed through the room. Nonetheless, he picked up the phone to seek assistance in extricating Qin Jinxiang. Lin Zihao was no pretender. He was indeed a genuine heir of wealth, and he regarded Qin Shuyu as someone unworthy of such extravagant investment. Little did he anticipate that she would hold herself in such high regard, compelling him to incur some costs. He chided himself for his lack of resolve. Pondering how he had allowed things to spiral this way, he had resolved to consult a skilled physician for some remedies, for this situation could not persist. However, he soon received distressing news from a friend that made his teeth ache. Qin Jinxiang had not only vandalized Jiang Yuan's vehicle with a brick, but had also damaged a police car in the process. While he could manage the incident involving the police car and offer explanations, the matter of Jiang Yuan's vehicle was crystal clear. The footage left no room for denial. Qin Jinxiang was guilty. There was no opportunity for him to feign innocence. To extricate Qin Jinxiang, he would need to compensate Jiang Yuan for the damages. Otherwise, as long as Jiang Yuan held onto this matter, even he would find it difficult to intervene. Clenching his teeth, he resolved that he could not bear the cost himself. Before long, Qin Jinxiang, still at the security bureau, signed a loan agreement with Lin Zihao as the lender. Lin Zihao's rationale was straightforward. Once Jiang Yuan was out of the picture, his sister could recover the funds from Jiang Yuan. Even if she could not, once he and Qin Shuyu wed, the debt would naturally be absolved. Qin Jinxiang, recognizing the logic in this, was eager to leave the security bureau and quickly signed the loan contract, viewing it merely as a temporary setback in dealing with Jiang Yuan. The next day, Jiang Yuan rose early, rejuvenated after a night of cultivation. His previous despondency vanished. However, he soon received a call from the security bureau, informing him that Qin Jinxiang was prepared to compensate him for the vehicle damages, and the two parties could resolve matters face to face. Jiang Yuan, however, had no interest in maintaining any further relations with the siblings and thus declined to attend. The security bureau had no specific requirements. As long as Jiang Yuan refrained from pursuing the issue and Qin Jinxiang provided compensation, there was no obligation for him to appear. When Jiang Yuan received a notification of a 450,000 yuan deposit, he paid it little mind. Noticing the time was still early and that Lin Wanqi had yet to rise, he decided to venture downstairs to inspect his handiwork from the previous night. In the front and backyards, had a knowledgeable observer passed by, they would have noted the astonishing transformation. Unlike other areas, the space surrounding Lin Wanqi's home was enveloped in a thin veil of spiritual energy, markedly more potent than in other locales. Every vine and leaf of the fruits and vegetables flourished vibrantly, standing tall and lush. The fruits appeared as though coated in a delicate wax, irresistibly tempting one to pluck and taste. It is no exaggeration to say that should an ordinary person reside in such an environment, living to 100 years would pose no challenge, with illness being a rare occurrence. Jiang Yuan had already discerned that. Aside from the security at the entrance and the occasional appearance of a cleaning lady, the expansive estate was solely occupied by himself and Lin Wanqi. Spotting a cleaning lady arriving to prepare breakfast, he promptly asked her to leave. The maid, already apprised of last night's events, took his words as a royal decree. Asking no further questions and departing immediately, Jiang Yuan's decision to send the maid away stemmed from his desire to experiment with cooking himself that morning. Regardless, the seedlings that were transplanted yesterday are all thriving, and the vegetables are ready for consumption, already beginning to exhibit the transformative effects of the celestial soil. They have begun to distinguish themselves from ordinary crops. Jiang Yuan, having been an orphan since childhood, naturally possesses culinary skills. This talent has proven invaluable in this otherworldly realm, winning over the palates of many senior sisters, thereby easing his cultivation journey somewhat. A bowl of vegetable porridge, a plate of stir-fried water spinach, and a refreshing cucumber salad may seem unusual for breakfast, yet they are undeniably delightful. Indeed, Lin Wanqi, drawn by the enticing aroma, has arrived. Chapter 33. Lin Wanqi's mother pays a visit. "Ah, dear husband, why have you risen to prepare breakfast on your own? Where's Andy?" Lin Wanqi's exquisite brows furrowed in perplexity. Could it be that the people under her command were so oblivious? She had just dismissed them the previous night, and now they were late for breakfast. forcing her husband to cook himself. Ah, Wanshi, it has nothing to do with Auntie. I sent her home directly. Come, taste this. My culinary skills are not inferior to those of the aunties, and I've used vegetables grown in our yard. This is the very first pot. Give it a try. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's invitation, Lin Wanshi's interest was piqued. She gazed at the spread before her. Though simple and light, something felt amiss. Lin Wanshi regarded Jiang Yuan with suspicion, her words hovering on the tip of her tongue. Jiang Yuan, what's wrong? Why aren't you eating? My dear husband, look at this vegetable porridge, the stir-fried water spinach, and the cucumber salad. Surely you aren't hinting at something, are you? Ah, so that was it. Jiang Yuan hadn't anticipated that the usually serious Lin Wanshi harbored such a playful side, capable of picking up on such green innuendos. How had he overlooked this? Indeed, the green theme was rather pronounced, easily leading to misunderstandings. Before he could respond, Lin Wanshi recalled how Jiang Yuan had deliberately distanced himself from her the previous night, prompting her to add, Husband, as I mentioned before, I will not force you into marriage. Once you recover, if you wish to divorce or take on several lovers, I won't interfere. I might even offer my advice. You needn't drop hints. Jiang Yuan felt utterly flabbergasted, realizing he couldn't counter her words. While that was not his intention, such matters were best left unexamined. He hastily offered her a slice of cucumber. Wanshi, you've misunderstood. This is merely coincidental. The vegetables from the garden are predominantly green, and I couldn't find anything of another color. Please, do try it. Watching Jiang Yuan's gestures, Lin Wanshi felt her cheeks warm slightly. She had summoned considerable courage to voice her earlier thoughts, and his change of topic alleviated her embarrassment. Regardless of the outcome, she was determined to sample the meal he had prepared. With a gentle parting of her lips, Lin Wanshi adopted an elegant demeanor as she took a bite of the cucumber. The crisp sound of her chewing soon echoed through the quiet dining room, startling her with its volume. How could she be so loud? It was utterly mortifying. Yet, her attention quickly shifted, for the simple cucumber dish left her astounded. The cucumber was juicy, crisp, and sweet, with just the right hint of acidity, creating an unexpectedly delightful aftertaste. In an instant, memories of a childhood animated series flickered in her mind, evoking a profound epiphany. Her taste buds were experiencing something entirely new. This is delicious. Lin Wanshi's eyes sparkled with delight, unable to suppress her admiration. Next came the water spinach, and with a sip of the porridge, she was met with the same sensation. The morning grogginess evaporated, leaving her mind invigorated. Jiang Yuan was well aware of the effect. This celestial soil was far superior to the ordinary spiritual soil of the Qingxian continent. Although only one night had passed, it still possessed the power to transform decay into vitality. For someone like Lin Wanshi, who had never been touched by spiritual energy, the experience was indescribable. Eat as much as you like. You can't find this anywhere else, Jiang Yuan encouraged, a smile gracing his features. After finishing the meal, Lin Wanshi leaned back in her chair, feeling a twinge of guilt. What should I do? I've eaten 2 large bowls of porridge and so many dishes this morning. I'm bound to gain weight. Fear not. A few extra pounds will only enhance your beauty. I possess some medical knowledge. Should you gain weight, I can assist you in managing it effortlessly. So indulge without reservation. Jiang Yuan was not exaggerating. With the aid of spiritual energy, burning fat was a trivial matter. Of course, Lin Wanshi was far from being overweight. Wanshi, aren't you going to work this morning? Jiang Yuan inquired, puzzled. It seemed Lin Wanshi had no intention of going to the office. She lingered at home after breakfast. I'm concerned about you being unwell, so I'll stay home with you for a few days. As the boss, it matters little whether I go to work. My subordinates will keep me updated. What Lin Wanshi didn't voice was that with Jiang Yuan's condition, she could hardly justify the prospect of going to work. If this were anyone else, they would have long succumbed to their illness. But Jiang Yuan's resilience was remarkable. Wanshi, please don't treat me like I'm on the verge of death. I assure you, I'm quite well. You should attend to your duties, he said, patting his chest, appearing quite robust. Lin Wanshi regarded him with a curious expression. Indeed, Jiang Yuan was exceptional. She had witnessed it firsthand and knew he defied conventional reasoning. All right, as long as you're well, I'll feel at ease. Let us go out shopping later. I'll buy you some fitted clothes. Those custom-made outfits must be quite uncomfortable. There's no need. I have plenty of clothes. Jiang Yuan replied. Come on, it'll be fun. Just consider it an outing for me. With Lin Wanshi insisting, Jiang Yuan acquiesced. He still had a considerable sum of money, over 3 million, so shopping wasn't an issue. However, just as they were about to step out, a cacophony erupted, accompanied by a woman's irate voice as she stormed in. Jiang Yuan noticed that upon hearing the commotion, Lin Wanshi's previously cheerful demeanor darkened instantly, her fists clenched, and her breathing quickened. He suddenly realized that Lin Wanshi, despite her outward strength, bore a fragile heart, as evidenced by her previous attempt at self-harm in solitude. The turmoil was likely linked to the approaching figure, her mother, as Lin Wanqi had described. Jiang Yuan, you needn't say a word. I'll handle this, Lin Wanqi pleaded. Anticipating her mother's derogatory remarks aimed at Jiang Yuan, she wanted to shield him from any distress, hence the preemptive warning. Rest assured, I have it under control. Jiang Yuan reassured her, gently patting her hand to allay her concerns. Having been raised by his grandfather, he had never experienced the warmth of a maternal bond and was somewhat intrigued. The woman's voice grew nearer. You wretched girl. How dare you disgrace your own mother and let the house fall into such disarray? Lin Wanqi, come out here. Chapter 34, The Mother-Daughter Rift. The sound emanating from outside was undeniably piercing, its acerbic tone causing Jiang Yuan to wince, as if he were suffering from a toothache, leading one to believe it was a creditor demanding repayment. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqi remained seated, her complexion pale, her fingers fidgeting involuntarily. Clearly, she was far from at ease, burdened with immense pressure and inner turmoil. It appeared that despite being a wealthy and influential woman, her home life was devoid of harmony, and she was perhaps happier in her companionship with her grandfather than in this situation. Jiang Yuan reached out, grasping Lin Wanqi's anxious hand, only to discover her palm was already damp with perspiration. Fearing that she might succumb to the psychological strain and resort to drastic measures, he reassured her, do not fret. Where there's a will, there's a way. You have already been reborn once. What could possibly daunt you now? Lin Wanqi's fingers were slender and delicate, seeming fragile within his grasp, yet at that moment, they felt icy. Hearing Jiang Yuan's words, she glanced up at him, momentarily regaining her composure. Indeed, she had faced death once. She had made her choices, and there was nothing left to fear. She harbored feelings for Jiang Yuan, and his act of saving her was merely one aspect of their connection. They bore a striking resemblance to each other, as if they were two souls finding warmth in one another's company. Thank you, husband, Lin Wanqi replied, tightening her grip on his hand. It seemed that Jiang Yuan's palm radiated strength, and only by holding on tightly could she feel his warmth and draw upon his fortitude. Lin Wanqi, aren't you coming out? The shrill voice of a woman outside continued to call, her agitation escalating as Lin Wanqi remained indoors. After a while, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman in her 50s, approximately 165 centimeters tall, slightly plump, and impeccably dressed in a black outfit, her hair meticulously styled. If she had remained silent, she might have exuded an air of refinement and sophistication. However, the moment she spoke, her true nature was laid bare. Lin Wanqi, have you lost your mind? Are you even prepared to disown your own mother? You must understand. The comfortable life you lead today is the result of the painstaking efforts of your father and me in building this company. Do you truly believe you can just cast me aside now that you think you have grown wings? In stark contrast to the woman's acerbic remarks, Lin Wanqi maintained a calm demeanor, responding coolly, I must correct you. The development of Lin Group has nothing to do with you. It was founded by my father and was on the brink of bankruptcy when it was entrusted to me. The notion that you have bestowed me a good life is utterly preposterous. Gong Qin, if you have no other business here, I would appreciate it if you would leave, for you are not welcome. Lin Wanqi's voice was soft yet resolute, and even the unfriendly Gong Qin was taken aback. For Lin Wanqi had never spoken to her with such gravity before. Gong Qin's expression shifted, her face contorting with rage as she pointed a finger at Lin Wanqi, tilting her head slightly, and roared, How dare you, Lin Wanqi? You speak such treasonous words. Do you believe I cannot ensure you are ousted from the company? I have the power to dismiss you from your position as chairwoman. Have you lost your senses? To this, Lin Wanqi merely replied with a cold laugh. I do not believe you. Gong Qin found herself momentarily speechless. She was merely making threats. How could she actually carry them out? Lin Wanqi possessed 55 of the company's shares, making her the absolute majority shareholder. No one could dismiss her. In a fit of frustration, Gong Qin seized a teacup from the table and hurled it to the ground. Lin Wanqi, you must understand that as long as I am your mother, I will always be your mother. You dare to speak to me this way, you will face divine retribution. This is not only immoral but also illegal. Do you comprehend? Lin Wanqi only offered a derisive smile. Oh, but do you realize that you have failed to fulfill your duties as a mother? You left this home after my birth and only returned a few years ago. The fact that I have referred to you as mother until now has been an act of grace on my part. After everything that transpired, I can no longer call you that. Please leave. Whether you wish to pursue legal action or cause a scene, I will stand my ground. I have already told you, the last incident was a misunderstanding. You do not even trust your own mother. Do you truly think I would harm you? Lin Wanqi scoffed, huh? Perhaps other mothers would not harm their children. But you are not like them. You actually took your daughter to entertain others and even drugged her. Had I not coincidentally witnessed it, would my reputation still remain intact? This is your idea of a loving mother? And you have the audacity to demand my company for your illegitimate child? How can you even ask for such a thing? Abandon your hopes and leave here at once, before I lose my temper. At that moment, Lin Wanqi's expression was one of anguish. Anyone facing such treatment from their own mother would be driven to despair. In truth, she had come perilously close to death. Jiang Yuan was equally astonished that Lin Wanqi, with her delicate frame, bore such a harrowing past, and was subjected to a mother so devoid of morality. As for Gong Qin, she was left speechless by Lin Wanqi's words, her face alternating between shades of green and pale. Particularly, Lin Wanqi's blunt reference to her brother as an illegitimate child ignited Gong Qin's fury. The harsh truth was laid bare, and for Gong Qin, each of Lin Wanqi's statements rang true, leaving her devoid of any rebuttal. More importantly, Lin Wanqi had shed her previous timidity. She had once cowered before Gong Qin simply because she was her mother. Now, however, she had the audacity to demand that Gong Qin not darken her doorstep again, signaling that she would no longer acknowledge her as a mother. Should there be a legal battle, Lin Wanqi was prepared to face it, effectively declaring that Gong Qin had lost all control over her. Lin Wanqi had resolved to fight back. Gong Qin, naturally, could not allow such a situation to unfold. With the company still beyond her grasp and her son's issues unresolved, this girl dared to rebel. She clearly did not understand her own limitations. With this thought, Gong Qin's expression turned malevolent, and without uttering a word, she raised her arm and swung it toward Lin Wanqi's face. The force of her blow sliced through the air, creating a sharp whoosh. Should it connect, it could very well draw blood from Lin Wanqi's mouth. Yet, when faced with Gong Qin's sudden assault, Lin Wanqi's mind registered the threat, but her body remained frozen, unable to react or evade. Just as the impact was about to land on Lin Wanqi's delicate visage, time seemed to freeze in that instant, as if a pause button had been pressed. Gong Qin realized that her hand could not advance even a millimeter closer to Lin Wanqi's face, stopping just shy of contact. It was then that she comprehended that the silent man beside her had intervened. "Who are you to stop me? Do you know who I am?" Gong Qin exclaimed, her tone laced with indignation. Jiang Yuan responded with an air of indifference tinged with disdain. "I have no interest in knowing who you are. All I know is that she is my woman. Did you have my permission to hit my woman?" Lin Wanqi's voice dripped with disdain as she confronted the intruder. "Where did you find this wild man, Gong Qin? Don't think for a moment that I am oblivious to your intentions. If you wish to marry on your own accord, you are merely dreaming. Your marriage is not yours to decide. Remove your filthy hands from me." Though captured, Gong Qin remained unperturbed, issuing commands to Jiang Yuan with an air of defiance. It was evident that she was merely a pawn in Lin Wanqi's game, and she doubted he would dare to harm her. However, Gong Qin's facade soon crumbled as a pained expression crossed her face. She realized her wrist was gripped as if in a vice, and the pressure was only intensifying. "Oh, you wretched man, release me at once, or I shall call the police." Yet, Jiang Yuan remained silent, and even Lin Wanqi, her own daughter, merely observed with cold indifference, offering no assistance. As the agony in her wrist escalated to unbearable levels, the only sounds in the room were Gong Qin's cries of suffering. With beads of sweat beginning to form on her brow, it became apparent to her that the man before her regarded her with utter disdain, refusing any form of dialogue, only exerting more force. Gong Qin felt her wrist throb painfully, and she realized the gravity of her situation. If she continued with her current demeanor, her arm might very well be shattered. "Wise men do not suffer needless losses," she pleaded. "Hero, my hand is giving out. I implore you, loosen your grip." Her voice trembled with desperation as Jiang Yuan showed no signs of relenting, seemingly unconcerned about the fate of her hand, leaving it to chance. Upon hearing Gong Qin's pleas, Jiang Yuan's expression remained unchanged, his tone still devoid of warmth. "Apologize to Wanqi, and then leave at once, or you may as well relinquish your hand." "Very well. I apologize. Wanqi, I am sorry, I spoke out of turn. Please, have this gentleman release me, and I shall vanish immediately." She turned her pained gaze toward Lin Wanqi, awaiting her response. Lin Wanqi felt no joy at Gong Qin's apology. Her hopes for the woman were extinguished, and she felt a profound sense of loss. She remained silent, retrieving a small red booklet from her purse. "Gong Qin, take note. My affairs are not within your jurisdiction. This is my husband. I am already wed. Keep your petty schemes to yourself. We are no longer mother and daughter. The 5% shares you covet will suffice for your peaceful retirement. Should you wish to sue me, I shall meet you in court." With a weary glance at Jiang Yuan, Lin Wanqi's voice softened. "Darling, please let her go." At her words, Jiang Yuan loosened his grip, though internally, he was shaken. Lin Wanqi had just mentioned her half-brother, Lin Zihao. What a coincidence that the very person who sought to undermine him was indeed the brother she had referenced. Upon reflection, Jiang Yuan found the situation increasingly compelling. Lin Zihao had been his classmate in high school, and while his circumstances had been modest, He had eventually transformed into a wealthy heir after studying abroad. The timeline fit perfectly. Several years prior, Gong Qin had returned with Lin Zihao, re-establishing her relationship with her estranged daughter. It was likely Lin Zihao was unaware that his sister had married Jiang Yuan. He had always prided himself on being a wealthy socialite, oblivious to the fact that his sister, whom he regarded with disdain, had become his sister by blood. Jiang Yuan mused about the world's peculiarities while Gong Qin seethed beside him. Once Jiang Yuan released her, the pain did not dissipate immediately. Gong Qin rubbed her wrist for an extended period, her gaze towards Jiang Yuan filled with venomous hatred. Yet, as soon as he cast a casual glance her way, she instinctively recoiled, retreating until she reached the door, where her true nature resurfaced. Very well, Lin Wanxi, you've grown wings and returned with a wild man. Do you truly believe this is over? Since you lack compassion, do not blame me for my lack of morality. You will come to regret this. I await the day you seek my forgiveness. We shall see. With her ominous words hanging in the air, Gong Qin departed the premises, leaving Jiang Yuan and Lin Wanxi alone in the now quiet living room. My dear, I apologize for the embarrassment. Though I possess wealth capable of managing the entire Lin group, my familial situation is utterly abysmal. Lin Wanxi then succinctly recounted her family history. The Lin group was indeed co-founded by her father and Gong Qin, a fact that was not inaccurate. However, shortly after Lin Wanxi's birth, her father faced a catastrophic business failure, leading to near ruin. Gong Qin had promptly filed for divorce, absconding with the few valuable possessions they had left. Thus began her escape from despair. In her youth, Gong Qin had been remarkably beautiful, attracting suitors like moths to a flame. She would not endure a life of hardship with a bankrupt family. Perhaps fortune smiled upon her, for shortly after Gong Qin's departure, Lin Wanxi's father received a substantial payment for a previously failed project, allowing the Lin Group to resuscitate itself. The company flourished, eventually reaching a valuation of 10 billion. However, 7 years ago, the once harmonious lives of father and daughter were disrupted when Gong Qin returned, this time accompanied by Lin Zihao, a brother Lin Wanxi had never met. It remained a mystery how Gong Qin had persuaded Lin Wanxi's father, but she re-entered Lin Wanxi's life, even managing to secure a 5% share transfer. Initially, Lin Wanxi harbored a flicker of hope for her biological mother, as Gong Qin did show concern and care, seemingly wishing to compensate for years of absence. Yet, within a year, the tides shifted again, as the Lin Group once more faced bankruptcy. It seemed Gong Qin was cursed with misfortune, as the financial crisis mirrored the past. And this time, Lin Wanxi's father did not survive the fallout. Though the company was not entirely a lost cause, he had established a risk isolation fund for his daughter, leaving her with 50 million in assets, untouched even during the collapse. Lin Wanxi surprised everyone by not taking the money to live in comfort. Instead, she risked it all, investing the entire sum into the company to restore its operations, subsequently mortgaging all assets for a last-ditch effort on a piece of land others deemed worthless. Perhaps the heavens themselves were moved by this resilient girl, as plans for a subway and accompanying educational institutions soon emerged adjacent to the new development area. The entire project flourished remarkably, allowing the Lin Group to transform its precarious situation into one of stability. Lin Wanxi swiftly asserted her authority within the company through decisive and vigorous actions, becoming an undeniable force in the organization. Over the years, the Lin Group has experienced unimpeded growth, with its asset scale surpassing a staggering 10 billion. While it may seem modest compared to other real estate tycoons in Sioux City, it has already established itself as a formidable power. Consequently, Lin Wanxi became the envy of many, with countless suitors eager to win her hand in marriage. Following this, Gong Qin underwent a dramatic transformation, her demeanor shifting drastically. Once a mother who interfered with company affairs and frequently contacted suppliers to promote her own interests, she began to aggressively introduce Lin Wanxi to various wealthy heirs and sons of high-ranking officials, orchestrating countless occasions for her to meet these young gentlemen. The repeated betrayals drove a wedge between the two, reducing their relationship to a frigid state. Just a week ago, upon Lin Zihao's return from abroad, this woman audaciously demanded that Lin Wanxi transfer all her shares to him, so he could inherit his father's business. Naturally, Lin Wanxi vehemently refused this outrageous request. Not only had she tirelessly built the company from the ground up, but Gong Qin had abandoned her during their most challenging times, only to return once success was within reach. Furthermore, Lin Zihao bore no true relation to her father. Why should the company be bestowed upon him? He appeared to be nothing more than a spoiled and incompetent scion, and entrusting the company to him would likely lead to its demise within 3 months. Lin Wanxi's rejection was resolute. Until the evening before last, Gong Qin had lured Lin Wanxi out under the guise of discussing company shares. only to reveal her intention to introduce Lin Wanqi to the second son of the Zhang family in Su City, the so-called young Master Zhang. Lin Wanqi's outrage peaked when she discovered Gong Qin attempting to drug her drink while she was in the restroom, an act that proved to be the final straw. They say even a tiger does not eat its young. While that may not always hold true for fathers, it certainly does for mothers. She was at a loss to understand why Gong Qin would treat her this way, her heart sinking into despair. This so-called familial bond left her feeling hopeless, and the accumulation of emotional wounds finally became unbearable, culminating in that fateful moment by the river. After hearing Lin Wanqi's tale, Jiang Yuan was equally moved, reflecting on the notion that no parent truly wishes harm upon their child, a statement that is often a fallacy, as there will always be those who defy moral boundaries. Gong Qin was clearly among them. Lin Wanqi, despite her seemingly fragile physique, had long borne the weight of such pressure, which likely explained her reluctance to display her emotions in front of others. In contrast, Jiang Yuan had faced a somewhat austere upbringing, devoid of parental guidance. However, his grandfather had showered him with kindness, shielding him from hardship. Observing Lin Wanqi's despondent demeanor, with tears brimming in her eyes as she struggled to suppress them, Jiang Yuan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Wanqi, you have done nothing wrong. A woman like her does not deserve to have children. Do not let such matters trouble you any longer. Since the day you saved me, I have come to a clear realization. I can no longer allow them to bully me, Lin Wanqi replied, her spirit rekindled. In comparison to what you have endured, my own grievances seem trivial. With her mood quickly restored, she offered a faint smile, feeling invigorated in Jiang Yuan's presence. It had been a long time since she had felt the warmth of protection since her father's passing years ago. For so many years, she had fought alone, navigating the treacherous waters of her mother and the machinations within the company, leaving no room for vulnerability. Feeling significantly uplifted, Lin Wanqi suggested, "Darling, if you're feeling well, how about we go shopping? It's been ages since I've enjoyed a good outing." Jiang Yuan readily agreed. After a night of rigorous training, he was now rejuvenated by the prospect of harvesting fruits and vegetables from the celestial soil, with the threat to his life abated. He yearned to breathe in the fresh air, especially after over a decade of absence from Blue Star. Upon arriving at Lin Wanqi's garage, Jiang Yuan was astonished by her opulence. There were no fewer than 15 vehicles lined up within. Among the collection were luxurious brands befitting her status, such as Bentley, Rolls-Royce, and Maybach, but even more captivating were the Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and Aston Martins. The sheer array was dazzling, overwhelming the senses. Wow, Wanqi, with this collection, you could host a car show. You must have a passion for sports cars, Jiang Yuan jested, prompting a faint blush to grace Lin Wanqi's cheeks. Feeling as though a personal secret had been uncovered, Lin Wanqi candidly explained, "I don't have many friends, and driving supercars is one of my few indulgences. I usually enjoy it alone, not racing against others, but simply relishing the thrill of speed. Feel free to take any of these cars for a spin," she added with a playful glint in her eyes. As if struck by inspiration, Lin Wanqi chuckled, leading Jiang Yuan to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. "Does driving bring you such joy?" he inquired, intrigued. "Well, these cars are quite the magnet for attention. Whenever I drive out and park, many beautiful women approach, eager to slip me their numbers. However, once I lower the window, they scatter like startled birds, likely realizing that I'm not some wealthy heir, but rather a woman," she recounted, her laughter echoing. Jiang Yuan's lips twitched in amusement. It seemed Lin Wanqi's life was indeed quite mundane, yet she found humor in it. "I doubt it was solely due to your gender. With your looks, I imagine many would be willing to overlook such boundaries. Instead, they may have felt intimidated," he remarked. "Is that so? I thought they were simply disappointed to find out I wasn't a rich young man. Regardless, these cars certainly attract attention," Lin Wanqi mused, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Yuan. "If you wish to meet beautiful women, you could change cars daily. It would surely work in your favor. Once you recover, you should give it a try." Lin Wanqi's sudden suggestion left Jiang Yuan astounded, his expression a mix of disbelief and amusement. "You truly don't treat me as an outsider." He chuckled, marveling at her unconventional mindset. It was quite the audacious proposition to offer her husband a fleet of luxury cars to pursue romantic interests. Such a notion would surely leave many astonished. "Of course, you are not an outsider. So what do you think? Are you tempted?" Lin Wanqi teased, her gaze playfully challenging him, leaving him uncertain of her sincerity. "Tempted? What a ridiculous notion," Jiang Yuan retorted, playfully nudging her as he made his way to the driver's seat. After an extended hiatus from driving, he was eager to test out a supercar he had never experienced before, ultimately choosing a striking red LaFerrari. Though not an automotive aficionado, he was well aware of the car's esteemed reputation. The sleek, red car body resembled an elegant yet understated beast, and the moment the engine roared to life, a deep, draconic growl reverberated throughout the parking garage. Following Lin Wanxi's brief explanation, under Jiang Yuan's adept control, the LaFerrari gradually came to life. Just a few minutes later, Lin Wanxi exclaimed, "Ah, darling, your speed is too fast. Could you please slow down a bit? I can barely handle it. Ease off the accelerator, it's overwhelming." Due to the absence of city traffic, Jiang Yuan's speed was somewhat heightened, especially whenever he needed to maneuver around other vehicles or accelerate from a traffic light. With an instinctive push of the accelerator, he would swiftly surge forward, adhering to safe speeds while still pushing the limits. Though the pace may not have been exceedingly fast, the experience was undeniably exhilarating. They would glide past other cars at the very edge of their limits, leaving Lin Wanxi's heart racing in her throat. Unable to restrain her delighted cries at Jiang Yuan's audacious maneuvers. It was simply how Jiang Yuan drove, embracing the thrill of pure acceleration. The 60 to 80 km/h speed limit felt utterly disregarded under his command, transforming the LaFerrari into a bolt of red lightning darting across the road. As for Jiang Yuan's exceptional skills, it was hardly surprising. As a former master of Qi refinement, such control was child's play compared to wielding a flying sword. With minimal adjustment, he could reach a level of proficiency unmatched by professional drivers, bolstered by his extraordinary reflexes and superior vision. Not to mention the mental acuity that offered him an edge at critical moments. It was nothing short of exhilarating. Consequently, while Lin Wanxi continuously gasped in astonishment, she was granted an unparalleled experience, her adrenaline surging as never before. This driving experience felt entirely different from her previous understanding. It was akin to piloting a fighter jet. Only when the car finally came to a gentle stop did Jiang Yuan, following Lin Wanxi's directions, arrive at the recently opened Central Plaza. It took Lin Wanxi a while to regain her composure. Her arms remained tightly gripped around the car's handle, as if she had suspended her very breath. Soon, her gaze brightened, her chest rising and falling rhythmically, as though she had been holding her breath until now. Despite her slightly disheveled appearance, her face radiated an exhilarating joy, clearly still craving more excitement. After a deep breath, she exclaimed, her voice trembling, "That was incredible. I want to do it again." Jiang Yuan found himself both amused and bemused, taken aback by Lin Wanxi's astonishing enthusiasm, realizing that perhaps the thrill had not been sufficient. He teased, "No problem. I'll take you on the highway shortly." At the same moment Jiang Yuan and Lin Wanxi arrived at Central Plaza, another group was already present within the mall. Qin Shuyu, Qin Jinxiang, and Lin Zihao. Following the events of the previous day, a confident smile reappeared on Qin Shuyu's face. She realized that as long as she remained patient and applied her strategy against Jiang Yuan to Lin Zihao, it would still be effective. Sure enough, Lin Zihao had come to pick her up early in the morning, acting like a devoted admirer, eager to escort her to the security bureau to welcome Qin Jinxiang, both to treat him and to buy herself a gift. The group arrived at Central Plaza ahead of time. Qin Shuyu was well acquainted with this place. Known as a prominent light luxury shopping destination in Sioux City, since Lin Zihao had brought her here, it was only natural that they would indulge in some shopping. She would not let this opportunity slip by. It was imperative to seize the moment. "Shuyu, let me tell you, Jinxiang will be out soon. I've spoken to your uncle, and he'll supply goods for our family's supermarket. Today, let us enjoy some shopping at Central Plaza first. In the afternoon, I'll take you home to meet my mother. I'm being quite generous, aren't I?" Lin Zihao boasted with a hint of pride. It was evident that in his efforts to win back Qin Shuyu's affection and apologize, he was willing to spend significantly today. Internally, Qin Shuyu felt quite pleased. Yet she maintained a composed exterior, responding nonchalantly, "It's just okay. Who knows if you're being genuine? I won't be swayed so easily." With that, she strutted forward in her high heels, her hips swaying gracefully, captivating Lin Zihao's attention and igniting a sense of excitement within him. He felt a stirring within, convinced that his issues lay with Qin Shuyu, and this time he was thoroughly prepared. With her cooperation, success was assured. The cost of resolving his shortcomings would be worth it. Observing this scenario, Qin Jinxiang felt equally exhilarated, with such a capable brother-in-law. Even a mere car ride felt luxurious in a Maserati Quattroporte. Jiang Yuan was nothing in comparison. His good fortune was just beginning, and he too would soon become part of the affluent elite. He eagerly chimed in, "Brother-in-law, don't worry, I'll assist you with my sister. If she misbehaves, I'll just tie her to your bed." Lin Zihao was taken aback, exclaiming internally, "Wow, this little brother-in-law is bold." The thought of having his brother-in-law's help only heightened Lin Zihao's anticipation. As chapter 38 unfolded, Lin Zihao mused, "Here, feel free to spend this." It seemed this so-called little brother-in-law still had some utility. Observing Qin Jinxiang's obsequious demeanor, Lin Zihao understood his motivations. "Jinxiang, work hard, and I won't treat you unfairly," he promised. Upon hearing Lin Zihao's assurance, Qin Jinxiang beamed, his face a mask of flattery. After catching up to Qin Shuyu, the group proceeded directly to the luxury brand store, where Qin Shuyu was determined to acquire a limited edition item. However, just as she began to browse, Lin Zihao's phone rang, prompting a frown from Qin Shuyu. Could he be up to another trick? She understood that only when a man spent lavishly on her would he feel compelled to cater to her whims, gradually gaining the upper hand. What unsettled Qin Shuyu further was the sudden shift in Lin Zihao's expression, his demeanor darkening as if he were about to lash out. After a minute, Lin Zihao ended the call and approached her with a sullen look. Just as Qin Shuyu feared he would unleash his frustration on her, she breathed a sigh of relief when he did not. Shuyu, my mom needs me for something. It seems she had a quarrel with my sister, and I need to check on it. You can browse here. I'll be back within an hour. Upon hearing Lin Zihao's words, familiar feelings resurfaced for Qin Shuyu. He was resorting to delay tactics and evasion again. It dawned on her that he had truly transformed into a devoted admirer, causing her expression to shift to one of alarm. Yet, Lin Zihao interpreted her anxiety as a display of grievance and impatience, as if she were saying, "Is this your idea of an apology? Here we go again." Lin Zihao was resolute in his determination to win Qin Shuyu back, and, with success within reach, he could not afford any slip-ups at this critical juncture. He hurriedly explained, "Shuyu, I'm not lying this time. It's really something with my mom." He then handed her a card. "Here, take this. The password is your birthday. Feel free to use it for shopping. It's all on me. How about that? If I'm not back in time, go ahead and spend freely to soothe your wounded spirit. This should suffice, right?" Upon hearing Lin Zihao's words, Qin Shuyu suddenly realized that she had indeed misjudged the situation. She was not concerned with what Lin Zihao intended to do. Her only interest lay in whether he would spend money on her. Since Lin Zihao had left his card behind, his whereabouts were of no consequence. With a hint of vulnerability, Qin Shuyu remarked, "Very well, I shall forgive you this time. If you do not return, I shall exhaust your card." Following her statement, she let out a slightly haughty snort. "Humph, retreat at once. This lady is about to indulge in some shopping." Unbeknownst to her, Lin Zihao had already departed, as she was lost in delight, relishing the luxury of swiping the card of a wealthy heir. When had she ever enjoyed such privileges? Previously, purchasing items from the Ma brand store required a significant investment, starting at no less than 100,000. Jiang Yuan lacked such financial capability. She could only afford second-hand goods at best. Now, she could finally indulge without restraint, taking a solid step towards becoming a lady of leisure. Meanwhile, Qin Jinxiang was equally exhilarated. If Lin Zihao's money was being spent on his sister, it was almost as if it were being spent on him as well, causing him to rub his hands in excitement. "Sister, could you buy me something too? Just a 5090 graphics card, that's all I ask. Is it possible? Look at you, it's just a measly graphics card. I can easily buy it myself. You go pick it out, and I'll come to swipe the card later." Upon hearing this, Qin Jinxiang was filled with excitement. Ordinary computers and graphics cards could not be found in the central plaza, but the 5090 was a different matter altogether. It could easily be classified as a luxury item. With swift strides, Qin Jinxiang headed toward his target, having spotted it upon entering. He knew he had to act quickly. Qin Shuyu, meanwhile, was in high spirits as she began selecting handbags, having upgraded from a failed purchase of a donkey brand to a horse brand. This was a classic case of a blessing in disguise. Upon exiting the horse brand store, Qin Jinxiang arrived at a boutique in just a few minutes. Seeing the long-coveted 5090, he straightened his posture with pride. After all, he was someone who could afford the 5090. Few could compare. Since his sister would take her time selecting bags and jewelry, he had ample opportunity to experience the highest configuration of computers available. The more he played, the more exhilarated he became, realizing that if he was getting the 5090, then the CPU, liquid cooling, and RAM had to be top-notch as well. Unbeknownst to him, his budget was creeping towards 100,000. Yet, he was not particularly worried. Lin Zihao had said the card could be swiped freely, and Qin Shuyu had agreed. After all, it was just a matter of letting him choose whatever he desired. With Lin Zihao's fortune exceeding $1 billion, how could he possibly let his sister's husband be embarrassed by buying something inexpensive? Half an hour later, Qin Jinxiang had finalized his selections, with each component maximized, and his budget had reached 10,000. It was now time to find Qin Shuyu and await her arrival to swipe the card. Just then, he instinctively glanced outside, his excitement palpable. However, his expression quickly shifted from joy to shock and daze upon the appearance of a woman resembling a celestial being. Her graceful figure and elegant demeanor were simply unrivaled in his experience. Generally, Qin Jinxiang found it hard to notice women due to his sister's stunning looks. However, the woman before him was breathtakingly beautiful, seemingly surpassing even the most exquisite models in the world. The beauty queens he had encountered were utterly insignificant in comparison. Qin Jinxiang found himself momentarily entranced, pondering what kind of man could possibly be worthy of such a goddess, feeling utterly inadequate in her presence. Suddenly, his gaze shifted from the enchanting woman to the man beside her, driven by curiosity to discover what kind of exceptional individual could be accompanying her. But that single glance jolted him back to reality. He recognized a face all too familiar, someone he had once eagerly followed, calling him brother-in-law. Only yesterday having compensated over 400,000 for damaging Jiang Yuan's car. As he realized it was indeed Jiang Yuan, a wave of despair washed over him. Internally lamenting, he thought, how dare that scoundrel stroll hand in hand with my goddess, looking so carefree. If Jiang Yuan could, then surely Qin Jinxiang could too. The goddess must have been blind to fall for such a ruse. Furthermore, Jiang Yuan's betrayal of his sister by courting another woman was utterly despicable. Furious, Qin Jinxiang prepared to confront Jiang Yuan and unveil his true nature. Jiang Yuan was not only a deceiver, but also a scoundrel who discarded his responsibilities. Although he couldn't fathom why Jiang Yuan appeared so lively, he had no time to contemplate that now. However, just as he was about to make a move, he noticed that Jiang Yuan and the woman were heading directly towards the horse brand store. With their leisurely pace, he could easily arrive there first. Once he reunited with Qin Shuyu, he would execute his plan, catching Jiang Yuan off guard. The thought of his scheme made him smirk with a hint of wickedness. A good show was about to unfold. Chapter 39. Preparing to create a coincidence. Crouching low, Qin Jinxiang quickly darted towards the horse brand store from another direction. Soon, he arrived ahead of time. Inside the horse brand store, Qin Shuyu had already chosen a handbag, a necklace, a pair of earrings, a bracelet, a ring, and a silk scarf, which together formed a stunning set. Gazing into the fitting mirror, she resembled the epitome of a high society lady, growing increasingly pleased with her reflection. Always brimming with confidence, she believed her beauty was unmatched. Those who appeared superior were simply those who had more resources to adorn themselves. Once someone was willing to spend on her, she would prove herself no less than any beauty queen. The so-called homebody goddesses would pale in comparison. Beautiful women were created through wealth. At that moment, she caught sight of Qin Jinxiang sneaking in from the corner of her eye through the mirror. Annoyed, she turned and said, "Jinxiang, what are you up to sneaking around? This is a shopping mall. Do not engage in any outrageous behavior." It was not that Qin Shuyu was overly meddlesome. She simply understood her brother. It was no exaggeration to say he was a mischievous troublemaker. He typically lacked a proper job, and if he were to cause a scene in such a large mall, it would surely bring disgrace upon her. Ignoring her concerns, Qin Jinxiang whispered, "Sister, that person has appeared, and he is with a woman." "Which person?" Qin Shuyu frowned, puzzled by her brother's words. "Jiang Yuan. He is about to pass by here." "What?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyu's first reaction was disbelief. After all, he was a man on the brink of death. Yesterday had merely been a fleeting moment of vitality. How could he possibly have the energy to go shopping now? "Sister, it's true. Am I likely to misidentify him? And he is with a woman who is stunningly beautiful, quite intimate with him." After listening to Qin Jinxiang's account, Qin Shuyu had no choice but to accept this startling reality. Although she was unsure why Jiang Yuan had appeared here, he was indeed present, shamelessly spending time with another woman while carrying her. How could Qin Shuyu be cuckolded? It was imperative for her to unveil Jiang Yuan's malicious facade and subject him to public judgment. Meanwhile, only a few shops away from the branded store, Lin Wanqi remained intertwined with Jiang Yuan's arm, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if they were meandering aimlessly. "Wanqi, why are you just looking and not buying? Are you not interested in all these clothes and bags?" Jiang Yuan inquired, puzzled. After more than an hour of shopping, Lin Wanqi had come away empty-handed, instead purchasing a few items for him. "There's too much stuff. You can check out my wardrobe when we get back. I have a closet full of clothes that I've never had the chance to wear. I'm just here to alleviate boredom." "It's been a long time since I've felt this carefree," Lin Wanqi casually explained. For others, the things they yearned for seemed unattainable, while for her, they were mere trifles. What was commonplace for ordinary people was, paradoxically, something Lin Wanqi could hardly desire. Jiang Yuan felt a strange sensation upon hearing her words. This girl was surprisingly comfortable with the idea of him seeing her wardrobe. "Well, you are a little wealthy lady with that kind of capital. But you can't just buy me things today. Let us stroll around a bit. I'll get you a gift," he teased. Although these luxury items were expensive, Jiang Yuan was still financially capable, possessing several million in cash, not to mention his unliquidated fruit chain business. Perhaps Lin Wanqi was aware of this too. She simply nodded without opposing him. Soon, they approached the branded store. Upon seeing it, Jiang Yuan felt a pang of nostalgia. Recalling how Qin Shuyu had often extolled its virtues, claiming it was far superior to other brands. If only he could own a set from there. How blissful that would be. However, the prices were steep, and he had rarely indulged in such luxury. Lin Wanqi lacked for nothing, and Jiang Yuan was uncertain about what to gift her. Ultimately, he decided that a more expensive item would suffice. "Let us check out this store. It looks promising," he suggested. Lin Wanqi did not decline. She had never considered the cost, knowing she could easily afford to buy out the entire shop. Such establishments were not bustling with crowds, and inside, they spotted a young couple with their backs turned to them, seemingly perusing items. Jiang Yuan felt a flicker of recognition upon viewing them, but dismissed it, not bothering to probe further with his mental acuity. "Wanqi, choose whatever you like. Once you've made your selection, I'll cover the bill," he declared grandly, enjoying the moment of extravagance before Lin Wanqi, and promptly sank into a nearby sofa to scroll through his phone, finding it quite relieving. He had no interest in the jewelry and clothing, preferring to wait idly. Lin Wanqi was accustomed to this. During their previous shopping trips, Jiang Yuan had never shown impatience, though he always sought out a sofa upon entering a store, only offering her suggestions when she tried on clothes. This seemed to be a common trait among men, nothing particularly unusual. Before long, Lin Wanqi turned to Jiang Yuan, saying, "What do you think of this Kelly ring?" She extended her slender, fair finger, adorned with a delicate, rose gold ring. The piece was simple yet elegant, enhancing the beauty of her already exquisite fingers, which appeared flawless, a masterpiece from the heavens. "It looks stunning, Wanqi. Honestly, you needn't try it on. Anything you wear would look marvelous," Jiang Yuan praised sincerely. Pleased by his compliment, Lin Wanqi replied, "Yes, I think it suits me perfectly. I'll take it." Jiang Yuan rose, ready to finalize the purchase. Handing the ring back to the sales attendant, he said, "Miss, I'll take this one. Let us proceed with the payment." At that moment, a familiar and jarring voice intruded. "Oh, who do we have here? Is that our Jiang Yuan, the boss? Out shopping for a ring with a young lady? I wonder if your girlfriend is aware," the voice taunted. Turning slowly, it was none other than Qin Shuyu and her brother, both wearing mocking expressions, clearly having recognized Jiang Yuan long ago, and now preparing to witness his humiliation. Without a word from Jiang Yuan, Qin Jinxiang chimed in, "I'm not sure if the girlfriend knows, but I do know that such a wealthy Jiang Yuan only bought the cheapest ring for this young lady, a mere 26,000. Don't let him fool you, miss. This ring is rather cheap." Upon seeing them, Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow but soon relaxed. What a coincidence it was to encounter these two siblings here. They truly were persistent. They were clearly enjoying the spoils of Lin Zihao's wealth, which, in reality, stemmed from Lin Wanqi. Legally speaking, he was married to Lin Wanqi, and from the moment they wed, half of her earnings belonged to him. If that were the case, how insufferable it was that Qin Shuyu was indirectly spending his money. Damn it, how revolting it was, Jiang Yuan thought, feeling genuinely appalled that she was using his funds. Yet, despite the discomfort, there was little he could do. He had merely entertained the notion of jesting. In truth, he and Lin Wanqi were in a casual marriage, each leveraging the other. Lin Wanqi's wealth remained solely hers. Hearing Qin Shuyu's mockery, Jiang Yuan maintained his composure, replying coolly, "Haha, I'm buying something for my wife. What does my girlfriend have to do with it? Besides, I don't have a girlfriend. What do you think, dear wife?" He directed the question to Lin Wanqi. Recognizing Qin Shuyu, Lin Wanqi was aware of the pain she had inflicted upon Jiang Yuan and spoke without reserve. "It's fine if you want to find a few others, but not her. Even if all the women in the world perished, you are not permitted to seek her out." Lin Wanqi, an extraordinarily beautiful woman, uttered this with remarkable calm, delivering a statement that was both unhurtful and profoundly insulting. What did it mean to allow one's husband to seek out mistresses, yet absolutely forbidding him from choosing her? This was a sentiment that typically belonged to men, yet when expressed by a woman, it resonated with even greater force. Two professionally trained sales attendants could not suppress their laughter, quickly covering their mouths in embarrassment. Qin Shuyu found herself momentarily speechless, struggling to retort. The aura emanating from Lin Wanqi was overwhelmingly powerful. Compared to her, she felt like a downtrodden ugly duckling, though she would never admit it. The pressure she felt inside was something only she understood. However, Qin Shuyu would naturally not abandon her efforts midway. With her arms crossed, she let out a cold snort. "Jiang Yuan, you truly are amusing, going to such lengths just to irritate me. Not only have you found such a woman to play this charade with you, but you also began your act right after leaving the security bureau yesterday. I never expected you to follow me all the way here to continue your performance. Yet, despite the paltry entrance fee you paid to others, a mere 26,000, which is rather meager, it still indicates you've invested significantly." As she spoke, she pointed at Jiang Yuan, taunting those around them. "Did you see that? This man is quite foolish, willing to squander so much money just to vent his frustrations. I tell you, he even rented a Bentley before, truly extravagant. But he chose the wrong place to show off. A luxury store is not where he belongs. Indeed, Jiang Yuan, you are only bringing this upon yourself. Return that 450,000 to me, and I might still be able to speak favorably of you in front of my sister." It's not entirely hopeless. Qin Jinxiang chimed in from the side, as if he were an old friend. The entire shop staff was now focused on this spectacle, and even some onlookers, having caught wind of the drama unfolding, began to drift inside. The newcomers were indeed taken aback by Lin Wanxi's beauty, with many men resolutely deciding that since this stunning woman seemed so desperate for money, perhaps she would be willing to play a role for them as well, leaving a phone number for further developments once the performance concluded. Such a gorgeous woman was a rarity. Observing the duet of Qin Shuyu and her brother, Lin Wanxi merely smiled disdainfully, rummaging through her purse, and fortuitously, the marriage certificate she had intended to show her mother was still there. Qin Shuyu, take note. Jiang Yuan and I are legally married. Should you dare to slander or defame my husband again, I wouldn't hesitate to see you in court. Indeed. Lin Wanxi's words detonated like a bombshell in Qin Shuyu's heart. Though she had already suspected that Jiang Yuan had completely given up on her, she could not openly admit it, nor had she ever imagined that such a stunning woman would actually marry him. Jiang Yuan had only invited this woman to act in front of her to vent his grievances. Yet the marriage certificate Lin Wanxi had just revealed, with its clear photograph and black lettering, undeniably confirmed that they were indeed husband and wife, officially recognized by the government of Xia country. In that moment, Qin Shuyu felt as though she had been struck by lightning, standing there in shock. How could this be? Jiang Yuan had left her so swiftly to find a girlfriend. No, a wife. This woman was far too exceptional, her beauty so perfect that even her other shortcomings could easily be overlooked. Did this not imply that Jiang Yuan had moved on to a better life without her, while she had yet to secure the white moonlight she thought was guaranteed? Initially, she felt indifferent, but one cannot escape the pangs of comparison. Now, in juxtaposition, she sensed herself to be the one lagging behind. For a moment, Qin Shuyu's mind was a chaotic whirlwind, struggling to accept the reality before her, feeling an emptiness within, as if she had lost something precious. She bit her lip, her chest heaving with palpable emotion. She was acutely aware of the eyes of those around her, seemingly pointing and whispering about her. The truth was evident now. Lin Wanxi was not merely an actress hired by Jiang Yuan, but rather his legitimate wife, which meant she was the jester fabricating falsehoods. Nevertheless, Qin Shuyu was not one to concede defeat easily, and soon found her footing for a counterattack. With a scornful smile, she remarked, "Oh, how amusing. So what if you are married? I see you're quite pleased with yourself, yet I find you to be rather pitiable. You are merely blinded by this man. I know Jiang Yuan all too well. He can hardly scrape together a few coins. Moreover, he is terminally ill and has only a short time left. With whatever little money he has destined for the hospital, in a few days, you will not only find yourself a widow, but perhaps even burdened with debt. And here you are, pretending to be affluent by purchasing the cheapest ring at a luxury store. Do you not find such a man to be utterly foolish? You are truly to be pitied." Qin Shuyu pursed her lips, her face a mask of feigned sympathy, lacking any sense of privacy invasion as she openly disclosed Jiang Yuan's condition in front of everyone. Gasps of surprise and disbelief rippled through the crowd. This man was actually terminally ill? Did that not imply that Lin Wanxi was indeed unfortunate, destined to become a widow at such a young age? Yet, the puzzling aspect was that Jiang Yuan hardly appeared to be ill. It felt as though Qin Shuyu was spinning tales. But Qin Shuyu was far from finished. With her chin held high, she declared, "My dear, you are undeniably beautiful. So let me kindly advise you, do not settle for a man who can only afford the entry-level models of luxury brands. Look at me. This complete Kelly set was gifted to me by my boyfriend, who handed over his card for my unrestricted spending. Now that is true wealth. Just look at these shop owners. None of them are less capable than Jiang Yuan. Even with eyes closed, you could easily choose someone far superior." Qin Shuyu smiled nonchalantly, exuding confidence as she turned to the staff. "Now, let us proceed with the payment." Chapter 41. A tragedy repeats as the card again fails to work. As soon as Qin Shuyu's words fell, the group of admirers surrounding her did not find her attempt to pay particularly noteworthy. Instead, they were captivated by her earlier statement. For indeed, they were better than Jiang Yuan. If Lin Wanxi were to become their girlfriend, they would all be willing to step forward. The lady spoke the truth. They merely viewed Qin Shuyu's drama as entertainment, having no stake in it. If they could persuade Lin Wanxi to abandon Jiang Yuan, they would gladly step in for him. And if Jiang Yuan were truly terminally ill, perhaps it was for the best. The lady could not genuinely remain a widow, and they could readily take his place. Unconsciously, each admirer straightened up as if trying to catch Lin Wanxi's attention, but to their dismay, she paid them no mind. Lin Wanxi and Jiang Yuan, intrigued, watched Qin Shuyu's performance unfold without making a move. Lin Wanxi thought this behavior rather juvenile. Was this woman truly humiliating her husband in hopes of avenging him? Was she planning to buy out the entire store? Or perhaps contact the mall owner to have Qin Shuyu thrown out? Jiang Yuan remained silent, believing it unnecessary, What did Qin Shuyu's spending have to do with him? All the money was coming from Lin Zihao. Moreover, if he guessed correctly, Lin Wanqi had completely severed ties with Gong Qin and Lin Zihao, freezing their bank cards. If this was indeed Lin Wanqi's card, it was likely that it would not go through. If it were Lin Zihao's card, every additional cent Qin Shuyu spent would mean a loss for Lin Zihao, and that was real pain. Understanding this information disparity, Jiang Yuan wisely chose to remain silent. Feeling a sense of anticipation, Qin Shuyu had already selected earrings, necklaces, bracelets, rings, and bags, almost as if she were purchasing them as a set. The staff was quite accommodating, having already calculated. Miss, your total comes to 435,000. Shall I wrap this up for you? Yes, please pack it all up. I will carry it myself shortly. Upon hearing this figure, Jiang Yuan could not help but be taken aback. This woman truly had a penchant for spending money and could likely squander even more. Spending money that is not one's own is a carefree endeavor. And just as everyone presumed the grand spectacle was nearing its conclusion, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The store attendant's brow furrowed with concern. Madam, your card transaction was unsuccessful. Could it be that you entered the wrong password? This familiar phrase sent a wave of alarm through Qin Shuyu, her expression momentarily stiffening. Could it truly be such a coincidence? The curiosity of onlookers piqued. Was this woman attempting to deceive them? Panic began to creep into Qin Shuyu as her palms grew clammy, her fingers trembling slightly as she entered her password. She repeated to herself, "It cannot be. It cannot be." The only issue was the order in which she inputted her birthday. Surely, the card itself was not at fault. However, after 3 unsuccessful attempts, a sense of dread enveloped her, for the situation was eerily reminiscent of a similar incident just yesterday. On that occasion, it was at a different store, but the circumstances were strikingly alike. The sole difference lay in the cards. Yesterday it was Jiang Yuan's, today it was Lin Zihao's. Lin Zihao, you absolute scoundrel. Qin Shuyu seethed with indignation, feeling utterly humiliated. The scrutiny of others felt unbearable, akin to a swarm of ants crawling over her skin, particularly in the presence of Jiang Yuan and her rival, Lin Wanqi. If only there were a mouse hole to hide in, she would gladly burrow herself away. Yet the pressing situation demanded her attention. Swiftly, she dialed Lin Zihao's number. After what felt like an eternity, he finally answered, "Shuyu, what's wrong? I'll be home shortly. Just hold on a moment." Suppressing her anger, Qin Shuyu's voice trembled as she inquired, "What is wrong with your card? Why can't it be processed? Is your password incorrect? It's 020809, your birthday, right?" Lin Zihao's earnest demeanor further deepened her confusion. He did not seem to be deceiving her. "I entered exactly that," he retorted, urgency lacing his tone. "You need to check what's going on. There are many people watching me." Jiang Yuan, observing Qin Shuyu's distress, silently confirmed his suspicions. Lin Zihao might possess his own funds, but this card was undoubtedly among those that had been frozen. Although he felt a twinge of sympathy, he refrained from mocking her plight. Instead, he turned to Lin Wanqi, stating, "Wanqi, look at this. I told you not to buy just this ring. You might be perceived as someone who cannot afford more. Besides, wearing them all would undoubtedly enhance your beauty." Lin Wanqi nodded obediently, deciding to hand over the money to Jiang Yuan upon their return, unwilling to tarnish his reputation. "Very well, let us purchase them all." With Lin Wanqi's acquiescence, Jiang Yuan addressed the attendant. "Miss, please pack up a complete set of Kelly for me. Actually, Wanqi, why don't you just wear them now?" Jiang Yuan's cheerful demeanor brightened the attendant's mood, especially after witnessing Qin Shuyu's earlier display of arrogance, ultimately resulting in her inability to pay. Now, she was clearly anxious. Though she maintained a polite facade, internally, she had already dismissed Qin Shuyu as a laughingstock. Suddenly recalling a similar incident from the previous day, she wondered if they were one and the same person. Before she could ponder further, she began preparing the jewelry for Jiang Yuan, as Qin Shuyu had predominantly selected items from the Kelly collection. "Miss, if you do not wish to purchase today, we will have to sell this set to the lady beside you," the attendant stated courteously. This remark struck a nerve with both women, igniting a sense of indignation. If they were unable to secure their purchase, it would be as if their faces were being rubbed into the ground in humiliation. Yet, Qin Shuyu needed to await Lin Zihao's response and could not afford to confront Jiang Yuan directly. She nudged Qin Jinxiang, who promptly grasped the situation and exclaimed, "Jiang Yuan, where did you procure such a sum? You've been telling my sister you are broke. What does this mean? You're not using money from selling your house to buy these jewels, are you? I must insist you do not." Qin Jinxiang's long-held beliefs surfaced instinctively, as he subconsciously assumed Jiang Yuan's wealth was his own. Although he quickly realized his error, it was too late. The words had escaped his lips. Jiang Yuan regarded him with a bemused expression, clearly baffled by the audacity of the brother-sister duo. Yet, Jiang Yuan responded sincerely, "Indeed, such an amount is astronomical. far beyond my means. However, someone compensated me 450,000 yesterday for a depreciated vehicle. Thus, this money feels almost like found treasure, and I do not mind spending it. His calm demeanor made him sound like a carefree heir, seemingly indifferent to the hefty sum. Qin Jinxiang, initially taken aback, soon erupted with fury upon realizing the implications. That so-called 450,000 was, in fact, his compensation. This meant he was the great fool here. He had even signed a loan agreement with Lin Zihao. How ludicrous that he would lend money to Jiang Yuan for his lavish lifestyle. Although the funds rightfully belonged to Jiang Yuan, the way it was presented made it seem as if he were merely sponsoring him. Were it not for Jiang Yuan's unscrupulous act of contacting the authorities after the incident, he would never have had to pay him anything. How dare you spend my money on frivolities, Jiang Yuan? I will make you pay for this. Qin Jinxiang seethed, his face contorted with rage as he threatened Jiang Yuan. Meanwhile, Qin Shuyu, unaware of the unfolding drama, inquired, Jinxiang, what is happening? Reluctantly, Qin Jinxiang recounted the events of the previous night, and upon hearing them, Qin Shuyu's complexion drained of color. Her dear brother had borrowed 450,000 from Lin Zihao, a staggering sum. Clearly, there was no way Qin Jinxiang could repay this debt, and Lin Zihao would inevitably seek her assistance unless she completely disregarded her brother's fate. Overwhelmed, Qin Shuyu slumped onto the sofa, feeling as though she had received a crushing blow. If this were the case, it would no longer be she who held sway over Lin Zihao. As long as he possessed even a modicum of intelligence, he would have her completely under his thumb. Resolute, she determined that she must procure the items today, otherwise, her carefully laid plans would come to ruin. What are you doing? Those items are mine. You cannot sell them to them. Qin Shuyu exclaimed as she suddenly noticed the attendant retrieving her selected items. It appears that preparations are underway to sell to Jiang Yuan, which has caused a sudden surge of anxiety. Meanwhile, the disdain barely concealed on the lips of the attendant had reached a tipping point, for she had just received news from her social circle. The woman who had frivolously paraded around the store yesterday, ultimately unable to process her payment, was none other than Qin Shuyu. Moreover, she had exhibited the same ostentatious demeanor in front of others, treating their luxury boutique as a stage for her pretentious antics. Clearly lacking the means, yet attempting to put on a facade of affluence. However, the attendant, mindful of propriety, refrained from direct mockery and maintained her politeness. Miss, since you are currently unable to complete the payment, our previous transaction is rendered void. We are indeed permitted to sell to this gentleman. In truth, she had already ascertained that Qin Shuyu could not afford such items. Otherwise, even if Jiang Yuan insisted on purchasing, she could have selected alternative merchandise. Upon hearing the attendant's words, Qin Shuyu sprang to her feet, clutching the bags. You shall not sell? These are mine. Call your manager. She could not bear the thought of conceding defeat to Jiang Yuan, especially with so many witnesses present. As a self-proclaimed fairy, how could she allow herself to be bested by someone she deemed a mere lowlife? However, to her dismay, the attendant seemed resolute in her indifference, her tone growing colder. Miss, this is a matter of our store's autonomy. Please do not impede our normal business operations. What do you mean by impede? I will resolve this shortly. My card will work soon enough. You cannot do this. As Qin Shuyu attempted to assert herself, the attendant's patience began to wear thin. If Jiang Yuan were to be offended and leave, that would jeopardize her commission, a substantial sum in the hundreds of thousands. The attendant retorted coolly, Miss, you visited the luxury store yesterday, selected a multitude of items, and ultimately could not process your credit card. Today, you are employing the same tactics in our store. We have grounds to suspect that you are intentionally causing a disturbance. If you do not release your hold, we will have to summon security. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd of onlookers, sparking considerable commotion. It was utterly shocking to discover that the seemingly elegant Qin Shuyu was indeed a repeat offender. The staff at the luxury store had ample reason to refuse her service. Fingers began to point in her direction. In today's society, there are far too many individuals who attempt to project an air of sophistication without the means to back it up, including many who feign the life of socialites. Pooling resources with dozens to buy a single handbag, renting lavish hotels or luxury cars, only to pose for photographs and embellish their lives online. Such women are abundant and particularly loathed. It was astounding to realize that Qin Shuyu was one of them. As for Qin Shuyu, exposed before so many, her face drained of color. She felt utterly drained, collapsing back into her seat. How could this be happening? This was not how it was supposed to be. Clinging to her last hope, she turned her gaze to her phone. If Lin Zihao could provide her with funds, or if his card issues could be resolved, then perhaps everything could be salvaged. However, as she glanced at her phone, the messages within struck her like a thunderbolt. Dear Hao, Shuyu, I'm sorry, but I've encountered a minor issue. My bank card has been frozen by my family, but it's not a major problem. This afternoon, I plan to take you home to sort it out with them. I will definitely buy you the things I promised. Here's 10,000 yuan for now. Use it as you see fit, and I'll come find you shortly. Upon reading these words, Qin Shuyu was at a loss for how to articulate her feelings. The prospect of Lin Zihao introducing her to his family should have filled her with joy. Yet, the reality of his card being frozen and merely offering her a meager sum of 10,000 yuan felt utterly absurd in comparison to Jiang Yuan's current situation. Akin to tossing a coin to a beggar. In that moment, she found the situation almost ludicrous. How could a so-called second-generation rich kid be so utterly lacking? A wave of grievance washed over Qin Shuyu as she gazed tearfully at Jiang Yuan, murmuring softly, "Jiang Yuan, can you come back to me? Can we return to how we once were?" Yet, when she mustered all her strength and courage to voice these sentiments, no reaction came from Jiang Yuan. He was preoccupied with unwrapping packages, adorning Lin Wanqi with necklaces, earrings, and bracelets, each piece enhancing her beauty and drawing all eyes to her. If she were a star, Lin Wanqi was the full moon, her radiant light eclipsing the stars. At last, Jiang Yuan presented the final ring. Gently taking Lin Wanqi's delicate hand and placing the seemingly ordinary yet exquisite ring upon her finger, transforming her into a regal queen, basking in the affection of her king. The atmosphere in the luxury store was so still that one could hear a pin drop, as everyone was mesmerized by this breathtaking scene. Qin Shuyu, too, was entranced, for it was supposed to be her standing there opposite Jiang Yuan, receiving that ring. Fate had played a cruel joke. She was not only absent from this moment, but felt like a mere clown, a laughingstock on the sidelines. Regret surged within her, hard to contain. Yet, what right did she have to compete with Lin Wanqi for Jiang Yuan? In terms of beauty, grace, and everything else, she felt utterly incomparable. Once such feelings took root, they spiraled uncontrollably. She recalled how Jiang Yuan had once treated her with the same affection he now bestowed upon Lin Wanqi, even going so far as to avoid speaking with her best friend, Sun Xiaoxiao, to prevent misunderstandings. Sun Xiaoxiao. The memory of her former best friend brought a fresh wave of sorrow. She had completely alienated a woman who was already under immense pressure. What pained her further was the realization that Sun Xiaoxiao seemed to harbor feelings for Jiang Yuan as well. What had she done? The man who had once been enamored with her was now the object of desire for countless others, and she had cast him aside. Now, there was no turning back. After wrestling with her conflicting emotions, Qin Shuyu felt an overwhelming agony and uncertainty as she departed the luxury store, only to recall that Jiang Yuan and Lin Wanqi did not spare her another glance, effectively disregarding her presence. Naturally, she did not purchase anything. The promised 50,000 yuan from Qin Jinxiang had vanished without a trace. Qin Jinxiang, observing his sister's despondency, knew she represented his long-term source of income, the sole path to prosperity. He could not bear to see her in such a state. With a glint of insight, he recognized her inner turmoil and advised, "Sister, Jiang Yuan is not your match at all. Do not be deceived by his current wealth. Who knows how long it will last? In comparison to true affluent families, his fortune is nothing." There's a saying, "A good horse does not revisit old pastures, especially not for someone as ungrateful and forgetful as Jiang Yuan. What use is it for you to dwell on him? There is absolutely no chance of turning back now. In my opinion, we must look ahead. Since Lin Zihao has already promised to introduce you to his parents and take you back to his home, it is evident that he has completely accepted you. Just imagine, if you truly become the wife of a wealthy family, what do a few 100,000 matter? Perhaps, by then, a single handbag will cost over 1,000,000. Reflecting on today's actions, they seem utterly juvenile. Indeed, no one understands Qin Shuyu better than her own brother. With Qin Jinxiang's narration, Qin Shuyu's eyes finally regained their brightness. Noticing this shift, Qin Jinxiang pressed on. "Sister, let's start from the current outcome. Even if Jiang Yuan survives, would he ever relinquish that beautiful woman? Clearly, it is impossible. Since that is the case, why hold on to lingering feelings? The only way forward is to steadfastly follow Lin Zihao. Only by proving that you live a better and happier life after leaving Jiang Yuan will you validate your decision. This is an exceedingly simple matter. Lin Zihao's infatuation for you is no less than Jiang Yuan's was." Ultimately, Qin Jinxiang paused momentarily before delivering his decisive words. "Sister, to put it bluntly, do not be like a monkey scrambling for corn. Having missed Jiang Yuan, do not let Lin Zihao slip away as well." All of his previous words had already shaken Qin Shuyu's resolve, and this final remark was the crack that breached her defenses. Having experienced failure once, Qin Shuyu immediately understood and whispered softly, "Yes, I must learn from this lesson. Since I have missed Jiang Yuan, I cannot afford to miss Lin Zihao." "Jinxiang, you have aptly pointed out the truth. I know what I must do." Qin Shuyu clenched her fists, clarity washing over her as her fighting spirit reignited. She could not let Lin Zihao escape her grasp. "Let us go, Jinxiang. Zaheo has already made arrangements with us. We cannot mention what just happened. We must act as though nothing occurred. Do you understand? Heh, how could I not know? Sister, rest assured. Qin Jinxiang smirked cunningly. How could he be unaware? He owed Lin Zaheo 450,000. It seemed Jiang Yuan's prospects had dimmed. If Qin Shuyu were to offend Lin Zaheo as well, where would he find the means to repay that sum? Therefore, Qin Shuyu had no choice but to align herself with Lin Zaheo. The promise of wealth was now within reach. While the Qin siblings were scheming fervently, Jiang Yuan and Lin Wanqi remained remarkably relaxed. After their shopping spree, they indulged in a meal, and Jiang Yuan found it quite amusing. After all, it had been over a decade since he had savored such a rich variety of flavors, including some guilty pleasures that now offered a unique delight. Their spirits lifted significantly, and Lin Wanqi was no longer as gloomy as she had been in the morning, a faint smile gracing her features. As Jiang Yuan drove the LaFerrari out of Central Plaza, Lin Zaheo happened to be at the mall, picking up the Qin siblings. Initially oblivious to the LaFerrari that had just passed by, Qin Jinxiang exclaimed in delight, "Brother-in-law, look, a LaFerrari. Isn't it cool?" Lin Zaheo replied with a hint of disdain, "It's just a LaFerrari. We have one at home. How about I let you drive it in a few days?" "Really? I can actually drive a LaFerrari?" Qin Jinxiang was ecstatic, thrilled to have inadvertently unearthed Lin Zaheo's status. What kind of car is a LaFerrari? It's not merely a matter of wealth. One must purchase several other Ferrari models to reach a certain expenditure before being eligible to buy it. To possess a LaFerrari undoubtedly implies ownership of other Ferrari vehicles. Qin Jinxiang shot his sister a knowing glance, as if to say, "See, this is what true luxury looks like, especially compared to Lin Zaheo, who is nothing at all." At that moment, Lin Zaheo suddenly gazed ahead with a hint of recognition. That car looks somewhat familiar. It seems to be my sister's." As Lin Zaheo watched the LaFerrari, which was now vanishing from sight, his expression shifted, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as though he had spotted his prey. Just moments ago, Gong Qin had summoned him to discuss Lin Wanqi's circumstances and the events of the morning. His sister had grown bold enough to defy their mother's orders and even allow the man she was seeing to take action. Given this, he would not hesitate to employ his ruthless nature as her half-brother. A cold smirk spread across his face as he contemplated making Lin Wanqi pay. He was no longer alone in this endeavor. There were others ready to deal with Lin Wanqi. The grievances suffered by their mother would also be addressed. Qin Shuyu and her brother were oblivious to Lin Zaheo's expression, instead reeling from the realization that the one driving the LaFerrari was indeed their sister. Just how wealthy could their family be? If their sister could drive a LaFerrari, what could be said of her brother? If memory serves, Lin Zaheo seems to have only one sister. Thus, it appears he is not only the scion of a wealthy family, but also their sole heir. With this revelation, Qin Shuyu swiftly cast aside her recent displeasure, her legs instinctively clenching in excitement. This was exhilarating news. Lin Zaheo had not deceived her. This was indeed genuine. She was on the verge of leaping from obscurity to prominence. When Jiang Yuan returned to the Tang Island No. 1 estate, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Lin Wanqi gazed at her estate, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. She furrowed her brow and took several deep breaths of the fresh air. Uncertain, she turned to Jiang Yuan and asked, "Darling, do you feel like the air in the courtyard has improved?" "I suppose so. After all, we've made some renovations and added many plants. So it's not surprising that the air has become fresher," Jiang Yuan replied thoughtfully. In truth, the energy surrounding the estate had indeed shifted, something Jiang Yuan could perceive quite clearly as its instigator and cultivator. However, for ordinary individuals unacquainted with cultivation, such changes would be imperceptible. It was unexpected that Lin Wanqi could discern this so quickly. She was evidently sensitive to spiritual energy, and according to the principles of the Qingxin continent, she might be a cultivation prodigy. However, Jiang Yuan, being merely a practitioner at the pinnacle of artifact refining, was still at the initial stage of Qi cultivation and had no means to assess talent. He lacked a testing stone. Thus, he could not evaluate Lin Wanqi's potential but kept it in mind, perhaps to explore it further in the future. Upon returning to the living room, Jiang Yuan noticed several individuals resembling butlers waiting outside. Upon seeing Lin Wanqi had arrived home, they quickly knocked and inquired, "Miss, Kiki has returned from the pet hospital and we are bringing her to you." At this, a look of pure joy lit up Lin Wanqi's face, as if she had encountered something truly delightful. She dashed to the door of the maid's quarters, crouching down and exclaiming, "Oh, Kiki, you're finally back." Her voice resonated with tenderness and elation. As Lin Wanqi turned around, Jiang Yuan finally understood the situation. It was a large golden retriever following closely behind her. This dog, clearly intelligent, grinned widely and wagged its tail, excited to see its owner. Lin Wanqi added apologetically, "I'm not sure if you like dogs. This one grew up with me, and her name is Kiki." However, she is getting a bit old now, already 11 years old, and entering her senior years. Not long ago, it fell ill and was taken to a pet hospital for recuperation. I was genuinely concerned that it might not pull through. After saying this, Lin Wanqi affectionately patted Coco's furry head and said, "Coco, I'm so relieved to have you back. I was terribly worried." Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Jiang Yuan and added, "Darling, if you're not fond of dogs, I can designate a separate area for it, so it won't disturb you." Jiang Yuan understood the situation and also approached to stroke Coco's head. Perhaps sensing the presence of both its owner and Jiang Yuan, Coco behaved quite well. Given Lin Wanqi's upbringing, Coco, who had accompanied her for 11 years, was practically family. However, Jiang Yuan observed that Coco seemed somewhat unwell, although it stood. It lacked its usual spirit. Reflecting on his own condition, an idea suddenly struck him. Rarely did he employ his spiritual energy, but he decided to navigate through Coco's body, quickly gaining insight into its condition. The situation was dire, not due to illness, but rather a decline in vitality, indicating that it was nearing the end of its life. Coco sensed Jiang Yuan's aura and felt an inexplicable closeness, leaning towards him and even wagging its tail in a somewhat endearing manner. Wow, Coco rarely allows strangers to come close. It seems to have taken quite a liking to you, Lin Wanqi remarked, her face lighting up with joy. However, her expression soon shifted to one of sorrow, a hint of melancholy clouding her features. The pet hospital had already informed her that while Coco had managed to survive this time, the next visit might be a farewell. At its age, Coco was considered old for a dog, and any unexpected incident could prove irreversible. As she pondered these somber thoughts, Jiang Yuan's voice suddenly broke the silence. "Coco, come with me. Since we seem to have a connection, I'll give you a little welcome gift." With that, he strolled towards the backyard. Coco, displaying a certain intelligence, seemed to understand that Jiang Yuan meant no harm. It glanced back at Lin Wanqi before following him. Lin Wanqi felt a surge of curiosity. It was intriguing to think that there could be such a thing as a welcome gift between humans and pets. What could Jiang Yuan possibly offer? Jiang Yuan sauntered into the backyard, surveying the flourishing vegetables, a wave of delight washing over him. Gazing around at the array of vegetables, though not abundant, they were quite complete. He spotted the cucumber trellis. In response to Lin Wanqi's puzzled gaze, he casually plucked 2 cucumbers, taking a bite from one. The cool, sweet juice burst into his mouth, and a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. To Lin Wanqi's astonishment, she found herself swallowing hard, embarrassed that Jiang Yuan might notice. It seemed that her thoughts had manifested, as Jiang Yuan smiled and offered her half of the cucumber, saying, "Here, give it a try. It's delicious." Blushing, Lin Wanqi accepted it, taking a delicate bite. Indeed, it was a flavor she had never experienced before, perhaps even more delectable than the cucumbers from that morning. While she savored the taste, Jiang Yuan suddenly crouched down, presenting the other cucumber directly to Coco. "Coco, come on, try a bit of cucumber. This is your welcome gift." Lin Wanqi couldn't help but interject, "Darling, it doesn't eat those kinds of things. If you want to feed it, I have some over here." Before she could finish her sentence, she witnessed a scene that left her utterly astonished. Coco, displaying an unexpected excitement, wagged its tail vigorously, disregarding whether it had ever eaten cucumber before. With a swift motion, it opened its mouth and devoured half of the cucumber. The sound of the golden retriever crunching the cucumber was incredibly satisfying, and Lin Wanqi, caught in a moment of disbelief, forgot to remove the piece she had been chewing. Her expression adorably dazed. Coco actually ate the cucumber. What shocked her even more was that after finishing the visible portion in Jiang Yuan's hand, Coco kept glancing back at him, as if to say it wanted more. Jiang Yuan, not one to be stingy, handed over the remaining cucumber to Coco. Only then did Lin Wanqi come to her senses, exclaiming, "Darling, how did you manage that?" Coco never eats anything from strangers, especially not vegetables. "Well, didn't I tell you? These vegetables I grow have been nurtured with my special methods, making them unlike ordinary fruits and vegetables." With Lin Wanqi present, Jiang Yuan continued, "Wanqi, you should eat more cucumbers. They have wonderful benefits. They can be used both externally and internally, so you might want to incorporate them into your routine." "Ugh, you're being inappropriate. Who needs to use them internally?" Lin Wanqi retorted, her face flushing as she caught the mischievous glint in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Realizing the double entendre in his words, Jiang Yuan merely smiled at her, enjoying her embarrassment as it turned her cheeks a vibrant shade of red. "Haha, Wanqi. When I said internally, I meant eating them. Is that not what you meant? Ugh, you're incorrigible." Lin Wanqi playfully punched Jiang Yuan, who feigned injury and crouched down as if gravely wounded. It then dawned on her that Jiang Yuan was still in a precarious condition. She felt guilty for hitting him. Panic washed over her, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Darling, are you all right? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Please don't scare me like that. I'll take you to the hospital." She fumbled for her phone, ready to call for help. At that moment, Jiang Yuan sprang up, laughter dancing in his eyes. Haha, I was just joking. Oh no, you nearly gave me a heart attack. You are my only family now. I can't bear the thought of losing you. Lin Wanqi's sudden outburst of tears caught Jiang Yuan off guard. Reflecting on Coco's current state and Lin Wanqi's previous vulnerabilities, he began to understand the depth of her feelings for him. It was somewhat ironic. He was facing a terminal illness, and Coco was nearing the end of its life. Should they both depart this world, Lin Wanqi would indeed find herself alone once more, especially after her rift with her mother. Thus, she was profoundly afraid of such an outcome, her anxiety manifesting in that fleeting moment. Her loneliness mirrored his own when he first arrived in the Qingxin continent, surrounded by people, yet feeling like a stranger. How he longed for a kindred spirit with whom he could converse. Jiang Yuan undoubtedly filled that role, which explained the complexity of Lin Wanqi's emotions. He gently wiped her tears away and reassured her, "Don't worry, there's no one in this world who can take my life just yet. Not only will I be fine, but Coco will thrive as well. Do you believe me?" "Humph, just boasting. You should focus on recovering first." Lin Wanqi shot him a disapproving glance, interpreting his words as self-comforting. To alleviate her embarrassment, she turned and walked towards the room. Jiang Yuan paid little mind. He knew Lin Wanqi had been feeling isolated, and a little light-hearted teasing was harmless. She seemed to enjoy it, especially since he noticed how endearing she became whenever she felt shy or embarrassed, instantly turning crimson. Lin Wanqi departed, yet Coco, this rascal, did not leave, persistently wagging its tail and following Jiang Yuan closely. Particularly, with its head held high, it displayed a personified smile, as if it were aware that trailing Jiang Yuan would lead to delectable treats. No, it was not merely meat, rather. It was the kind of ethereal fruits and vegetables akin to spirit fruits. "Coco, I hereby assign you a task. From now on, you shall guard the fruits and vegetables in both the front and backyards. You are familiar with these, I trust. Should they be stolen or damaged, it would disrupt your rations. Those are our foes. If you perform well, you shall feast upon these delights daily," Jiang Yuan coaxed, reminiscent of a mischievous uncle enticing a young girl, as he affectionately patted Coco's head. Coco responded enthusiastically, letting out a few soft barks and joyfully sprinting around the fields as if it had encountered the grandest of fortunes. After consuming a cucumber, Coco regained its vitality, its previous lethargy entirely transformed. This was the effect of the celestial soil. The absorption of energy through fruits and vegetables, coupled with Jiang Yuan's deliberate control of the dosage, yielded remarkable results. Just one bite produced immediate effects. Boom. As Jiang Yuan completed a cursory inspection of the vegetable patch, a thunderous sound echoed in his ears. How could such a roaring noise emanate from Tang Island No. 1? Moreover, it appeared to be approaching them with increasing intensity. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow, initially dismissing it. However, he soon found it impossible to ignore, as he sensed the vehicles had halted right at their doorstep. The intruders bore ill intentions. Jiang Yuan lamented inwardly. For who would send good people to create chaos at another's threshold? "Coco, let us move. You might yet have a role to play. Here, a tomato as a reward for you. Go ahead and enjoy it." He casually plucked a tomato and tossed it to Coco. The creature's face lit up with joy as it bounced around excitedly, quickly devouring the tomato, irresistibly drawn to the bounty of fruits. It felt the changes within its body after consuming the produce, instinctively drawing closer to Jiang Yuan. Upon returning to the front yard, Lin Wanqi stood there as well. Her graceful brows furrowed, anxiety etched across her features. The entrance was tumultuously noisy, suggesting a multitude had arrived. Security personnel were attempting to impede their advance. Yet the sheer number of individuals made it seemingly impossible to hold them back, and they were on the verge of breaching the threshold. Jiang Yuan, having discerned the situation, remained silent for the time being. Interestingly, he recognized several familiar faces among the foremost of the crowd. Lin Wanqi, with a cold tone, addressed the outside. "Zhang Yuza, if you dare to lead these people inside, I will not rest until I bring down the Zhang family." Her voice was soft yet unmistakably clear to a young man at the door. Upon hearing this, he raised a hand, signaling those beside him to quiet down, while a composed smile graced his lips. "Wanqi, how could that be? They are merely bodyguards I brought along. Surely, there should be no issue with me and your family entering," he replied. Chapter 46. How could this be? "Jiang Yuan, what are you doing here?" spoke a lean man who appeared to be in his mid-20s, looking frail, yet with a menacing smile on his face. One arm bore the tattoo of a green dragon, while the other revealed a prominent scar of over 10 centimeters. He was none other than Zhang Yuza, the second son of the Zhang family in Su City. After greeting those inside, he instructed his followers, "You remain outside and do not enter without my command, understood?" "Yes, young master." Upon receiving their affirmation, Jiang Yuan shrugged at the security personnel at the entrance, saying, "See, your young lady has already consented to our entry. Surely, you won't deny us now." The security guards, feeling the pressure, had no choice but to step aside, as Lin Wanqi's lack of resistance compelled them to comply. According to the security protocols of Tang Island No. 1, unauthorized personnel were not permitted entry. However, given that Zhang was a prominent figure with vested interests on the island, the property management had little recourse. Accompanying Jiang Yuan were Qin Shuyu, Qin Jinxiang, and Lin Zihao. Lin Zihao seemed relatively unfazed, having visited numerous times before. Aside from the completely unrecognizable front yard, he was not overly surprised. In contrast, the Qin siblings were experiencing this opulent world for the first time, marveling at the grandeur that surpassed their expectations. Previously, they had only witnessed such villas in television dramas, never imagining they could behold such extravagance in reality. In the prime real estate of Jinling Lake, Sioux City, the magnitude of such a residence left Lin Zihao's household looking even more impressive than Qin Shuyu had envisioned. She couldn't help but feel increasingly entranced by Lin Zihao's presence. It felt as though she had lost her senses, having recently experienced an inexplicable regret. It was infuriating. Her resolve was evidently insufficient. From now on, she would steadfastly follow Lin Zihao's lead. Glancing at the imposing figure of young Master Zhang, who was akin to a star surrounded by admirers, she recognized him as a true member of Sioux City's elite. According to Lin Zihao, he was a young master of the Zhang family, which had initially thrived through underworld dealings but had begun to clean up its act decades ago, becoming even more successful in both spheres. Their family's enterprises spanned the nation, with Sioux City as their stronghold, their power immeasurable. Qin Jinxiang was equally exhilarated, tugging at Qin Shuyu's sleeve. "Sister, I never imagined we would one day encounter such influential figures. You must remain resolute and follow your brother-in-law closely," he urged. Referring to Lin Zihao, Qin Shuyu felt that this was a pivotal opportunity in her life. Those like Jiang Yuan and Shun Xiaoxiao paled in comparison to the Lin family. She resolved to ascend the social ladder, aspiring to one day establish her own esteemed lineage. At that moment, Jiang Yuan turned to Lin Zihao once more, stating, "You must consider this carefully. This time, I intend to secure your sister. You and your mother should know what to do if complications arise." Lin Zihao felt a jolt of apprehension, recognizing the veiled threat in Jiang Yuan's words, compounded by the intimidating presence of numerous bodyguards and an elderly man accompanying him. However, since Lin Wanqi had shown no mercy and had even bullied his mother, they had brought this upon themselves. With a sycophantic smile, Lin Zihao replied, "Young Master Zhang, rest assured, the last incident was merely an accident, and this time you have taken all precautions. This matter cannot go awry. Once you have consummated it, I shall be calling you brother-in-law." Jiang Yuan regarded Lin Zihao with satisfaction, a lewd grin creeping across his face. "Yes, securing Lin Wanqi today will surely bring benefits to you and your mother." He continued onward. As the group entered, Lin Wanqi's expression darkened further than it had when Gong Qin visited earlier. She paced anxiously, clearly distressed. "Darling, you should go upstairs and hide for a while. Young Master Zhang is not to be trifled with. He can't do anything to me, but I fear he might retaliate against you. Please, go upstairs," she implored. Lin Wanqi was understandably frantic. With Lin Zihao and Jiang Yuan arriving together, it was undoubtedly a notification from Gong Qin. The last time she had been drugged was because Gong Qin had deceived her into dining with Jiang Yuan. Had she not discovered it in time, the consequences would have been dire. Jiang Yuan had long been pursuing her, and once he learned of her marriage to Jiang Yuan, he would undoubtedly seek to take out his frustrations on him. Although Jiang Yuan is indeed an extraordinary individual, he is ultimately a man burdened by a grave illness. How could he possibly contend with Jiang Yuan? She harbored no desire for Jiang Yuan to come to harm. Yet, Jiang Yuan remained unperturbed. As a practitioner at the first level of Qi refinement, even that modest attainment rendered him beyond the reach of an ordinary individual. Moreover, having availed himself of Lin Wanqi's resources, it was inconceivable that he would allow a frail woman to stand alone in opposition. Furthermore, in the eyes of society, Lin Wanqi was now his wife. He could not bear to witness another man attempting to undermine his position. Observing Jiang Yuan's reluctance to depart, Lin Wanqi sighed internally, resolute in her belief that she would not permit Jiang Yuan to suffer injustice. Despite the winding paths of the courtyard, Zhang Yujie and his companions soon materialized at the entrance. When Zhang Yujie swung open the grand door to the living room and peered inside, all present paled, their expressions betraying disbelief. Zhang Yujie's countenance darkened. He had initially assumed Lin Zihao's remarks were mere bluster, a ploy to leverage him against Lin Wanqi. Little did he expect to find a young man seated next to her. This man, exuding an air of composure as he regarded the entrance, bore a striking contrast to Zhang Yujie's gaunt, swaggering demeanor. Although Jiang Yuan's complexion was somewhat pallid, he wore a gentle smile, his appearance refreshingly clean and radiating vitality. Zhang Yujie quickly discerned that this was a man whose striking features could easily rival his own. Indeed, he represented the very type Zhang despised most. To his dismay, Lin Wanqi appeared to be enamored with handsome men, leading him to speculate that Lin Wanqi had consistently rebuffed him due to his own lack of physical appeal. What an absurdity! In stark contrast to Zhang Yujie's tumultuous emotions, the three individuals behind him were struck as if by lightning, as they had never anticipated encountering Jiang Yuan in this setting. Moreover, the woman beside Jiang Yuan, the hostess, was none other than the actress he had hired at a high price to accompany him. How could they possibly find themselves here? An absurd yet fearsome thought suddenly crossed their minds. Could it be that Lin Zihao's sister was the very woman standing next to Jiang Yuan, and that he had indeed married her? If this were true, then Jiang Yuan would be Lin Zihao's brother-in-law. Qin Shuyu and Qin Jinxiang stared at Jiang Yuan as if they had seen a ghost, forgetting even to breathe, while Lin Zihao's pupils constricted in shock. It was undeniably his sister. He had heard from their mother that she had married in secret. Yet, it was utterly inconceivable that this man, whom he had always sought to keep beneath his heel, could have transformed into Lin Wanqi's husband. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. At that moment, each person harbored their own ulterior motives, silently repeating to themselves that it could not be Jiang Yuan, that there must be some hidden truth. Particularly Lin Zihao, who could no longer contain himself, erupted. Jiang Yuan, I thought you were dying. What are you doing in my house? Get out at once. This is no place for a loser like you. If you don't leave, I will call security to throw you out. Initially calculating, Zhang Yujie found himself intrigued by Lin Zihao's reaction. Sensing that the situation was taking an interesting turn, he decided to let Lin Zihao take the lead. Chapter 47. Confrontation. At this moment, Lin Zihao resembled a raging bull, utterly disregarding the presence of others as he directed his vitriol at Jiang Yuan. Yet, to his astonishment, Jiang Yuan appeared entirely unfazed, maintaining that infuriatingly calm smile. As for his sister, she initially wore a look of shock, which swiftly transformed into a bemused expression, ultimately culminating in a cold smirk. Jiang Yuan then remarked, "Oh, this is your home. Are you quite certain?" He was all too aware of the discord between Lin Zihao and Lin Wanqi. In truth, Lin Zihao had no legitimate ties to the Lin family, not even being the son of Lin Wanqi's father. For years, Lin Wanqi had chosen to overlook this fact, but now that the facade had been shattered, she would certainly not acknowledge this brother who had materialized from nowhere. As Lin Zihao observed Jiang Yuan's irritatingly smug demeanor, he could hardly contain his fury. Of course, this is our family's house. You ought to know who I am. I am the heir of the Lin family. If this house does not belong to us, then is it the property of a destitute leech like you? Lin Zihao sneered, his arrogance palpable, his gaze akin to that of someone looking down upon a country bumpkin. He then turned to Lin Wanqi, saying, "Sister, please throw him out. We need to discuss family matters. What does it mean to have an outsider here?" At this moment, Lin Wanqi was no longer the relaxed figure she had been in Jiang Yuan's presence. She now exuded an air of impenetrable coldness. Her face bore no emotion, resembling ancient ice. As she spoke softly yet firmly, "Lin Zihao, I implore you to mind your tone when addressing my husband. My family has no connection to you whatsoever. If Jiang Yuan requires this house, the transfer of ownership can be completed tomorrow. This is his home, and everything here belongs to him." What? Upon hearing Lin Wanqi's words, Lin Zihao thought he must have misheard. How could his sister utter such statements? The last vestiges of hope within him crumbled. It turned out Lin Wanqi had truly married Jiang Yuan, a scenario he had dreaded most fervently. The fact that Lin Wanqi would even warn him to watch his tone was nothing short of a colossal joke. "Sister, what are you joking about? You would actually expel me for the sake of a wild man. I am the heir of the Lin family. You have no right to do this." "Huh. Do not call me sister. I have no brothers such as you. You think you can become the heir of our family simply by changing your surname to Lin? It is already exceedingly generous of my father to grant Gongqin a share of 5. If you do not learn to restrain yourselves, I will ensure that you and Gongqin repay every penny you have squandered from the company over the years. I wonder if your 5 share will suffice for that." Lin Wanqi was already thoroughly disillusioned with Lin Zihao and his mother. Now, realizing that Lin Zihao was indeed the very classmate Jiang Yuan had mentioned, those two scoundrels wishing for Jiang Yuan's demise, she felt no need to extend any semblance of courtesy. There was no way she would show Lin Zihao any kindness. Upon hearing Lin Wanqi's words, Lin Zihao's mouth fell open slightly, yet he remained unable to articulate a response. As if a fishbone had lodged in his throat, he was all too aware of his family's circumstances. He and Gongqin had squandered company funds for years, and Lin Wanqi had turned a blind eye, even helping to cover for them. If pursued to the full extent, they could even find themselves imprisoned. Sister, you cannot do this. You cannot treat us this way. I am your own brother. As Lin Zihao saw his gambit fail, he immediately resorted to emotional appeals. But Lin Wanqi, thoroughly disillusioned, was impervious to such tactics. Lin Zihao, I offer you a choice. Leave now with your companions, and I will refrain from pursuing this matter further. As for your claim to be my brother, who can verify that? This statement was a death knell. Indeed, how could he prove that he was Lin Wanqi's true brother? What deepened his despair was Lin Wanqi's subsequent remark. Even if you are related by blood, what of it? I no longer recognize my own mother. How could I acknowledge you, a bastard? What the hell? As this matter concerns the siblings' family affairs, Jiang Yuan, who had been silently listening nearby, could not help but exclaim in astonishment upon hearing Lin Wanqi's words. He was taken aback by her audacity and resoluteness, as her words struck with an intensity that felt like a brutal assault rather than mere confrontation. At that moment, Lin Wanqi radiated an aura of undeniable dominance. Regardless of the fact that he was her biological brother, she declared her disassociation from their mother, rendering his status as a potentially illegitimate sibling utterly inconsequential. Indeed, Lin Zihao's complexion flushed crimson, akin to a severe ailment erupting, as he grappled with an overwhelming sense of humiliation, unable to articulate his feelings, especially with so many witnesses present. Initially, he had brought Qin Shuyu and her brother along to showcase his prowess, to assert his status as a wealthy heir, hoping to command their respect. He had even planned to drive away in Lin Wanqi's luxury car for a few days of indulgence, but now found himself confronted with an utterly humiliating situation. Not only had he failed to impress, but he was also left utterly disgraced, questioning how he could ever hold his head high in front of Qin Shuyu again. Turning to glance at Qin Shuyu, Lin Zihao clenched his fists in frustration. He realized her attention had long since shifted away from him, her captivating eyes fixed entirely on Jiang Yuan, betraying a longing that he could not ignore. The sheer humiliation of standing before his supposed girlfriend while being derided by others was unbearable. Instead of offering him solace, she seemed captivated by the very man who was insulting him. What could be more degrading than this? In that moment of fury, Lin Zihao resolved that if he had to endure such humiliation, then Qin Shuyu would not escape unscathed either. He reached out to embrace her, his expression darkening. Wife, don't you have anything to say to that man you cast aside? Startled by the sudden question, Qin Shuyu could only stammer. Ah? What can I say about your family matters? Yet, under the weight of Lin Zihao's piercing gaze, she felt a surge of apprehension, her voice barely a whisper. I don't know what to say. Lin Zihao, exasperated, realized that in this critical moment, he had to take matters into his own hands. He thought to himself, once this is over, I shall settle the score with you. He dared not challenge Lin Wanqi's authority, yet he turned to Jiang Yuan with scorn. Jiang Yuan, you are truly amusing. Cast aside by your girlfriend, you now resort to living off others. A man who cannot even keep his own woman is hardly worthy of my sister's attention. Chapter 48. You have 30 seconds to disappear from my sight. Lin Zihao's words were a desperate attempt to salvage his dignity. He believed that Lin Wanqi's drastic change was instigated by Jiang Yuan's insidious influence. Convinced that Lin Wanqi had been bewitched by him, it was imperative to expose Jiang Yuan's true nature with utmost scorn. For how could a woman of Lin Wanqi's stature ever be attracted to a man so riddled with flaws? What drove Lin Zihao to madness, however, was the absence of any hint of anxiety or disturbance on Jiang Yuan's face. He remained as composed as ever. Jiang Yuan merely shrugged nonchalantly, feigning innocence. Lin Zihao, you haven't heard the half of it. I just left the hospital, and the doctor informed me I have but 3 days to live. I possess neither home nor vehicle. I am a homeless orphan, bereft of my parents. I epitomize the so-called 3 no's. Would you care to add to that? Taken aback by Jiang Yuan's inquiry, Lin Zihao found himself momentarily speechless, as Jiang Yuan had articulated the very truth he sought to unveil. Yet, Jiang Yuan had preempted him, leaving him somewhat at a loss. What was Jiang Yuan attempting? Was he preparing to wallow in self-pity? Without allowing Lin Zihao a moment's respite, Jiang Yuan shifted his tone. But what of it? I rather enjoy living off others. It's quite delightful, wouldn't you agree? Can you partake in such indulgence? Perhaps this lady beside you can? As he spoke, Jiang Yuan's gaze fell upon Qin Shuyu, his expression a blend of mockery and amusement. I find it rather amusing that you adorn yourself in discarded garments. Reveling in your own sense of superiority, one might mistake you for a child of poverty, compelled to wear such tatters. Envious of my grapes, are you? Perhaps you should seek your own. With an incredulous expression, Jiang Yuan challenged Lin Zihao, rendering both him and Qin Shuyu pale with shock. They were acutely aware of whom Jiang Yuan referred to, and his sharp retort left them with no room to counter. Even if Lin Zihao were to steal away Jiang Yuan's former girlfriend, it would not alter the fact that Jiang Yuan wore new clothes. Most importantly, he showed no shame in living off others. What could Lin Zihao do about it? Lin Zihao had previously overlooked Jiang Yuan's audacity, but now he found himself unable to counter such a flawless retort. Qin Shuyu regarded Jiang Yuan with a sense of unfamiliarity. He was not the same man she once knew, now seemingly indifferent and teasing them without restraint. He appeared to disregard their presence entirely. And in stark contrast to the past, where he had never even raised his voice against her, he now stood as a stranger. In that moment, Qin Shuyu felt a tumult of emotions, as if the heavens were mocking her. Whenever she believed Jiang Yuan to be insignificant, he would unveil a side of himself that captivated her. Just as she had resolved to align herself with Lin Zihao, reality played a cruel joke on her. For she realized that her aspirations of becoming a wealthy lady were now contingent upon Jiang Yuan's status as his wife. With a single remark, Jiang Yuan had silenced Lin Zihao, leaving her feeling like a mere joke. Overwhelmed with confusion, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Not only her, but Qin Jinxiang, who had remained silent, was equally despondent. This was his dream of wealth slipping away. Jiang Yuan's failure to seize the opportunity, coupled with Lin Zihao's impending downfall, left him dismayed. It was a facade of grandeur, merely a leech within the affluent circle, hardly any better than he, Qin Jinxiang. As for Qin Shuyu, despair gripped her heart. If one were to count Shen Xiaoxiao, it seemed that fate had not been unkind. She had sought wealth, and the heavens had presented her with opportunities, yet she had skillfully evaded each one. At that moment, the group found themselves momentarily rendered speechless by Jiang Yuan's piercing words, plunging the scene into a brief silence. However, it wasn't long before a discordant voice broke the stillness. How entertaining. Such a display of sibling affection and marital devotion, truly heartwarming. The voice, accompanied by applause, belonged to none other than Zhang Yuza. Originally intending for Lin Zihao to take the first step, Zhang Yuza was unexpectedly treated to quite a performance. Particularly captivated by Lin Wanqi's assertive demeanor, which filled him with delight. His gaze towards Lin Wanqi grew infused with a deeper affection. She was undeniably the perfect match for him, a woman destined to become a daughter-in-law of the Zhang family. Overly submissive women were simply unsuitable for them. After the recent exchange of banter among the group, one thing became clear to him. Jiang Yuan was indeed married to Lin Wanqi, although this fact did not concern him. It was evident that Lin Wanqi's marriage was a reluctant decision, a strategy to appease her two rather troublesome relatives. Despite his disdain for Gongqin and Lin Zihao's behavior, nevertheless, as they had rendered him assistance, he felt it inappropriate to voice his grievances. With no emotional foundation between Lin Wanqi and Jiang Yuan, it was impossible for any inappropriate incidents to occur. Lin Wanqi was undoubtedly still untainted. That sufficed for him. As for Jiang Cheng, he seemed merely an ordinary recent university graduate, coincidentally a classmate of Lin Zihao, and if he was not mistaken, someone on the brink of death. Jiang Yuan's status only further underscored that his marriage to Lin Wanqi was merely a facade, lacking any substantive development. Zhang Yuza caressed the jade ring on his finger, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Yuan. So, you are Jiang Yuan. I have no interest in your relationship with Lin Zihao or his girlfriend, but you do not belong here. I will grant you 30 seconds to vanish from my sight. His tone was frivolous, clearly dismissive of Jiang Yuan, merely delivering a notification. Upon hearing Zhang Yuza's words, Jiang Yuan remained still, while Lin Wanqi's expression darkened. She had not anticipated Zhang Yuza's rapid escalation. Her first words were directed at Jiang Yuan, filling her with unease. She instinctively reached out to squeeze Jiang Yuan's arm, signaling him to refrain from any immediate action. However, Zhang Yuza bore witness to this exchange, his gaze growing ever colder. Lin Wanqi, equally unyielding, retorted, Zhang Yuza, I did not invite you here to flaunt your authority. If that is your intention, then I would ask you to leave, as you are not welcome. She had assumed her words would temper Zhang Yuza's demeanor, yet to her dismay, he remained fixated on the ring adorning his finger, seemingly indifferent to her protestations. He merely responded coolly, there are still 25 seconds remaining, and my patience is rather limited. Chapter 49. If you do not wish to leave, then stay. As Zhang Yuza spoke again, the atmosphere in the room grew tense, almost suffocating. The elder standing beside him subtly shifted forward, his hawk-like gaze locking onto Jiang Yuan. Even Lin Zihao took a step back, regarding Jiang Yuan as one might a fool. This impoverished wretch of a man must not presume that winning the affection of Lin Wanqi would afford him any security. In a family as prestigious as the Zhangs, dealing with an ordinary individual was child's play. Lin Zihao, possessing some understanding of the Zhang family, entertained a rather wicked thought. Jiang Yuan, do not falter. You must believe that my sister will protect you. Do not leave. Be a man and endure for 30 seconds. Challenge Zhang Xiao's Achilles heel. The tension in the living room was palpable, with a multitude of onlookers, yet an atmosphere so oppressive that one could hear a pin drop. 15 seconds remaining. Jiang Yu's voice echoed like a demonic countdown in the depths of hell, his smile taking on a bloodthirsty quality. It felt as though, once the time was up, judgment would be passed upon Jiang Yuan. As time dwindled, Jiang Yu, still fixated on his finger, finally shifted his gaze toward Jiang Yuan, amusement dancing in his eyes as he sought to discern the appearance of this man who piqued his interest. However, his irritation grew as he observed the grave expressions on the faces of those around him, even Lin Wanqi's countenance marred by worry. Only Jiang Yuan appeared oblivious, his body motionless and his face still adorned with a faint smile, which only heightened Jiang Yu's displeasure. Having relinquished his hand, Jiang Yu's focus was now entirely on Jiang Yuan. How intriguing, truly intriguing. You have approximately 10 seconds left. If you move quickly enough, you may yet disappear from my sight. The choice is yours. Jiang Yu's smile brightened, though perhaps due to his gaunt frame, it lacked the warmth of Jiang Yuan's. Instead, it contorted his bony features into something almost grotesque. Jiang Yu, my Uncle Fu is on his way. I advise you not to be so arrogant. Lin Wanqi was on edge, yet she had no recourse but to resort to verbal threats, hoping to instill some trepidation. However, her heart sank as Jiang Yu, far from showing any concern, laughed unabashedly. Your Uncle Fu is indeed formidable, but do you think we approached without conducting thorough investigations? I suspect your Uncle Fu is currently preoccupied back home and is unable to arrive at this moment. How do you know? Lin Wanqi's complexion drained of color, and she turned to Lin Zihao with a look of dismay. You divulged the Lin family's circumstances to an outsider? Lin Zihao, you treat your own family in this manner? In an instant, Lin Wanqi grasped the pivotal truth. Aside from Gong Qin and her son, how could anyone else be privy to such information? It was no wonder Jiang Yu felt unrestrained, threatening her outright. Lin Wanqi's heart felt as if it had sunk into despair. The ones who inflict the deepest wounds are often those closest to us, and this adage rang true. Following the last incident she uncovered, she had not anticipated that this mother-son duo would escalate their actions, brazenly bringing the Zhang family's heir to her doorstep. It was not difficult to foresee what awaited her next. At this juncture, Lin Zihao finally spoke up, scoffing, family? You just claimed you had no brother and did not recognize our mother. Is this not precisely what you wished for? You do not consider me family. So why should I view you as one? Lin Zihao, you are shameless. Lin Wanqi's face turned frigid as her eyes, sharp as drawn blades, bore into him. Yet he remained unfazed, reveling in his triumph, for Jiang Yuan had squandered his final opportunity. Even if he wished to depart now, escape was no longer an option. The Zhang family operated with a singular focus on integrity. Jiang Yuan was assuredly doomed. As for Lin Wanqi's threats and derision, he dismissed them entirely. Before long, Lin Wanqi would become the woman of the Zhang family heir, and the vast Lin family fortune would flow to her and her mother. This was not all. What truly set his heart racing with exhilaration was the impending misfortune that awaited Jiang Yuan, courtesy of Jiang Yu's methods. It was certain that this would not be a trivial matter. Even if Jiang Yuan were to miraculously survive his terminal illness, he might well find himself facing an untimely demise well before his time. Even if he were to survive, he would likely spend the remainder of his days confined to a bed. As anticipated, Jiang Yu's patience had reached its limit. He glanced at his wrist, where no watch adorned it, yet he feigned a gesture of checking the time. I, Jiang Yu, may possess few merits, yet I steadfastly uphold the virtue of integrity. If I promise you 30 seconds, I shall deliver precisely that, not a moment less. It appears that Mr. Jiang has no intention of departing. Excellent. I admire your tenacity. I now comprehend why Wanqi has chosen you as her faux spouse. You exhibit more courage than I. As he spoke, Jiang Yu unexpectedly gave Jiang Yuan a thumbs up, leaving those unaware to believe that he genuinely admired Jiang Yuan's actions. Only those present understood that Jiang Yu was seething with rage, particularly the elder beside him, who was already poised for action, as he knew his young master all too well. In situations like this, the more he praises someone, the less restraint he exercises. A thumbs up for someone nearly signifies a death sentence, awaiting Jiang Yu's final command before he would erupt. Jiang Yu seemed somewhat fatigued, seeking solace on a nearby sofa. Arms stretched out, addressing Lin Zihao and the others. You may leave now. Do not disturb my affairs. Just remember your promises to me. He tugged at his collar, a lewd glint flashing in his eyes. He had no intention of allowing Jiang Yuan to leave. If he relished staying, he would first let Jiang Yuan witness a lascivious tableau, before ultimately rendering him sightless. That would be utterly perfect, all under his control. Naturally, Lin Zihao and the others dared not linger, fearing they might be too late, and hurriedly exited. They cast sympathetic glances at Jiang Yuan and Lin Wanqi, already envisioning the impending calamity. The residence on Tangdao No. 1 was far removed from the clamor, where cries for help went unheard. In mere moments, Only 4 individuals remained in the living room. Lin Wanqi's complexion had turned ashen, devoid of color. She had never anticipated Jiang Yuan's utter lack of boundaries and madness. Though she appeared strong outwardly, it was merely a facade, concealing a fragile heart. Her lips trembled slightly, her voice quavering as she implored, Jiang Yuan, what do you intend? In broad daylight, do you wish to act with impunity? Jiang Yuan chuckled, feigning innocence. Ha ha ha. Wanqi, you mustn't speak foolishly. I am a law-abiding citizen. Your marriage is orchestrated by your mother's will, who has betrothed you to me. Once our affairs are settled, who would dare to speak otherwise? Your dear brother and mother will bear witness. With everything now within his grasp, Jiang Yuan was in no rush. Lin Wanqi, who usually radiated the coldness of a noble goddess, was now revealed to have a fragile side. He relished this scene, secretly wishing she would plead for mercy. After all, he had ample time. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words, Lin Wanqi felt cold sweat bead on her forehead. She understood that he was not speaking idly. When he was in the wrong, Jiang Yuan wielded the power of lawlessness, and with Lin Zihao and Gong Qin now aiding him, she had no means to resist. If Jiang Yuan succeeded, her life would essentially be ruined. As her thoughts raced, Lin Wanqi swiftly analyzed her predicament, clenched her fists, and regained her composure. In a hushed tone, she addressed Jiang Yuan. Darling, I may not be able to stay with you. I'm sorry for dragging you into this whirlpool. I have wronged you. There's a yacht in the back garden. I will stall them. You must hurry and escape Su City. Do not return. Though Lin Wanqi endeavored to appear calm, her words betrayed her, resembling a farewell. Jiang Yuan observed the woman he had known for only a few days, noting the sheen of sweat on her forehead. At such a moment, she was still considering a way out for him, stirring an unusual expression within him as he queried. And what about you? Do not worry about me. My father has a comrade who holds a prominent position in Su City. Jiang Yuan dares not harm me. Lin Wanqi explained. Yet, even Jiang Yuan, unfamiliar with the intricacies of elite disputes, recognized that Lin Wanqi was deceiving herself. If her father's comrade were present, she might be shielded from harm. But should she face violation, in the absence of her deceased father, the reality would likely render any assistance merely performative. What could be done? Unless that individual were a close relative of Lin Wanqi, their deterrent power would be negligible. Jiang Yuan shook his head gently, taking a tissue to wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead, speaking softly, do not fret, the sky will not fall. Coco will protect you. Observing Jiang Yuan's composed demeanor and feeling the warmth of his kindness, Lin Wanqi had no time to savor the moment. Grasping Jiang Yuan's hand urgently, she implored, darling, please listen to me just this once. I would never harm you. You must leave quickly, or it will be too late. But Coco cannot protect me, she lamented. You do not understand. That middle-aged man is no ordinary person. A typical pet dog stands no chance against him. As the gravity of the situation dawned on her, despair crept in. Just then, Jiang Yuan's voice resonated once more. How touching, Lin Wanqi. Initially, I thought you were merely toying with this wild man. Yet, it seems Lin Zihao's information was inaccurate. You have truly developed feelings. Do you know you have thoroughly enraged me? Jiang Yuan's smile was cruel. His skin contorted grotesquely beneath the grin. Yet, his lips curled with a sinister curve, his voice dripping with malice. No one escapes. I shall deflower you before Jiang Yuan. Then, I will sever his limbs and pierce his eyes. Anyone who dares to touch my woman seeks death. Do not come any closer. If you do, I will end my life right here. Lin Wanqi, now on edge, seized a nearby fruit knife, brandishing it as a threat. If I let you die today, I shall cease to bear the surname Zhang. It is not so easy to die in my presence. Jiang Yuan declared, turning to the middle-aged man, Uncle Nio. I leave the rest to you. Take them down. With that, Jiang Yuan dramatically ripped off his shirt, casting it aside to reveal a gaunt chest, each rib starkly visible. Jiang Yuan was taken aback, suddenly grasping why this so-called young Master Zhang had a dragon tattoo on his arm. He was all bone, stripped of his clothing. He appeared as if a gust of wind could topple him. Perhaps only the dragon inked upon him could lend him some semblance of authority. What amused Jiang Yuan even more was whether Jiang Yuan frequently engaged in such antics, or simply felt confident in Uncle Nio. In mere moments, after discarding his shirt, he had also shed his trousers, leaving only his undergarments. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the audacity of city folk. He would never dream of behaving so shamelessly in front of others. The crux of the matter is that, while Jiang Yuan's upper body may be disregarded, his lower half resembles 2 slender bamboo poles. Imagine, if you will, 2 bamboo stalks supporting a chunk of ribs. Such a scene is simply irresistible, evoking uncontrollable laughter. Truly a vivid image. Jiang Yuan is no professional actor. His expression swiftly transitions from shock to uncontrollable hilarity, gazing at Jiang Yuan as if he were a clown. Though the latter is not intentionally comedic, He merely couldn't contain himself for a moment. Jiang Yuan's expression, of course, did not escape Zhang Yu's notice, who instantly understood the source of his amusement. Damn it, Uncle Niu, I want this brat dead. Later, I'll cripple his limbs and toss him in a Jinling lake to feed the fish. Zhang Yu's physical frailty is his Achilles heel. Despite numerous attempts, he simply cannot bulk up. Jiang Yuan is courting disaster by mocking him to his face. Upon hearing this, Uncle Niu merely nodded indifferently and began striding toward Jiang Yuan, regarding the two ordinary individuals as easy prey. Angering the young master would surely spell their doom. A cruel smile crept upon the lips of the middle-aged man surnamed Niu as he approached the two, chillingly stating, "Do not blame me. Blame yourselves for provoking someone you cannot afford to offend." With that, the middle-aged man extended his hands toward Lin Wanxi and Jiang Yuan. Chapter 51. An unexpected arrival. Upon witnessing the middle-aged man's actions, a flicker of resolve flashed in Lin Wanxi's eyes. She forcefully pushed Jiang Yuan away and thrust a sharp blade toward her own neck. After all, she had no desire to live. If she were to be violated, she would rather choose death. Yet, she suddenly realized that not only had she failed to push Jiang Yuan away, but even the hand poised to strike was now firmly grasped by him, rendering it immobile. After executing this maneuver, Jiang Yuan's focus shifted entirely to the middle-aged man. At the moment the man reached out, Jiang Yuan noticed the calluses on the back of his hand and palm. Indeed, he was a martial artist, and a formidable one at that. Calculating his next move, Jiang Yuan was distinctly aware of the middle-aged man's prowess. In contrast, Lin Wanxi, upon realizing her suicide attempt had failed, looked back to see the encroaching middle-aged man. Her eyes widened in despair as she gazed at the approaching hand, which, though not yet upon her, felt as if it had already gripped her throat, leaving her breathless. Just then, in a flash of lightning speed, a golden figure suddenly lunged from Lin Wanxi's side, darting toward the middle-aged man's arm with astonishing swiftness. Ah! In the blink of an eye, a piercing scream echoed through the living room. The golden-haired creature, underestimated by the middle-aged man, swiftly collided with his arm, simultaneously sinking its teeth into the flesh, tearing a bloody gash. When the middle-aged man regained his senses and glanced at his arm, his pupils ignited with fury. This beast had actually bitten away a chunk of his flesh, and his arm was now gushing blood. Nevertheless, he was no ordinary man. He quickly regained composure, lowering his gaze to regard the golden creature with disdain, as if it were a dead dog. The creature's speed had caught him off guard, but he would not fall for the same trick again. Ignoring the pain, he bellowed, "You're asking for death." With that, he swiftly advanced, executing a simple but forceful kick aimed at the golden creature's midsection. Should this blow land, it would not only incapacitate the dog, but could potentially fell even a tiger or lion. However, just as the powerful kick was about to make contact, the golden creature leaped away with the agility of lightning, leaving the middle-aged man momentarily stunned. Could this creature really evade his strike? Even more infuriating was that, after dodging, the golden creature did not turn to attack him. Instead, it charged straight toward Zhang Yuza. This golden creature was employing a brilliant diversionary tactic. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Was this dog truly possessed of such cunning? Understanding what Zhang Yuza was, he felt a surge of urgency and, without a moment's hesitation, abandoned his pursuit of Lin Wanxi and Jiang Yuan, leaping towards Zhang Yuza instead. As the focal point of the golden creature's attention, Zhang Yuza was momentarily dumbfounded. He too recognized that this creature was no ordinary dog, capable of contending with Uncle Niu. As he watched the golden creature charge toward him, especially noticing the ferocity in its eyes, he found himself trembling, possibly due to his own frail physique. Instinctively, he crouched down, covering his lower body with his hands, resembling a widow under siege. Woof woof! The golden creature barked twice, arriving at Zhang Yu's side first. Initially intending to bite the protruding area, it quickly redirected its attention and lunged for Zhang Yu's hand instead. Unsurprisingly, blood began to flow from Zhang Yu's fingers. But that was not the end. Sensing the rush of wind behind it, the now sentient golden creature did not linger. Instead, it seized the discarded clothes of Zhang Yuza and took off running. In an instant, Zhang Yuza felt the breeze against his bare backside as his garments vanished before his eyes. "Young master, are you all right?" The middle-aged man halted beside Zhang Yuza. Concern etched on his face as he examined his injuries, a wave of relief washing over him. Thankfully, Zhang Yuza had reacted swiftly. Had that precious area been bitten, his future would have been grim. Zhang Yuza, frowning and gritting his teeth, seethed, "Get rid of that beast." He could not tolerate such humiliation. The grand scene he had envisioned was shattered by this creature. Jiang Yuan must die, and this beast deserved an even harsher fate. Let it be thrown into a pot of boiling oil. The middle-aged man glanced at Zhang Yuza, noting that his injuries were merely superficial, and without hesitation, he unleashed his full speed, moving like a specter, rapidly closing the distance between himself and the golden creature. Jiang Yuan observed the unfolding events without surprise. The golden creature's agility was a result of consuming a spiritual fruit. Coupled with the slight infusion of spiritual energy he had imparted, it now pulsed with adrenaline, far surpassing the typical agility and speed of an ordinary dog. As Jiang Yuan watched the middle-aged man's swift movements, his eyes narrowed. He discerned that this man was a martial artist and sought to gauge the strength of practitioners from Blue Star. Thus, he let the golden creature take the lead. His own power was not yet substantial enough to engage directly without inviting unnecessary troubles. To his slight relief, while the middle-aged man's movements were swift and his strength far exceeded that of ordinary men, he remained within the realm of normalcy. Bullying ordinary individuals was feasible, but killing him would not be overly simple. Indeed, the more the middle-aged man pursued the golden creature, the more alarmed he became. It seemed as if the golden creature was toying with him. Every time he neared, it would accelerate once more, rendering his attacks futile. Yet, whenever he slowed down, the golden creature would do the same, much to the middle-aged man's growing frustration. It felt as though he was merely walking a dog. "Uncle Neo, take it down. Hurry up and kill that golden creature." Zhang Yuza recalled his earlier boastful words about tormenting Lin Wanqi in front of Jiang Yuan. Yet, the current reality was that both Jiang Yuan and Lin Wanqi stood there with an air of calmness, particularly Jiang Yuan, whose playful smile seemed to mock him. However, his exclamation nearly caused the middle-aged man to falter, as the implication was undeniably ambiguous. Was he suggesting that he should engage with the golden-haired man in such a manner? What kind of game was this? Despite the internal complaints, he did not hesitate, unleashing all his might to assault the golden-haired adversary. While the room was filled with chaos, those outside had already exited the courtyard, and the sounds emanating from within seemed unremarkable. After all, it was only natural for Lin Wanqi and Jiang Yuan to resist. Meanwhile, Lin Zihao, standing outside, regarded the commotion within with a hint of disdain. This was the inevitable consequence of opposing him, Lin Zihao. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently from the outset. Observing the subdued Lin family bodyguards around him, Lin Zihao felt a mix of admiration and envy. This was the epitome of a prestigious family. Even Lin Wanqi was compelled to bow before the Zhang family. Glancing at the somewhat dazed Qin Shuyu, confidence returned to her visage as she remarked, "Shu, did you see that? Those who aspire to align themselves with the powerful must possess their own awareness. Look at Jiang Yuan. He believes he has secured my sister's favor while remaining oblivious to the existence of greater forces." Qin Shuyu, momentarily roused by Lin Zihao's words, realized they were directed specifically at her. Just as she began to respond, an opulent Rolls-Royce, disregarding all bodyguards, came to a halt before her. Everyone was taken aback, wondering who would arrive at Lin Wanqi's residence at such a time. When the car door swung open, a graceful figure emerged, causing Qin Shuyu's eyes to widen in astonishment. The woman's melodious voice rang out. "Oh, what is happening here? Is Jiang Yuan present?" To her surprise, it was Xianxiao. How could she possibly be here? Chapter 52. Get out of my way. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Qin Shuyu's former close friend, Xianxiao, although their relationship had soured. Upon seeing Xianxiao, Lin Zihao's demeanor brightened. How could this woman be so stunning, surpassing even Qin Shuyu in beauty? She possessed an aura that rivaled that of his sister. More importantly, Xianxiao exuded a powerful presence, unmistakably the daughter of a wealthy family. To Lin Zihao's surprise, she inquired about Qin Shuyu. Did they know each other? He even contemplated whether he could leverage his connection with Qin Shuyu to forge a relationship with Xianxiao. This was Qin Shuyu's first encounter with Xianxiao in such a context, and the sight of the luxurious Rolls-Royce left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Words lingered on her lips, but failed to materialize. Just then, Lin Zihao attempted to ingratiate himself, asking, "Miss, are you here to see Jiang Yuan?" Xianxiao glanced at him, her expression souring at his somewhat invasive gaze, causing her to distance herself slightly without responding. Instead, she queried, "You must be Lin Wanqi's brother, Lin Zihao?" Feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, Lin Zihao's spirits soared upon hearing his name spoken by Xianxiao. He replied eagerly, "Yes, that's me." Yet, Xianxiao merely offered a cursory judgment, completely dismissing him thereafter, delivering another blow to Lin Zihao's already fragile ego. He felt as though he could barely breathe. Who was this person, coming here solely to insult him? Nonetheless, he remained cautious, uncertain of Xianxiao's true identity. But his heart brimmed with resentment. Once again, she sought Jiang Yuan. What merit did he possess? Lin Wanqi, in her moment of confusion, had married Jiang Yuan. And now another woman, equally striking and distinct from Lin Wanqi, had appeared, evidently with a close connection to Jiang Yuan. Was Jiang Yuan truly some celestial savior in a past life? However, as Lin Zihao pondered this, he chuckled. Perhaps Qin Xiaoxiao was too late. After all, the commotion within had quieted significantly. It was conceivable that Jiang Yuan had already met his demise. When Qin Xiaoxiao exhibited disdain towards him, Lin Zihao seized the opportunity to taunt her, muttering to himself, Jiang Yuan? He is probably dead by now. What? Qin Xiaoxiao's expression shifted dramatically, panic washing over her. She had assumed Jiang Yuan's illness had escalated. Had she arrived too late? Surely, Lin Wanxi's family, being influential, would have sought the best medical care for him. Was Jiang Yuan's condition truly so dire? As she spoke, Qin Xiaoxiao stepped forward, intent on entering. I'm sorry, miss, but our young master is currently occupied with some matters inside, and it is not convenient for you to enter, one of the bodyguards interjected, blocking her path. These bodyguards, although having never encountered Qin Xiaoxiao before, recognized her extraordinary demeanor and intellect. Qin Xiaoxiao's brow furrowed deeper. Which young master was she being denied access to? Who is your young master? She inquired. Our young master is Zhang Yuza, the second son of the Zhang family, the bodyguard replied respectfully, hoping that invoking the name of young master Zhang would dissuade her from pressing forward. To everyone's astonishment, Qin Xiaoxiao's previously composed demeanor shifted upon hearing Zhang Yuza's name. Her expression turned icy. Clear the way. I'm sorry, but we cannot comply with that request, miss. Please do not make this difficult for us. It would be best if you left, the bodyguard insisted. Before Qin Xiaoxiao could utter a word, an elderly man who had accompanied her merely gestured with his hand, and in an instant, several of Qin Xiaoxiao's bodyguards were sent sprawling across the ground. The once formidable bodyguards proved utterly inadequate against the elder's prowess, failing to last even a round. Gazing at Qin Xiaoxiao's retreating figure, everyone was left pondering her true identity. The Zhang family's bodyguards, as they assisted their fallen comrades, simultaneously felt a sense of dread. Today's events had spiraled beyond their control. With no time to halt others, they rushed forward, determined to prevent Qin Xiaoxiao from intruding. If the young master's plans were disrupted, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Lin Zihao, Qin Shuyu, and the others could not simply stand by and watch. They too pressed forward, especially Qin Shuyu, who was curious about Qin Xiaoxiao's background. How could she disregard the authority of the Zhang family's eldest son? What could she possibly want with Jiang Yuan? Regardless of her intentions, her aspirations were likely to end in disappointment. Given Zhang Yu's earlier demeanor, it was clear that Jiang Yuan was not in for a favorable outcome. As the leading intruder, Qin Xiaoxiao felt a sense of urgency, hastening her pace. She was uncertain of Jiang Yuan's condition, but she was acutely aware of Zhang Yu's reputation. He was nothing more than a frivolous scion, and his presence assuredly signaled trouble. Additionally, Qin Xiaoxiao was well aware of Zhang Yu's particularly unfavorable disposition towards handsome men. A person as striking as Jiang Yuan would undoubtedly become a thorn in Zhang Yu's side. In a remarkably short span of time, she had even unraveled the potential conflicts between the two. It was common knowledge within their circle that Zhang Yuza had been pursuing Lin Wanxi. In families of their stature, individuals like Qin Xiaoxiao, who were exceptionally talented, would invariably look down upon Zhang Yuza, and he himself would hesitate to provoke them. However, Lin Wanxi was a different story. She was the quintessential strong woman. Although her family's wealth was considerable, it lacked the deep-rooted heritage of a prominent family, and with her ethereal beauty, she was the perfect match for Zhang Yuza. Naturally, Qin Xiaoxiao had traced Lin Wanxi's family and discovered that she and Jiang Yuan were already legally wed. It was easy to deduce that Zhang Yu's visit was nothing short of a quest for vengeance, potentially aimed at troubling Jiang Yuan. How could Qin Xiaoxiao not be anxious? The brief journey felt interminable as her heart incessantly whispered, Jiang Yuan, you must not come to harm. Qin Xiaoxiao, a woman of serene elegance, was now visibly distressed. Prompting the elderly man beside her to gaze at her in astonishment, curiosity piqued about who Jiang Yuan was to elicit such concern from her. Finally arriving at the doorstep, the elder swiftly stepped in front of Qin Xiaoxiao and pushed the door open. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, his eyelids involuntarily fluttered. Chapter 53. Had Zhang Yu's member been bitten off? Before his eyes lay Zhang Yuza, huddled in the corner of the sofa. Fear etched on his face as he gazed ahead. To his shock, he was completely undraped, his clothing mysteriously absent. The sudden influx of people had left him no time to cover himself, exposing him brazenly to the onlookers. The first reaction from the crowd upon seeing Zhang Yuza was akin to witnessing a grotesque spectacle, too shocking to behold. In Zhang Yu's line of sight lay a middle-aged man beneath the paws of a massive golden retriever, his hair nearly gnawed off, his attire in tatters, and his skin marred with crimson stains, soaked in blood, rendering him a ghastly sight. Contrasting this grim tableau, Lin Wanxi appeared like a startled bird nestled in Jiang Yuan's embrace, silently observing the chaos, her face betraying her alarm, yet her attire remained impeccably in place. "Young master, I apologize, we failed to prevent them." The bodyguards of the Jiang family, initially believing they had interrupted their young master's endeavors, hurriedly began to apologize as they rushed in. Yet, upon encountering the astonishing scene, they too were momentarily taken aback before hastily flooding into the room. "Young master, young master." A cohort of bodyguards surrounded Jiang Yuan, their demeanor tense, realizing the gravity of his predicament. The air was thick with anxiety as two of the foremost bodyguards drew firearms, aiming at Jiang Yuan and the golden retriever, awaiting Jiang Yuan's command to fire. Witnessing such a scene, ordinary onlookers like Qin Shuyu felt an immediate pang of alarm. They had not anticipated that their visit to meet Lin Zihao's family would escalate to such a dire situation. What was Jiang Yuan doing? If he survived this, it would be a miracle. It seemed he had enraged the young master of the Jiang family, and being tossed into Jinling Lake to feed the fish would be a lenient fate. Qin Shuyu felt a twinge of fear, relieved she had not gotten too close to Jiang Yuan, for he had undoubtedly made a powerful enemy, and even the mightiest could not save him now. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and at the moment Jiang Yuan found himself encircled, one bodyguard removed his jacket and offered it to him. However, as he extended it, he clearly noticed the sanguine stain on Jiang Yuan's midsection, small yet alarming. The bodyguard gasped, "Young master, was your member bitten off? We must get you to the hospital." He began calling for assistance to carry Jiang Yuan away. Revenge was secondary. The priority was the young master's life and safety, which they understood distinctly. Yet, the bodyguard's hasty words drew the attention of everyone present. Piecing together the bodyguard's statement and the state of the golden retriever, the crowd quickly grasped the implication. Jiang Yuan had indeed lost a vital part of himself. Jiang Yuan's face flushed crimson, although he had lost a considerable amount of blood. It was merely from a superficial injury, and he vehemently protested, "How dare you spout such nonsense? I'll have you ruined." He struck the bodyguard across the face and hastily donned his clothes, the sight of his emaciated form no longer prominent. The other bodyguards averted their gazes. Curiosity piqued about the extent of Jiang Yuan's injuries, while the chastised bodyguard felt unjustly maligned. He had not seen the incident unfold, and under such circumstances, it was natural to jump to such conclusions. "What nonsense! Get that dog dead now." Jiang Yuan, regaining his composure, his earlier trepidation vanished, fixed his venomous gaze upon the golden retriever, declaring, "This wretched creature is even more detestable than Jiang Yuan." However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a feeble voice emerged from beneath the golden retriever. "Young master, please, save me." Hearing this voice, the onlookers gasped in unison. The golden retriever had clamped down on the middle-aged man's neck, its sharp fangs ominously poised. A mere exertion of force would sever the carotid artery, rendering even the most skilled healer powerless. The grim reality was that should a person die from a dog bite, it would be a tragic fate indeed. Jiang Yuan understood that the situation was more complex than it appeared. The middle-aged man had an ulterior motive. Should they open fire on the golden retriever? Hitting it was uncertain, but he would undoubtedly be struck. Jiang Yuan had only sustained superficial wounds, while the golden retriever had not shown mercy to the middle-aged man, who bore multiple wounds. Observing this dismal scene, Jiang Yuan silently cursed the man's incompetence. He couldn't even handle a dog. Yet, he knew he had to tread carefully, as this dog belonged to Lin Wanqi. With a brooding expression, he addressed her, "Wanqi, command your dog to leave this place, and I shall overlook today's events. However, the man beside you must accompany me." Jiang Yuan realized that capturing Lin Wanqi today was improbable, but he had ample opportunities ahead. As long as Lin Zihao and Gong Qin collaborated, Lin Wanqi would eventually become his. Yet, he could not bear the thought of his intended partner being married to a wild man, their closeness a bitter affront to his pride. The smile lingering on Jiang Yuan's face only fueled his animosity. He would unleash all his wrath upon Jiang Yuan, particularly upon witnessing Jiang Yuan's hand, one arm draped around Lin Wanqi's shoulder and the other encircling her delicate waist. A wave of jealousy surged within him, driving him to the brink of madness. This was an uncharted territory for him. The very first course of action upon returning would undoubtedly be to sever this connection. Impossible. Although Lin Wanqi was oblivious to the sudden audacity of the golden retriever, she would never relinquish Jiang Yuan to Jiang Yuan, rejecting the notion without a moment's hesitation. "Ha! There is nothing I, Jiang Yuan, cannot accomplish. Your dog may be formidable, but if I wish to seize Jiang Yuan, you shall not impede me. All of you advance. Ignore that mutt, and capture that scoundrel first." Jiang Yuan commanded, pointing at Jiang Yuan with a fierce shout. Jiang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. What a reckless youth, he mused. Although the golden retriever belonged to Lin Wanqi, it heeded his commands. Thus, let the golden retriever indulge in a bit of mischief. However, just as Jiang Yuan began to make a move, a melodious voice rang out. Jiang Yuan is my person. Dare to lay a hand on him and see what happens. Chapter 54. He is still smiling. Hearing Jiang Yu's directives, the bodyguards who had been poised to charge forward came to an abrupt halt at the sound of her voice. The speaker was none other than Xiao. Seeing Jiang Yuan unscathed, the heavy burden in her heart finally lifted, and she began to stroll leisurely towards him. At that moment, Jiang Yuan also took notice of the approaching woman, his brows knitting slightly. She was remarkably beautiful, her flowing black hair cascading down her back, her willow-like brows resembling distant mountains shrouded in mist, her almond-shaped eyes gently drooping like autumn streams, and her delicate nose was as smooth and round as sheep-fat jade. Most striking were her soft pink lips, akin to blooming begonia flowers, captivating enough to hold one's gaze. Clad in a pale blue gown, she embodied the ethereal grace of a classical fairy, utterly enchanting. Jiang Yuan's frown soon eased, as he recognized Xiao, a close friend of Qin Shuyu's who had called him the previous day to add her on WeChat, a detail he had overlooked. To his surprise, she had taken the initiative to approach him and seemed not to be in company with Qin Shuyu. Jiang Yuan was uncertain of her intentions and her identity, choosing instead to observe the situation unfold, while the once agitated golden retriever now lay dormant. Ironically, it was Jiang Yuan who was most taken aback. Initially too anxious and fearful to take note of anyone beyond his own bodyguards, he suddenly recognized Xiao and felt a tightening in his chest, regarding her with suspicion, particularly as he noted the elderly gentleman beside her, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Xiao, what brings you here? What did you mean by your earlier words? Jiang Yuan asked, uncertainty lacing his tone. Could it be that Xiao had some connection to Jiang Yuan? At that moment, Xiao paused beside Jiang Yuan, verifying that he was indeed unharmed, before turning her gaze back to Jiang Yuan. It means exactly what it says. Jiang Yuan is my friend. Should you wish to harm him today, you shall first contend with me. Xiao, step aside. This does not concern you. Do not assume that the Zhang family fears the Qin family. My quarrel with Jiang Yuan is of a personal nature. I advise you not to meddle. Jiang Yuan clenched his fists, attempting to clarify. The Zhang family was not necessarily intimidated by the Qin family. Yet Xiao's standing within her family far surpassed his own in the Zhang family. However, Xiao merely cast a nonchalant glance his way, seemingly unaffected by the exchange, and calmly replied, coincidentally, Jiang Yuan and I share a personal connection as well, and I intend to intervene. Her words, though soft, sent a ripple of change across Jiang Yuan's expression, his teeth clenching in disbelief. Xiao, known for her avoidance of conflict, rarely mingled with the likes of them. The second-generation wealthy elite, it was a rarity to even catch a glimpse of her, let alone witness her emerge at such a critical moment. He could not fathom how she had become involved with Jiang Yuan. Could it be due to Lin Wanqi? Yet, Xiao's subsequent actions dispelled that notion, leaving his countenance even darker. After asserting her position, she sweetly approached Jiang Yuan, grasping his arm and offering him a bright smile. Jiang Yuan, rest assured, he wouldn't dare do anything to you. Jiang Yuan, witnessing Xiao's radiant smile, felt his heart shatter. He had never received such treatment from her. Could it be that he, Jiang Yuan, had no feelings for Xiao? That was unthinkable. He could swear that no man could resist her allure. It was merely that he felt unworthy of her, which had kept such thoughts at bay. Yet now, he was confronted with the sight of Jiang Yuan, not only embraced by the goddess he revered, but also flanked by an ethereal fairy, both nestling close to him. To outsiders, it appeared as though Jiang Yuan were the one basking in the affections of two divine beings. In that moment, Jiang Yuan felt an explosive rage welling up within him. He almost yearned to challenge Jiang Yuan to a duel. Others, too, shared his bewilderment. Lin Zihao, who had always viewed Jiang Yuan as beneath him, and Qin Shuyu, whose heart raced at the thought of Xiao's connection to Jiang Yuan. She had braced herself for the encounter, envisioning Jiang Yuan as a figure of immense stature, someone whose mere word could dictate life and death. Yet now this seemingly untouchable figure was reduced to a state of impotence, rendered speechless by a few words from Xiao. What sort of person was Xiao, that she could wield such influence? Qin Shuyu pondered what she had missed, having irrevocably offended such a remarkable woman over something trivial. Clearly, Xiao harbored feelings for Jiang Yuan, which meant he had ascended to unprecedented heights. Was Jiang Yuan truly as exceptional as that? Qin Shuyu felt as though her heart had been electrified. The man she had once dismissed was now revealed to be extraordinary in the eyes of a woman of such high caliber. The atmosphere turned palpably tense, with Jiang Yuan falling silent and the others hesitant to speak. His eyes reddened, akin to a madman, as he glared at the smiling Xiao. feeling as if he might shatter his own teeth from clenching them too tightly. Not a single one of his objectives had been accomplished today. When had he, the illustrious Jiang, ever been subjected to such humiliation? Taking a few deep breaths, Jiang Yuan forced himself to regain composure, mindful of the elderly gentleman accompanying Xiao. He had no means to harm Jiang Yuan. Yet, remaining silent was not in his nature. Gritting his teeth, he sneered, Xiao, I will remember this debt. But mark my words, I will achieve my goals, and no one, including you, will stand in my way. You may protect him today, but can you ensure his safety forever? With that, he cast a venomous gaze at Jiang Yuan, nearly igniting his fury once more. How dare this wretch continue to smile at him, mocking him? He felt as if he were on the verge of madness. Grabbing a bodyguard's handgun, he raised it toward Jiang Yuan. Young master, no? Young master, don't. Upon witnessing this, the other bodyguards gasped in astonishment. They were fully aware that they possessed the capability to inflict lethal harm with their firearms, and even if apprehended by the Security Bureau, the Jiang family would undoubtedly manage the situation. At the very least, they would ensure the prosperity of their families. However, should Jiang Yuan pull the trigger amidst such a throng, the ramifications would be dire. Certain boundaries, even these prominent families dare not cross overtly. Chapter 55. We shall meet again soon. In that fleeting moment when Jiang Yuan drew his gun, an unsettling aura enveloped the room, sending shivers down the spines of those present, the atmosphere turning palpably cold. Jiang Yuan's arm trembled slightly. Despite wielding the pistol, it provided him no solace. Meanwhile, the fallen Uncle Nyo anxiously shouted, Young master, do not shoot. The source of this oppressive ambience eluded most, but Jiang Yuan perceived it with startling clarity. The elderly man standing beside him had just released a formidable energy that surged towards the opposing group, rattling their composure. Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the elder's might. This energy, while not spiritual in nature, represented an alternative manifestation of power. Could it be the so-called Qigong of Xia country? Or perhaps the legendary external projection of true Qi? The intensity of this energy surpassed Jiang Yuan's current level of spiritual refinement, embodying an undeniable strength, albeit lacking in quality. The adept utilization of spiritual power by cultivators vastly outstripped this form of energy. Contemplating this, Jiang Yuan realized that while he was equipped to handle ordinary crises, Blue Star was not devoid of formidable experts. The elder before him was unmistakably a master, one who appeared unfazed by the threat of a firearm. Determined to maintain his composure, Jiang Yuan resolved to remain discreet for as long as possible. It became apparent that he needed to devise a simple formation for the vegetables and fruits cultivated in the celestial soil, should their uniqueness be revealed. The ensuing complications would render his efforts futile. Previously, he lacked the time. However, with his injuries stabilized, he could now contemplate this. At this juncture, Jiang Yuan was acutely aware of the energy's weight, as he was the principal target. Cold sweat trickled down his brow, and he harbored no doubts that should he pull the trigger, the elder opposite him might deliver a fatal blow. Jiang Yuan may have been unscrupulous, yet he was far from foolish, quickly grasping the precariousness of his situation. After a moment of frustration, he clenched his teeth and retorted, Very well, Xiao. I shall grant you this favor this time, but you must keep a close watch on him. Who knows when this brat might meet a grim fate on the streets. Gradually lowering his firearm, Jiang Yuan recognized that remaining in this tense standoff served no purpose. His threats were not mere bluster. For now, he had chosen to spare Jiang Yuan, but it did not guarantee future leniency. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to depart, a thought crossed his mind, and he regarded Xiao with a hint of mischief. I just recalled something. I wonder if Brother Wang Tang can assist me. I must return and report to him. He will likely find Jiang Yuan intriguing. As he contemplated this, his earlier frustrations dissipated considerably. If Xiao could intercede on his behalf, could Wang Tang possibly overlook Jiang Yuan? He dared not challenge Xiao directly. Would others refrain from doing so? Indeed, as Jiang Yuan's words hung in the air, a flicker of emotion crossed Xiao's otherwise serene countenance. Jiang Yuan, this matter does not pertain to Wang Tang, nor does it involve Jiang Yuan. Should you dare to entangle him in this, you shall become my eternal adversary. Xiao's expression bore a hint of ire. Yet her gaze held an unprecedented gravity that caused Jiang Yuan's heart to quiver. TCH, who do you think you are threatening? Just ensure he remains oblivious to today's events. Jiang Yuan's tone softened slightly. When Xiao adopted a serious demeanor, the biting retort that had lingered on his lips transformed into something more subdued. Jiang Yuan, we shall meet again, I assure you, and soon. With a final twirl of the pistol in his hand, Jiang Yuan flashed Jiang Yuan a smile before striding towards the exit. As he passed Lin Zihao, he cast a cold, penetrating glance, sending a shiver down Lin Zihao's spine. Would this formidable figure hold him accountable? He dared not linger. If this misunderstanding were not clarified, the consequences could be severe. Following Lin Zihao's departure, Qin Jinxiang and Qin Shuyu also exited, but the latter paused to glance back at Jiang Yuan and Xin Xiaoxiao. The exchange was laden with unspoken sentiments, ultimately crystallizing into silence. Jiang Yuan felt a twinge of regret that today, Qi had not truly showcased her prowess, yet he was not overly concerned. A low profile suited him well. Zhang Yuze was a familiar archetype to him, reminiscent of the grandsons of sect elders he had encountered in the Qingxin continent. Each one even more arrogant than Zhang Yuze, and none willing to suffer defeat. They would undoubtedly seek retribution swiftly. Thus, Jiang Yuan was confident that he and Zhang Yuze would cross paths again, though it remained to be seen whether Zhang Yuze would still exhibit such bravado then. Qi, having released her grip on the middle-aged man's neck, gradually let go as he exited, while the others chose not to glance back. Only the elderly man by Qi and Shun Xiaoxiao scrutinized the situation with a grave expression. Once everyone had departed, Qi was the first to act. Instead of seeking out Lin Wanqi, she affectionately nudged Jiang Yuan's leg, wagging her tail in a manner that suggested she was seeking praise. Jiang Yuan patted her head, understanding that she desired spiritual fruit and was more than willing to oblige. Miss Shun, I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. May I inquire as to your purpose for being here? The tension dissipated as Lin Wanqi, as the hostess, took the initiative to inquire. As she spoke, several attendants entered to tidy up the room and prepare tea for the guests. Lin Wanqi was aware of Shun Xiaoxiao's reputation, but had never met her in person, thus extending a courteous greeting. In contrast, Shun Xiaoxiao, exuding familiarity, grasped Lin Wanqi's hand and exclaimed, "Oh, Sister Wanqi, you are truly stunning. Tales of your beauty have long circulated in the martial world. Our elders have always encouraged us to learn from you. It is an honor to finally meet you in person. I hope to learn much from you in the future." Lin Wanqi smiled politely, not swayed by the flattery. "Miss Shun, your name precedes you. It is said that the Shun family's daughter is as beautiful as a celestial being and possesses exceptional wisdom. Meeting you today indeed lives up to the reputation. Oh, Sister Wanqi, please refrain from calling me Miss Shun. Just call me Xiaoxiao. Your compliments have made me blush. I'm hardly that remarkable. Sister Wanqi, may we become friends?" Shun Xiaoxiao eagerly inquired, still holding Lin Wanqi's hand. Lin Wanqi responded with a gentle smile. "Very well, Xiaoxiao. You are always welcome to visit. Jiang Yuan should have time to entertain you during this period. If you have any concerns, feel free to ask him." Lin Wanqi discerned Shun Xiaoxiao's ulterior motives, causing the latter to flush crimson at being so directly exposed. But there was more to come. Lin Wanqi spoke with remarkable candor. "Xiaoxiao, you must have come specifically to seek out Jiang Yuan. Truth be told, I presume you already know that my marriage to Jiang Yuan was rather unexpected. If you can win him over, I would have no objections." Chapter 56, Shun Xiaoxiao's Anomaly. When Lin Wanqi boldly uttered her words, it left Shun Xiaoxiao agape, her mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Lin Wanqi truly regarded Shun Xiaoxiao as one of her own. What she left unsaid was, "Come boldly. I, Lin Wanqi, fear no one, and no one can take my husband from me. At most, I will allow you to play the role of a minor character." Ahem, ahem. Coincidentally, two coughs resonated through the air as Jiang Yuan and the elderly man simultaneously cleared their throats. It appeared both were taken aback by the exchange between Lin Wanqi and Shun Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Shun Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed as she introduced Sister Wanqi. "This is my elder, Grandpa Ren Chongqing, who raised me." The elderly man, Ren Chongqing, quickly performed a respectful bow, saying, "Elder is too grand a term. I merely watched the young lady grow up. Lin Miss, you honor me with your respect." Despite his words, the smile on his face betrayed his delight. "Jiang Yuan, it has been ages since we last met. I knew I would find you." Shun Xiaoxiao finally greeted Jiang Yuan, even extending her delicate hand, eagerly awaiting his response. Jiang Yuan, captivated by Shun Xiaoxiao's proximity, could even catch a whiff of her subtle fragrance. Her complexion was as flawless as porcelain, rendering her an exquisite vision. He pondered whether Shun Xiaoxiao could truly harbor such profound feelings for him. After all, they had only met a handful of times, and their conversations could scarcely have exceeded 50 sentences, most of which had transpired during their previous phone call. Had he inadvertently awakened a fortune in romance upon his return? As Jiang Yuan grasped Shun Xiaoxiao's hand, he found it remarkably soft, yet distinctly cold, an anomaly that piqued his curiosity. In the realm of cultivators, while thermometers were non-existent, their sensitivity to human body temperature far surpassed that of modern individuals. The average human body temperature hovers around 36.8 degrees Celsius, with a normal variance of 0.5 degrees. However, Shun Xiaoxiao's hand seemed akin to one that had recently touched icy water, exuding a palpable chill, likely not exceeding 35 degrees. This temperature was indeed unusual. as she appeared outwardly no different from an ordinary person. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow and, given Shun Xiaoxiao's earlier assistance, inquired with curiosity, Xiaoxiao, why is your hand so cold? Were it not for her evident peculiarity, he would have refrained from asking, considering her affluent background assuredly provided her access to the finest medical resources. Before Shen Xiaoxiao could respond, Ren Chongqing interjected, Oh? Have you discerned something unusual about my young lady's condition, my young friend? What are your thoughts? The elderly man's interest was palpable, despite Jiang Yuan being but a youth. Jiang Yuan had formed a preliminary hypothesis, but remained uncertain. He turned to Shen Xiaoxiao and asked, May I take your pulse? In truth, he had no proficiency in pulse diagnosis. He merely sought an opportunity to explore with his spiritual energy. As soon as his request left his lips, he noticed Shen Xiaoxiao had already raised her wrist, her fair skin revealing delicate veins. Understanding her gesture, he gently placed his fingers upon her pulse. Jiang Yuan's meager spiritual energy began to flow through her body. Indeed, Shun Xiaoxiao's body was cold, even colder than he anticipated. Her pulse, though steady, beat at a notably slow rate of fewer than 60 times per minute. Such a pulse typically characterizes those who engage in regular physical activity. Yet, Shun Xiaoxiao's physique bore no signs of such muscular development. As his spiritual energy coursed through her, he quickly discerned the source of this chill. It emanated from her bloodline. An area overlooked by both traditional and modern medicine, bloodlines encompass distinctions beyond mere blood types. This concept remains elusive to most, only perceptible to a select few who demonstrate extraordinary traits. Some individuals possess an innate heat, while others, despite their frail appearances, exhibit immense strength. The variance in recovery rates from injuries also illustrates this phenomenon, as some heal rapidly, while others face complications that threaten their lives. Shen Xiaoxiao, too, belonged to this rare category. Her body temperature diverged from the norm, a consequence of her potent bloodline. Regrettably, Jiang Yuan was but a novice, only grasping the rudiments of such knowledge. In the realm of immortals, this bloodline might signify unparalleled talent, yet in the energy-depleted, unpracticed world of Blue Star, it could spell disaster. Gently releasing Shun Xiaoxiao's wrist, Jiang Yuan rifled through his mental repository of knowledge, yet could not identify the specific bloodline. After all, he was merely at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, and for him to possess such insight was already commendable. How about it? Ren Chongqing inquired, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yuan with palpable anticipation. Jiang Yuan hesitated briefly before responding. Has your young lady's condition been present since birth? At his words, Ren Chongqing's eyes indeed brightened. Shun Xiaoxiao's excitement surged as she exclaimed, Brother Jiang Yuan, how did you know? You can't possibly be a divine physician. Seeing their reactions, it was evident that the peculiar bloodline was the cause, and that posed a formidable challenge. To speak candidly, this issue might very well be insurmountable on Blue Star. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow and sighed. In truth, my medical knowledge is quite limited. I have only analyzed with my rudimentary understanding. The issue with Xiaoxiao does not seem to stem from her organs. Rather, the crux lies within her blood. The coldness of her body is a result of her blood. Upon hearing this, Ren Chongqing appeared momentarily breathless, his astonishment evident as he regarded Jiang Yuan, clearly taken aback by the young man's insight. The elder's excitement began to mount as he inquired, My young friend, how did you arrive at this conclusion? In truth, Jiang Yuan merely speculated. How could he claim to have definitive knowledge? Yet Ren Chongqing, rather than dismissing the notion, became increasingly convinced, stating, No, my young friend. What you have posited may indeed hold merit. You are the second to articulate this theory. Jiang Yuan, intrigued, queried, And who was the first? At this, Ren Chongqing grew solemn, gazing into the distant horizon as if lost in reverie before murmuring, The first was a remarkable figure. When Xiaoxiao was born, that extraordinary person appeared. At the time, her body was cold, devoid of life. When all believed she would not survive, that figure intervened and saved her. He remarked then that Xiaoxiao might not live beyond 25, for her blood was the source of calamity. Chapter 57. Words that astound, unyielding to silence. Grandpa Ren, why are you saying all this? Shen Xiaoxiao tugged at Ren Chongqing, playfully admonishing him. Ha, Xiaoxiao, you like your brother Jiang Yuan, do you not? He is no outsider. Perhaps he is your benefactor, Ren Chongqing replied with a grin. Grandpa Ren, all right. I shall leave the matters of the young to you. The elder conceded with a chuckle. Ren Chongqing observed the crimson hue on Shun Xiaoxiao's face, understanding that the young lady remained rather sensitive. At that moment, Jiang Yuan, who stood nearby, inquired with curiosity, given Xiaoxiao's condition, could it be that a certain esteemed healer has been continually aiding her? If that were the case, it would be wonderful. Perhaps the young lady had already recovered, with the healer merely having intervened to save her life, and provided her with a prescription. For all these years, it was indeed that prescription that had allowed her to stabilize her condition. However, Ren Chongqing hesitated at this point. The young lady's health was increasingly precarious, her reliance on medication grew more frequent, and she often needed the assistance of elder family members to help her clear her meridians. At this juncture, even the usually optimistic Ren Chongqing could not suppress a sigh. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this, for in cases like xianxiao's, it was generally challenging for the Blue Star to provide a remedy. According to Ren Chongqing, that esteemed healer had managed to control her condition for such an extended time. It was indeed remarkable, perhaps indicative of a true medical sage. As for Ren Chongqing's mention of clearing the meridians, it likely pertained to ancient martial practitioners like the Elder, who possessed Qigong abilities and could indeed render some assistance. It was surprising to realize that, despite Xin Xiaoxiao's serene and gentle demeanor, she had lived with an incurable ailment since childhood, yet maintained an extraordinarily open heart, which caused Jiang Yuan to regard her with newfound respect. However, a thought struck him. If Qin Shuyu and Qin Shuyu were roommates and classmates, they should be of the same age, with Qin Shuyu being a year younger than him, now 24. If that were the case, Jiang Yuan's expression shifted in shock, a change deftly noted by Ren Chongqing, who lamented with a bittersweet tone, "I presume Mr. Jiang has deduced that our young lady indeed has but a year left. We now simultaneously hope that the esteemed healer has misjudged her condition and is merely a quack, while also wishing he is a true sage who can miraculously save her life once more." Ren Chongqing gazed into the distant horizon, his murky eyes veiled by a misty sheen, his eyelids fluttering involuntarily, as if he might soon catch sight of the healer arriving on his celestial steed. Of course, such hopes were but fanciful dreams. "Grandfather Ren, please do not be so pessimistic. I should have perished long ago. Every additional day I live is a gift. I am not worried for myself, so please do not fret," Shen Xiaoxiao remarked with a light-heartedness that betrayed no sorrow, even as she comforted Ren Chongqing. Quickly regaining his composure, Ren Chongqing turned to Jiang Yuan with an expectant gaze. "Mr. Jiang, since you have discerned the nature of our young lady's affliction, might you possess a method to provide her with relief?" Ren Chongqing's inquiry had been anticipated by Jiang Yuan, who simply shook his head with a faint smile. "I sincerely apologize. I find myself rather powerless. In my youth, I dabbled in rudimentary medical knowledge, so my earlier musings were merely educated guesses that fortuitously hit the mark. However, with so many eminent physicians in the world, surely other solutions can be contemplated?" It was not that Jiang Yuan was unwilling to assist them. After all, the human heart is a complex thing. He could not openly disclose his ability to heal, especially given the vast influence of the Shen family. Should anyone discover his secret, even if Shen Xiaoxiao harbored no ill intentions, would not her family? There was a possibility that Ren Chongqing might develop ulterior motives. Furthermore, Jiang Yuan felt uncertain about the matter and would not make promises lightly. He would assist discreetly if necessary. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's response, Ren Chongqing regarded him with penetrating eyes, yet refrained from pressing further, simply elucidating, "Alas, our Shen family has indeed made considerable efforts. We have consulted nearly every renowned physician, whether traditional or modern, but none have been able to prescribe an effective treatment. Ultimately, we have relied on the esteemed healer's prescription to sustain us thus far, hoping for a miracle for our young lady." Ren Chongqing's gaze lingered fondly on the obedient Qin Shuyu, revealing the depth of his affection for her. As he concluded, Ren Chongqing turned to Jiang Yuan once more, his gaze intense. "Mr. Jiang, I recognize that these requests may be burdensome. However, if you possess a method to restore our young lady to health, you would undoubtedly become a cherished guest in our Shen household, and we would owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude. At that time, not even Zhang Yuza of the Zhang family would compare, even if it were to be you and our young lady." "Ah, Grandfather Ren, if you continue to speak in such a manner, I may choose to ignore you," Shen Xiaoxiao interjected, somewhat embarrassed. "Jiang Yuan, pay no heed to Grandfather Ren. He is simply getting on in years and tends to stray off topic." She cast an apologetic glance at Jiang Yuan, never expecting Ren Chongqing to express such sentiments, which essentially amounted to a barter of interests. Moreover, Jiang Yuan was but an ordinary person. She sincerely wished to keep him out of the family's intricate disputes. "It is quite all right, Xiao. Your grandfather Ren is merely looking out for your best interests. If I truly had a solution, I would not hesitate to assist," Jiang Yuan replied. Recognizing that Ren Chongqing was deliberately appealing to him, perhaps testing the waters, he was resolute in not being swayed. True strength must be earned through one's own efforts. Feeling a bit awkward after the earlier exchange, Shen Xiaoxiao sought to change the subject and suddenly noticed the golden retriever. Pointing at it with excitement, she exclaimed, "Sister Wanqi, is this your golden retriever? How adorable. It seems to be smiling at me. May I pet it?" Even Lin Wanqi felt uncertain upon hearing this. She had initially been sure it was permissible, But the golden retriever's behavior today had been rather unpredictable. Just as she hesitated, Jiang Yuan's voice chimed in. Go ahead. Kiki is very well behaved. With his encouragement, Xianxiao crouched slightly and stroked the dog's head, which responded with delightful affection, causing her to giggle. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot something important. Jiang Yuan, I heard from Qin Shuyu yesterday that you have been diagnosed with a terminal illness. I even went to the hospital specifically to inquire about your medical records. You must come home with me immediately so our family doctor can conduct a thorough examination. Xianxiao urged, her anxiety evident. Interrupted by Zhang Yuza, she realized she had inadvertently overlooked this matter. Jiang Yuan and Lin Wanqi exchanged surprised glances. It was astonishing that Xianxiao had sought him out specifically for this reason. However, Jiang Yuan could not possibly accompany her. His condition had stabilized. As long as he remained at Tang Island No. 1, not only would his health recover, but his cultivation would also swiftly improve. After contemplating, he replied, Xiao, there is no need. I appreciate your concern, but look at me now. Do I appear to be afflicted by a terminal illness? Please do not worry. You should return home. Xianxiao regarded him with suspicion, scanning him from head to toe, before ultimately uttering a statement that left everyone astounded. No, I cannot allow that. I will not be at ease unless you promise to let me sleep beside you for a few days. Chapter 58. Swift Action. Do tell what happened. Xiao's words were truly shocking, even leaving Jiang Yuan, the subject of her declaration, struggling to swallow. Gazing at Xiao's enchanting and gentle visage, Jiang Yuan's heart cried out, if you say such things, I must surely risk my life to accompany you. At worst, he could indulge in some medication beforehand. Please do not misunderstand. I merely mean to prepare some cucumbers, an essential item for stabilizing injuries. He had nearly incurred internal injuries the previous night due to a lack of preparation. Seeing everyone staring at her with mouths agape, Xiao realized her words had been misinterpreted, prompting her to wave her hands shyly and exclaim, oh dear, you all have misunderstood. What I mean is, let me stay here with Brother Jiang Yuan for a few days. I intend to sleep here. And only when I am certain that everything is truly fine will I feel at ease. Otherwise, Brother Jiang Yuan, you might as well accompany me back for a checkup. Ahem, so that is how it is. Jiang Yuan feels a tinge of disappointment. Suddenly, he senses a sharp pain in his waist. As fingers are twisting at his delicate skin on his back, he glances sideways at Lin Wanqi, only to find her seemingly unaffected, as if nothing has transpired, while the pain radiating from his waist is all too vivid. Goodness, didn't Lin Wanqi say she would help me pursue girls? It seems she is merely paying lip service and has secretly set him up. Jiang Yuan had only been idly contemplating. After all, women tend to slow down his reaction time. With Lin Wanqi still unresolved, if another Xiao were to appear, who knows what sights he might inadvertently behold at night, potentially exacerbating his injuries to the point of tears with nowhere to weep. At this moment, Jiang Yuan endures the pain, mustering a smile as he explains to Xiao, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. In fact, Wanqi examined me yesterday. There's nothing unusual with my health. It was merely a misdiagnosis by the hospital. You can ask Wanqi if you don't believe me. Misdiagnosis? Xiao murmurs, casting a dubious glance at Lin Wanqi. Then inquires, Sister Wanqi, is this true? The hospital can't be that unreliable, can they? Lin Wanqi silently mourns for the hospital, realizing they alone must bear the blame, and displays a pained expression upon hearing her words. Indeed, it caused me unwarranted worry. However, it truly was a misdiagnosis, or I would have already taken Jiang Yuan to the hospital. Evidently, after listening to Lin Wanqi's explanation, Xiao nods thoughtfully. That's good. I would prefer this to be a misdiagnosis from the hospital, as long as Brother Jiang Yuan is fine. With that, she declares her intent to leave. Lin Wanqi promptly interjects. Yes, Xiao, thank you so much today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to handle this. Let me see you off. The group then makes their way outside, with Xiaoxiao's steps noticeably slower, as if she is reluctant to depart. She silently wishes Jiang Yuan would vocalize a plea for her to stay. As they stroll past the orchard, Xiaoxiao's slowed pace catches Ren Chongqing's eye, who initially feels indifferent. However, upon further inspection of the fruit trees, he cannot shake the feeling that they evoke something peculiar within him, igniting an urge to pluck and taste a fruit. Ren Chongqing awkwardly swallows and remarks to Lin Wanqi, Miss Lin, you have quite a unique hobby. While others cultivate lawns and pools in their estates, you have opted for these fruit trees, which indeed offers a distinct charm. They look utterly delectable. Lin Wanqi, maintaining her composure, replies, this little hobby doesn't warrant much attention. I merely had a whim to grow some fruits that I feel more at ease consuming, and the yield is just sufficient for my own enjoyment. Observing the loquats hanging from the branches, Ren Chongqing's desire intensifies as he subtly hints at wanting to sample them. Unexpectedly, Lin Wanqi seems oblivious to his implication, and as they near the exit, he realizes he must seize the moment. Straightening his demeanor, Rin Chongqing feigns nonchalance. Well, Miss Lin, you are indeed as wise as you are graceful. These fruits are well cared for. May I pluck a few to savor? He smiles casually, as if sharing a jest among friends. However, to his surprise, Lin Wanqi responds with a hint of regret. That would not be a problem at all. But the fruits are not yet ripe. Once they mature, I will certainly have someone deliver them to you, old sir. I will also send some to Xiao. If they do not taste good, please do not mock me. Upon hearing Lin Wanqi's words and observing her unwavering demeanor, Jiang Yuan cannot suppress a smile. The ripe cherries, golden loquats, and rosy peaches seem to mock her claim of immaturity. If it were he would hardly have the audacity to say such a thing. Nevertheless, he secretly gives Lin Wanqi a thumbs up for saving him a great deal of trouble. With Lin Wanqi having stated her position, Rin Chongqing has no choice but to relent, cheerfully remarking, "Very well, I shall look forward to your fruits. We shall not disturb you further." Meanwhile, Shun Xiaoxiao glances back at Jiang Yuan with reluctance, then at Lin Wanqi. "Sister Wanqi, brother Jiang Yuan, may I come visit you often? I find it much more entertaining here. Being alone at home is rather dull." "Of course, you are always welcome," Lin Wanqi replies with a gentle smile, not refusing her. "All right then, brother Jiang Yuan, I will come looking for you in a couple of days. I will make it quick." Shun Xiaoxiao seems delighted, her face aglow with joy as she waves goodbye to Jiang Yuan before turning to board her vehicle. "Oh, and brother Jiang Yuan, you need not worry about Jiang Yuza. If he dares to show up again, just give me a call. Perhaps I should stay back." Shun Xiaoxiao hesitates, recalling Jiang Yuza's threatening words, feeling an urge to remain. Yet, Lin Wanqi smiles and gently declines. "Xiao, there is no need for concern. My uncle Fu is on his way back, and I will bolster the security. I can handle Jiang Yuza." Rin Chongqing nods in agreement, reassuring Shun Xiaoxiao. "You need not fret, Xiao. With Wanqi's uncle Fu around, that scoundrel Jiang Yuza will think twice." "All right then, sister Wanqi, brother Jiang Yuan, farewell." Shun Xiaoxiao waves as she finally boards the vehicle. The two soon vanish from sight, leaving Lin Wanqi and Jiang Yuan to return to the room. Jiang Yuan quickly notices Lin Wanqi regarding him with a half-smile, her expression laced with mischief. "What is the matter, Wanqi?" Jiang Yuan touches his face, feeling there is nothing amiss. "Darling, I just mentioned this morning that I could assist you in pursuing girls. I didn't expect you to act so swiftly. Do tell me what transpired." Lin Wanqi's curiosity shines through. Chapter 59. Jiang Yuza's defiance breeds malice. At this moment, Jiang Yuan feels somewhat embarrassed, for when one focuses solely on the outcome rather than the process, his actions indeed seem rather hasty. After all, a girl like Shun Xiaoxiao has already pursued him home. He cannot deny that, despite his uncertainty, a sense of vanity swells within him. Jiang Yuan suppresses the smile, threatening to break free, opting for honesty instead. "Actually, Shun Xiaoxiao is a close friend of Qin Shuyu. I only knew her vaguely before and hadn't interacted much with her. Her sudden appearance today took me by surprise." Lin Wanqi, jokingly, upon hearing Jiang Yuan's explanation, becomes even more cheerful. "Shun Xiaoxiao is indeed quite charming. I wouldn't oppose you pursuing her. Besides, I have no authority to object, so seize the opportunity." Lin Wanqi elongates her words, playfully resembling a mischievous older sister tempting him to mischief, igniting an urge within Jiang Yuan to playfully swat her. However, Lin Wanqi swiftly shifts the topic. "You should rest for a bit. I have some matters to attend to, so I will head upstairs to work." With that, Lin Wanqi heads off alone to the study. Jiang Yuan distinctly observes that the once cheerful Lin Wanqi's expression cools as she turns away, her demeanor turning to one of anger mixed with deep concern. In this regard, Jiang Yuan found himself powerless. The two were not close enough for her to confide everything to him. He felt a certain satisfaction with Lin Wanqi's demeanor. She seemed to have noticed some irregularities without voicing her concerns. In fact, when Rin Chongqing had inquired earlier, she had proactively admitted to certain matters, alleviating Rin's doubts. However, judging by the momentary reaction Lin Wanqi had when she turned away, it was evident that she was not as composed as she appeared. Being targeted by Zhang, the heir of one of the 4 prominent families in Sioux City, would naturally place pressure on anyone. The mere thought of that young Master Zhang made a smile creep across Jiang Yuan's lips. If his instincts were correct, such a young master would seek immediate revenge, never allowing grievances to linger overnight. Tonight, it seemed, would not unfold peacefully. Meanwhile, at another estate, Jiang Yuza bore the imprint of a slap across his face. His head bowed as he struggled to meet the gaze of the middle-aged man across from him. Yet, his clenched fists betrayed a deep-seated unwillingness to accept the humiliation. Opposite him sat a muscular middle-aged man, towering over 180 centimeters. Despite his imposing physique, he wore a suit that felt oddly out of place, as if he were attempting to fit into a role that did not suit him. Who the hell gave you permission to lay a hand on Lin Wanqi? You touched her and gained nothing in return. Zhang Gongming's voice was laced with disdain. You're utterly useless. When I was your age, I could take on 3 streets single-handedly. Don't you dare tell people you're my son, Zhang Gangming. I can't afford to lose face like that. The beautiful middle-aged woman beside him, who happened to be Zhang Yu's mother, winced at her husband's words. She pulled her son behind her, casting a reproachful glance at Zhang Gangming. Gangming, there's no need to be so harsh. He's just a child. How old is he now? If our son has the fortune to be with Lin Wanqi, it's a blessing for her. She should be grateful, not feel threatened. Besides, you're criticizing him? His physique is so frail, and to be honest, it's your choice of name that's the problem. Look at the name your father gave you, Gangming. It suits you perfectly, and yet you chose a name for our son that implies he must be cultured, which has only led to this predicament. Enough is enough. Seeing the mark on Zhang Yu's face, the woman felt a pang of sympathy. Such a fragile body could hardly withstand such blows. Dana, you spoil him too much. One day, it will backfire on you, and when that happens, I'll see if you regret it. Please, I have 2 sons. If I don't care for them, should I care for you? You brute who knows nothing? Lin Wanqi is not from one of those powerful families. If you ask me, Yuza has shown remarkable restraint. What is so worrisome about that wild girl? Hearing Dana defend Zhang Yuza, Zhang Gangming felt a surge of frustration. A wild girl? What do you know, woman? Do you even realize who Lin Wanqi's uncle is? He is a figure of considerable standing in Sioux City, and he is still young, destined for greater heights. Even the old man must show him respect. You call Lin Wanqi a wild girl? So what if she is? That uncle is just a relative by name. It's only because of her father's connections. In my eyes, it's no big deal. A wild chicken can never become a phoenix. Zhang Gangming was on the verge of delivering another slap, but he restrained himself, opting instead to explain patiently, they are different. They share a bond forged in the crucible of battle. To put it bluntly, he would rather see his own child suffer than allow Lin Wanqi to come to harm. Have you ever wondered how Lin Wanqi has managed to develop so steadily all these years? She would have been swallowed whole long ago otherwise. As he spoke, Zhang Gangming seemed to recall something, murmuring to himself, wait, what about that little princess from the Zhang family, Xianxiaaudiobooks? Why would you provoke a dying young lady from the Qin family? Everyone knows she is the apple of their eye. The more he pondered, the angrier he grew, and his explosive temper flared once more. Smack! Another resounding slap landed across Zhang Yu's face, nearly knocking him out. Zhang Gangming, if you dare lay another hand on me, you'll regret it. The saying goes, blood is thicker than water, and as Dana realized the situation, her fury ignited, leading her to unleash a torrent of anger towards Zhang Gangming, nearly on the verge of a physical confrontation. To her surprise, her outburst had an effect. Zhang Gangming averted his gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes. Despite Dana's seemingly genteel demeanor, when transformed into a fierce mother tiger, she became a formidable force to reckon with. Just then, a phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, Zhang Gangming frowned, turning to mother and son. Trouble is brewing. I'll deal with you later. He then vanished from their sight. Only after Zhang Gangming had completely disappeared did Zhang Yuza dare to lift his head. His eyes were red-rimmed, and symmetrical imprints of 10 fingers were etched into his cheeks. Tremors coursed through his body, his teeth chattering in fury. His frail fists clenched in righteous indignation, clearly reflecting his inner turmoil. Zhang Yuza seethed inwardly. It's just Lin Wanqi. You all think I'm unworthy of her. Well, I'll make my move regardless. If I can't reach Lin Wanqi now, I certainly won't let Jiang Yuan stand in my way. Chapter 60. Zhang Yuza's calculated moves. At this moment, Zhang Yuza directed all his pent-up frustration and fury, including the grievances and verbal assaults he had just endured from Zhang Gangming, squarely at Jiang Yuan. There was little choice. The weak always targeted the vulnerable to vent their anger. Coupled with the unpleasantness he experienced at Lin Wanqi's residence, Jiang Yuan became the sole recipient of his wrath. The pain on his face was trivial. After all, he had endured beatings throughout his life. The real torment lay in his heart, driving him to the brink of madness. When had he ever suffered such humiliation in front of others, especially at the hands of someone so lowly? Yet, Dana, witnessing his pained expression, misconstrued it as a result of her husband's actions. She approached him, caressing his cheek with maternal concern. Hey, sit down. I'll get you some ice to soothe that. This is outrageous. You're already grown up, and he still strikes you. Once he has done, I'll have a word with him. Mom, it's all right. Dad has a point. Both Lin Wanqi and Xianxiaaudiobooks have their backgrounds, and I shouldn't bring trouble to the family. I'll be more cautious in the future, so please don't confront him. Zhang Yuza forced a smile, genuinely fearful that Dana would seek out his father, inadvertently drawing attention to his own plans. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Oh, Ace, you're so understanding. Even after enduring such humiliation, you're willing to bear it alone. Don't worry, I'll find you a suitable match. Lin Wanqi and Xin Xiaoxiao are not worthy of you. Jiang Yuan casually brushed off Dana under the pretext of needing to return to his room for a rest, successfully sending her away. The moment he stepped into his sanctuary, he promptly dialed Niu Tong's number. Hello, Uncle Niu. Could you assist me with a matter shortly? I require comprehensive information on Jiang Yuan. I am keen to discern what extraordinary qualities he possesses that enable him to simultaneously win the affections of both Xin Xiaoxiao and Lin Wanqi. Please ensure the information is thorough and expedite your feedback. This matter is urgent, and you are to refrain from mentioning it to my parents. Jiang Yuan commanded in a low voice. Although the fury within him simmered like a volcano on the verge of eruption, he maintained his composure. How could an ordinary individual garner the admiration of deities? Was it possible that there existed a background he remained oblivious to? Lin Wanqi could be disregarded. But Xin Xiaoxiao was not someone just anyone could know. If Jiang Yuan was indeed an exceptional talent from elsewhere, it could spell trouble for him. Thus, he firmly believed that understanding oneself and the enemy would lead to certain victory. 2 hours later, as the fiery sun began its descent towards the western mountains, his phone finally buzzed with the information Niu Tong had gathered. Eagerly, Jiang Yuan began perusing the meticulously compiled data, and as the information flooded in, a smirk crept across his lips, even manifesting as a sneer reminiscent of a scornful dragon king. Heh, Jiang Yuan, is this your prowess? What do you possess to contend with me? A deceased father, a vanished mother, an aging grandfather, and a woman who has cast you aside? The information made Jiang Yuan genuinely chuckle. He had initially anticipated Jiang Yuan to be formidable, yet upon discovering that Jiang Yuan had been usurped by Lin Zihao, who had stolen away his girlfriend of 5 years, Qin Shuyu, he couldn't help but scoff. He had encountered Qin Shuyu before. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful, but she was not to Jiang Yuan's taste. Did he lack for attractive women? Certainly not. What he craved was a challenge. The more alluring a woman was, the more he desired her, while a gold digger like Qin Shuyu, who could be lured into bed with a mere beckoning finger, held no allure for him. Only a fool like Lin Zihao would treat her as a treasure. As for Xin Xiaoxiao's acquaintance with Jiang Yuan, that was even simpler to fathom. Xin Xiaoxiao was, after all, Qin Shuyu's roommate and confidant, and Jiang Yuan's fortuitous encounter with her was easily explained. The only noteworthy aspect about Jiang Yuan was that he had achieved a modicum of success among his peers, having opened several fruit stores, purchased a car, and acquired a home, which could be considered respectable. However, did he truly believe that earning a few $100,000 made him a match for someone of Jiang Yuan's caliber? After reviewing the documents, Jiang Yuan felt reassured. He had grossly overestimated Jiang Yuan. This insignificant brat could easily be disposed of with just a couple of acquaintances. His plans had begun to take shape, and he finally had the opportunity to unleash his pent-up wrath. Yet, one detail struck him as surprising: a medical diagnosis report issued by the hospital just 2 days prior. In summary, it stated that Jiang Yuan would not survive beyond 3 days. If this were accurate, Jiang Yuan was destined to perish by tomorrow. The sunset he now beheld would be the last glimmer of light he would ever witness. But then he recalled the insufferable smile on Jiang Yuan's face in Lin Wanqi's home, making it difficult for Jiang Yuan to associate the dire diagnosis with him. Could it be that Lin Wanqi had intervened to save him? It must be so. Jiang Yuan quickly grasped the crux of the matter. He need not concern himself with the details. This was fortuitous for him. The hospital's report was almost tantamount to a death certificate, relieving him of considerable hassle. Since the King of Hell has decreed your demise for tomorrow, I, Jiang Yuan, shall ensure you do not survive the night. Jiang Yuan swiftly redialed Niu Tong. After issuing his orders, Niu Tong on the other end sounded somewhat astonished and uncertain. Young master, should we not deliberate this further? You've only just left Lin Wanqi's. And if Jiang Yuan encounters an issue, it could very well lead back to you. Heh, Uncle Niu, do you genuinely believe that calling you uncle implies familial ties? Just execute my commands. Do you not see that tonight presents a rare opportunity? My original plan was to drag him to the lake to feed the fish. Now that he bears a terminal illness, is it not even more advantageous? I am merely providing him with a timely act of kindness. He will be grateful. Moreover, even if they suspect me, what of it? Once Jiang Yuan is dead, who will defend a deceased pauper? Even if they did, there would be no evidence. Who could challenge me? As he spoke, Jiang Yuan's words grew frenzied, as though he had already captured Jiang Yuan and was reveling in the act of tearing him apart before his very eyes. There was more he had yet to articulate. Jiang Yuan was merely the first step in a much grander scheme. Jiang Yuan even clenched his fists. He would have Lin Wanqi. He would have Xin Xiaoxiao. He would claim them all. Understood, young master. I shall attend to it immediately. Niu Tong on the other end could only acquiesce. He couldn't help but silently mourn for Jiang Yuan. It seemed he would not be allowed to die in peace. Chapter 61, delivering a ton to them. Meanwhile, at Tang Island No. 1, Jiang Yuan was blissfully fishing at the dock in the backyard, entirely oblivious to Zhang Yu's impending assault, leading a life akin to a carefree wanderer, filled with unique delights. As for the golden retriever, Coco, it had now become his steadfast guardian. After rewarding it with a chili pepper that afternoon, Coco no longer ventured towards Lin Wanqi's. It followed Jiang Yuan wherever he went. Once a fish was hooked, there was no need for Jiang Yuan to intervene, as Coco would leap into the water to catch it, presenting it to Jiang Yuan as if seeking approval. Although Jiang Yuan had no need for such assistance, he found it amusing. He subsequently tossed the fish into the pool, initiating the cultivation of a spirited fish. Glancing at the dimming sky, Jiang Yuan felt a touch of fatigue. It was time to eat, wash up, and sleep. He anticipated an interesting evening and found himself growing somewhat bored. Tomorrow, he needed to procure some jade stones to create a simple formation in the front and backyards. To obscure things a bit, currently, the growth of the fruits and vegetables was quite normal, slightly better than others, but in a few days, they would undoubtedly shine brilliantly, clearly distinguishing them from the mundane. After retrieving 2 fish from the pool and casually picking some vegetables, Jiang Yuan headed back. Noticing Coco still wanted to follow him, he instructed, "Coco, tonight someone is coming to steal your food. Do you agree?" Woof. The golden retriever's expression shifted dramatically, revealing its not-so-sharp fangs as it barked twice. "You must keep an eye on both the front and backyards. Do you know what you need to do?" Upon hearing this, Coco promptly turned around and began patrolling the area, its eyes scanning vigilantly as if ferocious beasts lurked in the shadows, always on high alert. Observing Coco's comical demeanor as it returned to its duty of guarding the house, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but smile. Back in the kitchen, Jiang Yuan delighted in cooking, having successfully persuaded the ant to leave. He felt more at ease preparing dishes with the spiritual fruits and vegetables he had grown himself. After all, anything he cooked was bound to be delicious. He was, indeed, the chef. In less than an hour, a delightful array of home-cooked dishes was prepared: sweet and sour fish, spicy stir-fried meat, and tomato scrambled eggs. Accompanied by a plate of glistening, tempting cherries, the meal was visually appetizing and elicited a mouth-watering response. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqi, who had been busy upstairs, took a deep breath, her delicate nose twitching slightly. Upon descending the stairs, she spotted Jiang Yuan still engaged in his tasks, while the dining table was elegantly set for dinner. In a moment of reverie, she felt as though she and Jiang Yuan had been living this life for many years, akin to a couple who treated each other with utmost respect, basking in the warmth and joy of their shared existence. "Wanqi, dinner is ready. Come and eat," Jiang Yuan called out, jolting Lin Wanqi back to reality. "Darling, did you train as a chef? The dishes smell divine," she exclaimed. "Huh. A skilled cook can only do so much without quality ingredients. These ingredients are exceptional. Anything cooked with them will taste good. Besides, I lived independently as a child. I wouldn't call myself a chef, but I can whip up a few simple dishes," he replied with a charming smile that warmed Lin Wanqi's heart. Reflecting on her past, she realized how fortunate she was compared to Jiang Yuan, despite the chaos that had engulfed her life 7 years ago. The thought of her previous suicidal tendencies felt immature in hindsight, and she was grateful that Jiang Yuan had offered her a second chance. Her mind wandered to Qin Shuyu, who had forsaken such a remarkable man for the sake of a few handbags and the favor of Lin Zihao. She mused that perhaps she was the only foolish woman in the world. "Hey, Wanqi, dinner is served," Jiang Yuan said, waving his hand in front of her face to regain her attention. "Right, let us eat," she responded, savoring each bite of the meal. To her surprise, the flavors were exceptionally delectable that evening. "Darling, if you're not a master chef, then I've never tasted anything this delicious before. It seems even better than usual," she remarked, her previous reservations forgotten as she indulged in the meal without concern for her image. By the end of dinner, however, most of the food had found its way into Jiang Yuan's stomach. "Here, have some fruit to cleanse your palate. Luckily, you didn't give any to Ren Chongqing today, otherwise you would surely regretted it," Jiang Yuan suggested, implying that sharing such exquisite fruit would have diminished her own enjoyment. Lin Wanqi furrowed her brow in response. "Of course, I haven't even tasted it myself. Why should I give it away?" As she spoke, she popped a cherry into her mouth. The moment the juice burst in her mouth, her taste buds were awakened, and she found herself momentarily frozen, utterly captivated by the experience that transcended mere fruit. Lin Wanqi, who had never considered herself a foodie, realized she must indeed be one. She just had not encountered fruit that could truly enchant her until now. After finishing the cherry, she regained her composure and declared earnestly, "I've decided. Tomorrow, I will bring fruit to old Master Ren and xianxiaaudiobooks." Jiang Yuan was puzzled by her sudden generosity. Lin Wanqi continued, "I'll buy the most delicious cherries, the finest peaches, and the prettiest loquats, 1 ton of each, and deliver them to them." Jiang Yuan nearly choked on his fruit, taken aback by her seriousness. He had expected some grand proclamation, yet here was a playful side to Lin Wanxi he anticipated. Once they had feasted, Lin Wanxi, feeling a twinge of guilt, headed to the gym on the lower floor to practice yoga, inviting Jiang Yuan to join her. The thought of Lin Wanxi in her yoga attire, gracefully executing complex poses, stirred a heat within him. She was undoubtedly teasing him, intentionally tempting him with her allure. He resolved not to let her distract him, especially as his body had yet to fully recover. Meanwhile, outside on the shores of Golden Spirit Lake, three shadowy figures equipped with diving gear silently submerged into the water. They descended without causing a ripple, the night's darkness enveloping them as the sound of waves crashing against the shore concealed their presence. Following their coordinates, they soon reached the underwater expanse beneath Jiang Yuan's estate, though they hesitated to act. Instead, they deployed an underwater robot, which began its slow ascent towards the surface. As the saying goes, one must progress with the times to avoid obsolescence. Those engaged in the murky work of espionage could not afford to rely solely on primitive tools. Drones and robots were their forte. The underwater robot advanced towards the shore, but just as it was about to extend its camera to survey the situation, a furry paw suddenly loomed into view, magnifying on the screen. A sharp cracking sound echoed as the robot was obliterated. The three figures below were nearly paralyzed with fear. Could it be? They had been so cautious, only to meet an untimely end? Had the Lin family already foreseen their intrusion, leading them into a trap? Trembling, they felt the water's surface ripple, and just as they braced for the worst, they were stunned to find that nothing followed. Could it have been an accident? A wave of relief washed over them. Perhaps fate was on their side after all. Jiang Yuan still had to die. After about 10 minutes, the trio exchanged glances and silently agreed to send out another underwater robot. With three at their disposal, they had one left to utilize. This time, the robot moved even slower, but after a minute, it successfully captured images of the surroundings. Indeed, it was Jiang Yuan's residence. However, their excitement was short-lived. As the moment the robot surfaced for air, it was again met with destruction. Damn it, they collectively despaired, finally realizing that the perpetrator was none other than the very dog they had been warned against confronting directly. This was a genuine canine, lingering by the water's edge at such an hour. Was it some kind of water dog? Understanding dawned upon them, revealing the absurdity of their situation. With no choice but to wait, they resigned themselves to the fact that this creature might eventually lose interest and depart. Three divers had no choice but to continue lurking beneath the water. This time, they waited for half an hour, which was deemed sufficiently cautious, until the final underwater robot slowly ascended. Even when it swam past schools of fish, the creatures remained unperturbed. What was initially perceived as a straightforward infiltration mission had taken an unexpected turn. The three divers, now fixated on the robot's movements, dared not even breathe, their eyes glued to the screen. Should they fail again, they might well become the fish's next meal. The moonlight bathed the surface of the water, creating a shimmering spectacle that, when viewed from beneath, revealed a unique beauty of the Golden Spirit Lake under the moon's glow. The trio, unwittingly captivated by the scene, exhaled in relief only when the robot surfaced and provided a comprehensive view of the estate. Thankfully, that foolish dog had vanished, having grown weary of its antics. Moreover, there was not a soul in sight along the embankment. Aside from the cicadas' chorus, the surroundings were eerily silent. On such a dark and windy night, it was indeed the perfect time for murder. The divers, seasoned veterans, executed their ascent with utmost stealth. Lin Wanxi, who had already retired for the night, remained blissfully unaware. However, in a second-floor guest room, a man and a dog were present. The dog was enthusiastically devouring a mix of chili, greens, and cabbage, savoring the medley of flavors. To an outsider, it would surely appear as if the creature had lost its mind, or perhaps was rabid, utterly deranged, oblivious to its own dietary preferences. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan, with a smile upon his face, observed the three divers through a one-way mirror, a cup of strong tea in hand. Without a cup of tea, sleep would elude him. As he had anticipated, Zhang Yuza had indeed dispatched three divers, which spoke to his regard for him. Unbeknownst to the trio, their every move was under Jiang Yuan's keen scrutiny. One of them, concealing himself, had commenced hacking into Lin Wanxi's home security system, while another deployed miniature robots to scout the vicinity. It was not long before the third diver also sprang into action, swiftly positioning himself beside the glass sliding door. Crouching down, he tossed a round camera inside to assess the situation. To their delight, the room was empty, indicating they were temporarily safe. The audacity of Miss Lin was astonishing. She had apparently vacated the premises along with all security personnel, thus facilitating their operation. The man in the middle set down his briefcase and began quickly bypassing the electric mechanism of the sliding door. In less than 10 seconds, He stood up and gently pushed the glass door, which opened with barely a whisper, even in the stillness of the night. They had succeeded halfway. Now, they merely needed to locate Jiang Yuan's room and administer their prepared concoction to him, thus completing their mission. The man who had breached the door, eyeing the staircase. Tread lightly as he approached the stairway. He needed to act swiftly. The surveillance system had been compromised, and should the security personnel take notice, their cover would soon be blown. However, an unexpected sound interrupted the silence. Applause, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps descending the stairs. I must say, your path has indeed narrowed, Jiang Yuan taunted, gazing mockingly at the diver before him. With such impressive skills, you could easily crack an advanced electric door in 10 seconds. Why not take your talents to the digital stage and become an internet sensation? Imagine the wealth you could amass. The diver, momentarily stunned, found himself at a loss for words as he instinctively sought to retort. He had dedicated half a year to honing his skills. Yet, he realized in horror that the surrounding silence rendered him mute. He could utter not a single word. Chapter 63. This man is a devil. How could this be possible? Why could he not speak? Even if discovered, he needed to warn his companions. But as he turned to flee, he was horrified to find that his body had betrayed him, immobilized in an inexplicable manner. The surreal scene evoked memories of the classic tale, Journey to the West, where Sun Wukong immobilized the celestial maidens in the peach garden to plunder their fruit. Oh, how he had envied that power in his youth. Now, he found himself in a similar predicament. The diver blinked desperately, but to no avail, as he watched Jiang Yuan approach ever closer until he was mere inches away. Jiang Yuan's expression shifted to disappointment. This was not the big catch he had anticipated, although he had suspected as much. Let us see what you have in this little box of yours, he said nonchalantly, effortlessly relieving the diver of his briefcase. Among the contents, a white vial caught his eye. Explosive body pill. Inside were several brown capsules emitting a foul odor, far inferior to any elixir Jiang Yuan had encountered before. What is this? He inquired calmly, adopting the demeanor of an eager student. If you're willing to tell me, blink 3 times. If not, remain silent. As Jiang Yuan spoke, he noted the diver's unwavering resolve. The man's eyes widened in alarm, as if fearing misunderstanding. Jiang Yuan chuckled, excellent. I admire a man of strength like you. Then, with a gentle tug, he began dragging the diver toward the exit. The diver's spirits lifted. Surely, the others would come to his rescue upon seeing him being led away. They must have been watching the entire ordeal unfold. However, as the threshold was crossed, he instinctively held his breath, fearing he might alert Jiang Yuan. Yet, upon passing through the doorway, silence reigned. When he glimpsed his 2 companions, equally dazed and confused, his heart sank. This man was no ordinary foe. He was a devil, wielding some arcane power that ensnared them all. Jiang Yuan seemed to read his thoughts. Muttering to himself, how could I be a monster? After all, even deities can perform such feats. I am, in fact, a celestial being. Though his words were lighthearted, the fear in the diver's eyes deepened, eclipsing even the terror of facing a monster. They were staunch materialists, adherents of technology, and this man's very existence threatened to unravel everything they believed. The 3 individuals collectively screamed within their hearts, yet none could utter a single syllable. Jiang Yuan's voice, reminiscent of a devil's whisper, resonated near the sentinel frog's ears. Pray tell, what is it? If you wish to speak, blink 3 times. If you prefer silence, do not blink at all. Unsurprisingly, the sentinel frog made the same choice as the door-opening frog had moments earlier. Very well, you shall consume this, Jiang Yuan declared, producing a pill without hesitation and promptly forcing it into the sentinel frog's mouth. The sentinel frog, having swallowed the explosive pill, exhibited a horrifying look of terror, seemingly more afraid of Jiang Yuan than anything else, its body trembling uncontrollably. This was sheer fright at its zenith. Had it possessed the ability to articulate, it would undoubtedly cry out in protest. Are you not bound by any sense of martial ethics? You merely asked if I was willing to speak. Had you indicated that refusing would result in consuming such a pill, even without being beaten to a pulp, I would have complied. Moreover, why must I be the first to ingest it? Did you not just encounter the door-opening frog? Alas, fate was not in its favor. For Jiang Yuan offered no choice. After the pill was swallowed, it was not long before Jiang Yuan observed the sentinel frog's body turning crimson, its nostrils flaring like a bull, the temperature within its body surging alarmingly, quickly surpassing 39 degrees Celsius. Compounding its discomfort was the fact that Jiang Yuan's psychic energy had immobilized it, rendering it incapable of even a pained cry. The once red skin of the sentinel frog soon morphed into a deep purple, with veins bulging grotesquely from its arms and neck, as if its insides were under immense pressure. Jiang Yuan delivered a swift kick, sending the sentinel frog crashing to the ground. Perhaps it was this act that disrupted the balance, for soon blood began to pour from the sentinel frog's orifices, transforming it into a veritable figure of gore. Mere minutes later, the sentinel frog succumbed to death. Jiang Yuan finally comprehended the nature of the pill. It was evidently a substance designed to incite a frenzy akin to beastly bloodlust. In layman's terms, it could be likened to a tenfold stimulant. A person consuming such a potent stimulant would inevitably suffer catastrophic internal consequences, leading to a fatal explosion of bodily fluids. The threshold for this explosive demise was reached when the blood loss reached a pound, effectively sealing one's fate. Hence the term explosive 1-pound pill. Upon this realization, Jiang Yuan's expression grew cold. Jiang Yuan was indeed quite ruthless. His actions could mark him as a formidable figure even in the realm of Qin. Strictly speaking, Jiang Yuan harbored no significant grievances against him, yet it was intriguing how he sought to bring about his demise over a trifling incident from earlier that day. Perhaps he felt his existence had grown tiresome. With a newfound clarity, Jiang Yuan slowly turned to regard another hacker frog, whose fingers trembled violently upon the keyboard. Its eyelids blinked rhythmically in a desperate plea. "Release the sentinel frog. Come at me instead. I am willing to speak. I am willing to speak." However, Jiang Yuan was not one to conform to conventional methods. "I shall pose a question, and if you are willing to answer, blink 3 times. If you refuse, do not blink at all." Upon hearing this, the hacker frog began to blink in a steady rhythm, clearly prepared to respond. It understood the implications of the pill. "Excellent. You are quite astute," Jiang Yuan remarked. "Now, answer me this. Who sent you to assassinate me?" The hacker frog was taken aback. It had expected a question regarding the explosive pill, not a sudden shift in inquiry. Yet this question was no mere formality. It was a perilous query, one it dared not answer. Revealing the truth would mean ruin not just for itself, but for its entire family. Absolutely not. It could not speak. Jiang Yuan noticed its hesitation, a quizzical expression crossing his face. Did you not claim your willingness to cooperate? Why the sudden uncertainty?" He then added, "Very well. You shall also take a sweet bean." With that, a pill appeared in the hacker frog's mouth as well. Chapter 64. So you knew everything. Why ask me? As expected, another figure emerged from the vegetable patch, bloodied and lifeless. The remaining door-opening frog bore witness to this grim spectacle, astonished by the mercilessness of the man before him, who would resort to drugging them at the slightest provocation. It did not wish to consume the pill, unlike Pan Jinlian, who had coaxed Wu Dalong with a gentle, "Dalong, take your medicine." Jiang Yuan had no qualms about force-feeding, exhibiting a brutality that was shocking. As thoughts of its impending fate filled its mind, the door-opening frog trembled uncontrollably, as if under the influence of a paralyzing spell. Its once steadfast resolve began to waver. Initially, it had not anticipated Jiang Yuan's ferocity. He seemed like an ordinary person, one who might merely deliver a beating or call the police. Yet Jiang Yuan was a demon, exhibiting a cruelty that surpassed their own, especially with his calm demeanor that betrayed no emotion. The door-opening frog felt itself spiraling into madness. Desperation took hold, and its eyes began to blink frantically. Jiang Yuan returned to its side, casually stating, "You likely have no valuable information to impart, so let's dispense with the pleasantries and proceed with the pills. Let us make this easier for all involved." "Damn it, who said I wouldn't talk?" the door-opening frog thought, feeling as though its very autonomy was being stripped away. The rhythm resumed, and a figure clad in a diving suit, only half of its face visible, began to blink furiously. Truth be told, I could surmise much even without your words. Is the mastermind behind this Zhang family perhaps Jiang Yuan? Or might he not appear directly, leaving it to that Uncle Niu? The door-opening frog, overhearing Jiang Yuan's musings, first froze in shock before spiraling into a frenzy. "Damn it, you knew everything. Why then inquire of those 2 brothers?" Their unwavering silence proved utterly futile. Such a tragic fate. A wave of dread washed over it as it realized Jiang Yuan was willing to share so much information, treating it as if it were already dead. Knowing the Zhang family was involved, yet remaining so audacious, could he truly be an ordinary person? It resolved to comply with Jiang Yuan's every demand, hoping to secure even a single chance at survival. As expected, Jiang Yuan spoke again. "You seem experienced now, so I shall not repeat the rules. Do you wish to answer my question?" The door-opening frog, of course, blinked frantically in affirmation. "Excellent. So here is my inquiry. If I were to release you, would you be willing to testify that all of this was orchestrated by the Zhang family and provide evidence?" This scoundrel. He has changed the question again, and this one is more difficult than all the prior ones combined. How could I possibly agree? In truth, the door-opening frog was uncertain about who had given it the orders. It only knew that Niu Tong had sent them to carry out a task, with promises of foreign escape afterward. They had chosen to take a risk against an ordinary person, merely administering some drugs. But Jiang Yuan's mocking expression made it clear that Zhang Yuze, the Zhang family's second son, was indeed the mastermind. To testify against the Zhang family would spell disaster for its own family. Even if Jiang Yuan were to let it go, it would still face a grim fate. It was over. This time it was truly finished. This young man had never intended to release them, and the door-opening frog's heart sank into desolation. From the very beginning, it should never have come here. The door frog had a decent plan. Jiang Yuan had never intended to spare these individuals, aiming instead to make them vanish without a trace. The clay figurines still possessed some residual anger, truly mistaking him, Jiang Yuan, for a mere plaything. Moreover, these three were merely the beginning. Given their intentions to harm him, they must be prepared for the consequences of their actions. In the fleeting moments before the door frog succumbed, his final thought was, the Zhang family is doomed, particularly Zhang Yuze, who remained blissfully unaware of the caliber of the individuals he had offended. Jiang Yuan glanced at the three dark figures, initially contemplating burying them in the ground to enrich the soil for crops. However, upon reflection, he realized that as he would be consuming food daily, the thought was rather unsettling. Ultimately, he opted to confine them within the Linglong Tower. They might prove useful in the future. After clapping his hands and tidying up the scene, Jiang Yuan nonchalantly returned to his room on the second floor. Had it been morning, he would not have been so composed. Yet, after dinner and the purification by the spiritual fruit, Jiang Yuan's cultivation had restored to the second level of Qi refinement. From a power standpoint, this level did not signify a substantial increase. However, for Jiang Yuan, it was different. Not only had his body become further solidified, but the greatest advantage was his ability to wield greater mental power. He sensed that his mental acuity had grown remarkably strong post-transmigration, and as his physical form recovered, this sensation became increasingly pronounced, at least surpassing his peak state of perfect Qi refinement. Thus, while exerting his mental power to immobilize a few ordinary individuals was somewhat taxing, it was not overly challenging, especially since he could replenish himself with fruit at any moment. Another benefit of his mental prowess was that, enveloped by it, he discovered that his phone had instantaneously lost signal, severing all ties with the outside world. Consequently, from the moment those frogmen entered the courtyard, they forfeited all chances, even the opportunity to call for help. Tragically, they remained oblivious to this until their demise. Jiang Yuan maintained an unruffled demeanor, his heart undisturbed, while elsewhere in another courtyard, the atmosphere was far from tranquil. Niu Tong stared intently at his phone, awaiting a call. To err on the side of caution, they had opted against instant messaging, fearing that if those individuals were discovered, it would leave traces that could lead to reverse tracking, ultimately embroiling the young master in significant trouble. This decision meant he could only receive news once the trio completed their task. Niu Shu, how reliable are those individuals? Why have they not responded yet? Zhang Yuze inquired. Glancing at his watch, 2.5 hours had elapsed since their operation commenced. Even elderly men in their 70s or 80s would have given some sign by now. Niu Tong's brow furrowed deeply as he pondered. Could it be that they were captured by Zhou Fu? Impossible. Zhou Fu will not return to the Lin family for several more hours. Even if he were a deity, he couldn't teleport there instantaneously. Zhang Yuze firmly rejected the notion, growing increasingly anxious. If there were no results by tonight, he would find it difficult to sleep soundly. Yet, another 2 hours passed, and Niu Tong's phone remained eerily silent. He too began to sense that something was amiss. It appears the three may indeed be in trouble, young master. The Lin family has likely deployed additional security forces. They probably hesitated to act or have been lying in ambush. We might as well wait a little longer. Moreover, I just checked the surveillance from property number 1 on Tang Island and found no irregularities at Lin Wanqi's home. It remains eerily quiet. Zhang Yuze's complexion darkened as uncertainty crept in. Is it possible they absconded with the money? After all, they were given a substantial sum of 10 million. That amount could easily tempt them to take a desperate gamble. Niu Tong, too, felt uncertain. If the trio were not foolish beyond measure, they would not engage in such reckless behavior. Yet the current situation was entirely inexplicable. Surely, they could not have been devoured by that dog-killing creature? Despite Niu Tong's myriad hypotheses, Zhang Yuze remained restless. If the trio had indeed been captured, tracing the leads back to him would spell disaster. Contemplating this, Zhang Yuze turned to Niu Tong and asked, Niu Shu, could those three betray us? Is there a chance they might trace it back to you? This matter has nothing to do with me. Chapter 65. Less than a billion. They say no. Observing Zhang Yuze's growing agitation, Niu Tong could only sigh internally. It was premature to prepare for a non-stick pan when there was no real issue at hand. After a moment of contemplation, Niu Tong solemnly shook his head. Young master, that is impossible. As long as they aren't utterly foolish, they won't divulge anything. Even if others suspect us, there will be no evidence. It would only serve to frame and defame us. For security reasons, we did not establish any communication that could leave traces. Exposure is out of the question. As one of the Zhang family's trusted operatives, Niu Tong was adept at handling such matters, genuinely unconcerned about exposure. His only lingering question was what the trio was actually up to. Hearing this, Zhang Yu's expression softened slightly. He held a modicum of faith in Niu Tong's abilities. However, the unease was not easily dispelled. The absence of any news felt like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, instilling a sense of dread. They waited through the night until Jiang Yuan could no longer endure the tension and finally succumbed to sleep. The following day, as dawn illuminated the earth, Jiang Yuan rose on schedule, feeling rejuvenated and ready for a new day. He sensed that his body had nearly healed, with no threat to his life. Any lingering injuries would gradually fade with time. After preparing breakfast, Lin Wanqi awoke just in time. Naturally, she remained blissfully unaware of the three individuals who had vanished from the courtyard the day before. "Good morning, darling. I have to go to the office today to handle some matters, so I won't be able to stay home with you," Lin Wanqi said, attempting to project a warm smile. Jiang Yuan, however, perceptively detected the worry etched on her face. It was evident that the Zhang family had placed considerable pressure on her. "All right, you go ahead. I need to step out soon to buy some things," Jiang Yuan replied. After a moment's thought, he rummaged through his pocket and produced a charm bag, handing it to Lin Wanqi. "Take this with you. It's a charm I obtained from the temple. Ever since I acquired it, my luck has improved, so I hope it brings you good fortune." This reasoning was, of course, fabricated. The charm bag was initially intended as a gift for Qin Shuyu, but she had been more interested in luxury brands, leaving Jiang Yuan to keep it for himself. Last night, he had realized it could serve as a simple protective talisman for Lin Wanqi, capable of fending off attacks from the first level of Qi refinement. Even if it would be considered a trifling item in the celestial realm. In the modern urban environment, however, it was a rare treasure. Moreover, with a few grains of celestial soil as its foundation, its durability would be exceptionally long-lasting. Ordinary firearms would struggle to inflict harm, making it perfect for Lin Wanqi to wear. This way, he would also be instantly informed of any developments. It was merely a casual gesture, requiring little of his mental effort, so Jiang Yuan did not dwell on it. Lin Wanqi, holding the charm bag, appeared momentarily lost in thought before solemnly placing it on her person. Coming back to her senses, she nearly forgot her own business. She produced a premium black gold card and handed it to Jiang Yuan. "Darling, since you're going out to shop today, take this card. If you run low, just let me know." Jiang Yuan did not hesitate to accept it. He felt no shame in doing so. From a value perspective, his spiritual fruits and the charm bag were incredibly precious, perhaps one of a kind in the world. As he casually dined, he remarked, "This card appears quite luxurious. How much money is contained within it?" "Well, there is a minimum deposit requirement to issue this card. One must deposit 100 million. "What?" Jiang Yuan was taken aback. His hand froze in mid-bite as he questioned whether he had misheard. "Did you say how much? 100 million? "Yes, consider this my personal vault. In reality, there isn't much inside, only about 90 million. You may use it for now." Upon hearing this, even Jiang Yuan, accustomed to the grandeur of life, felt a shiver run down his spine. Just listen to that. Not much, and you may use it, as if this were merely pocket change. Is this the everyday life of the affluent? An amount he wouldn't dare to dream of was merely their allowance, their little treasure trove. This surely solidified his title of a kept man. Now it was indisputable. Seeing Jiang Yuan's stunned expression, Lin Wanqi couldn't help but smile. Since their acquaintance, even during his gravest illness, he had always exuded an air of calmness, unflinching even in the face of calamity. Witnessing him in such a dazed state was a first. Lin Wanqi chuckled. "Hee, we have money. Spend as you please. As long as it's not illegal, do whatever you wish." Feeling as if he were being teased by Lin Wanqi, Jiang Yuan recalled her previous suggestion to assist him in charming women with her collection of sports cars. It made him suspect that her gaze was anything but ordinary. Surely, she intended to corrupt him with her wealth. This was indeed his Achilles heel. A weakness he could only accept. After all, which man could refuse such an offer? 100 million without any conditions for him to squander. Who could say no? After their meal, Lin Wanqi began to tidy up to leave. At that moment, an elderly man with salt and pepper hair but a vigorous demeanor arrived to escort Lin Wanqi, affectionately referred to as Uncle Fu. It was evident that Uncle Fu had hurried back, displaying a hint of anxiety and irritation on his face. As Lin Wanqi had matters to attend to, Zhou Fu merely greeted him with a simple "Hello, son-in-law," before they departed the courtyard. What caught Jiang Yuan's attention was the subtle aura of danger he sensed emanating from Zhou Fu. Each of his steps was as grounded as an ancient tree, exuding a stability that seemed to harbor immense strength. To the untrained eye, he appeared merely to be moving with a slight rhythm, undetectable as anything unusual. Jiang Yuan understood. This was a master. His prowess likely rivaled that of Ren Chongqing, whom he encountered yesterday, making it clear that ordinary individuals could not approach him. This made sense, given Jiang Yuan's tendencies. If Lin Wanxi had not been surrounded by such formidable protectors, she would likely have long since lost her reputation. With Uncle Fu at her side, her safety was presumably assured. Moreover, Jiang Yuan noticed that the security personnel outside the estate had evidently been bolstered. Each guard displayed a level of vigor that far surpassed that of the previous day's crew. It seemed Lin Wanxi had been busy overnight, establishing numerous arrangements with unyielding efficiency. Managing $1 billion conglomerate at such a young age, how could she possibly appear as delicate as she seemed? However, none of this concerned Jiang Yuan. He had no pressing matters today, primarily intending to acquire some jade. Previously, he had contemplated his few million and realized that purchasing a substantial amount of jade would be challenging, leaving him only to execute simple formations. Yet now, with 100 million at his disposal, his thoughts became invigorated. He could directly purchase raw stones. Unlike others, he possessed a unique advantage in this endeavor. He could utilize spiritual energy to test those raw stones. The greater the resonance with his spiritual energy, the finer the quality of jade contained within. With 100 million in funds, he could indulge freely. Just as Jiang Yuan contemplated searching online for places in Sioux City to purchase raw stones, his phone suddenly buzzed. Upon checking, he saw it was Shen Xiaoxiao. Brother Jiang Yuan, I'm coming to play. I'm almost at your neighborhood. Are you home? Chapter 66. The largest gambling stone venue is the Zhang family's. Upon reading Shen Xiaoxiao's message, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but conjure an image of her gentle and serene figure, embodying a unique classical beauty. She was quite the sunny girl. It was unexpected that she had arrived so soon after mentioning she would come in a few days. It seemed less than 24 hours had passed. Considering his need to purchase raw stones, Shen Xiaoxiao was undoubtedly the best person to accompany him. Who else in Sioux City would possess more knowledge about acquiring large quantities of raw stones worth millions than these prominent families? 3 minutes later, Shen Xiaoxiao stood before Jiang Yuan. Today, she wore a creamy white knit top paired with a pale green long skirt, almost translucent, reminiscent of lotus leaves glistening with morning dew, swaying gracefully in the breeze. Her hair was loosely pinned up with a hairpin, with a few wisps framing her face, lending her an air of vivacity, as if a classical beauty had stepped into the modern world. Jiang Yuan wagered that in her attire, she could easily blend into the Qingxin continent and would undoubtedly be mistaken for a native. Brother Jiang Yuan, where is Sister Wanxi? Shen Xiaoxiao inquired cheerfully, her eyes appraising him up and down, relieved to see he was well. It seemed the hospital had misdiagnosed him. Sister Wanxi seems busy with company matters. She just went out. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but reflect on how both Lin Wanxi and Shen Xiaoxiao appeared to be carefree, living lives of the wealthiest elite. Yet, one was born into luxury while the other had to strive to stay in such a world. The disparity was significant. Oh dear, it's a pity Sister Wanxi isn't here. Brother Jiang Yuan, whatever you wish to do, I can accompany you. Although Shen Xiaoxiao expressed her disappointment, Jiang Yuan detected no semblance of sorrow. Rather, she seemed more excited. This girl, who appeared delicate and fragile, often spoke in ways that could easily be misconstrued. What did she mean by whatever you want to do? Brother Jiang Yuan, the things you wish to do may be beyond what you can afford. Nonetheless, this fortuitously spared him from much hassle. Jiang Yuan then asked, Xiaoxiao, I genuinely need to consult you about something. Brother Jiang Yuan, speak freely. I promise to be forthright. Shen Xiaoxiao replied with a gentle smile. I've heard that wealthy individuals enjoy gambling on stones. I've only seen it in films and novels, never witnessed it firsthand. I'd like to know if there are any places in Sioux City where one can gamble on stones. The bigger, the better, since I have some time. I'd like to experience it. Jiang Yuan did not disclose his true intentions directly, opting for a casual excuse instead. Upon hearing his words, Shen Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, appearing puzzled. Brother Jiang Yuan, do you want jade? Just tell me how much you need. I can give it to you. Besides, my family is in the jade business. You can choose from our stock, and I won't charge you. Without further inquiry, Shen Xiaoxiao promptly prepared to offer Jiang Yuan jade, hoping to dissuade him from gambling on stones. Naturally, Jiang Yuan could not accept such generosity. He would not casually take from Shen Xiaoxiao. Even buying from her family was out of the question. He aimed to seize the opportunity without focusing on the Shen family. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuan responded, Xiaoxiao, I want to be going to your family's place. I do have the funds. I merely wish to take a look. Visiting your home would hold little intrigue. Shen Xiaoxiao found this reasoning quite valid. If they were to frequent her family's establishment, everyone would be familiar with her, which might render Jiang Yuan somewhat restrained. An outcome that would be less than ideal. After pondering for a moment, Shen Xiaoxiao expressed her dilemma. Aside from my family's jade gambling venue, the largest one I am aware of is indeed known, yet I believe it is best to avoid it altogether. Why is that? Jiang Yuan inquired, puzzled. Surely you've heard from Sister Wanqi that the Zhang family originally built their fortune through illicit means, only to cleanse their reputation in recent decades. However, they still dabble in certain fringe businesses. For instance, the private jade gambling venues are predominantly controlled by the Zhang family. Wouldn't gambling there simply line their pockets? Upon hearing Xianxiao's explanation, Jiang Yuan instantly grasped the situation. It was a matter of avoiding becoming a pawn for the Zhang family. However, unbeknownst to Xiao, her words had the opposite effect on Jiang Yuan, who now felt even more determined to visit the Zhang family's gambling venue. Such a lucrative target was too enticing to resist. Very well, Xiao, let us proceed to the Zhang family's establishment. I shall merely observe and refrain from spending extravagantly. Who knows, perhaps fortune will smile upon me, and I might even bring their business to ruin, Jiang Yuan jested casually. Xiao found his reasoning compelling. After all, it was merely a game, and a small sum of money was inconsequential. Should Jiang Yuan deplete his funds, she would still have ample resources. With this realization, Xiao's spirits lifted, and she felt a sense of delight as Jiang Yuan's candor brought her joy. Then let us go. It has been ages since I last indulged. This is far more entertaining than the lottery. Many find jade gambling quite enthralling. You shall see, brother Jiang Yuan, she said. There's always the chance of losing everything in one fell swoop, or conversely, becoming overnight millionaires. Yet, jade gambling is much like a casino. Unless one plays and exits swiftly, the money earned remains merely a fleeting possession. Once you look back, it is almost certain to result in a loss. The house always wins. As Xiao recounted amusing anecdotes about jade gambling, she beckoned Jiang Yuan to board her beetle, a vehicle that seemed rather understated for her status. As they departed, Jiang Yuan exchanged greetings with Kiki, who would keep watch over the house. Lin Wanqi had recently bolstered the security measures at the estate, ensuring it was well guarded during the day when no one was home. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yuan, as they drove away from Tangdao No. 1, someone in a villa across from them had already made a phone call. Hello, young Master Zhang. Jiang Yuan has made a move. He is now in the car of Miss Shan, but I am uncertain of their destination. Should we follow them? On the other end of the line, Zhang Yuza, weary and bleary-eyed from a sleepless night, felt a surge of surprise and excitement upon hearing news of Jiang Yuan. He was both pleased to have tracked Jiang Yuan's movements and astonished that the young man dared to emerge from Tangdao No. 1 after crossing him. Where had Jiang Yuan and the others been the previous day? They were now entirely untraceable, and Jiang Yuan and Lin Wanqi seemed unscathed, as if nothing had transpired. Could it be that the trio had absconded with his money? Damn it! Does Zhang Yu's money come so easily? Sensing he had uncovered a truth, Zhang Yu instructed. Do not raise any alarms for now. Miss Shan likely has bodyguards nearby. You may follow them, but maintain your distance and avoid exposure. Chapter 67. Let us see who has the better luck. Zhang Yu felt a wave of frustration. Jiang Yuan seemed to have struck an incredible stroke of luck. Though he had left Tangdao No. 1, being in Xiao as company complicated matters. As long as she was by his side, Zhang Yu had little recourse. He could only bide his time, waiting for Jiang Yuan to act alone, at which point he could strike decisively. For now, he awaited his opportunity. As for the three who had taken his money, they were destined for ruin. In the beetle, Jiang Yuan casually inquired, Xiao, when you go out, is it typical for you to have numerous bodyguards shadowing you? Xiao was unreserved in her response, explaining, oh, certainly, there are indeed some. I wouldn't need to think twice about it. If my grandfather Ren were with me, there would be no need for bodyguards. However, if he has matters to attend to, bodyguards will discreetly follow me. I've told my parents countless times that I don't need anyone shadowing me. It was rather bothersome when I was younger, especially at school. If someone approached me, even a male classmate asking for directions, our bodyguards would spring forth, scaring them into stuttering. Fortunately, after I expressed my displeasure a few times, things improved. Now, I'm accustomed to it, and they generally don't interfere with my daily life. Unless I call for them, they certainly won't make their presence known. As she spoke, Xiao glanced through the rearview mirror but saw no suspicious vehicles. Jiang Yuan nodded, understanding the situation. However, he noticed two groups trailing them, and they did not appear to be part of Xiao's entourage. One group was distinctly maintaining a greater distance. He smiled, choosing to remain silent. If they wished to follow, so be it. Whenever he grew weary, he could easily vanish into a secluded grove, and they would inevitably retreat. For now, there was no need to rush. With his recovery post the second level of Qi refining, Jiang Yuan felt confident. He could easily handle these ordinary individuals with just his mental prowess, which eased his mind further. Before long, Xiao's beetle arrived at the entrance of a private garden. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary white-walled, black-tiled structure with shadows of trees peeking through. One could easily imagine a classical garden within. The garden featured only a single moon gate wide enough for two to pass through, lacking in ostentation. Had Shun Xiaoxiao not mentioned it, Jiang Yuan would have never associated it with a gambling venue. Brother Jiang Yuan, this is the largest private jade gambling establishment in Sioux City, but it operates on a membership basis, making it inaccessible to the general public. Entry is only possible through a member's invitation or recommendation. Typically, members can only bring one guest, and even affluent newcomers cannot gamble without the proper access. A membership system? Jiang Yuan exclaimed, taken aback by the lavishness of the wealthy. If he were to rely solely on his own means, he might never spend his fortune. Finding Qin Xiaoxiao was indeed fortuitous. Upon their arrival, the attendant at the entrance did not recognize Qin Xiaoxiao, as her acquaintance was limited mostly to the elite among the second-generation wealthy. Even in such an exclusive venue, few would recognize her. Naturally, she possessed ample credentials for entry. It was not necessary for these establishments to demand gold, silver, or black cards. They had developed an app to verify membership information. Qin Xiaoxiao simply used her phone to validate her status. Upon entering the private garden, one is indeed greeted by winding paths leading to tranquil nooks, with rockeries and pavilions standing tall, creating a picturesque scene filled with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrant blooms of flowers. It rivals the classical garden attractions that Jiang Yuan has visited in the past. Jiang Yuan, if my memory serves me right. This garden was designed with a combination of the Xihuan style to facilitate better business, featuring a 3-entry layout, remarked Qin Xiaoxiao. Behind the first gate lies the realm of raw stone transactions priced below 100,000 yuan, bustling with patrons eager to test their fortunes. The second gate opens to transactions ranging from 100,000 to 5 million yuan, frequented by affluent magnates worth tens of millions or those desperate enough to gamble everything. The third gate, however, deals with stones exceeding 5 million yuan, a rarity in itself, even in Sioux City's largest stone gambling venue. Only a handful may be unveiled each day. As for stones worth tens of millions, while they exist, they may remain unsold for half a year or more. It must be acknowledged that Qin Xiaoxiao demonstrates considerable knowledge of this place. Although her visits are infrequent, she exhibits an air of familiarity, as if recounting treasured memories. Clearly, her acumen in business is commendable. Being a scion of a wealthy family, she possesses her share of skills. As they passed through the first gate, the ambient noise began to swell. Numerous counters were manned by staff attending to clients. From time to time, the sound of stone cutting resonated, accompanied by a chorus of sighs and the occasional eruption of excitement. Clearly, some had struck it rich, while others faced disappointment. The arrival of the striking duo, Jiang Yuan and Qin Xiaoxiao, went unnoticed. In this realm, beauty and handsomeness hold little value. A successful cut, however, would undoubtedly draw a crowd, as everyone would be keen to witness the spectacle. As they meandered, Qin Xiaoxiao smiled gently. Jiang Yuan, weren't you eager to test your luck? Feel free to choose. I'll cover the cost. What do you say? It seemed that Qin Xiaoxiao's ulterior motives were always at the forefront of her mind. Jiang Yuan chuckled softly. That won't do. I'd prefer to handle it myself. Perhaps sensing Jiang Yuan's lack of substantial funds, or fearing he might become disheartened by potential losses, Qin Xiaoxiao proposed a different arrangement. How about this, Jiang Yuan? You select the stones, and I'll pay, regardless of whether they yield profit or loss. It will all be on me. Typically, in the world of stone gambling, a mere 2 out of 10 participants turn a profit, with Qin Xiaoxiao's guarantee. It would be akin to a carefree gamble, allowing them to indulge to their heart's content. After pondering, Jiang Yuan realized it was indeed a viable plan, especially since Qin Xiaoxiao had lent him a hand the day before, making it a fitting opportunity to repay her kindness. All right, that sounds splendid. I'll select one for you and one for myself. This way, we both partake, but we'll each settle our own accounts. Perhaps it will even double the joy. Qin Xiaoxiao found merit in Jiang Yuan's reasoning and deferred the details of the guarantee for later. Wonderful, Jiang Yuan. Let us see who possesses better luck. Just ensure you select well for me too. Conveniently, the counter before them was unoccupied, and Jiang Yuan turned to the attendant. Miss, how much for these 2 stones? I'll take them. Chapter 68. The youth who disregards advice. The attendant, who had been waiting, brightened at Jiang Yuan's words. For it was clear that he was a novice. What sort of gambler approaches without even a glance, directly selecting 2 sizable stones? Here, without a hint of caution, they relished in the presence of such a naive newcomer. In other industries, novices may enjoy a certain charm. However, in the realm of stone gambling, the less experienced often become mere fodder. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's request, the attendant's smile broadened. After all, this unsuspecting novice had chosen the most expensive pieces. With each sale, she earned a commission. How could she not be pleased? Moreover, upon observing Jiang Yuan's companion, she surmised that he was likely not short of funds. With confidence, she remarked, "Sir, you have an excellent eye. The two stones you've chosen are of exceptional quality, among the finest I have here. Each one is priced at 100,000 yuan." Given that 100,000 yuan was the upper limit of the first entry area, it was no surprise that the attendant made such a statement. After all, neither Jiang Yuan nor Qin Shuyu placed much weight on the price. They viewed it as merely a casual gamble, even if it turned out poorly. "Shall we each cut one xiaoxiao? What do you think?" Jiang Yuan proposed. "I'll follow your lead." Just as he prepared to make the payment, a voice called out from behind, "Hold on, brother." Before the speaker arrived, his voice had already reached them. Jiang Yuan and Qin Shuyu turned to see a stocky young man, approximately 165 centimeters tall but broad enough to make up for his height, striding toward them with an air of confidence. Noticing their puzzled expressions, the young man introduced himself. "Brother, I couldn't help but notice you seem to be newcomers. I'm merely offering a friendly warning. The stones you've selected have a pale, ashen exterior, with uneven granulation. When illuminated, the light barely penetrates a foot deep, and the edges reveal a murky haze. While they may appear impressive in the gambling stone trade, such stones are designed to deceive novices like yourselves. Look around. Not a single experienced buyer shows interest in these two pieces." Jiang Yuan was taken aback by the unexpected kindness of this stranger. He smiled and inquired, "Oh, are you in the jade business? You seem quite knowledgeable." He was sincere in his curiosity, for he was utterly unfamiliar with jade and stone. The young man grinned. "Indeed, I am Huang Xiangfei, and I dabble in the jade trade, here to procure some goods. If you're interested, feel free to visit my shop next time. I ensure my selections have undergone thorough vetting for optimal quality." He winked playfully, handing Jiang Yuan a business card. After a brief exchange, he continued, "I'm just offering a casual suggestion. Don't let me interrupt your business. I must head into the second entry to find some materials, so I'll take my leave." With that, Huang Xiangfei departed without lingering. Jiang Yuan examined the business card, chairman of Huangshi Yidiofeng. The title was quite grand. He was a young chairman, and it was clear he was not lacking in finances, especially considering the transactions in the second entry could range in the millions. Had it not been for the presence of spiritual energy, Jiang Yuan might have given more weight to Huang Xiangfei's advice. However, with such energy at play, he felt little need for it. Jiang Yuan chuckled softly. While Huang Xiangfei possessed some prowess, it was not substantial, as he had only seen half of the truth. For Jiang Yuan, 100,000 yuan was a trifle, requiring no use of Lin Wanqi's exclusive black card. He completed the payment effortlessly via WeChat. The stone cutting process was quite convenient here, and after payment, there was a stone cutting table not far from each counter. To enhance the atmosphere, a sizable audience could gather to watch the proceedings. Initially unnoticed, as Jiang Yuan prepared to unveil the stones, a crowd began to form around the cutting table. Oh, these two young individuals appear to be quite affluent, purchasing two premium raw stones at once, each approximately measuring 30 centimeters by 20 centimeters. Should the cut yield a profit, they would strike it rich. However, an elderly gentleman nearby quickly interjected, "Do you think fine materials are so easily encountered? Moreover, spending 100,000 at once for two stones is quite the gamble. I suspect these young ones are novices. They are bound to falter with a single cut." Indeed, while 100,000 isn't astronomically expensive, the loss would still be disheartening. But the emotional toll is of little concern. What matters is that they remain level-headed. Many began to murmur quietly, some even observing Jiang Yuan and his companion with a sense of amusement, as watching others cut stones is a source of entertainment for many. Though one may not profit, witnessing others' failures seems to alleviate one's own suffering. Upon entering this lively venue, it was bustling with patrons, most of whom were merely seeking leisure. Those who could afford items worth tens of thousands were common. The two stones, each priced at 100,000, attracted a crowd. Jiang Yuan and Qin Shuyu remained indifferent, patiently awaiting the craftsman to commence the cutting. The dark, rough exterior of the raw stone had been moistened by a water jet, and the seasoned artisan marked it with chalk, while the steel saw began to whir rapidly. The surrounding voices hushed, all eyes fixated on the stone. The most exhilarating moment in stone gambling is this critical cut. Regardless of the preceding bravado, the ultimate outcome hinges on this singular incision. The sound of the saw biting into the stone was initially grating, yet transformed into a melodious tune during the cutting process, captivating all in attendance. As the blade pierced 3 fingers deep, the air seemed to freeze in anticipation of the impending reveal. Alas, what greeted their eyes was devoid of any hint of green or clarity, presenting instead a dull gray and white malons. Even more disheartening, as the cut progressed, the exposed surface resembled raw material splashed with soy sauce. Witnessing this, not only did the onlookers shake their heads, but even the old craftsman did so, recognizing it as nearly worthless. Regardless, These materials had already been sold, and deep down, the old craftsman hoped for a prosperous outcome. He cast a sidelong glance at the two young men opposite him, lamenting the loss of another 100,000. With a single cut, the old craftsman, drawing from his extensive experience, discerned that this stone held little promise, prompting him to exert more force in his actions. A minute later, the entire stone had been cleaved in two. Alas, what a disappointment! Merely a sliver of green, hardly sufficient for even a pendant. They began to depart. Indeed, for newcomers to this trade, losses are a rite of passage, an inevitable tuition fee. One elder remarked, "I noticed Mr. Huang kindly warning these two, but clearly, the youth were not receptive. Let us disperse, there is nothing more to see." The anticipated miracle failed to materialize, leaving no room for hope. Chapter 69, Young Man. Have you deliberated carefully? The stone selected by Jiang Yuan, if it possessed any value, would have likely attracted bids from the many jade merchants present. It was uncommon for a stone to remain unbid after being cut. Many gazes turned toward Jiang Yuan, laced with a hint of mockery. Such a thorough failure was a rarity. Although one stone remained uncut, most spectators had lost interest. Stone gambling is most compelling in two scenarios. One involves seasoned veterans, whose discerning eyes rarely miss the mark, ensuring at least a baseline outcome, with surprises being exceedingly rare. The other is the fortunate few, whose luck is almost miraculous, captivating in its own right. It is often said that skill pales in comparison to fortune. Those favored by fate are truly invincible. Clearly, Jiang Yuan possessed neither quality. Xianxiao, beaming with optimism, addressed Jiang Yuan, "Brother Jiang, it seems the first stone was rather unfortunate. This is not surprising, as the quality of the stones here is generally lacking. After my stone is cut, let us venture to the second entrance and try our luck there." Xianxiao seemed unconcerned, recognizing that such failures were the norm. The jade industry strictly adheres to the 80-20 rule, where 80 of the value is derived from merely 20 of exceptional jade. Xianxiao held little hope for her own stone, merely awaiting the conclusion before moving on to the second entrance, where even a failed cut might reveal something. Jiang Yuan smiled, but remained silent. The failure of the stone he selected was entirely within his expectations. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family estate, Zhang Yuza observed the unfolding events on the screen with a smirk. Recognizing Jiang Yuan and Xianxiao, a wicked smile crept across Zhang Yuza's face. It appeared fortune had favored him without effort. Jiang Yuan, of all places, had chosen to play in his domain. Was this not an invitation to profit? With Xianxiao beside Jiang Yuan, he had no qualms about taking advantage of Jiang Yuan first. If he could bankrupt him, that would be all the more delightful. Zhang Yuza's interest piqued. He instructed Niu Tong beside him, head over to the stone gambling venue. With that, Zhang Yuza lifted a glass of red wine, reclining on the sofa. Equally intrigued by Jiang Yuan's stone cutting, he found solace in the wine, which could momentarily invigorate him after a long night. Watching Jiang Yuan's cut yield no results, even attracting the derision of seasoned veterans, Zhang Yuza felt a sense of clarity wash over him. His spirits lifted. The money was inconsequential, yet the amusement it provided was sufficient. Jiang Yuan was unaware that every move he made was being scrutinized by Zhang Yuza, but it mattered little. This was merely a preliminary test for him. Jiang Yuan and Xianxiao redirected their focus to another raw stone on the table. Indeed, Jiang Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. This was his first attempt, relying solely on theoretical deductions that his spiritual energy could detect such jade. After all, the Qingxin continent also had its variants of jade, akin to the jadeite sought after by the inhabitants of Blue Star. However, even the finest jadeite there was considered commonplace. Anyone not destitute would never resort to using ordinary stones. Thus, Jiang Yuan eagerly anticipated the accuracy of his recent spiritual experiment. Xianxiao's raw stone was the finest he could find within the first entrance, which is why he had selected it from that counter. He had also chosen a worthless stone for himself to avoid raising suspicions. The sound of cutting reverberated, and Xianxiao, lacking hope, engaged Jiang Yuan in casual conversation, entirely devoid of tension regarding the cutting process. Yet soon, the old craftsman's gaze sharpened, his pupils narrowing in intensity as the blade delved 3 centimeters deep. The once dim, foggy surface of the stone suddenly illuminated, as if a sliver of moonlight had been concealed within. Rising, the old craftsman paused, sensing the emergence of ice-type jade. Though the specific type remained uncertain, he instinctively halted his movements. Coincidentally, the onlookers, possessing keen eyes, also recognized the development almost simultaneously. Ice had emerged. It appears to be ice jade, though one cannot ascertain whether it is genuine ice jade or the more ambiguous glutinous ice variety. However, it is undoubtedly on the rise, and quite significantly so. Among the remaining spectators, one individual suddenly interjected, "Young man, refrain from cutting any further. Sell me this raw stone for 500,000, and I will transfer the funds to you immediately. The speaker exhibited a sense of urgency, deliberately lowering his voice as if to prevent others from overhearing. Yet, standing beside him was another businessman who had just been engaged in friendly conversation. Now unabashedly raised the bid, whispering, "Lowly, you think you can secure this suspected glutinous ice stone for 500,000? That is merely taking advantage of a novice. Young man, do business with me. I'll offer you 800,000, and the money will arrive instantaneously. I'll bid 900,000. I'll offer 1,000,000. The remaining onlookers seemed to reach a tacit consensus, quietly raising their offers without drawing attention, eager to swiftly acquire Jiang Yuan. Ultimately, the bids culminated at 1,200,000, and no one dared to raise their offer further. Beside them, Xianxiao gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at the raw stone, unable to fathom that this seemingly ordinary specimen might indeed be iced jade. In truth, she was aware that the earlier comment regarding the stone being suspected glutinous ice was merely a ruse to mislead those less knowledgeable. While both glutinous ice and iced jade bear the word ice, their market values are worlds apart. Xiao tugged at Jiang Yuan's sleeve, saying, "Brother Jiang Yuan, do you think we should continue cutting? If we don't, we should take the profit while it's still good. This is already a windfall. However, if you decide to cut, there is a risk it could collapse. That small area only seemed to exhibit a hint of iced jade. It might not even fetch 100,000. Yet, if you intend to sell, their offers are underwhelming." Xiao succinctly explained the nuances of the situation to Jiang Yuan, ultimately leaving the decision in his hands. This, too, is a facet of the stone gambling game. It is not obligatory to cut a piece of raw material all the way through. If moisture is revealed during the process, those in the jade business can place their bids, allowing the owner of the raw stone the option to sell midway. The risk of whether the value will rise or fall thereafter rests solely on the merchants. With over 100 million in capital at his disposal, Jiang Yuan was naturally unconcerned about the mere million or so. After all, this was intended as a gesture for Xiao, and he had no intention of agreeing to sell. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Gentlemen, we do not plan to sell for now. We are preparing to continue cutting." At this, the businessmen were equally astonished, not anticipating Jiang Yuan's considerable ambition. The one who had offered the highest bid spoke up. "Young man, you must think this through. One cut can lead to riches or ruin. If you falter, there will be no opportunity for regret. Why not sell it to me? The profit you take home is the true gain." The other businessmen chimed in, urging Jiang Yuan to reconsider. Yet Jiang Yuan, appearing somewhat naive, blushed and replied, "Master craftsman, let us continue cutting. Just be cautious and don't damage it." The seasoned cutter chuckled, "Fear not, young man. I have honed my stone cutting skills for over 20 years, and I shall not err." The surrounding businessmen, seeing Jiang Yuan's steadfastness, ceased their persuasion, waiting for the moment when it might collapse, which would afford them the opportunity to ridicule him while sparing themselves a loss. However, this time, due to the previous bids, tension gripped them all, as if the raw stone belonged to them rather than Jiang Yuan. The old craftsman, wary of potential fissures, opted for a diagonal cut at a 45-degree angle, allowing him to ascertain the moisture's extent more swiftly. As the old artisan worked, a layer of stone skin began to peel away. Each passing second felt drawn out. Finally, as the stone skin fell away, revealing the true internal structure of the raw stone, all onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. If one were to solely rely on sound, they might have mistaken it for entering a snake's den, as the hissing sounds echoed continuously. Nonetheless, silence reigned among the crowd, each person fearing that their voice might disrupt the craftsman's delicate task. Even the veteran cutter felt a surge of excitement at this moment. It had been many years since he had encountered a piece of raw material that, upon being cut, revealed itself to be iced jade. This raw stone not only held its value but soared dramatically, a true testament to a profitable cut. It is unclear who first noticed, but the atmosphere shifted, becoming raucous as word spread that someone had not only revealed moisture but experienced a significant increase in value. The excitement mounted as it became apparent that a substantial piece of iced jade had been unearthed. Before long, the area surrounding Jiang Yuan was inundated with onlookers, many drawn by the spectacle, eager to witness such a rare occurrence, even if they were not the ones to uncover it. It would surely serve as a captivating tale to recount later. As for the businessmen, they were already rolling up their sleeves, some even making phone calls, seemingly gathering funds to secure this raw material. The entire ice jade region appeared like frozen waves, with the cotton-like formations resembling a rare blizzard, glimmering with a phosphorescent glow under the lights. Is this truly blizzard ice jade? As the raw material unveiled its true form, someone could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, This was not glutinous ice, but authentic ice jade. It was astonishing that what had initially seemed like a worthless piece of raw stone could yield blizzard ice jade. This was a true case of one cut brings poverty, the next brings wealth. A raw stone valued at 100,000 had produced ice jade. Perhaps this young man had saved the galaxy in his past life to have encountered such fortuity. In an instant, as the realization dawned, the crowd erupted into fervent discussions. Based on the dimensions of the stone in the old craftsman's hands, particularly with it being blizzard ice jade, crafting 40 or 50 bracelets would pose no issue, with additional material left over for rings and pendants. With skilled craftsmanship, this raw material could easily yield 25 million. Everyone understood that Jiang Yuan had struck gold. The miraculous occurrence of small investments yielding substantial returns had manifested once more. What fascinated them even more was that Jiang Yuan had previously cut open a piece of waste material, which only added to the allure of his story. Was this the fabled notion of from adversity comes prosperity? Young man, I'll buy this raw material for 18 million. We were among the first to cheer you on. So you must prioritize selling to me. One of the earlier bidders, now emboldened, raised his voice, for it was clear that with so many witnesses, concealment was futile. Lao Lu, your heart is truly black. You think you can deceive this young man for 18 million? I'll offer 5 million. Young man, sell it to me. That previous fellow is unreliable. I am a man of my word. Huh, Lao Zhang, how can you utter such words? Last time, you slyly tricked a young lad, purchasing glutinous ice for only 200,000. If we're talking about ruthlessness, you'd come in second. No one would dare take the first place. All right, let us see your true colors. I'll bid 19 million. 5 million. 1980. As the bids continued to rise, the original offer finally reached 23 million, still from the initial bidder who had proposed 120 million. To everyone's surprise, he remained the wealthiest among them. However, as the offers climbed, they all began to consider the return on investment. Even if crafting the jade into pieces valued at 30 million seemed feasible on paper, selling them proved far more complex, with labor costs, advertising expenses, and taxes all needing consideration. After a heated debate, the crowd fell silent, ultimately leaving the decision to Jiang Yuan. Surprisingly, despite encountering such a monumental stroke of fortune, Jiang Yuan's expression did not reflect the exuberance one might expect. He appeared almost as despondent as before. In contrast, Xianxiao's smile radiated even more vibrantly, akin to a blooming peony that captivates the heart. Her delight stemmed not merely from the prospect of a 20 million profit, but from the sheer astonishment at her own luck. Jiang Yuan had casually selected a raw stone for her, which had astonishingly appreciated in value. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Jiang Yuan, you are truly remarkable. You've effortlessly chosen the store's treasure upon entry. How do you plan to handle it? If you wish to sell, I can assist you in negotiating a better price." Although this raw stone was valued at over 20 million, its terrifying return rate of 200 times was enough to drive many into a frenzy, even if stones from subsequent rooms yielded materials of greater worth. A return rate of 20 times would still be regarded as miraculous. Upon hearing Xiao's admiration, Jiang Yuan corrected her, saying, "Is it really my good fortune? Xiao, you are mistaken. Both of these stones were chosen at random by me. It is not my luck, but rather yours. This material belongs to you." Xiao was momentarily taken aback, for she had never contemplated that Jiang Yuan genuinely intended to gift her this 20 million raw stone. She had merely thought of it as a playful stunt during their stone-cutting session, never once considering that the stone was Jiang Yuan's to give. His sudden declaration that the stone was still his left her utterly astonished. "Brother Jiang Yuan, I actually don't need such things. My family already has plenty for sale. You should keep it, or if it's too much trouble, just sell it to that boss we just met." She waved her hand dismissively. A 100,000 yuan stone was something she might consider, but she could not possibly accept a stone worth over 20 million. Jiang Yuan anticipated her potential refusal and continued, "Your family may have stones, but a blizzard ice type with a 200-fold return rate that you personally unearthed is surely rare. You should accept it. With so many people watching, it would be quite embarrassing not to." Jiang Yuan raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Chapter 71. Zhang Yuza prepared to watch the drama unfold. Jiang Yuan remained insistent that Xiao accept the stone. Her acceptance would not only fulfill a social obligation, but she would also need to provide cover for him. Such a small stone could hardly satisfy his ambitions. "All right then, thank you, Brother Jiang Yuan. This is the first time I've received such a precious gift," Xiao replied cheerfully. With that, she turned to the boss who had just made an offer. "I'm sorry, but we have decided not to sell this stone. We plan to use it for our own jewelry. I truly apologize." If anyone else had rejected the offer so bluntly, the boss might have grumbled or ridiculed the idea of using it for jewelry, considering it a waste. However, As the saying goes, beauty is justice. Seeing Shun Xiaoxiao's sweet smile, nearly everyone greeted her with warm smiles in return. Simultaneously, they all grasped an important fact. Although Jiang Yuan was directing the proceedings, the true owner of the stone was this enchanting lady. In reality, she was the one who had struck it rich. This made perfect sense. Jiang Yuan, the unfortunate soul, had stumbled upon a worthless piece of debris, his luck at its nadir. How could he possibly have unearthed a blizzard ice type? If it were Qin Xiaoxiao, that would be much more reasonable. After all, it is perfectly normal for a beauty to have good fortune. Witnessing Qin Xiaoxiao's resolute refusal of the jade stone from the eager buyer, the others reluctantly departed, still animatedly discussing the stone-cutting process they had just witnessed. This would undoubtedly become a favored topic of bragging for a long time to come. Qin Xiaoxiao did not take the stone with her, but instead left it stored here. Already contemplating how to use it, as she pondered, she felt her cheeks grow warm, relieved that Jiang Yuan had not noticed. Just then, Jiang Yuan inquired, Xiaoxiao, aren't you concerned about leaving your jade stone here? What if the Zhang family tries to cheat you or switch it? Qin Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality and seized the opportunity to change the subject, explaining that one tea happened. In this private workshop, trust is paramount. The Zhang family wouldn't dare to play tricks over a mere 20 million, and as for the others, they wouldn't dare cheat the Qin family. A hint of pride crept into her voice. After all, the Zhang family could not easily manipulate the Qin family. Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement, understanding her point. His inquiry was, in fact, a subtle attempt to ascertain whether the Zhang family, feeling the sting of loss, might resort to dishonesty. Even if they did, he had his ways of dealing with it. Yet, avoiding trouble altogether was preferable. Let us go. We should check out the second room. Today is bound to be a major success. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao anxiously pulled at Jiang Yuan's sleeve. Brother Jiang Yuan, perhaps we should reconsider. Just encountering a piece of ice-type jade is already extraordinary luck. According to the principle of balance and fortune, I truly advise against venturing into the second or third rooms. Qin Xiaoxiao was acutely aware of the intricacies involved. Encountering such luck once was remarkable, but it was unlikely to happen repeatedly. The stones within those rooms were not something that could be acquired for a mere few thousand yuan, and she feared that Jiang Yuan might find himself in a precarious situation if he became overly ambitious. She had the money to support him, but sometimes, what mattered to a man was not merely the money, but also his pride. Jiang Yuan merely nodded nonchalantly. Xiaoxiao, we'll go in to take a look. We won't make any purchases. However, Qin Xiaoxiao smirked knowingly, for Jiang Yuan's words reminded her of a classic male excuse. I'll just hang around outside. I want to go in. Yet, in reality, such claims were mere pretenses. How could one pass by without entering? She was certain that Jiang Yuan would eventually make a purchase. Nevertheless, as she was there to accompany him, she had no intention of dampening the mood. Moreover, she had already gathered enough information about Jiang Yuan to know that he could afford a few million without it being a significant burden. All right then, I'll heed your advice, but I suggest you limit yourself to just one purchase. Too many could lead to recklessness, she persisted. With that, the two of them entered the second room, chatting and laughing together. While they exchanged light-hearted banter, others were on the verge of hysteria. Crash! A sharp sound of shattering glass echoed from a room within the Zhang family estate, as a glass cup filled with liquor met the floor in a disastrous embrace. Shards of glass and crimson liquid scattered across the ground in a chaotic mess. Damn it, what kind of rotten luck is this? Those 20 million have been snatched away by Jiang Yuan and Qin Xiaoxiao. I refuse to accept it. The furious voice belonged to Zhang Yuza, the young master of the Zhang family. As he watched the video showing Jiang Yuan's nonchalant demeanor, as if the Zhang family were merely gifting him money, his frustration intensified. What was even more infuriating was that the stone had ultimately fallen into Qin Xiaoxiao's hands. Both families were engaged in the jade gambling business. How would the Qin family justify their success in the future? The Zhang family would be mocked for their lack of discernment, as they had failed to recognize the stone's unique qualities despite having them for over half a year. Their oversight was akin to letting a precious pearl remain hidden in the dust. Meanwhile, the Qin family's young lady had casually seized the opportunity, purchasing just one piece, and walked away with the prized treasure of their establishment. One cannot help but question the professionalism of the Zhang family. Is it possible that their lack of discernment has led them to procure subpar goods, resulting in a low yield? The word of mouth can spread rapidly, especially in the realm of stone gambling. One whisper leads to 10, and 10 to 100, quickly becoming widespread. After venting his frustrations, Zhang Yuza felt an unbearable dryness in his mouth. The once rich and sweet red wine now tasted bitter and intolerable. Bring me a Coke, he commanded coldly to the person beside him. He accepted the towel handed over by Niu Tong and wiped his hands, instructing, Uncle Niu, Inform the management at the casino that we have already incurred losses exceeding 20 million today. If they allow Jiang Yuan and Xianxiao to leave with profits, then they might as well close shop. We must recover our losses through the raw materials at Sanjiman. This is non-negotiable. However, if they can sell all the waste materials to Jiang Yuan, it would be seen as an act of redemption and they could receive substantial rewards. Indeed, in Zhang Yu's eyes, the stones in Shun Xiaoxiao's possession represented their family's losses, which must be compensated through other materials to salvage their reputation. The only source of raw materials capable of fetching tens of millions was at Sanjiman. Regardless of the management strategies, those materials must be sold to that scoundrel Jiang Yuan. Niu Tong observed the upward curl of Zhang Yu's lips and understood that the young master was exceedingly furious, preparing to exploit Jiang Yuan and Qin Shuyu without hesitation. He gradually bowed out to make arrangements over the phone. Once alone in the room, Zhang Yu held the coke in his hand, shaking it like red wine, savoring its exceptional taste. Watching Jiang Yuan and Qin Shuyu seemingly beginning to select materials at Urgenman, Zhang Yu couldn't help but smirk, knowing that today, Jiang Yuan would find it arduous to escape his grasp. Stone gambling, much like a casino, requires one to know when to hold back. When the odds are in your favor, one must leave immediately. Those like Jiang Yuan, who continue to push their luck, are bound to succumb to their own folly. He eagerly awaited the spectacle. Chapter 72. I can open, but can you afford it? Inside Urgenman, both the crowd and the number of counters were significantly diminished, lacking the vibrancy of Sanjiman. Here, most were merely spectators, with sporadic purchases occurring. In the scene, Jiang Yuan and Qin Shuyu stood once more by the counter. And by coincidence, Jiang Yuan was drawn to two sizable raw materials, appearing quite intrigued. However, this time, he was not accompanied solely by Qin Shuyu. A short, stout young man had joined them. Huang Xiangfei had arrived first, having already perused the options. He had scrutinized the two blocks Jiang Yuan was considering and, in his estimation, they were merely visually appealing but ultimately worthless, silver-plated brass. Brother Jiang Yuan, I must admit, I misjudged earlier and allowed you and your girlfriend to walk away with a significant find. I have to say, your luck is truly remarkable. However, I believe you may be getting in over your head. Listen to me. You cannot handle these two stones, Huang Xiangfei advised, pulling Jiang Yuan aside and speaking in hushed tones. In Sanjiman, he could freely offer guidance, as that space was filled with smaller transactions. But in Urgenman, as a seasoned professional, he refrained from making further comments. After all, many stones here were valued in the millions. To disrupt someone's means of livelihood is akin to harming one's family. Huang Xiangfei had his reasons for extending his counsel. Firstly, he had already established a rapport with Jiang Yuan. Secondly, he harbored a somewhat dubious habit of befriending those who appeared fortunate, believing it would bring him good fortune as well. Jiang Yuan and Qin Shuyu had just engaged in some stone slicing at Sanjiman, and now their exploits had reached Urgenman. Thus, he was all the more eager to befriend Jiang Yuan, as he seemed to embody a rare stroke of luck. Although the stones belonged to Qin Shuyu, forging a connection with Jiang Yuan was equally beneficial. After all, starting with flattery directed at a beautiful woman would only result in being viewed as a scoundrel. Hearing the stout young man's counsel, Jiang Yuan regarded him with newfound respect. He was indeed quite capable. I appreciate your good intentions, Huang Xiao. Jiang Yuan replied with a respectful nod. In truth, I am merely an amateur. I have never scrutinized the quality or professional data of these stones. I simply choose at random. When I select casually, I believe I have a 50% chance of success. However, if I analyze it professionally, that probability plummets below 50. Therefore, I wish to buy a couple of stones on a whim. With a faint smile, he turned to Qin Shuyu and said, Xiao, I want to try this stone. Do you want to buy any more? I can help you choose. Having already experienced a stroke of luck, Qin Shuyu did not attempt to dissuade Qin Changwei. Instead, she smiled broadly and said, Brother Jiang Yuan, go ahead and play. My luck has been sufficient today. Buying more would likely lead to a loss. I'll just watch you make your purchases. After all, even if we buy everything, we are still profiting handsomely. The two sizable raw stones before them were each priced at 2 million. Even if they lost everything, their loss would only amount to 400,000, leaving them with a profit of 18 million. Seeing Jiang Yuan and Qin Shuyu's nonchalant demeanor, Huang Xiangfei sighed. It seems my earlier misstep has led you to question my expertise. Brother Jiang Yuan, I assure you, I can confidently state that these two raw stones are bound to fail. However, since you remain steadfast, I have no grounds to dissuade you. I can only wish you good luck. Huang Xiangfei, though reluctant to leave, wanted to witness the outcome of Jiang Yuan's stone slicing. Beautiful lady, I will take this stone. Please arrange for a master to assist me in slicing it, Jiang Yuan stated without hesitation, proceeding with the payment. Soon, word spread that someone was slicing a 2 million raw stone at Urgenman, and people began to gather as no one else was currently slicing stones. Recently, Jiang Yuan and xianxiaaudiobooks had become easily recognizable. Isn't that the young couple who just bought 2 raw stones at Sanjianmen and struck it rich? I can't believe they're making moves at Urgenmen as well. Indeed, it was them. The man had purchased a worthless stone, while the woman had turned a 10,000 investment into over 20 million. She was indeed a woman of extraordinary fortune. Yet many were still unaware of the events that had transpired at Sanjianmen. Upon hearing such comments, the crowd buzzed with excitement. From 10,000 to 20 million. That's practically a fairy tale, and it's happening right before our eyes. The curious onlookers swiftly began to speculate, and within mere seconds, they pieced together the general narrative. I see now. That man bought the materials this time, probably attempting to redeem himself after losing face in front of the beautiful woman. And the lady has chosen not to make a purchase, which is quite a rational decision. In my opinion, that man is showing the signs of overexertion, someone whispered. Such occurrences were not uncommon, and thus no one felt compelled to offer a warning. After all, it was better to observe than to intervene. In reality, even if they whispered, how could they escape Jiang Yuan's keen ears? He merely smiled and chose silence, opting not to engage in arguments with them. For despite their firmly rooted theoretical knowledge, they were, in fact, rather lost in their own perspectives. The onlookers remained clear-headed. They were the proverbial chives. And if they were not chives, how would the gambling stone vendors profit? They were not just chives, but they also wore a veil of superiority. At that moment, Boss Zhang and Boss Li from Sanjianmen arrived, pushing through to the front of the crowd, with Boss Zhang speaking first. Young man, I suggest, if the Imperial Green emerges later, consider selling it to me first. I assure you, I will offer you a most favorable price. Mr. Li interjected, indeed. It must be emerald. I shall certainly assist in driving up the price for you. Today, you are undeniably the most radiant star in this gathering. Judging solely by their words, one might perceive a semblance of sincerity in their tone. However, upon noticing their mocking expressions, it becomes abundantly clear that they are merely ridiculing Jiang Yuan. The mention of imperial green and emeralds, exquisite treasures seldom seen for years, seems rather ludicrous when proposed so casually upon entry. Only those who entered the room could discern the jest in the words of the 2 gentlemen, prompting a collective laughter from the assembly. Their banter, indeed, felt rather teasing, almost as if they were bullying the young man. Standing beside Jiang Yuan, xianxiaaudiobooks observed the audacious smiles on their faces. Her own smile turned somewhat frosty. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Yuan gestured for her to remain silent. His expression remained as calm as a tranquil lake, unfazed by the comments of the 2 gentlemen. Instead, he inquired with genuine curiosity, though emeralds and imperial greens are rare, it does not mean they cannot be unearthed. As long as this stone remains uncut, there still exists a possibility. What if it truly is imperial green? While I may have the potential to discover such a gem, do you truly possess the wealth to acquire such a substantial piece of imperial green? Chapter 73. Are you foolish or simply naive? Jiang Yuan's words caused the expressions of Mr. Zhang and Mr. Li, who were previously reveling in the spectacle, to falter momentarily. His retort clearly took them by surprise. A brief silence fell over the room. Ha! You've utterly cracked me up, Mr. Zhang exclaimed, and soon thereafter, he and Mr. Li exchanged glances. Both recognizing the absurdity of the situation, Jiang Yuan was indeed amusing. Young man, I won't say you're unaware of the realities of the world, but you might consider asking those nearby if your statements are not somewhat juvenile? Mr. Zhang scoffed. Oh my, I can hardly breathe from laughter. As he spoke, he adjusted his back, which had been strained from laughter, as if he had just heard the most outrageous joke. Standing nearby, Huang Xiangfei cast an irritated glance at the 2 gentlemen, particularly dismayed by their mockery, especially in light of the uncertainty surrounding the outcome. He interjected bluntly, well, both of you gentlemen, let us not get carried away with laughter. You haven't yet addressed the young man's inquiry. What exactly are you laughing about? Upon hearing Huang Xiangfei speak, Mr. Zhang's expression shifted slightly, and he ceased his laughter, retorting, do you truly believe in such nonsensical claims, Mr. Huang? I cannot ascertain the veracity of it, Huang Xiangfei replied, but I believe the young man makes a valid point. As long as the stone remains uncut, even if it is merely a common rock by the roadside, there exists a chance it could yield imperial green. Should he truly unearth it? Do you have the means to purchase it? With Huang Xiangfei's comments, the crowd's attention shifted back to the 2 gentlemen. Indeed, while they mocked the young man, should emerald truly be revealed, neither of these gentlemen would be able to afford it. Many were aware of Mr. Zhang and Mr. Li's financial capabilities, as they typically operated at the higher echelons of business. The stakes they played with often reached millions, necessitating substantial capital. If imperial green were to be discovered, no matter how small the stone, it would undoubtedly start at a valuation in the hundreds of millions, far beyond the reach of these 2 men. As anticipated, Upon hearing Huang Xiangfei's words, Mr. Li felt a wave of heat wash over him. His face slightly flushed. The gathered crowd was well aware of his limitations. Mocking the young man for his potential to uncover Imperial Green while being unable to afford it himself was rather unbecoming. Jiang Yuan's incisive inquiry struck at the very core of the matter, leaving Mr. Li feeling quite exposed. Unexpectedly, Mr. Zhang, who was of comparable standing, remained unperturbed. Even puffing out his chest slightly as he casually remarked, "I can assure you, I am quite capable of affording it. Even if this stone is entirely Imperial Green, I, Zhang, could certainly purchase it. Pray tell, Mr. Huang, are you overstepping your bounds, forbidding others from speaking? How do you dare to underestimate me?" With that, he brandished his banking app on his phone for all to see, prompting gasps from those who beheld the staggering sum displayed. Indeed, a full 5 billion. How could he possess such wealth? The sight of Huang Xiangfei's stunned expression, combined with the astonished gazes of others, filled Mr. Zhang with a sense of secret satisfaction. After all, Huang Xiangfei was a figure who mingled among the upper echelons of business, while Mr. Zhang typically operated at a lower tier. Being able to showcase his capabilities in front of so many esteemed individuals brought him a sense of pride. It is worth noting that this account was not his own. He had merely logged into a temporary account for this very moment. Nevertheless, he was determined to seize this opportunity. With a hint of disdain, he glanced at Jiang Yuan and mockingly inquired, "So, young man, am I now deemed capable? Are you satisfied with my answer? I see your words are laced with sarcasm, suggesting you are quite confident in yourself. Would you care to engage in a wager?" Mr. Zhang's proposition quickly captured the attention of the crowd, eliciting curiosity about his intentions. Even Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow, maintaining his composure as he asked, "Oh, it seems I have underestimated Mr. Zhang's prowess. I am curious to know what this wager entails." "Quite simple," Mr. Zhang replied, "since you are confident in your discerning eye, and I am certain you will not uncover Imperial Green, why not add a little spice to the contest? If you reveal any stones today, should you manage to unearth Imperial Green, I shall outbid any offers made by other gentlemen, provided they are reasonable. Of course, to ensure fairness. You must also reimburse me the amount you spent on the raw stone. Essentially, I would be acting as a dealer. What say you? Are you game?" With that, Mr. Zhang shot Jiang Yuan a challenging glance, crossing his arms defiantly across his chest, wearing a dismissive smirk. His proposal was rather novel, prompting Jiang Yuan to ponder deeply. Mr. Zhang's behavior was peculiar. It was not uncommon for disputes to arise in stone gambling venues, but it was indeed rare for someone to approach with such audacity. Eager to engage in a high-stakes game, others shared a similar bewilderment, assuming Mr. Zhang was merely trying to reclaim his dignity after being publicly rebuffed by Jiang Yuan, attempting to assert dominance through monetary power. Little did they know, Mr. Zhang harbored ulterior motives, secretly plotting to outsmart Jiang Yuan and reclaim his pride. He had consumed more salt than this young man had rice, and with just a few well-placed words, he could easily provoke Jiang Yuan's ire. He believed he was already in an advantageous position. Even if Jiang Yuan were to discover Imperial Green, what of it? Jiang Yuan was insignificant compared to him. When one possesses strength, one can afford to be honorable. When one lacks it, words are merely hollow. Jiang Yuan would not see a single penny. At that moment, Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his brow furrowing as if he were caught in a tactical bind, struggling to make a decision. Observing the shift in the atmosphere, Mr. Li feigned concern and remarked, "Young man, perhaps it's best to let this matter go. I, Old Li, have no qualms. If you offer Mr. Zhang an apology, this issue can simply fade away. Everyone is merely playing around. There's no need to escalate matters and jeopardize harmony. Hurry and apologize to old Zhang, and I shall mediate for you. He is not a petty person." At this moment, others in the vicinity also chimed in. "Indeed, I must say, young man, the stones in question are all ones old Zhang has scrutinized. If there were truly a chance for Imperial Green, do you believe we would still be here now? Other possibilities may exist, but Imperial Green is utterly implausible. It's best to let it go." Even Huang Xiangfei, who had just begun to defend Jiang Yuan, wore a solemn expression, expressing concern in hushed tones. "Brother Jiang Yuan, I advise you to know when to retreat. There's no need for a battle of wills. That piece of raw stone you just handled could easily infuriate him. It's simply not worth it." It was evident that Huang Xiangfei had also examined these stones. They simply did not possess the quality of Imperial Green, rendering them incapable of yielding such a prize. Xianxiao, too, gently urged from the side, "Brother Jiang Yuan, let us not engage with this elderly gentleman. We should return home to enjoy ourselves. Once we finish with this stone, we shall depart." Xianxiao harbored worries, fearing that Jiang Yuan might be provoked by Zhang Feng's words, especially after Jiang Yuan had just unveiled a stone with a staggering return of 200 times. Such confidence is only natural. Listening to the counsel of those around him, Jiang Yuan refrained from providing an immediate response. He softly reassured Xin Xiaoxiao before turning to Zhang Fong with a look of confusion and inquired, I am curious, Boss Zhang, do you consider yourself foolish? Or do you believe I am? Is this what you deem a fair wager? Chapter 74. Each with ulterior motives, preparing to commence. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words, those present were momentarily taken aback. What did he mean? However, with a bit of contemplation, they quickly grasped the implication. Huang Xiangfei, wearing a sardonic smile, remarked, Boss Zhang, you truly lack shame. As someone who specializes in jade, it's one thing to take advantage of a young person. After all, that reflects your own prowess. And no one can dispute that. Yet, to resort to verbal traps is quite unbecoming. An elder added, Indeed, Boss Zhang, every time this young man purchases a stone, he compensates you. You are effectively the proprietor of this gambling venue, creating a separate virtual transaction. Ultimately, you acquire it at the highest reasonable price. You incur no loss, yet extract additional funds from him. On what grounds should this young man gamble with you? This is indeed rather unscrupulous. Hearing the reproaches from those around him, even Zhang Fong, with a skin as thick as a city wall, felt a twinge of embarrassment. His intention had merely been to test the waters, and he hadn't anticipated that Jiang Yuan would retain his composure and articulate his thoughts so candidly. He promptly offered an awkward laugh and said, that was merely a slip of the tongue. How could I ever intend to deceive in this matter? I, old Zhang, am not that kind of villain. How about this? I shall offer double the price. Surely, that would not leave you at a disadvantage. As his words fell, many internally raised their middle fingers at him. Who is more unscrupulous than you? No one possesses your level of deceit. However, with the offer of double the price, it seemed somewhat reasonable, and the surroundings fell silent once more, awaiting Jiang Yuan's decision. Yet, this time, Jiang Yuan still did not concede. A smirk of disdain gracing his lips. I say, Boss Zhang, are you feigning ignorance while fully aware? My concerns extend beyond this. He continued, if you wish to bet against me, it is inherently unfair. You have examined all the raw stones here, while this is my first visit. It is akin to having seen the exam questions beforehand, and then competing in accuracy with someone who has never seen them. Boss Zhang, you certainly have a clever scheme. Where might one find such favorable terms? Furthermore, you have limited the wager to Imperial Green. Should it fail to yield that, I am to compensate you. This is an inequitable odds arrangement. I refuse to believe that you do not comprehend the implications of this. With a scoff, Jiang Yuan dismissed the notion. This is pointless. I will not engage in such a gamble. Seek someone else. Master, no need to wait. Please assist me in deconstructing the stone first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fong panicked. If Jiang Yuan refused to bet with him and did not provoke his contrarian spirit, how could he possibly recoup the money earned from Jiang Yuan? The current raw material worth 2 million was far from sufficient. Moreover, after Jiang Yuan's insightful remarks, many onlookers began to realize that he had discerned such subtle distinctions. Many had not contemplated this aspect deeply, naively assuming that double was a fair offer. Jiang Yuan's clarification prompted them to nod in agreement. While this factor may seem minor, its impact on the outcome is substantial. If neither party had prior knowledge, the wager between Jiang Yuan and Zhang Fong would appear fair. However, Zhang Fong was thoroughly familiar with the stones, having examined them countless times. Betting under such conditions, even at double, was definitively unfair to Jiang Yuan. The inequitable odds were indeed a matter of concern. If Jiang Yuan agreed, he would already be at a disadvantage before the contest had even begun. Jiang Yuan's meticulous reasoning prompted many to regard him with newfound respect. Public opinion began to sway in his favor, as the majority did not perceive Jiang Yuan's assertions as unreasonable. Rather, they were quite rational, unclouded by emotional fervor. It was Zhang Fong who appeared rather petty. At that moment, however, a voice interrupted. Wait. With the old tailor having prepared the stone for cutting, Zhang Fong ultimately spoke up. He had a task to fulfill. As a peripheral member of the Zhang family, he had long mingled in this gambling establishment to foster connections with the main family and take care of his own business. Now, with a fortuitous opportunity to engage with them, he could not afford to let it slip away. He must ensnare Jiang Yuan. Regardless of the outcome, he could always concoct an excuse to avoid payment later, and adding new conditions would not be an issue. Young man, you do possess some valid points. Thus, I shall raise my offer to triple the price. Surely, this is fair now? As he concluded, Zhang Fong elongated his tone and glanced at the beautiful woman standing beside Jiang Yuan, presumably his girlfriend, and continued. I am now complying with your request and have raised the price. You wouldn't dare back out in front of such beauty, would you? It would reflect poorly on you. Should that be the case, I might as well assist you in finding a more suitable match. She would undoubtedly be more reliable. Zhang Fong, anxious that Jiang Yuan might not accept his bet, sought to gradually entrap him. The first step was to entice Jiang Yuan into participating. The subsequent steps would lead to a heightened emotional investment. The tripled normal acquisition price, combined with the allure of imperial green, would be tempting enough for an ordinary person to take a gamble. As expected, with his words, Zhang Fang observed Jiang Yuan seemingly lost in thought. His expression contorted in conflict, as if he were on the verge of capitulating. Particularly when Zhang Fang mentioned the beautiful woman, Jiang Yuan clearly clenched his fists, displaying a sense of indignation and resistance. Enough, Jiang Yuan. Let it go. There is no need for this. We should leave shortly. Xianxiao, wishing to steer clear of this unfolding situation, expressed her concern that Jiang Yuan might succumb to anger and impulsiveness. Haha, my dear lady. When men are out in the world, they must maintain their dignity. Such significant matters should be left for him to decide. Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing to be looked down upon. Zhang Fang continued to stoke the flames. At last, with a pained expression, Jiang Yuan declared, I accept your wager. His countenance was somewhat tormented, yet he spoke with a cold anger. Unbeknownst to him, his heart was already blooming with joy. Initially, he had considered the possibility of using Lin Wanqi's Supreme Black Card for his purchases, but to his surprise, he found himself being offered a windfall while he dozed off. As someone rushed to present him with money, Zhang Fang's eagerness was rather excessive. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have acquiesced to a double return, especially since he possessed an advantage that rendered him fully aware of the stone's true value. However, just moments ago, when he had rejected Zhang Fang's request, he had noticed an unmistakable tension and twitching in the corners of Zhang Fang's eyes, causing his heartbeat to accelerate. It was evident that Zhang Fang was not acting normally. Who in their right mind would continuously provoke him to bet against them? Thus, Jiang Yuan was not inclined to agree hastily. As anticipated, upon his refusal, Zhang Fang grew impatient and proactively raised the stakes to 3 times the amount. This was indeed an unexpected delight. For that single unit was far from a mere few million. It bore greater significance. Brother Jiang Yuan, how about I assist you in selecting? I believe I possess some skill in this area. The rules do not stipulate a minimum purchase amount, and if nothing appeals to me, we shall forego the transaction. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan ultimately acquiesce, Xianxiao swiftly accepted the reality and turned to strategize for Jiang Yuan. Her proposed plan was undeniably rational, as her family's involvement in this business had undoubtedly sharpened her discerning eye, one that Jiang Yuan could hardly rival. What he did not anticipate was that Zhang Fang seemed to have foreseen the possibility of assistance and spoke up again. Young man, since you are willing to agree, let us stipulate that this wager is solely between you and me. Any outside advice will not be counted. Should you falter, it shall not be considered. At worst, I shall purchase a lesser amount. I can still afford a few million in raw stones. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fang could not suppress a cold chuckle. A few million? If you do not come out on top, I will take your surname. Chapter 75, Shun Xiaoxiao's Promise. Jiang Yuan's words ignited fervor among the onlookers once more, as they were unexpectedly treated to such a grand spectacle that made their visit worthwhile. This was particularly true for those who had witnessed Jiang Yuan's previous stone cutting. They relished the prospect of watching this naive youth face off against the seasoned veteran. Not everyone was convinced that Jiang Yuan was destined to lose. The wager resembled a game of Russian roulette. When the first bullet was placed, everyone hoped for his demise. But if 5 were loaded, they wished for his survival. Everyone yearned to witness the occurrence of an improbable event. Many began to shift their mindset, eager to see Jiang Yuan, the impetuous youth, cut a magnificent imperial jade to slap the face of the seasoned veteran. Although the odds were slim, should it happen, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Who would not want to witness a miracle? Young man, I have faith in you. Defeat this old fool. Handsome, if you unveil an imperial jade, I shall be your soft, delicate darling, well versed in the art of warming your bed. Let us cozy up together. Huffed, you little flirt. Do you honestly believe someone who unveils an imperial jade would deign to notice you? You would be better off seeking my company. Kid, we need not seek eternity. Just a moment of possession. If you unveil it, I shall let you have your way. A chorus of hisses and whistles erupted, directed toward the audacious young woman who had spoken. It must be said, she possessed a remarkable talent, having concealed 4 or 5 parts of her true visage, resembling a subtle cosplay of a 9-tailed fox. She was indeed a cosplay expert, particularly with those enchanting, alluring eyes that made onlookers perceive her as both sincere and affectionate. Her remarks drew glances from all around. However, Xianxiao showed no interest in the spectacle. She cast a disapproving glance at the two, realizing their shamelessness, and leaned closer to Jiang Yuan, whispering in his ear, Brother Jiang Yuan, these individuals are not to be trusted. You must not be swayed by their allure. You have Sister Wanqi in me. Do not let these superficial temptations ensnare you. Shun Xiaoxiao's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in Jiang Yuan's ears. leaving him astonished as he gazed at her. What did she mean by him having Lin Wanqi in her? Lin Wanqi was one thing. They were a legally wedded couple. But he had never entertained thoughts of xianxiaoxiao in that manner. She had only a year to live. That would be bullying her. Did this girl truly harbor feelings for him? Jiang Yuan touched his face, bewildered by the notion that he possessed such charm. Noticing Jiang Yuan's action, xianxiaoxiao could not help but lightly smack his arm, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang Yuan, you are far too self-absorbed." As silence enveloped the crowd once more, the previously quiet Zhang Fong remained unfazed, raising his hand to point at the stone that had already been prepared for cutting. "Since it has come to this, we shall commence with this stone. It is priced at 2 million. You must first transfer me 2 million. He proceeded to take out his phone, ready to display the QR code, anticipating Jiang Yuan's bank transfer. Jiang Yuan had no intention of parting with money without assurance. Giving a sum without collateral would ultimately be troublesome to reclaim. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, xianxiaoxiao interjected, having evidently thought of the same issue, calmly stating, "There is no need to transfer money. You had intended to purchase the previous raw stone for 2 to 3 million. That stone is still held here. Let us use that as a deduction. We can discuss the funds again once the amount is exhausted." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fong acknowledged that the price was indeed his own proposal and had nothing further to contest. Reluctantly nodding, he said, "Very well. We shall proceed according to this young lady's suggestion." Jiang Yuan had no objections. Today, he was not fated to lose, and he shrugged in agreement. Nevertheless, he ensured that he would not shortchange the Zhang family's stone gambling establishment, as they were merely conducting legitimate business. It would be unreasonable to withhold payment. With the transaction confirmed, they awaited the old tailor's stone cutting. Everyone eagerly anticipated the outcome, and the once boisterous crowd fell into a hushed silence. All eyes fixated on the raw stone. The truth would soon be revealed. The sound of cutting echoed through the atmosphere as the layers of mystery surrounding the stone were gradually peeled away. However, as the cutting progressed, Zhang Fong's smile grew increasingly triumphant, while Jiang Yuan's countenance darkened with palpable unease. Eventually, the stone was completely severed in two, revealing itself to the audience. "I knew it." It turned out to be a bean variety. It was hardly worth a glance upon entering, and in comparison to the 2 million price tag, it is an exaggeration beyond belief. Indeed, it seems that Boss Zhang possesses some skill. His composed demeanor earlier clearly indicated he had anticipated this was merely a worthless piece. For a million down the drain, this stone barely qualifies for a 10,000 yuan jade item. Experience trumps youth. The young man appears a bit reckless. "You're not quite up to par, are you? You're still far from imperial jade. Perhaps your skills have no venue to shine." The previous sultry voice echoed once more, unabashed by the presence of so many, as the woman even extended her tongue to lick her lips. With her cosplay of a nine-tailed fox and her alluring appearance, while Jiang Yuan remained unfazed, the middle-aged businessmen could hardly contain themselves, showering her with attention like devoted admirers. "Young lady, since you seek to possess a moment, I wholeheartedly agree. Shall we find a place for an intimate discussion on our fleeting encounters? Do you have any imperial jade?" The middle-aged man momentarily froze, a look of confusion washing over his face as he instinctively replied, "No. If there is nothing, then kindly step aside." The prerequisite for discussing past possessions is that he must be able to unveil an imperial green. While Miss Zhouwei's words were ostensibly directed at the middle-aged boss, her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yuan, as if silently urging him, "Young man, do unveil that imperial green. Once you do, I shall be yours." It must be said, her eyes possessed a certain aggressiveness that Jiang Yuan could barely withstand. Observing the scene, xianxiaoxiao immediately positioned herself in front of Jiang Yuan, exclaiming, "Humph, shameless. Brother Jiang Yuan, don't look. I can also be Zhouwei. I can cosplay too. When we return, I'll dress up for you. I'm sure I'll look far more enchanting than she does." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. The thought of a classical beauty dressed as Zhouwei painted a picturesque scene in his mind. Truthfully, he felt a flutter of excitement and, with a playful grin, admitted, "All right. I won't look, but you'd better not renege. I actually have a fondness for Zhouwei." Xianxiaoxiao, her thoughts drifting elsewhere, was oblivious to her surroundings. Feeling her heart race, her normally cold skin began to warm slightly. She did not voice her agreement, but merely bowed her head and let out a soft hum, tacitly acknowledging Jiang Yuan's unspoken invitation. Imagining Xianxiaoxiao as Zhouwei brought forth another tantalizing vision. If she could embody Zhouwei, could Lin Wanqi not also portray the Imperious Empress? Chapter 76. 6 consecutive failures. Just a stroke of bad luck. Unfortunately, his relationship with Lin Wanqi was fundamentally one of mutual exploitation. Although they had grown closer, they had yet to reach a level of familiarity that allowed for such thoughts to materialize. For now, they would remain mere musings. Not allowing Jiang Yuan too much time for contemplation, Zhang Fong, upon noticing the stone before him, burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Brother, it seems fortune does not favor you today. Acknowledgement is in order. Who would have thought today as stone gambling would yield no profit? Yet you've stumbled upon a windfall of 2 million. No wonder I heard magpies chirping as I left. Oldly, how about we treat you to a meal later? The bill is on young Master Jiang. Zhang Fong declared to Boss Li, adopting the demeanor of a generous, rustic tycoon, his attitude quite insufferable. It was evident to all that Zhang Fong was intentionally attempting to irritate Jiang Yuan. Yet, he had indeed won. Jiang Yuan had unwittingly gifted him 2 million. Was it so wrong to celebrate over a meal? At this moment, Boss Li also chuckled. Congratulations, Boss Zhang. I've been hovering near the threshold of modest prosperity. If only making money were as effortless for me as it is for you. I'll definitely join for the meal. After all, one should seize the opportunity when it presents itself. Ha! Well said, Zhang Fong replied, pulling out his phone, seemingly ready to place an order. Naturally, all of this was performed for Jiang Yuan's benefit. Otherwise, how could he provoke him? It was a blatant message. I've earned your 2 million. Are you going to take it lying down? If not, then feel free to continue. Equally delighted was Zhang Yuza, who watched the video, taking a deep swig of ice-cold cola that felt much more refreshing than red wine. He slammed the cup down on the table, exclaiming, well done. He hadn't expected Zhang Yuza to possess such skill, successfully orchestrating this outcome, resulting in Jiang Yuan losing 4 million in one fell swoop. This was merely the beginning. However, after a moment of exhilaration, Zhang Yuza quickly regained his composure, his curiosity piqued by the Jiwei girl. Despite feeling somewhat fatigued, he sensed a stirring within him. Indeed, even through the screen, he could feel the allure of that girl, as if she had cast a spell of seduction upon him, making it difficult to resist the urge to pursue her. Niu Tong, go investigate who that Jiwei girl is. I want all her information within 3 minutes. With the situation turning in his favor, Jiang Yuan had lost 4 million but encountered an intriguing girl. How could he not feel elated? As for the Imperial Green, the gambling venue belonged to his family, and Zhang Yuza would surely find a way to acquire it. What thrilled him even more was Zhang Fong's excellent job of inciting animosity. Jiang Yuan was already seething with rage and, without hesitation, opted for another stone. It was the one adjacent to the previous, also priced at 200 million, bringing the total to 400 million when combined with Zhang Fong's wager. Excellent, indeed. Cola seemed to bring him luck. Once more, Jiang Yuan began to unveil the stone, surrounded by the same people as before. Many sighed inwardly, fearing that this young man was destined to fail today, especially since his companion had unveiled over 20 million in materials, while he consistently unearthed worthless stones. With Zhang Fong continuously stirring the pot beside him, Jiang Yuan appeared to be trapped in a losing streak. Huang Xiangfei felt puzzled. Typically, such a fortunate individual shouldn't he experience such misfortune? Could it be that all the luck had indeed coalesced around Xianxiaaudiobooks? Determined not to watch Jiang Yuan fall victim to this situation, Huang Xiangfei decided to offer one final warning. If Jiang Yuan remained obstinate, there was little else he could do. Once more, Huang Xiangfei shook his head at Jiang Yuan. Brother Jiang Yuan, once this is done, don't continue. Imperial Green isn't so easily found. Regardless of whether you profit or lose, it's best to know when to stop. Are you really that lacking in faith, Huang? I've always had good fortune. I'm certain I can unveil an Imperial Green today. How can I give up halfway? Besides, I'm still in the profit zone. I'm not worried. All right. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words, Huang Xiangfei realized that nothing could dissuade him now. This was a classic case of gambler's psychology. Presently, he was not at a loss, so he felt no pressure. However, when the losses began to accumulate, the weight of all the previously unexperienced stress would converge upon him, launching a fierce assault on his psyche. Few could withstand such pressure. Initially, Huang Xiangfei had hoped that Xianxiaaudiobooks would persuade Jiang Yuan, but he was surprised to find that Xianxiaaudiobooks was now equally indignant, having completely shifted her stance. Brother Jiang Yuan, go ahead and unveil. I believe what you say. If you claim you have good luck, then you surely do. And even if you lose, I have the means. Xianxiaaudiobooks spoke without regard for those around her, prompting some to place their hands to their foreheads. One by one, the gambler's mentality took hold. Just how much money did they have to withstand such double losses? Those who had initially intended to offer kind-hearted advice abandoned the idea entirely. Newcomers must learn the harsh realities of stone gambling through experience. Soon enough, some among them would find themselves in tears. This time, the cutter worked even faster, posing no unnecessary questions and proceeding directly with the cut. Minutes later, everyone gazed in astonishment at the exposed surface, confirming that the stone had indeed yielded green. However, each piece of green was minuscule and disconnected, with many areas marred by grayish-white fluff. Nearby, some bosses began to place bids, but once the price reached 300,000, it hit the ceiling. For a 400 million stone, this meant a loss of 370 million. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yuan had effectively lost 10 million. Enough money to indulge in a bit of fun. What made matters worse was that Jiang Yuan seemed to be on an exceptionally bad streak, with his luck plummeting to near the bottom. Zhang family estate. All right. Zhang Yuza, though not present at the scene, watched with rapt attention, finding it far more engaging than witnessing a girl dance before him. He had never anticipated feeling such tension while observing the cutting of millions worth of rough stones. However, the outcome was favorable. He took a hearty swig of his cola, while Jiang Yuan faced a substantial loss of nearly 8 million. He had long since had the esteemed masters at the gambling stone venue confirm that there was absolutely no imperial green among the stones. And now he could look forward to a continuous stream of profits. Zhang Fong certainly possessed some talent. He had overlooked it previously, but now he intended to summon him to his side after the event. He resolved to have Zhang Fong work under him in the future. Zhang Yuza gazed at Zhang Fong with growing satisfaction, having developed a genuine appreciation for his abilities. Indeed, young master, Niu Tong replied once more. From that moment on, Zhang Yuza's consumption of cola was unceasing. With each failure Jiang Yuan faced, he would take another generous gulp. 10 minutes in, the third stone was cut, followed by the fourth at 20 minutes, the fifth at 30, and the sixth at 40 minutes. In less than an hour, Jiang Yuan had already cut 6 pieces of raw material, seemingly aligning himself with a loss of 2 million, with each piece costing around that amount, totaling 24 million. What thrilled Zhang Yuza was that Jiang Yuan appeared to have struck a misfortune. The jade he unveiled was barely worth over 1 million. He had already incurred a loss, arriving at a true turning point. All present looked on in bemusement at the spectacle before them. Jiang Yuan's ability to squander 24 million in just an hour was indeed remarkable. Just moments ago, he had claimed that the earnings did not sting. Yet now faced with losses, it must surely feel as if his heart were bleeding. Chapter 77. Are you also prepared with funds? Jiang Yuan's expression was one of despair, resembling a muggle in the eyes of others. To exhaust over 20 million in profits in such a short span, only to have to invest more of his own money, was an unbearable reality for anyone. Indeed, old adages ring true. Small bets bring joy, heavy gambling ruins health, and reckless betting leads to ruin. As a failed case study, Jiang Yuan was, in fact, quite successful. Many watching him could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for him, a fleeting moment of folly. Haha, I am grateful for your generosity, Boss Jiang. This 12 million came effortlessly, far more lucrative than my dealings in the stone gambling business. Thank you. Zhang Fong beamed with joy, his face lighting up like a blooming chrysanthemum, unable to contain his delight as he bowed repeatedly to Jiang Yuan, akin to a benefactor. He continued, well then, young Master Jiang, it seems there is not a value left in the second entrance. If I may suggest, why not venture into the third entrance? Perhaps a single stone could turn your fortunes around and recoup all your losses. I, old Zhang, am willing to accompany you to the end. Having completed his task, Zhang Fong felt emboldened to speak more freely, and the outcome was now perfect, allowing him to engage with Zhang Yuza. Yet, that was not sufficient. He aimed to accomplish the task even more impressively. Seizing upon Jiang Yuan's heightened spirits, he decided to press his advantage. As he finished speaking, Jiang Yuan indeed displayed signs of interest, appearing eager to try again. Zhang Fong seized the moment. In truth, young man, your losses of over 20 million are not as dire as they seem. Ask those present, how many have struck Imperial Green in the second entrance? The chances in the third entrance are far more promising. You are not merely panning for gold in a desert. To uncover Imperial Green, one must venture into the third entrance. Zhang Fong's words were as tempting as a devil's whisper, instilling a profound sense of anticipation for the third entrance. Huang Xiangfei, witnessing this, initially considered offering further counsel but ultimately refrained, believing it futile to intervene a second time. Meanwhile, Xin Xiaoxiao, observing Jiang Yuan's discomfort, took the initiative. Brother Jiang, I believe your luck cannot be this poor. Let us try the third entrance once more. We need not aim for Imperial Green. Even a piece that yields normally would suffice. After that, we can head home, all right? Jiang Yuan looked at Xin Xiaoxiao with astonishment. Typically, one would seek to dissuade others in such situations. To his surprise, she was encouraging him to try the third entrance again, seemingly wishing him to fulfill his aspirations rather than merely preventing him from making a move. Her suggestion served as an assist. He required no further justification. After a moment of internal struggle, upon hearing Xin Xiaoxiao's recommendation, Jiang Yuan finally resolved to act, his countenance once again alight with determination. Very well, Boss Zhang. Do not go back on your word. I shall venture into the third entrance. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's decision, those around them erupted in excitement. Old Zhang wanted to relent until he bankrupted someone, allowing others to go to the third entrance. They mused. Could he be a plant sent by the stone gambling venue? With this approach, no amount of money could withstand the strain. As before, onlookers grew animated, eager to witness the unfolding drama, with no one attempting to dissuade Jiang Yuan. Those who wished to intervene, like Huang Xiangfei, realized it was a lost cause, their curiosity outweighing any concern. In stark contrast, Zhang Fong viewed the situation with a different mindset. The youth displayed little self-control, easily provoked by a few words. Such individuals would typically not even warrant a glance from him. Now, however, he found himself eagerly anticipating just how much money this young man possessed. Would today see him lose 20 million, 50 million, or perhaps even a staggering 100 million? As they moved forward, they soon arrived at the third entrance, where only 3 counters awaited, and the lack of patrons was palpable. After all, with stones often worth tens of millions, only a select few could afford such endeavors. The absence of crowds was the norm. As patrons from the second entrance arrived, the third became increasingly crowded. Jiang Yuan was surely bound to make a move, and even without direct betting, witnessing raw materials worth millions being cut was a significant spectacle. At this moment, Jiang Yuan began to peruse the 3 counters for raw materials. Observing the entire scene, Zhang Yuza paced excitedly within the room. As long as Jiang Yuan refrained from taking profits, he felt enlightened. Now that Jiang Yuan was spending in the third entrance, regardless of what he cut, as long as it was not imperial green, their family would profit without loss. Moreover, they would bolster their performance, eventually seeking recognition from Zhang Gangming. He yearned to see if his father would continue to underestimate him. Indeed, Zhang Fong was a talent. The more Zhang Yuza observed him, the more he appreciated him. Burp, 2 consecutive belches escaped him as he rubbed his belly. Cola was delightful, but left him feeling bloated. With each of Jiang Yuan's failures, he had consumed more cola, and now his stomach was filled with liquid. No more cola, he instructed Niu Tong. Go fetch me some champagne. I've decided to celebrate with it shortly, for champagne does not bloat the stomach. Burp, another hearty belch followed, and Zhang Yuza watched with keen interest. For Jiang Yuan had indeed purchased another stone, this time selecting a piece worth 15 million. Noticing Jiang Yuan's choice, Zhang Fong cheerfully interjected, hold on. I wonder if my young brother has enough funds on hand. The stone you previously mortgaged is no longer sufficient. This 15 million piece, combined with what you owe me, totals 30 million. The gambling stone venue does not entertain the notion of playing with borrowed stones. Dear younger brother, please do not misunderstand. My intentions are purely for your benefit. If you are unable to pay, the proprietor here is far less accommodating than I am, hence my early warning. Upon hearing these words, the others could not help but scoff, silently thinking how shameless the unscrupulous boss Zhang was to utter such a thing. He claimed to be looking out for the young man, yet he was on the verge of stripping him of his very last undergarment. Despite their disdain, a twinge of envy and jealousy filled the air, for Zhang Fong was indeed wealthy enough to indulge in such extravagant affairs. One wondered where Zhang Fong had amassed such fortune. Had he been hiding his prowess all along? Though his words were harsh, there was a grain of truth in them. 30 million in cash was not something just anyone could readily produce. Among those present, many were worth billions, yet few could muster such a substantial amount in liquid assets. This was a true test of one's mettle. When Zhang Fong inquired, Xin Xiaoxiao instinctively prepared to retrieve the funds, well aware that Jiang Yuan could muster a few million. But 30 million was utterly beyond reach, so she was ready to pay. She immediately chirped, we have 30 million. However, just as she was about to pull out her phone, Jiang Yuan halted her with a hand and continued, indeed, we do have 30 million. And I can transfer it to you right now. However, wouldn't it be prudent for Boss Zhang to ensure his funds are also in order? Chapter 78. Jiang Yuan finally took the bait. With that, Jiang Yuan produced the supreme black gold card that Lin Wanqi had prepared for him, addressing the nearby attendant. Please process the transaction. I will purchase this raw stone. As the crowd beheld the black card in Jiang Yuan's hand, many discerning individuals were taken aback. This was a card issued by the Xia Country Bank, available only to those whose deposits reached 1 billion. Only then did they grasp that Jiang Yuan's capabilities seemed to far exceed their expectations, as he could produce such a prestigious card. Clearly, he was not to be trifled with. Who was this young master, indulging in extravagance? Even Xin Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. She had not thought Jiang Yuan possessed such wealth. However, after a brief moment of reflection, she couldn't help but smirk. Lin Wanqi was indeed generous. A formidable rival. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan's words left Zhang Fong momentarily stunned. Observing the attendant already processing the transaction, he uncertainly asked, what do you mean, young brother? What do you mean by asking if my money is prepared? Quite simply, Jiang Yuan replied, originally, I thought it was of little consequence. We are all gentlemen here. And I trust you as you trust me. However, since you doubt my financial capabilities, I, too, must question yours. You may claim to have 5 billion in deposits. But who knows if that money is actually accessible to you? What if it isn't yours at all? Therefore, I require verification of your financial standing. I need assurance that upon procuring the Imperial Green, you possess the funds and ability to transfer them to me. Thus, Boss Jiang, I need you to unlock your account and bring the transfer process to its final step before us. Otherwise, should you refuse to acknowledge the transaction later, would I not be left at your mercy? Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's rationale, the crowd quickly understood. Jiang Yuan's considerations were indeed quite thoughtful. It was reasonable to question others, especially since Jiang Yuan had already demonstrated his purchasing power. If Zhang Fang's 5 billion was merely an illusion and he lacked the means to act, would Jiang Yuan not be the one at a disadvantage? It was a valid concern. Moreover, Zhang Fang was the one who had first broached the subject. To execute the transfer up to the final step was entirely appropriate. Furthermore, many were aware of Zhang Fang's questionable wealth, and his 50 billion was indeed worthy of scrutiny. No one had anticipated that Jiang Yuan would remember this crucial step, and many nodded in approval. Although Jiang Yuan appeared somewhat impulsive, if he was indeed wealthy, then this expenditure was merely a game. The crowd gazed at Zhang Fang with a touch of mockery, as if he were about to trip over his own ambitions. It seemed he had unwittingly stirred the ire of a formidable figure, and the spectacle was bound to intensify. Jiang Yuan's words darkened Zhang Fang's expression, as they struck at his vulnerabilities. He had believed he could take advantage of the situation, never contemplating that he might lose. The account in question was, in fact, not his. He opened his mouth to explain, but Jiang Yuan's arguments were irrefutable, and he had initiated this line of questioning himself. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself for his foolish remarks. Observing Zhang Fang's demeanor, the others began to murmur quietly, sensing something was amiss. Could it be that he was truly attempting to deceive them? Boss Zhang, you aren't trying to play the big shot and swindle this young man, are you? You ought to prove your claims. Someone called out. Indeed, Boss Zhang, if you cannot demonstrate ownership of the account and complete the transfer, does that mean our previous wager holds no weight? Another added. This remark was a critical blow. By the rules of fair play, if one could not even prove the legitimacy of their capital, others were indeed entitled to dismiss the wager. Zhang Fang broke out in a cold sweat, for he truly could not meet such demands. Just as he found himself at a loss, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Quickly retrieving it, he seized the opportunity to divert the conversation, addressing the crowd. Excuse me, I must take this call. He stepped aside, and upon seeing the caller's name, a glimmer of hope sparked within him as he contemplated a potential solution. Hello, young Master Zhang. Zhang Fang, comply with Jiang Yuan's request and provide him with proof. I will arrange for our financial department to assist you. You performed admirably before. Make sure to entrap him thoroughly. The conversation was brief, and the call concluded swiftly. Zhang Fang, who had previously appeared despondent, now stood tall and confident. Pushing through the crowd, he boasted, Look at you all. Do you think I, old Zhang, could deceive you? It's merely a matter of proof. Come, let's demonstrate this right now. Young man, let us both initiate a transfer of 10 million to each other, and I shall finalize the transaction with a display of 10 billion. As the crowd observed Zhang Fang's self-satisfied demeanor, those familiar with him could not help but scoff internally. Could old Zhang truly be serious? Jiang Yuan remained unfazed, fully aware that the other party would acquiesce to his request. He meticulously proceeded with the steps, confirming that Zhang Fang's account was indeed valid, and a sense of relief washed over him. The big fish had finally taken the bait. In this game of wits, both parties were angling for the other. This was the moment they had awaited. During the process, an interesting twist arose when Shun Xiaoxiao pointed out that the account Zhang Fang was using was not the one Jiang Yuan had provided, but rather a private account that Shun Xiaoxiao had recommended. According to her private explanation to Jiang Yuan, this account was more secure, making it impossible for Zhang Fang to renege on his obligations without facing legal repercussions. Thus, it had no bearing on Jiang Yuan personally. Jiang Yuan had no objections. No one could tarnish his finances. As he executed these transactions, Zhang Yuza observed from the sidelines, a disdainful smile creeping across his face. The 50 billion indeed belonged to the account he had provided, but the funds were not his own. Rather, they were drawn from one of his family's business accounts, which he happened to manage. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly refrain from such maneuvers, as they would adversely affect the company's cash flow. However, Zhang Fang had never contemplated relinquishing this sum. Defeat was an inconceivable outcome for him. Even in the most extreme scenario, should Zhang Fang falter, the transfer would be thwarted by those present, ensuring that it would not succeed. Once outside the courtyard, who would still recognize you? Thus, throughout, he regarded Jiang Yuan as nothing more than a jester, a pitiable fool, deeming it an act of benevolence to indulge in his company. What could he possibly use to contend with him? At this moment, with a champagne flute in hand, he savored a different flavor that uplifted his spirits. With money flowing in, He could soon acquire a luxury sports car. Lo and behold, a scene that nearly brought him to ecstasy unfolded before him. This foolish youth, Jiang Yuan, audaciously purchased 2 rough stones in one go, along with the previous one, spending a staggering 45 million. This amount nearly equaled the total revenue of the gambling stone venue over many days. Splendid. At last, he had hooked a big fish. Zhang Yuzi exclaimed. Chapter 79. The beginning of transformation from adversity to prosperity. This was no mere 45 million. When combined with Zhang Fang's 45 million and the previous earnings of 24 million, the total reached an astounding 14 billion. Now, not only could he dream of a supercar, but even the coveted poison that had long occupied his thoughts. How could Zhang Yuzi contain his excitement? Most crucially, who would dare utter a word against him now? This was money he had earned himself. His father would surely commend him. As he reveled in his exhilaration, those around him were equally electrified. Jiang Yuan was utterly reckless, investing nearly 100 million in one fell swoop, a feat scarcely attempted in the gambling stone arena. The affluent seldom acted with such impulsiveness, and the impulsive rarely possessed such wealth. This confluence resulted in today's extraordinary spectacle. The onlookers had entirely shed their spectator mentality. The stakes had escalated so dramatically that their hearts raced, as if they were the protagonists in this unfolding drama. They even found themselves hoping for a miracle, a climactic denouement to this thrilling scene. Hey, this young fellow is impressive. Today, old Wang has truly witnessed something remarkable. Though I've lost millions over the years, witnessing this spectacle makes it all worthwhile. Indeed, it was only now that he realized this young master was not merely foolish. He likely treated this as mere pocket change. While they were utterly astounded, for him, it was likely just a trifle. Were you not curious about what might emerge next? The 3 rough stones at the entrance were not the same as those at the second entrance, although it was improbable to yield imperial green glass. The chances of producing a glutinous ice variety were still considerable, and one need not necessarily incur a loss. It stands to reason. I find myself pondering whether this young man might indeed experience a reversal of fortunes. Surely, he cannot remain so unlucky indefinitely. If he fails to produce imperial green, he might at least unveil a glutinous ice variant, which could recoup his investment. I have faith in him. I, however, do not share your optimism. Are you not aware that in gambling venues, the unfortunate tend to remain unfortunate, unless they return another day? And this young man epitomizes such a fate. Even if he unveils a quality gem, if he cannot win the gamble, he remains but a worker for Zhang Fang. How enviable Zhang Fang is. Encountering such a windfall today. Envy Zhang Fang. Envy Zhang Fang. Envy Zhang Fang 1,000 times over. Many believed there was a chance for Jiang Yuan to reverse his misfortunes and reveal a fine stone. Yet this did not alter the fact that he remained in Zhang Fang's employ, a thought that inevitably crossed their minds. Their gazes toward Zhang Fang were laden with envy. Zhang Fang reveled in such looks, modestly waving his hand. Of course, his gesture was not one of apology, but rather a message to his peers. Do not envy me. I am merely a legend. In that moment, Zhang Fang stood atop the pinnacle of his life, feeling somewhat lightheaded, even neglecting to observe the stones already being cut. For without the imperial green, Jiang Yuan was merely assisting him. However, he soon had to redirect his attention to the cutter, as murmurs of skepticism began to circulate. These whispers rapidly transformed into exclamations of astonishment as eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, it appears a blue hue has emerged. Could this mean a rise in value? It seems so. I see a patch, but as the saying goes, better a thread than a patch. Let us continue observing. It's still uncertain. The cutter, too, felt a surge of tension. This stone was worth millions, and any carelessness could tarnish his reputation for eternity, not to mention the potential industry blacklisting. My goodness, it's glutinous ice, exclaimed one individual. However, another, perplexed, retorted, what is so thrilling about glutinous ice? I've cut glutinous ice myself. Is there any need for such theatrics? Unbeknownst to him, a nearby individual cast a scornful glance and replied, Brother, before you make such statements, perhaps you should consider the size of the stones he selected. They're as large as basins. What is so special about glutinous ice? If you had a stone the size of a room, you'd be a billionaire. More importantly, he has unveiled imperial blue glutinous ice. Do you understand what imperial blue glutinous ice signifies? It is the finest grade of glutinous ice, hardly inferior to the typical ice variety. In an instant, the young man's fortune surged. He could alleviate his losses considerably. The other listener, only partially comprehending, still sensed the gravity of the situation. Soon, the crowd began to exclaim, Imperial blue glutinous ice. This young man is truly fortunate. Indeed, Imperial blue. What a pity it isn't Imperial green. Had it been, Zhang Fang would have lost. Yet, amidst the excitement, some remained skeptical. The young man indeed struck gold with that stone. But remember, This ISNT Imperial Green. He will have to pay double the price. After deducting 30 million, although the rough stone is sizable, he won't profit much. What a shame. If he hadn't wagered against Zhang Fong, he would have undoubtedly made a fortune. Heh, the soul of a worker remains bound to labor. This saying holds true. Why not pursue the art of stone cutting instead? Why tread the path of servitude? I foresee that henceforth, the refuse of stone gambling should be designated with a specific term, sucker. This comment quickly garnered agreement from others. Wow, bro, your thought process is quite impressive. Sucker is indeed an apt term. This phrase struck a chord with them, and they could not help but turn their gazes toward Jiang Yuan. Was he not the quintessential sucker today? He had opened 6 pieces of rough stone, yet the only one still resulted in his servitude. As for Zhang Fong, initially oblivious, he was startled when he heard the mention of Imperial, nearly believing that Imperial Green had emerged. After all, it turned out to be merely Imperial Blue. If it were only Imperial Blue, there was little to fear. Zhang Fong, feigning sincerity, remarked to Jiang Yuan, "Haha, young brother, your luck is quite remarkable, truly extraordinary. You've unveiled Imperial Blue. Oh, not Imperial Green, but still worthy of celebration. Keep up the good work. Perhaps your next piece will reveal itself." Zhang Fong's smile, ostensibly congratulatory, bore a rather smug undertone, as it was more a celebration of his own fortune, because Jiang Yuan was once again working for him. Hearing Zhang Fong's words, Jiang Yuan replied with a strained smile, "Oh, Imperial Green, you say? Then I shall take your auspicious words to heart, Boss Zhang. Should I unveil Imperial Green, I shall credit you as the mastermind behind it." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Fong's eyes subtly twitched. There was something particularly irksome about them, prompting him to refrain from further conversation. Before long, bids began to circulate around them. "Young man, I offer 28 million for this stone. I bid 29 million. In no time, the price escalated to 34.5 million, a figure put forth by Huang Xiangfei, to which Jiang Yuan did not hesitate and promptly acquiesced. Unbeknownst to others, he was indeed making a genuine profit. With such a promising start and 2 more stones remaining, anticipation among the crowd surged once again. Chapter 80. The quality of stones suitable for auction. The second stone was prepared for cutting once more. However, someone could no longer contain their frustration and was poised to throw their glass. None other than the behind-the-scenes strategist, Zhang Yuza. Observing Jiang Yuan unveil the Imperial Blue Ice Jade, Zhang Yuza gritted his teeth in irritation. Where on earth did this lowly fellow acquire such luck? And where did he amass so much wealth? Unable to suppress his anger, he clenched the glass in his hand, almost ready to shatter it against the ground, but ultimately thought better of it. The onlookers had a point. Even if Jiang Yuan's bid increased, and the Imperial Blue Ice Jade sold for 34.5 million, subtracting their shop's revenue of 15 million left Zhang Fong with a profit of 15 million. In actuality, Jiang Yuan only earned 4.5 million. Yes, he should be elated. Jiang Yuan was not working for Zhang Fong, but rather for him, Zhang Yuza, the true puppeteer orchestrating events from the shadows. Moreover, Jiang Yuan's exceptional material served as a testament to the strength of their original stones, which would undoubtedly bolster future sales. Zhang Yuza chided himself for his impulsiveness, convincing himself that this was indeed a cause for celebration. Turning to his associate, Niu Tong, he inquired, "Niu Tong, have you gathered any information on that woman? The nine-tailed fox?" Niu Tong, having hesitated to report earlier due to Zhang Yuza's evident enthusiasm, finally spoke up, his brow furrowed. "Young master, it seems that the time frame was too brief. The information on the nine-tailed fox appears to reveal her as an ordinary individual, arriving alone. We could not uncover any further details. She must have used someone else's identity to gain entry." Oh, Zhang Yuza's interest peaked as he swirled the high-stemmed glass, observing the crystal-clear yellow liquid within, responding with keen curiosity. Intriguing. Could she possibly have another identity? He instructed, "Inform them to keep an eye on that woman. Ensure she does not leave. I wish to invite her to dinner." Rising from his seat, he glanced at the screen still broadcasting the event. As the second stone commenced its cutting, addressing Niu Tong, he added, "Prepare yourself. I am heading to the venue to meet this nine-tailed fox." "Understood, young master," Niu Tong replied, hastily organizing the necessary items, knowing that the young master would want to keep up with the live broadcast, ensuring champagne, cola, and red wine were all at the ready. Thus, as Zhang Yuza entered the vehicle, the cutting reached its critical juncture. Attendees leaned forward, eager to discern the outcome, Zhang Yuza included, even pressing the screen closer to his eyes, unwilling to believe that Jiang Yuan could possess such extraordinary fortune. Despite having previously reassured himself that Jiang Yuan was merely a laborer, he found himself gripping the champagne flute tightly, his fingers turning pale. At that moment, when the result was finally revealed, Zhang Yuza's gaze became fixated, his attention riveted to the screen, even his breath caught in a brief pause. The same astonishment gripped the onlookers as well. Indeed, contrary to all expectations, the individual previously deemed unfortunate, Jiang Yuan, was no longer willing to play the fool. Violet ice glass jade. It was astonishingly the violet ice glass jade. The immaculate, flawless stone, reminiscent of both ice and glass, boasted a noble and resplendent pale purple hue that appeared particularly elegant under the sunlight. It was as if it were an exclusive adornment of a royal queen, captivating all who beheld it. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into fervor, unlike the previous glutinous and icy varieties Jiang Yuan had showcased. The violet ice glass jade was nearly as illustrious as imperial green, regarded as one of the highest echelons beneath emerald. However, it did not imply that imperial green or emerald was necessarily superior to violet ice glass jade. That was merely a perspective of market value. Some affluent individuals did not necessarily favor green. They preferred the allure of violet, a distinction that imperial green could not rival. There was no need for further commentary. The audience was already in a frenzy, for the quality of the jade was self-evident. Incredible, truly incredible. Such pure violet ice glass jade should be worthy of auction. Astonishingly, it was this young man who had unearthed it. Initially perceived as a mere naive youth, who would have anticipated that he could reveal such a treasure. Just judging by its quality, it would fetch no less than 2 million per pound, and this piece appeared to weigh no less than 50 pounds, potentially soaring into the billions upon direct sale. Haha, this is hilarious. Do you all remember when Boss Zhang remarked that this young man would experience a turnaround in fortune and congratulated him for it? Undoubtedly, his words were indeed prophetic. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fang's face darkened to a coal-like hue. How dare he suggest that Jiang Yuan would experience a reversal of fortune? Was that truly a sincere congratulation? Reflecting on his own folly, he wished he could slap himself for speaking out of turn. Although Jiang Yuan had not unveiled the imperial green, he was still effectively working for him. While it was delightful to earn money, Jiang Yuan had just recouped all previous losses and continued to profit, which left him in utter despair. He had previously scrutinized this stone. It was new on the market and held potential for quality. Yet the 15 million price tag posed a significant risk. Had he known better, he would have acquired it himself, but instead, it had fallen into the hands of Jiang Yuan, who had unveiled the ice glass jade. Zhang Fang felt a wave of frustration wash over him, akin to having his bride snatched away before they had even celebrated their union. To make matters worse, Huang Xiangfei seized the opportunity to add insult to injury. Haha, how intriguing. Jiang Xiao's revelation has truly opened everyone's eyes. However, I must say, Jiang Xiao was right to express gratitude to our boss Zhang. What do you all think? Could it be that Boss Zhang's earlier statement about revealing imperial green might actually come true for the third stone? If that were the case, Boss Zhang would surely deserve the credit. Huang Xiangfei's words prompted others to ponder this possibility. Could it be that Zhang Fang truly had a prophetic tongue? With his golden words spoken, Jiang Yuan's luck seemed to be beyond compare. Zhang Fang cast a pained glance at Huang Xiangfei, feeling as though salt was being rubbed into his wounds. The most alarming aspect was that he was genuinely beginning to feel anxious. His earlier offhand comment, made without thought, had transformed into a topic of discussion among those around him, leaving him feeling unsteady and devoid of confidence. Gone was the calm demeanor he had previously maintained. He was no longer willing to feign indifference. What are you all so proud of? It's merely an ice glass jade. It's not as if you've never lost before. After all, Jiang Yuan was still working for him, and he had not lost a single cent from the 15 million investment. What does your earnings have to do with me? I truly do not believe this so-called Jiang Xiao possesses any real capability. If he can, let him present me with an imperial green. If not, he should keep his silence. Do you understand?